The fraud is disproportionately connected to the Somali refugee community here in the state of Minnesota, specifically the Twin Cities. If I can't say it, both I, as an American citizen, as a resident of the state, and the Somali community who has been misrepresented by their own people, we're going to talk about that more in the next block. The Somali community is doing itself a huge disservice. When I see these community Somali leaders stand up and go, President Trump is targeting us. No, you've put a target on your own back by not better, let's say, holding the standard of corruption within your own community. And it's not just the Somali community. And we're going to talk about that as well. We're just getting started. You're watching the Royce White Show here on Saturday morning. Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. Tip of the spear. We have to talk about things the way they are. Somali fraud here in Minnesota, the belly of the beast. Right after this break. Stay tuned.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, and fixing a drain is a pain. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Just remove and replace. In seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy. Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps prevent clogs in your sink, catching hair, food, even jewelry. Made with brass and chrome and a silicone gasket, it creates a watertight seal. Order your Mermaid Drain Magic today for only $19.99 and get a Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of cleaning. But wait, this could be your last chance to get Drain Magic at this low price with free toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3, so order now.
Call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. So call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can hack your information without you even knowing. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash protected. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from stealing your info. It's ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. With the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to fit your additional cards and cash. Call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-4172. Call or visit SlimMintWallet.com. So call 1-800-608-4172 now.
Welcome back to the Royce White Show. I'm your host, Royce White, here in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You're watching Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. Now, there are some milquetoast, moderate, neocon, rhino Republicans in the state of Minnesota that think Mike Lindell and I don't make good candidates for the top of the ticket amidst one of the biggest scandals, fraudulent scandals in the history of our great state, 32nd state of the Union, Minnesota. And people ask me all the time, well, how did Minnesota get so bad? How did the communists take over? What are the Minnesotans thinking that they would continue to elect the Ilhan Omar? Sorry for my accent. But that's typically the type of accent I hear asking me the question, to be honest, be quite frank. Middle white America, let's just say it. If we can say Somali, we can say black, we can say Jew, we can say white. Middle white America says, why do they continue to vote for Ilhan Omar? What's going wrong? Is there something in the water? Yeah, it's called rhinoism. It's called Minnesota uniparty disease. It's called Minnesota nice, neoconservative, neoliberal, Atlanticist political philosophy. That's what it's called. I'm just telling you, let's name the names. Let's say what it really is. The reason why Minnesota failed the communists like Tim Walz is because the Minnesota Republican Party is soft as baby poo. That's why. That's the reality. I know people don't want to think about it in that way. You know, well, don't. Ronald Reagan said, don't go after Republicans. I mean, I can't tell you how many boomers I still hear quoting Ronald Reagan said, don't go after Republicans. You know, we're going to go after the Mitt Romneys and the Liz Cheneys and the Bill Cristols and the George Bushes and everybody else up and down the line who can't get on board with the ultra MAGA movement, who says, Tim Pawlenty, I would run for United States Senator, but I can't get an endorsement or a nomination in my own party. It's too MAGA. It's too extreme. The grassroots don't like me. Because they're wise to the scam. They understand that the status quo of corruption in this country has been preserved by both sides of the aisle. And I say that back to reference this Somali fraud. Yes, the Democrats have been in charge. And yes, the weight, the majority of the weight of this fraud should be placed firmly at the feet of Governor Tim Walz and Democrats would be betraying their own claim of a standard of ethics and goodness and being of the people to continue to vote dogmatically for the Democrat Party, even in light of this type of fraud. So we'll see. We should see, all things equal, in a sane world, and I do preface, in a sane world, Minnesota Democrats, lifelong Democrats, would look at the situation and go, you know what? As far as parties go, I'm a Democrat. I believe in the Democrat Party's platform and fundamental values, but fraud is fraud is fraud. And there has to be some accountability and consequences for this level of fraud, or it's the whole thing cracks and crumbles. In a sane world, that would happen in the 2026 midterms. But I'm not saying that we live in a sane world. In fact, all the evidence points to the contrary. It would seem almost obvious that we live in an insane world, because if we didn't, a lot of things would look different than they do. The Democrats have to decide what the Democrats want to do, what the standard for Democrats is going to be, and if they're willing to uphold the integrity of their political identity by voting for what's right, not for what's party. The Republicans have to seize the opportunity not to say we're going to capitulate to the left wing of the political spectrum that is mostly responsible for the fraud by being a light version of it. And that's what we're talking about here. When you look at this, the response shouldn't be, hey, you know what? We got a real chance to win here if we run some milquetoast moderate Republican who can appeal to both sides of the aisle. No. That's not the answer. The answer is we've been right the whole time. We were right. We weren't the far right. We weren't the extreme right, the conspiratorial right. We weren't the radical right or the ultra nationalist alternative right. We were just right. If you've been saying that Minnesota is ripe with fraud, you were just right. With no equivocations, you ended up being right. I was right. I said Minnesota's the belly of the beast. $18 billion in fraud, almost half of it is thought to be connected to the Somali refugee programs. Now, there's another half of it that we have to talk about. And I'm interested in investigating the other half. We're not going to leave this out, this cliffhanger like, well, look at all of the Somali fraud and then forget about the other $9 billion of fraud either. No, we're smart enough to do both things. $18 billion frauded from the Medicaid program? Okay, $9 billion of it in the Somali community, only 80 to 100,000 Somali people that live in Minnesota. We need to have a discussion about what's going on in the Somali community. Why is the fraud so rampant in this specific community? That's not racism. And then we're also going to find out what happened to the other half of the money. It's not hard to call these balls and strikes. I struggle to see why people have such, conflict in dealing with these kind of, even talking about it. It's like, oh, don't say Somali fraud. What? What'd you just say? I can't say, huh? We'll be saying Somali fraud, and we will be challenging the rest of the Somali community here in Minnesota to hold their people accountable. And this is what I want to talk about in this block. And I did a PBS Frontline interview the other day. It was 3 hours long, and we're going to be releasing it this week coming up. So make sure that you tune in for that on Please Call Me Crazy, as well as my Royce White USA YouTube channel. I think we're going to release it on both platforms. We'll probably be running it on, Bannon's War Room platforms as well. But it's just, I thought it was just an intense conversation with one of the legacy media institutions, and a large part of it was about this issue. And I said to them, the difference between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party as it stands today is that the Republican Party at least pretends there's some room left for a cultural acceptance of God and Christ. That's a fundamental difference. Are there Christian Democrats? Yes. But a fundamental pillar of the Democrat Party's platform is that, for the most part, Christianity is nothing more than a relic of historical white supremacy, and the scientific, secularism of their party regards God and religion and the metaphysical or the spiritual as conspiracy theory and fantasy. That is a fact. So there's those two differences. But the other two differences, at least in theory, and I'm not saying that the Republican Party has done a good job of this, because certainly we haven't. But in theory, the Republican Party and the philosophy of republicanism is inextricable from a smaller and limited government. And people say it sort of as hyperbole, and we have to get rid of that. It has to stop being hyperbole as part of a party platform pitch and become more of a practice and reality. A Republican government, republicanism prioritizes a smaller and more limited government. We believe in the sovereignty of the individual. If there's a government too big, then it naturally takes from the sovereignty of the individual, the power of the individual, the value of individual citizenship. The Democrat Party believes in the infinite expansion of the federal government in the interest of social welfare and government programs that are said to be for your prosperity and well-being, but end up frauded like we see here in Minnesota. And I think Minnesota is a perfect microcosm of the fundamental differences between the two parties. In theory. Now, in practice, both parties come together, shake hands under the table. They do WWE to make you think there's a real fundamental difference of the current political parties, while they stab you in the back every chance they get. It's a dichotomy. It's a strange catch-22 paradox that every citizen has to become familiar with. Yes, there are fundamental differences of the party in theory, philosophically, but in practice, it's much different. And see, what you have to see is that a President Trump, like him or dislike him, hate him or love him, agree or disagree, President Trump represents a deviation from the two parties in practice. In practice, how it actually plays out on the battlefield, how it actually plays out for you. That's why oil is down. That's why gas prices are down. Is food going to stay high while the tariffs and everything is getting sorted out? Yeah, but the food prices will come down. The food prices will come down, and to be quite honest, maybe we don't need so many avocados. I like avocados, but maybe we don't need so many avocados in the American diet. I don't know. These are things to sort out. There's practice and there's theory. There are fundamental differences between the two parties in practice. And one of those differences, again, is the Republican Party, in theory, believes in a smaller and limited government. Why? So you don't get government oversight, a lack of government oversight that leads to fraud to the tune of $18 billion. That's why. The only way $18 billion is frauded is by government policy. We'll be right back in a moment. Stay tuned. You're watching The Royce White Show here on Real America's Voice.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprab.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back to the Royce White Show. You're watching here on Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. I'm in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and this Minneapolis fraud, and do say it's Minneapolis, really Minnesota fraud. The Minnesota fraud is ripe in the Somali community, and I say this as honestly as I can, as only we try to be here on my show on Saturday mornings. If Democrats decide to continue voting dogmatically for the Democrat Party or Democrat candidates, Democrat elected officials like Tim Walz, despite of the fraud, they're saying something about their own integrity, and we have to be willing to accept that. See, and I'm a huge proponent of you get the government you deserve, and by God, we all will. And that's one of the heresies of democracy. And there is hope for democracy. I had this conversation with the gentleman during the PBS interview. He says, well, I like to see the hope in democracy. Oh, there is hope in democracy. Slim hope, I will add, because it calls for the highest formation of whatever Democrat majority, spiritually, culturally, socially, intellectually, academically, and many other things. So it's a long shot. The aspiration and hope for democracy is a long shot by its own standards. And that's what makes it beautiful. But there is heresy in democracy as well. And the heresy, again, is that all democratic majorities are made equal and righteous. They're not made equal, and they certainly aren't made righteous. In fact, if you look across time, what time period can we point to where a majority of the people had the right beat about any issue, let alone the most important issues of their time? Certainly the Christian story doesn't tell us that. The majority of people had it wrong when Christ walked the earth. The majority of people had it wrong in the earliest days of the Westphalian city-states in ancient Greece. The majority of people had it wrong in ancient civilizations in Africa or Egypt. We know that historically. The majority of people had it wrong there in the ancient civilizations of China. And the Celtic, the Celtics, I mean, everywhere across the world throughout history, the majority of people are usually getting it wrong. But we've created a system where we say, hey, the best we can do is come to a consensus by Democratic majority and let the chips fall where they may and improve upon the thing incrementally as we can. But that calls for us to place a priority and a premium on actually improving people before we can improve the process, and then we can improve the outcome or the product. And the product of American democracy is we've dumbed down the American people so much so that it's almost an impossibility that we could hope to have anything but a warped result of our democrat process, if there's actually going to be a process at all. And all to say, hey, if you can't be right, you can have 50+1. And okay, this is the system we've chosen. We're going to have elections. We're going to win elections. We just won an election after they said we never could again. And there were a lot of Republican rhinos that said the same thing. Never win with President Trump. In fact, Michelle Tafoya said it. Nikki Haley said it. A bunch of other people said it. And we should remember, despite any disagreement or disliking we have of President Trump and the way that he's handling things, we can't forget that there were certain Republicans amongst us in our ranks who said we could never win an election at all with President Trump or this MAGA movement, that the MAGA movement was poisonous for the Republican Party. We all remember. And don't you ever let them forget it. Certainly don't let them forget it right now or in the near future. There'll be a time where people can, say, okay, we were wrong. Bygones be bygones. We've moved on from that. Not here in the heart of war. Not here in the heart of the battle. Not while the bullets are still flying. We're going to keep a meticulous accounting of who said what, when, where, and why. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat back in 2016, 2020. And we understand that. But we held the principle, and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. moved towards the principle. Karl Rove moved away from the principle. Dick Cheney moved away from the principle. Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney, Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, they moved away from the principle. So you still get to be Republicans. I mean, nobody was going to turn down your vote. but we're not so sure you're really going to throw in with us when push comes to shove. We saw what Mitt Romney did. Mitt Romney threw in with the communists. It might be the most embarrassing mark on the Republican Party's short 21st century history that we put up Mitt Romney to challenge the most progressive presidential candidate in the history of America, Barack Obama. And in this nation's darkest hour, he threw in with the communists. Boy, does that vindicate Ron Paul. Boy, is Ron Paul ever vindicated to see Mitt Romney throw in with the communists in this nation's darkest hour. And it's a cautionary tale. It's a canary in the coal mine for the problem we have in the Republican Party. And we all know what it is, but I get the sense that we'll even play coy with it still. Like, wow, you know, in light of all the fraud in Minnesota, this is our one shot to win, and we better pick somebody like a Mitt Romney, you know, a.k.a. Michelle Tafoya. You know, she's a woman, she's a sports anchor, oh, she's popular, she's got a lot of name recognition, and she does just enough of nothing in her political message that maybe the Democrats will be fooled by her. Maybe we will fool the Democrats into voting for a rhino. No, you're not going to fool them. You have to convert them. You have to change hearts and minds, and that's what President Trump did. He did it by telling the truth. He didn't do it by going soft on the most important questions. And there are some of us who are even further to the right of President Trump that wish that President Trump would go even harder on some of the most important questions, and that's actually righteous. It's righteous to call a leader to go even harder and double down on the truth, despite what the potential outcome is from the Democratic consensus and majority. So Christ said, you know, there's one true living God. I am the Son, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. And they said, crucify him. Give us Barabbas. Did he back off of it and say, oh, no, renege? No, I didn't mean what I said. No, he said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. That's the sign of leadership. That's real leadership, when you triple down in the fire. When you triple down in the fire, that's what the Republican Party in Minnesota has to do. And if we don't, we will be in the same pattern that we've been in Minnesota for the last 30-odd some years. And that's why Mike Lindell and myself, the Ultra MAGA candidates, are the candidates that the Republican Party must put up, win, lose, or draw. You hold the principle and you move people toward the principle. If you don't, you don't deserve your freedom. We don't have to talk about Somalis or their citizenship. You don't deserve yours by your own founding fathers' decree. You don't deserve your freedom if you're too cowardly to hold the principle. And now back to this Somali fraud, and I tell the Somali community this as genuinely as I can. The answer to Somalia is not in Minnesota. It's not in Minneapolis. It's in Mogadishu. It's in Somalia. The answer to Somalia is in Somalia. Somalia is not some dry wasteland. I said this yesterday on Rob Schmidt in Newsmax with Rob Schmidt. Somalia is not some barren wasteland. Somalia is not some dry, inhabitable desert. Somalia is a lush, arable place, rich with natural resources. I think they're sitting on an estimated $5 trillion worth of oil reserves, not to mention all the rare earth minerals, not to mention the beautiful coastline with tons and tons of fish. Somalia could be a beautiful nation. It could be a strong nation. And an America Firster, a MAGA candidate, would invite the rise of a Somalia First movement in Somalia. Just not here in Minneapolis, just not here in Minnesota, not here in America. But we would encourage that the people of Somalia take our example and start to prioritize Somalia, which means you have to get the people out who are corrupt. You have to get out your own Somali leaders who continue to cut deals with the security state of this international globalist military industrial complex, and said, like the young general from Burkina Faso. And after the, after Giorgia Meloni, I think her name is, of Italy, stood up before the European people and said the answer to Africa is not in southern Italy, it's in Africa. Look at Burkina Faso. And then the general from Burkina Faso kicked all of the other globalists out of his country, and now Burkina Faso is on the rise. Whether I agree with his politics or not, hopefully they don't become a communist state, but they are on the rise. They have a desire for national sovereignty, that the nation is important, that nationhood is important, that borders are important, that identity and heritage and culture are important. These are the things that the MAGA movement and the America First movement would encourage all around the world, including in Somalia. And I challenge one Somali person in the state of Minnesota to debate me on whether or not Somalia needs to answer the questions in Somalia. We'll be right back on the other side of the break. Stay tuned.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-6802 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Welcome back to the Royce White Show. I'm your host, Royce White, here in the belly of the beast, Minnesota. Minneapolis, Minnesota, but Minnesota writ large. Belly of the beast. We've been saying it. Maybe coined Somaligate. I know the Somali community is going to say, Royce, hey, you're turning off your potential Somali voters. Look, let me tell it to you straight. If you're here legally in Somalia, if you're here legally from Somalia, We got no beef. We got no beef. You're here illegally. We're not going to start deporting legal people who are illegally. If you're here illegally, you're going back. Bottom line, if you're here illegally, you're going back. I told a Somali gentleman the other day at the town hall, there's no easy way to clean up a huge mess. ICE, the deportations, you can say, hey, it bothers me to see the federal government reach this far. And I told PBS Frontline, that falls on the Democrats and Joe Biden. You know, you can't blame a surgeon in the OR for getting blood on his scrubs and the rest of the OR after somebody shot an individual out in the street. In order to save him, I'm going to have to get some blood on my hands. I'm going to have to get some blood on my scrubs. And that's the same thing with this illegal immigration that took place under the illegitimate Biden regime. There's no easy way to clean it up. There's no easy way to go about deporting 15 million illegal immigrants. We're going to make some mistakes. Some people are going to be legal who we, mistake for being illegal. That's the way it has to be, unfortunately. And the responsibility falls back on us, all of us, the American people, the American citizens. If we don't like the federal government to have that kind of overreach, we need to pay much closer attention and be much more engaged in the civic process, in the political process, to ensure that we don't elect people like Joe Biden who open up our borders so that a President Trump has to come behind him and clean up the huge mess. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. We wouldn't need ICE raids if there weren't 15 million illegal immigrants that waltzed across our border under the Joe Biden administration. We wouldn't need ICE raids if the Democrats didn't make it policy that America should take everybody's people. It's just a matter of prudence. I love a good holiday gathering with family, but imagine you're sitting there this Christmas. Whole families around at the tree. You're exchanging gifts. You got those Christmas carols. You got those great Christmas cookies, those Spritz cookies that I love. And all of a sudden, 2, 3, 4, 5 families just come knock on your door and say, hey, we're going to come in here and spend Christmas with you. You're sitting there going, this is my house. You can't, no, I'm sorry. We were having a family gathering. You can't just come bring your family into my house without my permission. And increasingly, as the culture decays, increasingly as the human dignity declines in our society and culture, it becomes even more and more dangerous to have good communal bonds with strangers. Sure, we'd like to let a few distant relatives or family friends come join us for Christmas. Maybe they don't have a big family. Maybe they don't have a place to go. That's all good. But to let an unlimited amount of people come to your house for your family gathering is not possible. It doesn't work. It's the same thing with the country. We can't take on everybody's people. And this is why the George Soroses of the world really detest the America First movement. Yes, they have a disdain for America and America's foundational values, but it's only because America's foundational values will inevitably lead to the proliferation of what we were supposed to be doing with the post-World War II Democrat liberal order, the international rules-based order. We were going to take freedom and democracy all around the world by peace through strength and make nations self-determining. You look around where this military-industrial complex has put its boots, and you show me a nation that is truly self-determining. They're not self-determining, they're dependent. And that was the heresy of the post-World War II Democrat liberal order. That is the heresy of the geopolitical foreign policy between us and Israel, because Israel is the linchpin for this philosophy. Make Israel a truly self-determining nation. Make Somalia a truly self-determining nation. But the only way you do that is if you empower them to have the political process and the political philosophy that we have yet to accept here in this country, in this party, in the Republican Party. We have yet to truly accept the concept of self-governance and sovereignty. The importance of nationhood. We will give up our nationhood. We will give up our freedom in the interest of security. And doing so, we will have neither and we deserve neither. That is the truth of it. That is what the MAGA movement is standing for. That is what the America First movement stands for. We stand to secure our own nation and our own sovereignty, but to encourage that these other nations prioritize the same thing where they are. And that way, some of these people who came here from Somalia, to be quite honest, you can tell they have a deep affection for their own heritage and culture because they don't assimilate. They speak their language, they keep their customs, they eat their food, they build entire communities like Cedar Riverside that I've been to many times and have friends that live there. They keep their culture tight because they love their country. They're affectionate towards their heritage. So that means many of them would love to go back to Somalia if it wasn't a failed state. If it wasn't a failed state that our military industrial complex helped bust. And we did. And we have to take responsibility for that. But that responsibility doesn't mean we're going to have the American taxpayer fund rebuilding Somalia. No. The American taxpayer doesn't need to give a single penny to rebuild Somalia. All that needs to happen to rebuild Somalia into a strong and prosperous nation is the Somali people need to stop believing Westerners when they tell them, and I don't even mean to say Westerners, I should say globalists. Let's be specific. The Somali people need to stop believing the globalists when they tell Somalis the answers to Somalia is in Minneapolis. The answers to Somalia are in Minneapolis. The answers to Somalia are in America. The answers to Central America are in America. The answers to, wherever. The answers for the entire world are in America. No, they're not. That's what we mean when we say America first. The answers to the problems in the world are not here in America. We can help you philosophically. We can help you intellectually. We can help you with the structure of government. We can help you with the ideas that help build this country into the prosperous nation that it's been. We can give you some tips. We can give you some advice. But we're not sending our sons and daughters. We're not sending our money. We're not sending our military equipment. And we're not sending it for our own interest. We're not sending it because we don't like that our elected officials and elites have misled and manipulated us and told us that we're going to go to Mozambique and give all of the little boys and girls medicine and the adults condoms. We're going to sterilize the young women there in Mozambique with condoms and birth control because there's an AIDS epidemic. So give us $50 billion to USAID. That's why we don't want to send our sons and daughters or money or military equipment anywhere else. Ukraine, Somalia, any of it. We don't want to do it. Israel, any of it. We want out. That's the renaissance of the America First movement, of the MAGA movement. We want nations to be strong and self-determining the way that we said we would after World War II. The answers to Somalia are not in Minnesota. They're not in Minneapolis. They're in Somalia. The answers to Africa are not in Southern Europe or Southern Italy. They're in Africa. Imagine if I just woke up tomorrow and said, I'm going to go fly to East Turkestan, and I'm going to waltz on across the Chinese border, and I'm going to demand that the CCP and the Chinese government pay me to live in China. Free healthcare, free rent and housing, free college tuition. The CCP is going to take me out back and shoot me in the head. That's the way it really goes. They don't have an illegal immigration problem in China. So why should we in America? Well, maybe you don't think it's important if you don't believe we're already in the kinetic part of a third world war with our national mortal enemy. And here we are continuing to take on all the world's problems when we have big problems of our own, serious problems of our own. I don't know how else to say it to you. We have to rethink this whole deal. And I know it's inconvenient, but convenience will be the death of freedom. Mark my words. You look around and you see the freedoms you've lost, it's the convenience, not the corruption. The corruption is a byproduct of the ease of convenience. It's been another episode of the Royce White Show here on Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. Belly of the Beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You Democrats better vote these people out on your sacred honor. And you Republicans better hold the principle and move people toward the principle. Godspeed. God bless you. God bless America. Have a great weekend. War Room with Steve Bannon is next. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down. And the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country. Not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, a movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
The voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed 401ks forever by initiating the process that will allow gold into 401ks. But here's even better news. You don't need to wait for your 401k provider. You can use this strategy today. With a self-directed gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, you can convert your IRA or 401k into an account with all the same tax benefits, but you own something that will be there when you need it. To find out more, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Inside, they will show you exactly how to diversify your IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Do it now before the rest of America jumps in. Click below for your free info kit.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
My name is Shane Jenkins, Enrique Tarrio, Robert Morris, Daniel Caldwell.
My name's Mickey.
My name's Pete Schwartz, Barry Ramey, Ryan Nichols,
Deborah Mamone, Olivia Pollock,
John Nassif, Jordan Mink, George White Wolf Riley, Robert Gieswein, Kyle Fitzsimons,
Adrienne Southern,
Andrew Taki,
Jessica Watkins,
Timothy Hale, John McHugh, Billy Cressman.
This anthem means a lot to me because it's what held us together.
Against the odds, our faith that our days of this nation will be renewed is still there.
We formed bonds that can never be broken.
I, along with my brothers and sisters, weather the storm.
We will never stop fighting for this country.
And my friends and my brothers that also helped me through this tough time.
Because we are what makes this country the greatest country on this planet.
In this moment, in this anthem, is living proof.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Hey, freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive. Hey, rest in peace, Corey, all the fires that you fight. To the cops and military that been fighting day and night, so we could have liberty and our God-given rights. To all the mothers and fathers that's just trying to protect their child. Hey, freedom worth dying for, dreams worth fighting for. God got us, I promise, that's the reason I smile. Protesting with our voice and our presence and our words. We ain't killing people for disagreeing, man, that's absurd. We ain't burning down cities cause we pray to the Lord.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Hey, stop killing people that just want to debate. When we protesting, you ain't see no guns and no flames. We don't have to agree, we ain't gotta think the same. Country built on conservative values, let's reclaim it. It's not about hate, we just wanna feel heard. We standing for the truth, not just following the herd. You can love your country and still call out its flaws. You can back the Constitution and still question the laws. We don't wanna be killed just for speaking our voice. God coming soon, man, so it's time to rejoice. Let the ballots be counted, let the questions be asked. Let the people decide, don't just bury the past. And don't let evil get you down, cause God wins at last.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Another person that I have to thank is Donald J. Trump. Our brotherhood that we built and the country we believed in, and especially our president, we never would have made it out.
Blessed by God, pardoned by Trump.
Thank you, Donald Trump, for pardoning us and giving us a second chance on life.
President Trump for pardoning me.
For saving my soul, and Donald Trump for giving me the pardon.
I want to thank Donald Trump for pardoning us, and is the only reason that we're here today, all together, free, with smiles on our faces.
Our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Saturday, December, year of our Lord 2025. We're here at Amfest. Wow. Let's hang. Can we get a sweeping shot of this, guys? All I got here is
Hang over a second. Can we get a sweeping shot of this? There we go. I know it's hard to believe. But the War Room and Rav crew's a little slow today since they just got in from O'Keefe's party momentarily. Thank you guys. Thank you particularly being here early. I know it's tough. We're going to do interviews. I got Mike Lindell. We're going to talk. Okay, the song. How do we got it down? That song went to number 1 last night, right? The song went to number 1. However, overnight we were topped by Mariah Carey.
Whatever.
Whatever. I'm not, as you know, as you can tell, I'm not quite. Okay, here's what you need to do. Just download the song on iTunes if you can. We're in a fight to be number 1 today. Streaming is great, but downloads count towards Billboard ratings. So if you go to iTunes and download, it'll be great, or buy it, whatever it is. Fantastic. We're going to get the producer in a minute. You guys having a good Amfest so far? This is traditionally the hardest show we do of the year because, CPAC, it used to be the Saturday morning show, and CPAC used to be very hard. People, of course, there it's Eastern Standard Time, so it's 10. Here at Amfest, it's 8 in the morning, Mountain Standard Time. And the big parties are really the Friday night parties. Saturday night parties are big, but the Friday night parties are big. And, of course, the War Room crew is known to party. So we want to thank everybody for showing up. Ben, you've got a Ben Berquam right there. Okay, Ben's in the audience. You got some interviews we're going to start off with. We want to get everybody to participate. Listen, in the participation, one thing we know is every time somebody comes on here in the audience and you talk about your group, you talk about support, what your task and purpose is, we know it has a tendency to blow up because everybody in the War Room Posse goes and tries to support you. People are supportive. So make sure that you... Make sure you tell us what you're doing and where you're doing it. You need, like I said yesterday and I said last night, did you guys see the speech last night? Lord have mercy, we kicked over a hornet's nest last night. We'll talk more about that later. But one of the points I was trying to make is Charlie Kirk with Amfest, and you've seen, Charlie in his humility and that, prove me wrong, and all the young people are here and engage in conversation and all that. But some of this thing about the platforming and the First Amendment and all that, it's very important. Don't get me wrong. Charlie lived, that was Andrew Breitbart and Charlie were both First Amendment guys. But there are many deeper issues that are really we got to get to the bottom of. The most basic issue is who controls this country, who makes the decisions. MAGA is a populist movement. We've had, as I went through last night, and the left never wants to talk about it, but the Republican establishment never wants to talk about it either. Since Donald Trump came on the scene, basically in 2014, but really 2015 for the primary, we've only lost 1 election. There's never been, that's because of you. That's because of you. That record, nobody ever mentions that. For a decade, we lost the 2018 midterm, and you could tell that was going to happen. People were leaning on their shovels. Hey, Trump's in. We got the House Senate. Remember, Paul Ryan quit. He wouldn't leave. Nobody had any energy. And Nancy Pelosi, and this is one of the things that inspired me more, she kind of took our playbook, and they went door to door. That summer in 2018, they went door to door. You know what they were saying? If you vote for this guy or this woman, we're going to impeach Trump. And at our first opportunity, they're going to impeach Trump. And that's what's going to happen this time. This is why I'm not going to say this is the most important election because you hear that every time. But I will tell you that this year coming up is going to be the nastiest politically we've ever had. They started with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I know it's hard to believe, and it was yesterday when Andrew came up and I told some of the Turning Point people, yesterday was when it really hit me, that he's here in spirit, but Charlie as a person, as an individual, as a spirit here in this world is gone, right? They knew that. Whoever was the trigger man, hopefully we'll find that out, and maybe they'll find it out in this case and they'll get the evidence out. But in back of that trigger man is the demons, and it's demonic. Charlie Kirk, if you go back and look at his teachings as a set of teachings, one of the things that animated him was the fact that we have de-Christianized this country over the last 50 to 100 years, right? Maybe post-World War II. We started, and we've de-Christianized the institutions in this country. And you can see, go to any public school, go to any community, you can see the rot, the moral rot. That's what Charlie Kirk's crusade was, to reverse that rot and to re-Christianize our institutions, and to do it through these amazing young people here, right? To evangelize in the public space that we have a civic responsibility to re-Christianize our institutions. That's what this is about. That's why it's a spiritual war. That's why Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And that is for we, the living, to take that and to carry it on. And to do that, we're going to have some hard conversations, and we're going to have to take some hard and unpleasant positions, right? It's a couple things we have to do. In this country, who calls the shots? Do the oligarchs call the shots, or the people? Well, let me say, that's to be determined. I'm long MAGA because I know we can do this. But that's a question that's up in the air right now. And when you say oligarchs, remember, and this is about your own lives, we're going to go through one of the biggest inflection points in the history of our species in the next 5 to 10 years. You're going to hit the singularity, right? On this side is Homo sapiens. On the other side is Homo sapien 2.0, 1.5. And these young people are going to have some horrible and tough decisions to make of their personal lives and about their children. That is, and it's not just artificial intelligence. That's the lead sled dog right now, with all the problems, potential but huge problems. In fact, there was just an individual, a War Room Posse member, that was here, that works in one of the weapons labs. He's just a listener or a viewer, and he came up to me and said, everything you're saying about them taking over the national labs and weapons labs is 100% true. He said, this is very dangerous. We've never had this before. But artificial intelligence is one part. You've got CRISPR, you've got quantum computing. The convergence of that is going to radically change everything. Now, who's going to be in charge of that change? Is it going to be these oligarchs, or is it going to be you? In our national security policy, who is it going to be that's in charge? Is it McCain, these globalists about Ukraine, of us putting, another $100 billion in there? We're not putting $100 billion into our country? Or, as I told people, the Wall Street Journal today has a huge article, lead story in the Wall Street Journal. It's about the U.S. I don't know if it's the official plan, but Jared and Witkoff have put forward a plan for Gaza. That's, I don't know, $400 billion, something like that, to redevelopment. $60 billion coming from the U.S. government to build a city of the future. Until you put $60 billion into East Palestine, right? When we put $60 billion into East Palestine, then come back and talk to me, right? We shouldn't be putting a penny into Ukraine, into Gaza. That's their deal, right?
That's right.
Last night we bombed Syria in a huge carpet bombing operation. But the question gets to be, why are we in Syria? I mean, to be blunt, that's an ISIS force that we're supporting. I mean, this is one of the reasons the Israelis have a problem with it, because that's Turkey. That's Erdogan's deal to take that over, and we're back in. I got a solution. Here's my solution. Instead of having Iowa National Guard deployed in Syria to get a couple of them killed, why don't we do this? Why don't we bring them all home and send them to Minneapolis?
Minneapolis, that's right.
And after we've deported 100,000 Somalians and got that money back they stole from us, then we think about it. Short commercial break. The Mike Lindell running for governor of Minnesota next in the War Room.
We stand as one, united in this fight for.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed 401ks forever by initiating the process that will allow gold into 401ks. But here's even better news. You don't need to wait for your 401k provider. You can use this strategy today. With a self-directed gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, you can convert your IRA or 401k into an account with all the same tax benefits, but you own something that will be there when you need it. To find out more, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Inside, they will show you exactly how to diversify your IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Do it now before the rest of America jumps in. Click below for your free info kit.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-6802 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
My name is Shane Jenkins.
Enrique Tarrio.
Robert Morris.
Daniel Caldwell.
My name's Mickey.
My name's Pete Schwartz.
Barry Ramey.
Ryan Nichols.
Deborah Mamone. Olivia Pollock.
John Nassif.
Jordan Mink.
George White Wolf Riley.
Make number 1. Anthem of the Free. The producer's going to be with us momentarily. I got Greg Roberg up here. Greg is running for the Attorney General of Arizona. Not that we need an Attorney General to get on top of things, right? This situation I hear is a disaster. Greg, hang on a second. Ben Berquam, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, we have some amazing patriots out here, and I have to first apologize to Cynthia for leaving California, but there are many patriots there in California still fighting. Tell us about who you are and what you guys are doing.
Okay, I'm Cynthia Collins, and I'm actually surrounded by San Diegans who are going to take ground and put our feet down to fight for California. Yes. So we're here to tell you, do not discount California. We are going to take it back, and especially, you know what, the Asian conservatives, don't you think that we're not liberal? Oh. We're not liberal. We're conservative
hold on.
fighters.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You're Chinese American.
Yep.
And you're out of Compton. You're straight out of Compton.
Straight out of Compton. There's no Chinese people in Compton.
How tough is it being a kid being Chinese in Compton?
Yeah, so I grew up in Compton during the Watts riots. I didn't leave until I was 18. The Crips and the Pyroos were coming in. My next door neighbor's house sold for $1 on the HUD auction. Nobody wanted to live in Compton. Somehow God put me there to prove that there are good people that come out of Compton, actually, but that we need to fight for California. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
Amen. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We got to get you to run for. Why are you not running for office?
Because I have 5 children and 7 grandkids.
Well, that's why you should run for office. Isn't it?
I know. I've been told. I've been told.
Well, at least you're raising them right.
Right.
All right. Well, speaking of illegal aliens and the impact of illegal aliens, sir, tell me your story.
Okay, well, I was working drywall down in South Florida, Broward County. This is a cautionary tale. And what happened is that so many illegals came in from Mexico and Central America that first the price dropped, and then the contractors wouldn't even hire you. And that was in 1988. So you can see how far we've devolved since that time.
Wait, I thought illegals only do jobs Americans don't want to do.
Not the case, but they will do the jobs lower priced.
How much did they drive wages? Because they're hard working. How much did they drive wages down?
Well, they went down about probably 50%, and then the contractors wouldn't. And seeing the drywall trade, it's not hourly; it's square foot.
Yeah.
So they dropped it, but
it just became untenable.
Yeah.
You couldn't compete.
Yeah, I actually went up to New England, and that gave me about another 2 or 3 years before they came up there.
Hold it. You're from Jacksonville, right?
Yeah.
So you're a full-bred cracker from Jacksonville. You went up. You had to go north and get Yankee work.
Yeah,
them's desperate times.
Hey, but this is. I mean, the crazy thing, Steve, that from the '80s, people don't realize.
No, it's a long time.
We've been devastated in this country, and
they've been gutting this country. They've been gutting this country against working people for 40, 50 years, ever since China, the whole deal. Hang on one second. Let's get the sir. What's your name? Where from?
It's Lance from Jacksonville.
Thank you. Thank you for being he's a 4-hour day. Thank you, sir. Let's go to LJ. Do we have LJ in the studio? LJ, what happened to our song overnight? How are we doing?
Yeah, how we doing, Steve? Good morning. Well, it's always nice to wake up.
We're doing on the song. The audience here wants to participate.
We're in the top 10, all genres.
Wow. And this doesn't happen very often with someone that's not with a major record label, right? It's very unusual to launch that high.
Definitely not. I mean, we have no support from the DSPs, digital streaming platforms, Apple, Spotify. They're not going to support a record like this. But it goes to show you, this is the power of the War Room Posse and the rap community.
I love it. We're actually going to have, I think some of the singers, some of the people associated with making the song are going to be with us later. Just be very specific. What does this audience need to do today? And the folks watching on TV and listening on podcasts, what do they have to do today to drive this song back up to number 1?
Get on your iPhone, go to the iTunes store, and download for $1.29. Download the MP3 of the Anthem of the Free.
Okay, everybody got that? Everybody understand it? It's beyond me, but I'll get instructions later. LJ, we're looking forward to having the whole choir back on the steps of the Capitol. I think what we got to do on the steps of the Capitol, we have to do it at the exact time the first Fed let in a J6er, right? The first, which I think was about 1 o'clock. At that very moment when the Fedsurrection started, that's where we'll have the J6 choir. You like that? Okay. We'll see if Mike Johnson approves that. Polly Pockets. It's a tough crowd. LJ, what's your social media? Where do people find out more about you and what we're doing at Real America's Music?
I'm at LJ on Truth, LJ Fino on Instagram, and I would just encourage everybody to follow Real America's Voice and Real America's Music socials as well. Stay tuned.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Let's hear it for LJ. The J6 Choir. The Prison Choir. Mike Lindell. Like you didn't have enough to do. You're trying to prove all the elections in the country were stolen. You're trying to get election integrity. You've got the greatest pillow company in the world. Why are you running for governor?
Well, Steve, First of all, I want to say something to everyone there. I wish I could have been there, everybody, but yes, I went all in running for governor. And I want to say one thing, Steve, if I can, about Charlie. When I did events with Charlie and he would go on speaking before me, I'd be in the green room and I would just get closer to Jesus. And I just want to encourage everyone, never stop spreading his teachings and what he did, because he just was so amazing. And anyway, Steve, yeah, I would have been there, everybody. My Lindell TV is there. But I'm running for governor of Minnesota because I believe that I have the solution to fix all the problem. The biggest problem, the fraud, is not just Minnesota, it's nationwide. But I want to save Minnesota. We just like our country. I born and raised in Minnesota, and there's so many things a good person can do as a businessman that politicians aren't doing. Steve, I met politicians all over this country for the last 4.5 years, and there's so many that have hidden agendas that don't help the people. And usually they're evil agendas, they're self-serving agendas. And I've got so many problem solutions. When we talk about the fraud in Minnesota, when I met in 2017 or 18.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Slow down. Because I know you're a very mathematical guy, the way you run your company. It seems to me I think $18 billion. An assistant U.S. attorney said there's been $18 billion of fraud. So I think the audience has a question. It's pretty basic. When are you going to ship these Somalians out of there and get our frickin' money back?
Well, that's the first thing that's got to happen. I think even Kristi Noem said the other day there's like 70% of overstayed visas in here illegally.
Send them back. And Mike, we love you, brother, but please don't sound like a politician. How are we going to send them back and get our freaking money?
We got to put the ones in prison. But Steve, this is a blessing. I look at this as a blessing. It's an opportunity. This is what I was saying. In 2000, when I first met Ben Carson in the first term, I told him about charities and stuff, that you stick your money in it and a dollar in and a dime comes out. And Ben said, Mike, with the federal government, you put a dollar in and only a nickel comes out and you can't find it that's supposed to go to the need. So for 6 years, I worked on the solution with our welfare systems involving the private sector. We have a plug-in system that will not only clean up the fraud, but you got to look at each one of these things and say, is it even worth doing? And if it is worth doing, you better get your best bang for your buck, so that if you fix all that, then you can lower your taxes. It becomes a beautiful thing. This is disgusting, all these programs that are out there that don't work, and all it is people become dependent on. They need to change immediately.
Hey, that sounds great. It also sounds enormously complicated. How about this? Just take all the programs to zero and get them out of the country, right? All the programs just go to zero. Just go to zero.
Well, Steve, it's not complicated. I've been working on it 6 years, and we will roll out the plan. But you do have things where there are programs where it really does help people. Think of these programs that were in there. That money that was allocated, all stole from the taxpayers. What about the people that did really need it? And maybe there wasn't a need there, but if there was, that's what you got to look at too. And I really believe what we've developed. I launched a whole prototype in Detroit years ago. And by the way, these programs that I had back then, Keith Ellison in Minnesota right now, everybody, has been attacking that program for about a year and a half now.
Hang on. We're going to hold you through break. Just take a second. Did I hear Mike Lindell say that some of the programs are good? Brother, you're a politician for a week, and all of a sudden, where's my Mike Lindell? Maybe we'll just come back and work on selling pellets. I'm kidding. Lindell's going to be great. He's already shocked the political universe. Because we launched on the show last week. Remember, they all thought it was a joke. They know it's not a joke now. Because Waltz is going to prison. 18.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
And we have only Warriors are here. Only Warriors. That lovely lady who was just up here a minute ago, that's Segal Chadha. She's the U.S. attorney for Nevada, one of President Trump's hardest. Mike, we're jammed for time. By the way, we trust the plan. Your plan's great. You're burning it up in Minnesota. We just got to put walls in prison, ship out to some mines, and get our money back and go zero on all the new programs, and then you got it. You'll be the greatest governor in Minnesota history. But right now, these folks, they want you to sell them a pillow.
Okay, everybody. Well, you can go to mypillow.com/war room. And we of all the Christmas specials, we're leaving them up for the weekend here for you guys for the War Room Posse, and you get all these specials. We're going to go free shipping on your entire order today. We're putting that back in. Free shipping on your entire order. 800-873-1062. So you guys go to mypillow.com/war room, and there you have the crosses made in the USA, the cross I wear. They're absolutely awesome, on sale, over 50% off. And then you have the My Pillow premiums. And remember, all these products, we have over 250 products. And you guys today, you can also go to mystore.com and use promo code War Room. Over 1,000 entrepreneurs to help small, 100% made in the USA product. Use promo code War Room there too. Help these entrepreneurs during this time. They rely on every year you guys buying their great products, and my employee-owned company, My Pillow, which that you guys have gotten him through all this for the last 4 years, the biggest attack company in history. And you can call them now at 800-873-1062. They're the reasons, and you guys are helping them, and the grace of God that we got through. So now I can go all in to be the next governor of the state of Minnesota. And you guys also there, you can go to MikeLindellGov.com. We need help there. MikeLindellGov.com. And we will make Minnesota great again. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Do you understand the meltdown they're going to have when Mike Lindell wins the governorship of Minnesota? No, think about it. We're all going to get out there and campaign for him. It's going to be wild. He's done a great job. I mean, really, the mainstream media is taking this very seriously because I think he's neck and neck with Walz. And Walz is going to prison. Democrats trying to get him to... Now think, this is how bad the Democrats are. Think about it, and no due diligence. He could have, if you guys hadn't put your shoulder to the wheel and Turning Point and Charlie and everybody, think about it. Walz would be vice president of the United States right now. Not just he's incompetent, a bad guy, and he's goofy, right? But all this theft, the brother's going to prison. I mean, this thing is out of control, and he's trying to run away from it. That shows you they don't care. They're going to give you, in a world that's on fire, a third world war, all of it, they're going to give you Mike Walz. Because remember their logic, he speaks to gun owners, he's a guy's guy. Does Walz strike you as a guy's guy? Isn't he the weird gym teacher you don't want near small children?
10-pound Tim.
Oh, give me a quick, let's get some more interviews. Who we got?
All right, you know my brother. Hi, I'm Aaron from Surprise, Arizona. So thank you for the War Room for waking me up October of 19. That prompted me to apply to be a PC, Dan Schultz experience in 2020. It took 37 months for the GOP locally to approve it. But now the Dallas County GOP has reached out. They need help. Jesse and I will go there in March.
Dallas County and Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas. They need 3,300
Melissa Katz
volunteers.
And that crew there. They're hardcore.
Correct. We've taught hand counts here in Maricopa County the last 3 years. So we have a team ready to go, and we're going to go out there and support them.
Whoa. You've taught hand counts in Maricopa County? Is there a district Maricopa County doesn't have hand counts, do they?
We don't do it at the county level. We do it for internal GOP function.
Okay.
So when we vote for GOP
because Maricopa County is the most corrupt, or one of the most corrupt, stealing, and they're run by Republicans.
Well, Rick Richter was a Democrat with a label of a Republican on him. Okay. So we're going to do the hard work. And there's five primaries in March next year. Those ballots are already being printed.
March in Texas, not in Arizona, Texas.
No,
right.
But I'm saying nationally there's 5 primaries in March. Those ballots are already being printed. We need to get active. This is a day of action. We need to commence midterms 2026 today. Get involved.
All right.
Get involved. Thank you, Admiral.
Hold on. Do you have a site to go to?
I'm just a local guy. I'm on Getter. Follow me at PSU_SIGEP.
When I talk about the War Room Engine Room, there's probably 20, 25 people that over the years have watched the show, I've gotten to know. And so during the show, they're sending us different stuff, telling me what my shortcomings are, right? So we're doing mid-course practice. Yeah, at least I admitted, Ben. Hang on one second. We're going to go back to interview in a second. Okay, Roberg, you were one of the president's lawyers there fighting, right?
I was. I was the 2024 Trump campaign election attorney.
Okay. And we won in 24, right? What were the lessons you learned from 20 that you guys applied to 24 and make sure we didn't get it stolen?
Well, so in 20, I was volunteering, sort of low level. I've been a business attorney in Arizona for close to 20 years, and I learned a lot about the corruption and the messes going on. And so in 24,
hang on. Is he too nice to be Attorney General? You come across a nice guy. Why are you doing this? We need an AG. We need an original gangster AG in Arizona, right? You know, Arizona's so damn. It's a great state with great people. The Democrats and the establishment Republicans have made this one of the most corrupt states in the union, right? They steal elections all the time. So what are you going to do about it?
Let's keep it simple. I was the Trump campaign attorney. I'm sick of the politicians. I'm not a politician. I'm running for Attorney General to finally clean up Arizona's elections. We're going to do it. We need your help. We're going to do it.
So, not to bring up old business, but what do we, and in Georgia, we're going to try to have some of the guys on today in Georgia. In Georgia, they finally, the 300,000, 350,000 ballots, we're closing in on it finally. What are you going to do till we get to the bottom of the stolen 2020 election?
Pretty simple. So we have a federal-only ballot here in Arizona, if you guys know of this, where people who can't prove citizenship, don't show ID, can still vote on the federal ballot. Believe it or not, there are 50,000 people on this list. I'm going to get a hold of the list, I'm going to cross-reference DHS, and I'm going to see who is and who isn't a citizen on that list.
Okay. When President Trump says he has a boatload of information of all the states, and he's going to release it, and Kurt Olson's up there working for him in the White House, do you have any knowledge at all about what's going to happen and what states it's going to talk about?
I'm hearing things. I'm going to let Kurt come out with his own information. Kurt's done a lot of good work, especially here in Arizona, doing a lot of post-election work. And President Trump is on it. He understands the mission. He understands the fight we're all doing. And with the President's help, we're going to solve these election problems in this country.
Is Greg got too much Jimmy Stewart in him? No. Is he tough enough? You think? Okay, I'm going to have him go work the crowd. You got to go and sell this retail. Look, I know this guy. He's tough as boot leather, but he's a gentleman, right? Which is great. But sometimes in these fights, because they're going to come at you with everything they've got. They're going to try to tear you apart, destroy your family, all of it. Knowing that, why do you want to do this? You've got a successful career. You got a great family. You've got friends that think the world of you. Why are you going to put it all on the line to go out there and really have your face ripped off?
Steve, I might be a wolf in sheep's clothing here because I am tough. I'm a fighter. In 2024, when people were under indictment, when people were being canceled, when lawyers were being fired, and they needed someone to step up for the 2024 election, they called me. And I did. I stood up. I served. I'm going to stand up in 2026. I'm going to serve again. And we're going to clean these elections up.
Robert, where do they go for your site?
Go to my X. It's Greg4AZ, at Greg4AZ on X. We just launched a couple weeks ago. You can be one of my first followers. Find election updates, campaign updates, and great updates for the War Room Posse.
Okay, let's go out there and work the crowd. Thank you so much. Greg Roberg, the next Attorney General of the great state of Arizona.
Thank you, Steve.
God, we need one. Who do I have now? Oh, come on up. Thanks, brother. Wow, grab a mic.
We'll let her get in the middle here.
Okay, I brought him. Talk to us. Give us the pitch.
Steve, we just want to say thank you so much. I did 32 months in the D.C. Gulag. I am a January 6er.
Tell us what the Gulag. Let's hear it. Hold on.
I am
3 years. Tell us what the day in the life of a prisoner, somebody that was a patriot that went there and tried to reveal the steal that President Trump's got the information for now. Every day of your life, describe your day.
We had 2 years of solitary confinement. We had
2 years of solitary.
2 years of no visitation with our families. I was flown 1,000 miles from home. I'm from Houston, Texas. I was flown to D.C. on Con Air. Yes, that's a real thing. Thrown in the Gulag. But
they shackled you when you traveled?
Absolutely. We were the only people in the D.C. jail that used to get shackled when we had to go to medical or we had to go anywhere in the jail. The rest of the D.C. inmates are unshackled. So they treated us like the FBI labeled us Tier 1 anti-government extremists. They labeled us domestic terrorists and treated us accordingly.
Who's responsible and who do we have to go after? One of my concerns is you guys have either had your sentence commuted or been pardoned,
yes,
but
sir.
We've seemed to have forgotten there's a whole string of people that made this happen, not just politicians, but I mean people inside the system that made your life hell and went out of their way to make your life hell.
Now, this comes from the top. It comes from the executive office from Biden, but it also comes from the DOJ. It comes from a merger of the executive branch and the media walking in lockstep in perpetrating this acts against just American citizens, just general good people. I'm talking Green Berets, Army Rangers, Marines, regular Army. These are people that have never been in trouble a day in their life, and now they're thrown in solitary confinement, labeled as domestic terrorists. But let me tell you something, Steve. We used to get these little black tablets in there, and we used to watch this show called War Room, and so We had a different branch of the War Room Posse. It was called the Gulag War Room Posse, man.
Did you feel you were a political prisoner at the time?
Absolutely. We almost relished in that because we knew that it would have been one thing to say, okay, you guys went to the Capitol and got a little bit out of hand, but when they tried to crush us under their boot, we knew that our resilience and our families bonding on the outside and uniting, the people getting behind us from War Room Posse, from Cowboy Logic, Don and Donna, shout out to them. They were with us from the beginning.
All right.
Yeah. But with that, when they try to put you through that, you're either going to crumble or you're going to rise. You're going to be in that fire and get forged and get stronger and tougher. And that's what we did. We bonded together, and I can never lose those relationships that I have with those people.
So it was over 3 years?
I did 46 and a half months. I did 1,418 days in federal custody.
Wow. And who was the judge that, who were the lawyers at DOJ that prosecuted you, and who was the judge?
I don't remember the lawyer's name. I know the judge was Judge Mehta. He was one of the D.C. Circuit judges, trash. He's Obama
hanging judge. Obama hanging judge.
Right. They tried to give me, the prosecutors asked for 19 and a half years for me. I went to trial and I said
19 and a half years.
I said I would rather take 10,000 years in jail than ever bend my knee and capitulate to what you people are trying to do to us, because it's wrong. And you just touched on it, Steve. You said you better be ready to this guy who's running for AG in Arizona. You said you better be ready because they're going to throw everything at you. But let me tell you something, Steve. They already threw everything they could throw at me. They canceled me. They took me away from my family. They did everything they could do for me. Same thing with all my brothers and sisters in the Gulag. And they're never going to stop us. They cannot kill us, so we're going to continue to win.
Amen. Short commercial break. We're going to be back in the War Room live from Amfest in just a moment.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-6802 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
The people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told.
Thank you, guys. Audience has been great. You guys been here. So how did you get hooked up with this gnarly group?
Yeah.
You seem so sweet and innocent. Not that these guys aren't.
Yeah, no, you need a firecracker to run this on the outside. I run Stand in the Gap, a nonprofit foundation dedicated to helping January 6th defendants and their families. And it started solely because of the persecution that they went through. 2 years, no visits with their families.
You think this was persecution?
Absolutely.
No doubt.
You know, it wasn't just about the 1,600 January 6th defendants. It was to instill fear into the American people, to say, never question your government, because that's what they did on January 6th. They showed up at the doorstep and said, hey,
you agree with that? That was to intimidate you, no doubt. Were you guys intimidated? You see, that's why you led the country back. They never thought we would ever come back. They thought they'd get you in prison for 16, 18 years. They thought it was over. It was not for people like you to remind folks, hey, we can win this.
Yeah, absolutely. We had to be the voice for them because we truly were the voice for the voiceless. And it was because of people like you, Steve, and the War Room Posse, and Donna, Cowboy Logic, Rob Sig, Parker, that you weren't afraid to put these guys on. They were doing interviews from the D.C. jail. They would cut the phones off because they didn't want you all to know what the truth was of what was happening to them.
And for the War Room Posse, your strength, Julie Kelly was so important in the last 72 hours. Because Julie Kelly had been in court every day, and she talked to the president for 2 hours because you remember the Sunday before on Fox, the VP, it was a little confusing what was being said, and people this audience, they went right on Monday morning. We started the show. They went right to the ramparts. Julie Kelly spent a couple hours with the president that week. We moved the ball forward, but I got to admit, it was Joe Biden pardoning everybody at the end. The president said, "Screw this." All of them. And we're gonna pardon everybody, right? Or commute the sentences. Because Biden and that crowd show you what scumbags they are, particularly the J6 committee. The J6 committee kind of was the mastermind here. They all crawled on their bellies to get preemptive pardons. Preemptive pardons. Pelosi and the whole crowd. So you guys stick around. There's another political prisoner out there right now, Tina Peters. John Case, her lawyer. This is her country lawyer from Denver, but he's pretty damn smart. John, what do you got for us, brother?
Steve, good morning, and thank you to the crowd at Americafest. It's a great honor to be with you. So I spoke with Tina about 20 minutes ago, and she had been in solitary confinement for the last 15 days, which is the longest they can keep you there under prison regulations. And when they released her and took her back to her old unit, she said that inmates cheered her and came out and sang and cheered and thanked her for sticking up for the plight of the inmates at La Vista Prison. What Tina has done is expose the injustices of prison life for the women there. When the prison heard that DOJ had opened an investigation into the conditions at prison, they suddenly went on a cleaning spree. They had the inmates go on a cleaning spree. They were scrubbing black mold off the walls and the areas in the corners. They didn't get more pay, but they had to work longer hours. Thursday and Friday, the entire prison was locked down. Religious services were canceled. The prisoners, when they got out of lockdown, went back to scrubbing mold, replacing tiles, and painting walls that hadn't been painted in years. So clearly they're worried because of what Tina has exposed. And as you know, Steve, and as your crowd knows, Tina was put in prison to intimidate other clerks and Republican voters. What she did is exposed the vulnerabilities in these computer voting systems, which are a menace to our freedoms because they can be manipulated and have been manipulated by foreign actors. And there are Venezuelan whistleblower witnesses who have personal knowledge because they've examined the image that Tina preserved of the Mesa County voting system. They've examined that forensic image and they found the same vulnerabilities in that Mesa County forensic image that was designed into the software of Smartmatic, which was created in Venezuela to rig elections, not only in Venezuela, but around the world, including the United States of America. So I know you're pressed for time, Steve, and so am I, but I would encourage people to go to tinapeters.us, where you can find more information on election integrity. I'm excited for your guest, Greg, who looks like he's going to be a great attorney general in Arizona and clean up the elections there. And for Mike, hopefully he can do the same in Minnesota. And I'd like to echo Charlie's message and Mike's message that when you're talking politics, we should remind people that we are one nation under God. And especially at this time of year, God is love. He became a human being born to Mary in Bethlehem. And we need to carry that message along with the message that we're one nation under God. Thank you, Steve, for having me.
Hey, John, just one more time. Where do people go to support Tina and you?
There's no need to support me. Go to tinapeters.us. And one more thing, Steve. I think your listeners know this story, but I'll tell it again anyway. So I went down to the prison. I had President Trump's pardon with me, the document, and I went to the door and I served it on the person who answered the door and asked for Tina's release. And an official came out and read to me a prepared statement that said the Department of Corrections does not consider President Trump's pardon valid, therefore they will not release Tina Peters. Well, I received an email yesterday from the Colorado Attorney General that they don't consider President Trump's pardon valid.
John, hanger point. John, I want to finish this story. We're going to do it right after the break. Short commercial break. Back with John Case in a moment.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Saturday, 20 December, year of our Lord 2025. We're live. I want to thank you guys. Thank you. We've got this second hour is amazing. We're going to get it all in interviews, all of it. John Case, you want to finish that story? You walked up, you knocked on the prison door, and you gave the presidential pardon. They go, thank you very much, patted you on the head and said, get the hell out of here. What did President Trump do?
Well, he announced that he's going to have the Department of Justice investigate the prison. And it sounds as if he's going to stand up for his pardon. And Steve, we are too. You're going to see a filing next week in a court. And it's going to be very interesting because our legal research shows that President Trump's pardon of Tina Peters is valid. He had the legal constitutional authority to do that. And we think we're going to win. So thank you to all your listeners. And thanks to you, Steve.
Hold it. Hang on. The moment you win, can President Trump send in U.S. Marshals and go get Tina Peters the hell out of there? We're tired. Look, we love you guys, but we've had too many strongly worded letters, etc. If you win in a federal court, can he then just tell the U.S. Marshals, go to Colorado and kick the frickin' door in and get her out? Is that the solution, folks? Are you tired? These are hardworking Americans, man. They're getting radicalized because Polis and the system there is telling you we want Tina Peters as a prisoner. She's 70 years old, a little older than 70. She's a Gold Star mother. She got cancer. She's sleeping on a 2-inch little mattress. You remember, on a steel bed. Prison is made to make you feel uncomfortable 24 hours a day. One thing you have to understand psychologically, when you go in those cell blocks, there's no chairs to sit. They're there to break you psychologically, right? And you put her in solitary confinement for 15 days. I mean, solitary confinement is to break you. They're trying to break a Gold Star mother. There's nothing. Those people are so low. When are we going to send the marshals in? By the way, just send them there, and I'd like to have a standoff. If Polis wants to have a standoff against Trump, U.S. Marshals versus the local guys, bring it. Let's do it. Right?
That's right. Let's do it.
Attica. I'm just kidding. Let's not go there. We're not there yet. We're getting there. John Case, where do people go? Your case next week is going to be filed. You're going to be in federal court when?
Well, I'm not going to disclose what we're going to do or where we're going to do it, but it's going to be next week, and I think people are going to find it very interesting. Go to tinapeters.us. You can learn more there, and you can also donate to support Tina standing up for all of those who stand for election integrity.
Amen. The Matlock of Colorado. John Case. Love you, brother. Real quickly, you've been political prisoner, and you run an organization to help people. Your assessment of Tina Peters' situation?
It sounds exactly like the D.C. jail. When they knew the U.S. Marshals were getting ready to come in there, that's one thing darkness hates, and it's light. And when they know that there's light coming, they would have us scrubbing the black mold off the cells, painting over the black mold. They would come in and fix all the lights, fix everything that was broken. And then it was always just like this big cover-up scheme, and they got the heads up like 72 hours before they were coming, and they always cleaned it up. It was just a mess.
Your organization, one more time, we're going to have you on a regular show. It gets a little rowdy here in these live shows. So
I love it.
We'll be more reflective the next time we have you on. Where do people go?
StandInTheGap.Foundation, and we are going to play the song Anthem of the Free. You can go online, download it. It's $1.29. All of the net proceeds go to help January 6th defendants.
They come to you to help January 6th.
Yes, absolutely.
There's the QR code right there. If y'all will download the song. Streams are great, but download it. Really helps us move up the charts and helps us get broader reach.
Where can people get you?
I'm on Twitter at X at the Real J6 Shane, but I'm with Stand in the Gap Foundation. Go to StandInTheGap.Foundation. We are helping Jan 6ers after pardon. There's been a lot of emotional and mental trauma, and we're trying to help these guys get back on their feet.
Prison 3 and 4 years. What are you talking about? Hellhole? They treated these people. They tried to break them, and guess what? They didn't rat out President Trump. They didn't rat out anybody. They took it, and they didn't bend the knee either.
That's right.
Thank you so much. Let's play the song. We got Ken Paxton next, guys. Thank you so much.
Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Okay, producer. God, there we are. Thank you. We're going to have to roll here in this second half. Let's give it up for. He doesn't even need an introduction. No, folks. Where in the hell would we be if we didn't have Ken Paxton? On the day that Trump got exiled to Mar-a-Lago, remember that? If you're watching the show, we had Boris and those guys, and there wasn't many of them out there in the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base when he took off. We played the Frank Sinatra song. There wasn't many of them on that tarmac, right? You can tell the loyal ones, Boris Epstein, a handful of those guys out there, the rest of them all run for the hills, right, from that first administration. And we did the morning show, and the president left, right at noon when Biden had like 9 people. Remember that farce? He had 9 people, and they had the big white circles. The whole thing was screwed up. In the afternoon show, the 5 o'clock, we started with the Attorney General of Texas. And we said, Attorney General, General Paxton, he says, listen, where the Biden administration is following the Constitution of the United States, we will work with them. In fact, I'll lead working with them. But where they're not, I will be in court the next day. So the next day, Ken Paxton was in court. How many times did you sue? How many times did you sue him?
107 times.
107. I don't know. I don't know where we would be without you, because you were kind of the rock. Texas is so important. You were the rock, and every day you were leading. So talk to us. Why in the hell we need you? Why are you going to the Senate? The Senate, man. The Senate is sleepy. Cornyn, nobody's heard from that guy for 20 years.
40
years. Nobody's heard.
No, look, he's been in office since I was in college, and I turned 63 this month. So it's just time for a change. And I've asked voters in Texas since April the 8th when I got in the race, can you name one good accomplishment of John Cornyn? And do you know how many answers I've gotten? None.
No, zero.
No one answers that question.
No, I follow politics close. I can't name anything Cornyn. He's part of the system, right? He's part of the neoliberal, neocon system.
Absolutely. He's more aligned with Joe Biden. When he helped Joe Biden pass Second Amendment restrictions, that's when his time ended in Texas. I guarantee you that vote and that helping of Joe Biden is what's going to end his career.
So talk to you. Look, you have a whole legion of people who want to help you here. Talk to us. What's the campaign about? Where are you going to go? And how can we help?
Well, it's about, first of all,
people know you. I mean, you're a guy. How do we want to make sure if you want the United States Senate, shouldn't we put Paxton in the U.S. Senate? You would change the filibuster right away?
Absolutely.
Why would you change the filibuster?
Look, we need to have access to our voting, and if we always have to have 60 votes, nothing ever gets done. And you just have to look at the Senate and the House. Nothing ever gets done.
But the Democrats, if they get it, they're going to make D.C. a state. They're going to make Puerto Rico a state. They're going to have 30 justices on the Supreme Court. Is that a protection, or do you think they're going to do it next time they get in?
You know, you never know. All I know is we got to go up there and fight every day that we're there.
Okay. So you're saying flip it now?
Flip it now.
How do people, where do they go? How do you help? You're our guy. We want to know, how do we get, because Cornyn's going to spend how much, $100 million in the primary?
Easily. He's already at about $45 million.
Cornyn spent $45 million, saved himself already. Now, you know all that money comes from small donors.
Yes. Yes, of course it does.
The corporations have this guy lock, stock, and barrel?
Oh, absolutely. And if you look at the way campaign finances are set up, the McCain-Feingold limits challengers to $7,000 a person, which is almost nothing for Texas, whereas the incumbents are really not unlimited. That's why he has That's why he's already spent $45 million.
Rigged deal. Okay. Are you going to go around? I take it right after the new year. You're going to go around.
We'll be all over Texas. KenPaxton.com. We need all the contributions we can get because the Washington money is flowing.
Your
March
primary
3rd.
is March 3rd.
Early voting starts February 17th.
So when we get back from Christmas, we're 45 days away from voting.
Yes.
You hear that, folks?
It's here.
It's here.
So if you have friends in Texas, please encourage them to go vote starting February 17th.
If we did not have General Paxton, I'm telling you, man, this country would be. President Trump would have had 5 times the thing of turn around. You're 107 times.
107 times. We won about 80% of those.
80% of the time. Let's give it up for Attorney General Ken Paxton, the next senator from Texas.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Whoa.
We love Andy.
How did we get? Hold it. How did we get so many respectable people to show up? Oh, it must be the audience. Andy Biggs. Now here's the thing. Ken Paxton is doing a great job as Attorney General. And I actually wanted him to stay as Attorney General, but he said, look, the Senate needs things. He wants to do it. I said, Ken, we'll have your back. You do what you feel you got to do. Biggs. Our guy in the House. If it wasn't for Andy Biggs, you wouldn't have any common sense down there. Now, Biggs, you're going to run for governor.
Yes,
Why are you leaving the House where you're there's not more than 5 or 6 guys in the House that keep the sanity, right? Particularly on the spending. So why are you leaving the House to run for governor?
Well, so there's 2 reasons. Number one, I don't want to make everybody depressed so early in the morning, but is Congress redeemable?
By the way, we refer to it as the Duma.
Yeah, the Duma. Well, it kind of is, right? I mean, so Congress.
How has that happened?
Well, it's happened because of just moral stasis and inertia. This failure to say we have got to exit the path that we're on if we're going to change the country. We tried it. A number of us tried it. I ran for speaker. We got votes. We put up a good fight. We changed personnel. That didn't work. We changed the infrastructure. We changed the rules of the place. That didn't work. So the only thing that's left is the American people have to rise up and say, you must change. We can't continue on, or else you're going to be sitting at $75, $80 trillion of national debt in the next 7 years. Unsustainable.
7 years.
Yes.
Walk me through that. We're going to take you through break. Real quickly, how do we get to... Because I saw an analysis that by 2035 on the path, even with President Trump's growth, by 2035, we'll be paying $2 trillion a year in interest.
Yeah, interest will be the biggest thing we pay. But even when we fix what President Trump's trying to fix, you still have a gap of somewhere around $2.25 and $2.5 trillion a year, every year. And then if you have any kind of inflation, which President Trump has just about licked inflation. But if you keep inflation low, then maybe you're going to be in the 60s. But if you have any kind of Biden-like inflation, which, by the way, is how they're going to deal with this big national debt, Steve.
They're going to inflate their way out of it.
Yeah, fake their way out of it.
They're going to inflate their way out of it and crush you guys, but they'll be able to pay it off nominally, right?
Yeah, because you're paying off with cheap dollars. Cheap dollars. And that's what they're going to do. And then they're going to say everything's fine.
Hang on for a second. We're going to do a short commercial break. Andy's going to stick with us. Congressman Biggs is going to stick with us. We've got a whole cast of characters that come on. Andy Biggs is running for governor of Arizona. Let's give it up. We don't... By the way, isn't Katie Hobbs doing a great job? Doesn't she deserve to go? Katie Hobbs, what a mess. Who can imagine her as governor of Arizona? Unbelievable. Take your phone out. Birch Gold. Text Bannon, BANNON, 989898. End of the dollar empire. Go get yours today. Tell them Steve Bannon sent you. Get your hard copy. Short break. Andy Biggs. Next governor of Arizona next.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed 401ks forever by initiating the process that will allow gold into 401ks. But here's even better news. You don't need to wait for your 401k provider. You can use this strategy today. With a self-directed gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, you can convert your IRA or 401k into an account with all the same tax benefits, but you own something that will be there when you need it. To find out more, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Inside, they will show you exactly how to diversify your IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Do it now before the rest of America jumps in. Click below for your free info kit.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-6802 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
The people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told.
Andy Biggs is running for governor of Arizona. Let's hear it for Andy. Andy, and we got Tom Tiffany. Tom Tiffany's running for governor of Wisconsin. We got all the stars here today. I want you to give us your pitch. We know you're a congressman. Arizona's so screwed up. Katie Hobbs, a disaster. The AG, a disaster. Secretary of State, a disaster. The whole thing, a disaster. This is a red state. Got nothing but a bunch of communists running it. What are you going to do about it?
Here's the bottom line. You all know how important Arizona is to the national political scene. And if you're important to the national political scene, you're important to the national economic viability of this country. And the yo-yos that we have in Congress, they aren't willing to make the change. So Arizona needs to be the leader in the nation, and we need to basically remove the person who's actually killing our great state, and that's the governor, Katie Hobbs. And so you need a governor. You need a governor who's going to say, we're going to turn it around, because if America's going to be saved now, since the Senate's not going to do the filibuster, and if we lose in 2026, guess what? President Trump's agenda is over. We have got to win the House back in 2026, but the Senate's not going to give us all the policy necessary. And if we don't have that policy, then the states better get ready. And I want to be like Joseph in Egypt. Arizona's got to be ready and prepared. So when this fails, should it fail, Arizona will be able to thrive and flourish and be the leader, and we'll look a lot like Egypt prospering in the days of famine.
Andy Biggs for governor.
Thank you all. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for good, man. Merry Christmas, Steve.
Merry Christmas. Is this guy the best? Andy Biggs going from Congress to the governorship to save Arizona. Thank you, brother. Ben Berquam, what do you got?
Hey, Steve, you know, the fight that we have in America is not just an American fight, it's a global fight. I've got Sarah from the Pink Ladies. Sarah, you're in the UK. You were arrested for showing the Union Jack against the Islamists that are invading. Talk to us about how bad it is in the UK right now.
It's really bad in the UK right now. Our government is allowing 2,000 men to come across the channel on rubber dinghies, and they're flying them in as well, and that's without the ones that come on a legal work permit and then don't work, and it turns into illegal immigration. Young women and children are being sexually assaulted, raped and murdered on a weekly basis, and our government don't care about us. They're siding with the Islam, and it really needs to be spoken about. People like myself are called a racist, a fascist, a far-right thug, a Nazi, but the same people that call me a Nazi are calling for death for Jews in the street. England is at breaking point. So, like you said, I'm part of the Pink Lady movement. It's a group of women that are led by women, supported by men. We stand up for the protection of women and children in our local communities.
Hold on. You're one of the Pink Ladies from England.
I am, yes.
Is England so far gone that Nigel Farage can... I mean, aren't you guys hurtling towards a civil war?
We are definitely heading towards a civil war, and I believe that that's what our government wants, because they're going.
What's your warning to America? Because we're going to go down. Glenn Story's going to join us. We're going to go down to Texas. We got a huge problem in Michigan. We got a huge problem in Texas. I need you to give a warning to people in the United States about what happens if you don't take care of this problem early on.
If you don't take care of this right now and deal with it right now, you're doomed. The UK is falling. You mentioned Nigel Farage. However, Nigel Farage is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm part of the largest political growing party right now in the UK that's called Advance UK. And at the end of the day, people who get put into power don't want to make the decisions that are necessary. Ben Habib.
Hang on, we love Nigel, but you're saying you don't think he's tough enough right now. You're making the case it's too far gone for Nigel. You don't need reform. You need almost a revolutionary action inside the government.
We need Advance UK. Nigel is not patriotic enough to do what is needed. He has brought in someone who is a Muslim who is going to ultimately run the country if they get into power. And it's not about being Muslim or anything else. We are a Christian country, and our morals derive from Christianity. So our mission statement for Advance UK is going back to Christianity, doing what's needed, and putting us first as a nation.
Can you tell people what happens when a country's totally de-Christianized? Because this is what Charlie Kirk was fighting here in America. What's a country like on the street level when you're de-Christianized?
It's awful. It's terrible. I feel like I'm vulnerable. I'm fearful for my children when they're out. Young girls are being murdered in our communities, and the mainstream media never ever cover it. It's left down to citizen journalists. We had CNN come over to our country to report that the Pink Ladies was a far-right racist movement. I'd rather they stay in the US.
How did they ever take that you were far-right?
Because they said that we was twisting the facts of 5 women.
We think far right. Actually, we think far right's being pretty spot on here.
Badge of honor.
Yeah, we're far right. Yeah.
Do you know what? But what they said was that the facts were twisted. The facts weren't twisted. What happened was 2 of the men that committed the crimes are British nationals. Being a British national does not mean that you have the same cultural backgrounds as us. Anybody can come to the UK.
You see the warning from England, our mother country. If you don't stop it at the beginning, You're going to have to it's going to go in an ugly place. We want to have you back on. We're in studio. Where do people go to find out about the Pink Ladies?
So the Pink Ladies, you can find us anywhere across the UK, basically. It's just the Pink Ladies Epping or Pink Ladies UK. And then also we need support for Advance UK as well, because we need to get the message out there about Advance. We are the largest growing political party in the UK right now, but we are being silenced because, unfortunately, the deep state of the UK know that we are on the rise, and they know that we will do what is needed, and they are trying to silence us. So mainstream media won't cover us. It's just ridiculous.
We'll get you back.
Keep yourself safe in the US and do what is necessary. Otherwise, you will be like the UK.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, that warning, this is why we have the satellite phone store right here. Talk to us about the satellite phone store. Now that we know there's going to be a civil war in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Satellite phones. So we're sat123.com. We do have a booth here.
You guys will bring all us the great deals that sell out right away.
Yeah,
right.
We do have a booth here. Please visit us.
Where's the booth?
Our booth is out there in the area. Yep. But I do have with me today Steve Slavsovic. He is our first responder that we actually work with a lot of the disasters that happen around the U.S. and the outages that we're seeing. And he can kind of give a little bit of information on what's really happening out there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things that people don't realize is the first things that always go down is your communications. So even like when I worked the border battles, the 6-part docuseries with Charlie Kirk, there was areas out there that are complete dead zones. Right. So when you're moving through those zones, if you don't have an actual sat phone or some sort of sat communications, it's the first things that go down. It's the first thing that if a government wants to shut things down, they're going to jam your signals and stuff's not going to work. The other part of it is everybody thinks they're safe until the bullets start flying. So running a global disaster management and security company, like even these ballistic backpacks, my kids don't go to school without them, right? That's an extra layer of protection. So I know when we team up our gear and we're getting basically ready to go somewhere, our gear is what we count on, from communication to ballistics to whatever it may be. So the main point of it is this, is that if you don't have some sort of alternate communication, you're simply counting on your phone, that's not being prepared.
Right.
You know, so if people want to learn more, I also have on our website, or you can reach out to strategic response partners. I have a disaster plan because my kids have the grab-and-go kits. But if you're here, Satellite Phone Store has their booth here. Pick up your phone.
So you go in here and you're at the booth. Do you have a special deal for us today?
We do. So we are.
Not that our guys like special. By the way, every time we put a special deal, it sells out right away. So get ready. Go ahead.
So yeah, we do. So we have these ballistic bags and other Faraday products, 20% off, and then the phone is for free. You pick it up today. All you have to do is just pay the monthly fee. It is on a 12-month agreement, so you can.
Hold it, for a 12-month agreement, just make monthly payments. You get the free phone.
$1,200 phone for free. Yeah, and also visit us.
This is $1,000. This is $1,200.
Yes. Also visit us. Right there is one of the best doctors that I've ever met in my life, Dr. Williams. She's going to be at our booth to give you information on what EMF and other things are doing to your bodies.
Oh, wow.
And she is there. She will answer any of your questions.
One more time. Where do they go? At Satellite Phone Store. Where do people go right now?
So right now, sat123.com. If you go online, you mentioned Steve Bannon, you'll get 20% off.
Wow.
Or go visit us at our booth, and we can answer any of your questions, or you can pick up the products right at the booth.
Guys, thank you so much. Let's give it up for Satellite Phone. They guys do the best deals for you. Yep. Ben Berkram, what do you got? Is somebody running against Swalwell over there?
Yeah, Eric Fang Swalwell. Tell us your name, where you're running, and what the War Room and the posse, how Steve inspired you to do this.
Okay. So my name is Wendy Huang. I'm running for Congress in Eric Swalwell's district. That's California District 14. And my message is very simple. Keep America for law-abiding citizens first. And this is a priority that we need to keep in Congress. And you know what? It takes more, even though it's easy, but it takes moral courage, because this is a nation with moral and religious people based on biblical principles. So we must have moral courage to do what is right for law-abiding American citizens. And like I said, primary is the most important election.
Where do people get more information and help you?
WendyHuangForCongress.com. And make America godly again. Make America greatest again. Win with Wendy. Thank you.
Yo, are you going to win that seat?
Yes, I will.
Thing. Vote Wendy.
Vote Wendy. When are we going to prosecute Swalwell? Shouldn't Swalwell be in prison?
That's right.
Is that guy leading in like the governor's race? They're going to make him governor of California.
Scumbag.
We need Steve. Where's
Wendy.
Steve Hilton when we need him?
Yes,
okay.
win with Wendy.
Short commercial break. We're going to turn to the war room in just a second.
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down. And the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country. Not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, a movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
The voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The people who never made it home.
Welcome back to AMFest. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being out here so early this morning. Christine Hawkins. That speech you gave last night is so powerful. This is one of the warriors about the whole right to life movement. It's just incredible. I want to just quickly tell us the story. Charlie shot. You hear about it. You're at the University of Montana. You tell some students. They're laughing in your face.
Right.
And then one guy says we're at war.
That's right. Yes, I was actually on campus under our Prove Me Wrong tent doing exactly what Charlie was doing when my phone started buzzing that my friend had been shot. And when I told the students, there were about 150 of them there debating me, that human life had no value in the womb, that shouldn't be protected. When I told them that my friend had been shot, they openly began cheering, dancing, laughing, and one young man raised his fist in the air and said, "This is war." And this was in front of I had 3 cameras on them while we were doing this debate. That was their first instinct.
They're demonic. They're demonic.
It shows the level of depravity of our culture because they don't understand. And I think I was just on Fox talking about Gen Z losing faith in America. The broader problem is they've lost faith. They don't have faith. They don't know who made them and why they were made. And if you don't know why your life is valuable, who made you, that the author of the universe made you and spoke your life into existence for a reason, you're never going to be able to answer the question of why a temporarily inconvenient human that you can't see inside of your womb is worthy of sacrifice for maybe 9 months.
So tell us at Turning Point, what are you doing to correct that? What's the action plan?
We are honored at Students for Life America to work with Turning Point chapters. We have 1,600 chapters.
1,600.
Students for Life chapters on college and high school campuses across the country. But we are honored. We work with hundreds of Turning Point chapters to bring the pro-life message to campuses. Because abortion is human sacrifice. The feminist movement has lied to women, telling them they must sacrifice their children, their offspring, in order to be equal to men, and that they'll never advance in life unless they have access to special surgery that literally dismembers children, 1 million children a year. Now, 700,000 of those children, they're actually aborted in our toilet bowls. They're being flushed down our toilets. We've proven that when this happens, those children and the blood and the placental material that's also flushed is actually poisoning our own water. It's getting into our drinking water, anti-progesterone metabolites. But this is what happens when you embrace child sacrifice. And we have to be a culture that says no more human child sacrifice. And so that's what's so key, because until we win on this issue, a lot of the other issues that we care about as conservatives, we're never going to win on, because this is the core issue.
Wow.
Do humans matter?
Where do people go at Turning Point, your social media, where do they go to find out more about Students for Life?
StudentsForLife.org. I'm Kristen Mercer Hawkins on X and on Instagram.
Hawkins, you got a tough fight ahead of you.
I do.
This culture is so off track. You got a tough fight. You may have the toughest fight. Let's give it up for Hawkins.
Yeah, pray for me.
Ben Burkholm, what do you got?
Thanks. We got some great patriots out here, Steve. Tell me your name, where you're from, and what's your message, Steve?
Mary McFarland. I'm a precinct committeeman for the Republican Party, Maricopa County. And I just wanted to let Steve know that we did suffer from lawfare during the 2020 election. One of my co-PCs was threatened with being arrested while her husband was dying of cancer. She plea dealed, and she also, I think, signed a non-disclosure agreement, but I didn't. So I just wanted to let you know that we're still working very hard. We helped get President Trump elected. Hopefully we'll get Andy Biggs elected. Hopefully we'll get rid of all of the deep state that is present in Arizona.
Did you get your start from War Room? Is that what drove you to be a PC?
Actually, I got my start from Charlie Kirk. I came from Illinois.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where do you go? What's your social media? What's your website?
I don't have it. We're just precinct committeemen for the Republican Party, Maricopa County.
By the way, they embraced you with open arms, didn't they? The establishment?
Well, you know, we're grassroots MAGA. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
But
Amen.
They did.
Thank you, girl. Appreciate you. Tom Tiffany's here. We've got 2 guys from Congress running for governor. Why are you running for governor of Wisconsin?
We're going to save Wisconsin. We're going to save. We saved America in 2024. Do you remember President Trump? What took him over 270? The state of Wisconsin. We took him over 270, Steve. We need to do the same in Wisconsin in 2026. Let's save it for America.
By the way, the people in Wisconsin, because we would always have you on the show, you're in the Darien Gap, you were down there. The people in Wisconsin, did they believe what was happening down there?
No, it took repetition, and now it's finally dawned on them. So this is how Steve and I met. I went down to the Darien Gap in 2021 in the middle of the International Organization for Migration, the UN outfit. They were pumping people into America. They started the pipeline from the Darien Gap all the way up. We went down in a little canoe, dugout canoe, right to the Darien Gap, and we showed America what was happening.
And the people in Wisconsin, we know that shifted the election, but the people in Wisconsin realized how bad it was?
They didn't. They didn't, but, every state was a border state. Not anymore, is it? Yeah. No longer.
How are you going to win the governorship? Hasn't Wisconsin become too progressive?
We're going to deliver a strong message. So I think the states are making a choice at this point, Steve. Are you going to be one of the woke and broke like Minnesota and Illinois, or are you going to be one of the prosperous states of America? That's the choice they're going to be making.
People are going to see it in that kind of black and white.
I think they're going to see it in black and white if we deliver the message. If we're Democrat light, they're going to vote for Democrats. We're going to paint with clear contrast in 2026.
So what are the 2 or 3 things in Wisconsin, quickly, what are 2 or 3 things that are going to hit the voters that know that, hey, we're going to govern differently?
Proud educational background in the state of Wisconsin. We are in free fall. We have fallen behind Mississippi in educational attainment in Wisconsin. We have among the highest energy costs. We used to be among the lowest, and we are now one of the 10 worst states to start a business. You wonder why you get brain drain in a state? It's when you have a lousy business environment. We're going to put the open for business sign back up in Wisconsin.
Are you a cheesehead?
I am a proud cheesehead. Hey, go Pack. They're on tonight, man.
Let's give it up for Tom Tiffany. What's your website? Where do people go?
TomTiffany.com, and be sure to look at our social media at TomTiffanyWI.
Ask Biggs the same question. Why are you leaving Congress? You're one of the few good guys there. Why are you leaving Congress?
Oh, I love Congress, but I think the governors can get so much done. We need good executives across the state of, across America, because not only should we win in 2026, but it will help us win again in 2028.
Wow. Tom, one more time, where do people go?
Tom Tiffany at TomTiffanyWI or TomTiffany.com.
Let's give it up for Governor Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Appreciate you.
Ben Bergquam.
All right, we're keeping it going out here. Tell me, you've been waiting since yesterday. Tell me your name, your inspiration.
My inspiration is Steve Bannon. I worked for the ex-mayor and governor of Tennessee, and I was going to go to J6, and I did not go because I thought I was going to be fired. Well, fast forward to COVID. After 21 and a half years as a household mom, no, the household man, one of the managers there. I got fired for not taking the vaccine. I'm a little nervous, but anyways, I saw Steve last year at the People's Convention, and I told him my story. I gave him my CDs right before he went into prison, and he said he wanted me to be on his show. And this is my book, Wounded Vessel, and I have a copy for Steve, a signed copy for him. So
God bless you.
I'm happy to be here. God bless you. All right, thank you.
And Steve, we've got this young man over here. He came up yesterday as well. Tell me your story real quick.
Yeah, so my name's Austin Shelley, and I'm a 16-year-old high school student from Rochester, New York. And Thank you. I'm trying to start a Turning Point chapter at my school. And now I say trying. I go to a private Catholic Jesuit school. The Jesuit order has blocked my school from allowing a Turning Point club. They've threatened to take away my school's Jesuit name and the school's Jesuit funding if they were to allow a Turning Point club.
Okay, hang on a second. We need to get your information afterwards. Right? I went to a military prep school that there were Benedictines, but the Jesuits, they're so far left, it's unsaid. They won't let you start a Turning Point chapter?
No, they won't. They won't allow it. And it's not the school. It's the Jesuit order. The Jesuit order threatened to take away my school's funding and the Jesuit name for my school.
I want you to stick around. We'll get all your information. We'll go after this.
All right.
Okay, let's give it up for Patriot Mobile. Now, you're here to announce a very special. You're getting us in real trouble on 9 January for the fight over the state of Texas. Tell us what we're going to do.
Well, very simple. You know, we were on a call a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and, you know, Steve asked the question, what's the biggest threat in Texas? It's very simple. It's the Islamification of the state of Texas. And we were talking.
Is that an actual thing, or is that just a bunch of conspiracy theorists, theoretical? No, it can't be. It's just you guys just have to have another conspiracy to go after, right?
Right. There's 30 new mosques in our neighborhoods in North Texas. And you know what?
In North Texas.
Yeah, in North Texas. And hey, we believe in the freedom of religion, right? I don't care if you're Sikh, Hindu, Jewish, Christian. I happen to be a Christian. I put God first. We rely on His truth and our faith in Him. But at the end of the day, I want you to be able to worship freely, right? But when you come into our country and say, hey, if you don't assimilate to our way of things, we're coming after you. Well, dude, I got to tell you, the state of Texas has the world's largest army right now. We're not in here to fight, but we're going to honor our Creator in everything and glorify Him in everything.
Let's give it up. So what on the 9th of January, what are we going to do?
All right, so Steve, you brought us a great opportunity, and so we have Geert Wilders. Do I saying his name right?
Geert Wilders from Holland, who's the biggest anti-Islamist fighter in the world. And this guy's hardcore.
Hardcore. So Steve is helping to bring him to Texas, and he came to Glenn and he says, I've got this great opportunity, and this is someone that everyone in North Texas has to hear from and learn from. And Glenn came to me and he told me he was going to do this, and I went, oh my goodness, how are we going to do this? I went to bed. I got to tell you, I went to bed a little fearful. And I woke up in the middle of the night and God spoke to me and He said, I'm going to build you a coalition. So I said, okay, God, I'll do this. I said yes.
Wow.
And I don't know, a couple days later, I was at an event. I was at the Park Cities Women's Republican Club. And I said, I'm thinking about doing this. What do you think? She goes, I'm on board. I said, thank you. Then we went to a Dallas County event, talked to Alan West. He said, gosh, I'm on board. The next thing you know, we have 15 Texas organizations
All right.
that put their logo on this invitation because the grassroots wants this to be done.
All right. Now, is there tickets? Can people come to this event? Where do people go?
So
the 9th is 3 or 4 weeks away.
That's right. So it's at www.patriotmobile/SaveTexas. And there's a form there. Now, you have to fill out the form because of security reasons. You will be vetted. And if you're, vetted, then you also pay for a ticket. And that's how you get it.
We're going to have on the Monday show. We got a little more time. We're going to go through the whole thing. The events. We're going to have other speakers, other events. Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is the best. Stop giving your money to companies that hate you. These guys have your back. A Christian conservative mobile company.
That's right.
972-PATRIOT. You'll talk to a hillbilly with an East Texas accent, but a U.S. citizen to talk you through everything. Love you guys. Let's give it up for Patriot Mobile.
Hey, thank you guys. Hey, we love the War Room Posse. And by the way, it's not just East Texas hillbillies. It's rednecks like me. So come on, baby.
Short commercial break. Back to Amfest in a moment.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed 401ks forever by initiating the process that will allow gold into 401ks. But here's even better news. You don't need to wait for your 401k provider. You can use this strategy today. With a self-directed gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, you can convert your IRA or 401k into an account with all the same tax benefits, but you own something that will be there when you need it. To find out more, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Inside, they will show you exactly how to diversify your IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Do it now before the rest of America jumps in. Click below for your free info kit.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-6802 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Number one song in the country today, okay? Welcome back. Ed Tarpley was the lawyer for Stewart Rhodes. That was a heavy lift.
Yes, indeed.
Never went in the Capitol, right?
Stewart Rhodes never went into the Capitol. There was never a plan to go into the Capitol. He was out there that day on his cell phone, and the Department of Justice completely lied about what Stewart Rhodes did. It was a travesty. There's no question about it.
Are we prosecuting anybody in the Justice Department for this?
Absolutely not, and that is unbelievable.
Shouldn't we be prosecuting these folks? Stewart Rhodes in a kangaroo court got how many years?
Stewart Rhodes got 18 years. He never went in the Capitol. He never told anybody to go into the Capitol.
You think if we prosecuted the people that prosecuted him, we'd win and send them to prison?
Let me tell you what. Frankly, in Washington, D.C., probably not. But let me
because of those jury, but anywhere else.
Let me tell you, anywhere else in the country, yes. But let me tell you something. We need to make the effort. We need to do it whether you win or not. We've got to make the effort to bring these people to justice, Steve.
Amen. You got a website or social media?
Ed Tarpley on X and Ed Tarpley on Facebook.
From Louisiana, right?
Absolutely.
If we took the prosecutor's court and tried them in Louisiana, would we win?
Hey, let me tell you what. It would not only would you win, we'd put the guys under the jail.
Right. Alan Dos Santos, President Bolsonaro, you're from Brazil, you're one of Bolsonaro's closest advisors. Tell me about how many years does he have in prison, and when are we going to get him out?
Sid, thank you for having me here. Bolsonaro is being tortured in prison with no crime, and what did to him is what they wanted to do with Trump. So the Supreme Court put Bolsonaro for prison for 27 years. 27 years with no crime. He shouldn't be judged by the Supreme Court. That's not his jurisdiction after he's not a president anymore. But they kept him in prison to put Brazil in China's hand. That's what they wanted. They want to break the partnership between the United States and Brazil and put China in the whole South America.
What do we need to do? What does this organization, what does the War and Posse need to do to tell President Trump to do to free Bolsonaro? What's action that we have to take?
We need to make the Big Four? Are you guys paying high price for beef?
Yeah, JBS.
So the JBS and another company, there are just 4 companies in America. 2 of them are Brazilians, corrupted. They already have fines to pay in Brazil and in the United States. And they are controlling You
want us to call and get those guys investigated? Are they working with
JBS need to be investigated.
They're working with Lula to keep Bolsonaro in prison?
Yes.
What's your social media? How do people find out more about Bolsonaro? We'll have you on next week when we got more time.
On Timeline. You just type Timeline, Conversation. It's in Portuguese on YouTube. And on X,
Are we going to get Bolsonaro out?
We need to. We have to.
Javier, you're Rav Espanol. What kind of stories you're going to be covering? You covering Bolsonaro?
Thanks for having me. We interview Bolsonaro. My media is censored in Brazil. I'm from Spain. We are losing Europe. We are being invaded by illegal immigrants. I came to United States to defend the Western values, to help Trump to reach the Hispanic communities, because we have lost New York City. We have lost Miami because of the Hispanic voters, because we have a lot of Hispanic media outlets that they publish fake news against Trump, and I decided to invest here with Rappers Espanol every Sunday, 8 in the afternoon, with Rob Six and Parker Sear, to defend the Trump administration, to tell that the ICE operation are good, law and order. We need that, and we are helping Milei, Bolsonaro, and other leaders against the agenda woke. Thank you very much.
We're going to push it back. Burquam, you got a new book coming out.
Yeah, two big announcements. We are thinking about what we can do to help ICE, Border Patrol, law enforcement. Our organization, nonprofit 501c3, Frontline America Foundation.org is there to help them. I'm wearing the ICE hat I got from Houston. If you want to support ICE, Border Patrol, and everything that they're doing, FrontlineAmericaFoundation.org. And the big announcement, write my first book along with War Room Publishing, Step Into Fear. It's about the journey from addiction to where I'm standing today, and how everybody, if you follow God's path and you step into the fear, you can do the exact same thing.
The first 3 chapters are how I made a man out of Ben Burquam. Ben Burquam's the best. Okay. Grace, are you coming in from the party last night, or you're here? I mean,
I'm doing the walk of shame, guys.
Whoa!
I'm kidding.
Grace, okay, we got 2 minutes. Merch, Bill Blaster, all of it. And we're going to be doing 1 o'clock at noon or 1 o'clock? Noon. We're going to be doing a meet and greet.
And 122.
And 122.
A, B, and C.
At noon with Dan Flett in the book. Let's roll.
So just wanted to give a quick personal story that Maureen and I experienced. When Steve before he went to prison, we kept on asking him, do you want to organize? Do you want to talk about what to do? And he would ignore us, even days before going in. And we heard the same message that the entire war room posse in the world did, which was next man up. So it's not just merch, but it was a moment. It's iconic. And Amen. Go to shopwarroom.org. That was designed by Jenna, deplorable artist woman. So as Steve said last night, we got to win 2026, just like Charlie when he said next man up. Everyone here,
if you guys have ideas of merch, just come and get it to the team. We're taking ideas right now. We think of some fantastic ideas.
And the phrase, as you guys know, came, when we stormed the beaches of Normandy and one man went down, you couldn't rely on just that one man, or in that case, man, not woman. But, when he went away for 4 months, everyone else had to step up, and I think we did a great job.
You going to give me a review now?
He gave us no instructions. Look, I am not kidding.
I didn't, because it's like Charlie. You don't know when you're going to exit. You can't. They come to me. Oh, what do we do? What do we do? You figure it out, right? We're self-organizing. You guys have done it. You are the greatest political force this country's had in 250 years.
Amen.
Why do you think all the media throughout the world is here, right? They're afraid of you. In the last 10 years, you've won 7 of 8 national elections. They never talk about it. That's where they fear you. That's where they're here at Amfest. We're going to make it 8 of 9 in 26, right? The hardest year we have is in front of us, okay? And you guys, you're not going to go in your corner and suck your thumb. What are we going to do? We're going to tell them, next man up! 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 Have a great weekend. We'll see you at the.
Remember, 12 to 1 in room 122 A, B, and C.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men.
The anthem of the free.
Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
The anthem of the free.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch Season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Live from Phoenix, Arizona, this is Americafest. Turning Point USA brings you the voices shaping the future of this nation as we honor the legacy of Charlie Kirk and ignite the next generation of American leadership. Featuring Vice President J.D. Vance, Erica Kirk, and RAV's very own Steve Bannon and Jack Posobiec. This is where faith, freedom, and the America First movement collide. Americafest starts now.
Well, welcome to AmFest 2025 Day 3. Our coverage here of Real America's Voice. Thank you guys so much for being here. We are on Day 3. I'm Bo Davidson alongside the great Ben Bergquam and the great Brian Glenn. We are B-cubed, 3 Bs today? What do you think? What's a good moniker for it?
What they call it, the Killer Bees.
Killer Bees.
The Killer Bees.
Killer Bees.
We're the
I like
Killer
that even
Bees.
better.
We're not the Bee Squad. We're the Killer Bees, baby.
Well, we are excited for day 3. A lot of great speakers coming up today. We're going to be bringing you coverage all day with all the speakers that are going to be live from the stage. Ben and Brian, we've seen 2 days of coverage now. I want to revisit with both of you, especially you, Ben. You kind of want to make some comments about what you hoped might come out of this event, because we didn't really know what to expect. I kind of thought we might come in and see maybe even a melancholy or somber expression, and I have not seen that at all.
No, it was interesting the first day when we came in here, even the intro to the ceremony, no idea what to expect. By the way, if you're here in the crowd, we're doing crowd interviews. This entire thing, Real America's Voice News, is all about real American voices. So I'm going to be back in the crowd in the next segment talking to the folks. If you're watching and you're here at the event, come join us at the booth. We've got a great lineup over here already set up. And that's what this is about. It's about American people coming together. I always say these are like family reunions. It's just one of our family members, the leader of the movement, died, got assassinated. And so you're coming to this thing thinking, is this going to be a memorial or what is it going to be? And, I think Turning Point did such an amazing job at setting the stage and the pace and the expectations on the intro. Having Charlie Kirk intro Erica, it was the spirit of Charlie Kirk is here. His body may be gone, his body may be in heaven, join the Lord, but his spirit is here, and you feel it in everything. Now, of course, there are some there's some, the beauty of conservatism is we're not groupthink. We allow people to think for themselves and speak for themselves, and we compete in the arena of ideas. And so that's really what the stage has been. You had Ben Shapiro come out and throw a couple bombs, and then Tucker came out and kind of, responded to that. And then you had Steve Bannon, and we knew this, our very own Steve Bannon last night, come out and just nuke Ben Shapiro. And then Megyn Kelly with Jack Posobiec last night was so, she's just so articulate and concise, the whole entire thing. But to me, every single one of these events, it's not about the speakers on stage. It's about the people that come to them and what they get out of these events and what they take back with them to their homes that then becomes the fruit that we see in our society. And so that's the most important out of all of this. I don't even care what's said. I love Steve. He's our leader. He's the patriarch. I'm writing a book for War Room that, all of this stuff that's happening, none of that really matters if it doesn't impact culture. And that's really what we're here for.
And Brian, you have to interface with most of the politicians and leaders of our country on a daily basis, but now you're seeing the people and the movement extending post-Charlie Kirk. What are you seeing?
Well, my thoughts on that started on Thursday at 1 o'clock, the opening day. How packed it was already on a Thursday, on a work day, on a school day. They were still here. And then, of course, you got all the production of Turning Point. When you go to a Turning Point event, it looks like Motley Crue's about to step on stage. You got the pyro, you got the lights. Yeah. That builds a lot of emotion. Kicking it off with Erica Kirk, sending the message of hope, inspiration, having Ben Shapiro, having Tucker Carlson, having that dialogue go on. That was my takeaway from the first night, was saying, okay, this is where we're at. Yep. Night 2, the next man up motto, I think really carries us through the rest of this conference and the message that needs to go to the youth of here in America.
And Ben, let's talk about faith for a moment, too, because we saw Dr. Ben Carson yesterday. We've seen some great faith leaders speak. We had Lance Wallnau join us yesterday. I thought he articulated a message incredibly well just about where faith is going to go. Tell me if you think that after Charlie passed, there was obviously this moment of revival that was happening. It was palpable. Yeah. It was palpable all across the world. And then I hate to say it, but I feel like some of the infighting has sucked some of the air out of that balloon. Yeah. How do you take that and make it good for God's glory?
Well, speaking of God's journey, from my journey, crack addiction 10 years ago to where I stand today, going through the jungles. And again, that's why we're working on this book, to tell that story, to give people hope and inspiration. Along that journey, I met Lance Wallnau before I ever knew Rav. And you look at a guy like Lance Wallnau. I met him in Canada at a men's revival talking about the 7 mountains. And I'm like, man, this guy's got it. The 7 pillars of our society that impact everything. And the left has controlled those for decades. We always talked about, we're playing with different rules. We weren't playing with different rules. We were playing different games. The left had taken over every area of society, and we weren't even in the fight. Now we're back in the fight, but all of that hinges on our foundation of faith, that Christ is the rock, that made this nation, that blessed this nation, that started this nation, that inspired our founders, our Constitution, our Declaration. Everything that set this foundation was based on that Judeo-Christian value and mindset. And Charlie, and especially in the last few years, Charlie's life exemplified that. And to me, that's what this is all about. His death launched a revival, and you really can't call it a revival yet. It launched a faith movement, but you're right. Almost as quickly, the devil came in, and you started seeing the two things I always warn against, division and distraction. As soon as I started seeing people like Candace Owens come out and start attacking, I thought, okay, here comes the devil sticking in. Now, granted, I also have questions about all of it, and I think we all need to have legitimate questions. The problem becomes when those questions become divisive intentionally to destroy what God's move is doing. But you can't stop what God is doing. And I believe that the fruit that we're going to see out of Charlie Kirk's death, the memorial, and what Turning Point is growing into, it's not going to be stopped. This is just the beginning of that move of God across the nation. And it wasn't just the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We've been seeing that over the years. Even you look at Islamic country, we're talking about the Islamization of America and the Islamization of the West. Well, there is a revival, a God revival, a Christ revival happening in the Middle East right now that people don't talk about. People coming to faith in Christ through dreams. People that in Iran that have never heard the gospel, waking up to Christ. That have never heard of it. And so there is a battle in the world right now. It is good versus evil. It is God versus the devil. And that is, to me, everything hinges on that. Our primary focus needs to be the gospel, and then everything else grows from that. If it's just political, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree. Amen to that. And many of us might have walked past some of the protesters that were across the street, just a small group of them. And I thought to myself, they are missing out on probably the most important information they could ever have in their life. And that is talking about faith, Amen. God, trust, salvation, Amen. What Jesus died on the cross for you, all these things that have grounded us as individuals. And I didn't yell at them. I didn't take a video. I didn't do anything. I didn't mock them. I prayed for them.
Amen.
And I think that's what we need to do when we find people that's in our face with a lot of division and hate in their heart. Pray for them.
And I want to jump on this real quick. The network. You know, I came to this network. I ran into, a lot of people don't know this story. Rob Sig, our owner, he's here at this event. Amazing guy. I bumped into him. We ran into shoulders at CPAC 7 years ago, 6 years. We're debating on whether it was 6 or 7 years ago. It was a long time ago. And we prayed together. And that meeting is why I'm standing here today. And this network, God inspired through Rob Sig, through men. God uses men to advance his kingdom. And you think about that, the inspiration that this network has done or has had. Every single one of you, everyone watching, everyone here can have that same impact. We just have to take that little spark, turn it into the flame. But I am so honored to work for a network that allows me to be honest, allows me to be authentic, allows me to preach what God has called us to preach.
Likewise, Ben, and I worked for a network back in, I guess it was 2018, 2019, that certainly was no follower of God. And I had to be the one Christian conservative on a panel, almost like The View. And it was tough. It was very difficult, but I learned what the stake of the battle is. And I learned and I've worked for other networks that, again, were not glorifying God whatsoever. So I'm with you in that it's wonderful to work for a network that actually praises God, that puts him at the center of our lives. Thank you to Rob Sig for that. And on that note, Ben, I would love, if you would, since I think this is so important to do for everyone that's here and watching, would you pray
Absolutely.
Just for us? Because
Absolutely.
I think it's important to set the tone, if you would.
Lord, we bring this day to you. We bring every moment to you. We start by blessing you and thanking you for every blessing that you give to us. Everything good in our life comes from you, Lord, and everything bad in our life is a learning opportunity for us, Lord. So we thank you for the good. We thank you for the bad. We thank you for it all. We pray against the principalities and powers of darkness, Lord. We call on your warring angels to go before us. They're here with us now, Lord. We loose them into this place, into this arena, and especially what Brian was talking about, out into the people in the streets that need you the most, the misery that's out there, Lord. We send it. We cast it out. We'd say, Lord, go and let us be your eyes and your ears and your light in the world. We pray against the principalities and powers of darkness that want to silence us, and we break those chains. Anyone that's held in bondage of addiction, Lord, we break those chains. Let us be light in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Absolutely. And see, I think that's just the way we have to start out today's coverage. I think it's the way we should frankly start out every day.
A lot of people don't know, on American Sunrise, David Brody
Every day.
praise every day before we go on air.
Every day.
And then, of course, we follow it up with a Bible verse before they come out to me at the White House.
And that's how you should start your day. We're running out of time here. I'm going to jump out into the crowd. But this is the thing. You can choose to be miserable, or you can choose to be joyful. Every single day, wake up, be thankful for what you have, start your day with thanksgiving, and then let the Lord lead you.
Amen.
We will be right back, and Ben's going to be in the crowd, so make sure you go see him, okay? We'll be right back, guys.
Who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty, justice for all.
I was born with idiopathic infantile scoliosis. I've had 17 surgeries.
I was born missing my lower right foot.
I was born 10 weeks early without my left arm.
I have osteogenesis imperfecta. I've broken over 70 bones in my lifetime.
With my polio, I have tough days and my pain just pops out of nowhere. There's nothing to be afraid of because all the doctors are all so nice.
Most people think, oh, it's the medical side of things at Shriners Hospital, but for me, it's the confidence that I've gotten.
When somebody sees these commercials, there'll be a phone number on the screen, and all they have to do is call and make a donation to help kids like me.
Thanks to a generous donor, your gift will have 3 times the impact to help more kids.
When you join with us, we'll send you one of these adorable blankets as a thank you and a reminder of all the abilities you are helping make possible.
We have so much to celebrate this time of year. Please call or go to loveshiners.org. Your first gift of $19 a month will have 3 times the impact in the lives of kids like me.
You are the best you because Shriners has given you the confidence that you need.
It's just really cool knowing that you're part of something bigger than yourself.
Shriners has given so much to us, and we have a mission and we have a goal that we want to help more kids.
From all of us at Shriners Hospitals for Children, Merry Christmas. Please call the number on your screen or go to loveshiners.org. If operators are busy, please call again. And when you become a monthly donor, your first gift will have 3 times the impact to help more kids.
Thank you for giving.
Well, welcome back to Americafest 2025 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Bo Davidson alongside Benny Ray Harmony and Brian Glenn. We are the Killer Bees, as we have been dubbed. I believe, is that's correct, Brian?
That center spot just got a lot better, I gotta say. That's
the fourth would be Ben Bergquam.
That was a good switch out.
That was a good switch, I gotta say.
Well, Ben, tell us who you have out there. I know you've been meeting and greeting a lot of the folks that come up and talk to you, fans of RAV, people who are here for AmFest. Who do you have out there today?
Well, I've got a special young lady over here. Before we go there, I've had this special young lady over here, been waiting for 2 hours. Tell me your name. Why are you here? Why this matters?
So I'm here partly for the Bannon rants. I love them. And
I think we all do.
We need more. Yeah. So mostly what I'm here for is to say the bottom line of everything we're dealing with is election fraud. We need election validity. I'm state director in Michigan for an organization called Unite for Freedom. We are in 35 states. We have so much data showing how corrupt our elections are. It's crazy, and we need to fix them. We need more people. You can see all the information at unite4freedom.com. My name's Kimberly. I'm in Michigan, and so our director, Harry Howery, he used to work for the NSA. His resume is stellar. He saw that they were doing a color revolution out in the United States. Absolutely. And he said, whoa, we got to stop. Yep. So now he's our director trying to fix our elections. Everyone needs to get involved.
Yeah, if we don't have sovereign borders and we don't have sovereign elections, we don't have a country.
And the other
One more time on the website where they can go.
It's Unite the number 4 freedom, and everyone who needs to pray, just like you guys were just saying too.
Amen.
Prayer. Get the Muslims saved.
Amen. That's it. No, you're right. That's it. Bring the gospel everywhere. All right, I'm coming down here. Is it Maybell? Am I pronouncing that right? All right, Maybell, you got a cast over there. I take it you're kind of a risky person?
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
Somebody stepped on it on accident.
They stepped on your arm?
Yeah, at school in PE.
What? Well, is it healing better?
Yeah.
How much longer you got to have the cast?
I don't know.
Is it itchy?
Mom. January 6th.
January 6th. That's perfect. That's perfect timing. Celebration. We celebrate the January 6ers. By the way, we got the new Anthem of the Free. Did you hear that song we're playing out there to start the show? You guys got to download that. Go to iTunes. Anthem of the Free. Download it. It's $1.29. Everybody watching, download the song. Make it number 1 on all genres. You're going to celebrate getting your cast off. But you're here at this event. How old are you?
8.
You're 8 years old. Is this your first AmFest?
Yes.
What do you think? Are you having a good time?
Kind of.
Is it boring or is it fun?
Fun and boring because there's kind of a lot of people and I'm kind of nervous.
Yeah, well, you're doing an amazing job. What was your most fun part so far? Besides meeting me, was that the most fun? Second most. Okay. Anything else? Have you seen the Border Patrol booth or the ICE booth in the other vendor spots?
No.
You got to go over there. You got to go. Do me a favor. Will you go to the Border Patrol and ICE and say thank you for your service?
Okay.
What do you think of President Trump?
I like him.
You like him?
He's the best president.
Amen. Well, God bless you. Lord, I bring Maybell to you. All the children that are here, Lord, bless and keep them. Make your face to shine upon them. Be gracious unto them. Lift up your countenance upon them. Give them your peace and raise them into the warriors that you have for this next generation. In Jesus' name. God bless you, Maybell. I'm going to high five this arm. All right. God bless you. All right, guys. We got much more out here. We're going to keep rocking it. But I got to say, again, the rose between the thorns.
All right, well, we got a special guest we're bringing in here. This is how we produce television on the fly. Let me make sure this mic is turned on for you. If you guys would make sure this mic is turned on. Mike Collins represents Georgia's 10th Congressional District.
That's right. Go Dogs.
Go Dogs. You know you're from Georgia if you lead with Go Dogs.
That's it.
If you don't, then you're probably not a true Georgian. You're running for Senate.
That's right. Exactly right. I'm running for the U.S. Senate, and we're going to take care of a problem next November. That is California's 3rd U.S. Senator, and that is Jon Ossoff. We're going to send him packing.
You say California.
Yeah.
Because he's not a Go Dogs Georgia guy.
He's not a Georgia guy.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about what the game plan looks ahead. I know we've been talking a lot. Bo and Benny's been talking about, the midterms and what the messaging needs to be. What are Americans, what are they needing to hear from Congress and from people running for other elections?
No, I think they need to hear the same thing that they're going to continue to see, and that is we are making America safer, and we're going to make America more affordable for them, especially these young people out there, these young people that have had their jobs stolen from global labor, these young people that can't buy homes because the interest rates are too high, inflation has been too high. And you take a look at what we've been doing so far, Brian. We have gotten the energy costs coming down, food prices are coming down. You're going to see a lot more affordability between now and the midterm election. But the midterm election, in a nutshell, is turnout. It's all about turnout.
Yeah, Bo.
Representative Collins, I'm curious to know what factors do you think led to Jon Ossoff getting elected, and what can you do to turn that around for Georgians? What do they need to be paying attention to?
As most people know, he was elected in 2020. And we know how the elections went in Georgia for 2020. As a matter of fact, I think we're seeing more and more information come out right now out of Fulton County on what has been going on during that election cycle. And as somebody that was in the private sector in 2020, who was also the chairman of a little Republican Party, I worked those polls. So I was there, and I saw how things were going on. So the whole election cycle is different. We fixed a lot of our problems there in the state of Georgia, cleaned up voter rolls, and got rid of those stupid drop boxes. And we quit mailing out absentee ballots to everybody and their pets. And so now we're going to have a true election. And you're going to find out that the state of Georgia is not blue, it's not purple, but it is solid Donald Trump red.
Yeah, I truly agree. For someone who spends a lot of time in Georgia, I can back you up on that. But as far as the Fulton County report, they admit that those 11,800 ballots were complete bogus. But what can we do to make sure that we don't get another 11,800 bogus ballots in the next election?
You continue to do the same thing that we did during the last election cycle and the general election. You show up and you work. You help work those polls. The more people that we can push into the polling to make sure that things are done right and that you become more aware of how the election cycle works, then the safer that these elections will be.
Representative, I'm curious. I'm sorry, Ben.
No, you're good. You're good.
I just wanted to ask about affordability, because I know that term comes up so often. And we're having to take some time and be patient. Brian, as you and I talked about tariffs, how long things will take. For Georgians in your district, and also since you're running for Senate, how do you bring the message of affordability to them, and how long it's going to take to be patient for this?
No, you know what you do? People are already seeing that. You can feel it in your pocketbooks. You're going to continue to see that. Yes, are we impatient people? Sure we are. We're Americans. We think we need it right now, and we want the best right now. But you're going to continue to see this push and this movement. It's already out there. Interest rates are finally coming down. Jerome Powell finally got through his head that they needed to drop those rates. You're going to see those continue to come down, in my little old trucking opinion. But the whole key to this is affordability and making sure that the back pocket back there has got cash in it.
I was just going to say, I know that your background's in the trucking industry.
Yeah.
Obviously, transportation, cost of goods, getting from point A to point B. Gas prices, I just saw that one of the cities that was trending was Denton, Texas, now has gas at $1.95. I know gas in Georgia is coming down. How impactful is that in the trucking industry? And at the end of the day, the goods on the shelf is going to be a lot more affordable for the consumer.
And you're hitting the nail on the head, Brian, because diesel fuel is a big part of trucking, and it's a big part of the pricing in trucking. So as you continue to see those fuel prices coming down, then you're going to see the rates come down, and you're going to see things more affordable. You're going to see it in the end cost of the goods, because I think people found out during the pandemic, things don't just magically appear on the shelves. They were brought there at some point by a truck. But I'll tell you another thing that's out there besides fuel prices. We got handed on a silver platter that healthcare issue. And by gosh, we're fixing that thing. You're going to see rates start to come down. As a matter of fact, I think we should do open enrollment again for the ACA.
I would support that.
And Representative, am I right to say that in looking at this health care bill, that people like independent contractors can band with small businesses to bring down the cost of premiums? Because it is high. It's high for everybody. Is that one of the provisions in this new bill?
It is. And insurance costs, especially in transportation area, it's not just health insurance. A lot of it is just liability. And until we get some real tort reform in this country,
that's right,
and we get away from these nuclear verdicts and these trial lawyers that are out there milking the system, then your insurance costs are going to continue to increase. And that's not just on trucking now. That's happening in your homeowner's insurance and your automobile insurance, the general liability insurance at the stores that you go and shop at. So that has a huge impact on what you pay and just what prices cost on goods out there.
And Congressman, right now there's a lot of talk about how much Congress is failing. Me and Brian are there all the time. But
I see this guy there all the time.
For normal Americans, how would you explain what we're seeing in Congress right now and the way both parties are going across the aisle and kind of in these next few months, what can we expect on Capitol Hill?
You know what I think you can expect? I think you can expect more winning. The Republicans, yes, we are opinionated. We know that. But at the end of the day, we always unify. You see that here. There's such a good cross-section of Republicans here today to celebrate not just Charlie Kirk, but that movement and what we're seeing out there. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to get that Congress back to regular order.
Yeah.
And we're marching in that direction now. As a matter of fact, we should get the rest of those appropriation bills out before the end of January so that we don't ever have to talk about continuous resolutions again.
Yeah, so, a lot of people are questioning this end of January topic.
Yeah, I know.
What are you projecting is going to happen?
The appropriation bills are laying there. They just need to be put on the floor and voted on.
So who's responsible for putting them on the floor?
Well, you've got leadership that's responsible for putting on the floor. So, and the thing is, you always got to be able to handle the curveballs at the same time. When the Unaffordable Health Care Act was handed to us on a silver platter, we had to take that on. But in my opinion, I wish we would stay up there 5 days a week, every week, until we get our jobs done.
Yeah.
Congressman, we got a little bit of time left with you. As you look into 2026, give me the top 3 issues you want to tackle and be successful with specifically.
Well, number one, we're going to do whatever we have to do to keep making America first, the main thing and the main agenda. If we don't work on making sure that these visas, where these companies are importing foreign labor and taking away the jobs from these young people, we've got a bill out there right now addressing that with the SAFE Act. If we don't make sure that we make life affordable for these young people, and as fact of interest rates and through insurance and what I was talking about, I dropped tort reform 6 weeks ago. We need to be taking that on right now. And if we don't just simply get back to regular order, pass a budget, pass 12 appropriation bills, you do that, you're going to see a lot of things just change just for the good, just for the fact that you're up there doing your job and you're doing what you were sent up there to do.
Brian.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
go ahead,
Congressman, Ben. Real quick. That tort reform is so important. How can people help with that? The attorneys guilds across America, the lawyers unions across America, are really the new mafia. How do we help you with that? To me, that's one of the most important issues that we're facing.
You know what? I learned a long time ago. A fella told me, he said that there ain't nothing that happens in Washington, D.C. until the American people stand up and demand it. So what I would say is,
yes,
I agree with that.
Get out there, speak to your representative, speak to your U.S. senator, because they will have to go through in regular order. And Lord knows we got a problem over there. We saw that with the shutdown. You can't get 60 folks over there to vote to end a shutdown. So we've got to make sure that the American people are engaged. Things like this right here are where you do that. And then we get out there, you'll get things like that passed.
And I really think holding them responsible for their vote. A lot of people could come out here, and I say they throw a lot of red meat out to the base. They put on the MAGA hat at the last second. But then they get in office and they vote the exact opposite that they campaigned on. And the people don't know it because they're asleep. They're working their job. They're bringing their kids to school. They don't understand it. So to your point, hold them responsible. Make sure they're voting the way you told them to vote.
Amen, brother.
Yeah. All right, before we wrap it up, we'll go to commercial break. We'll come back and have a lot more with Ben Burke on. Let's talk about college football playoffs. All right?
Who's going to win?
I've got my Texas Tech Red Raiders aligned to hit those Georgia Bulldogs basically in the finals. Well, what's your thoughts on the college football? All politics aside, Georgia Bulldogs, you going all the way?
Oh, well, of course I am, man. I've been a dog fan since I was born. You know, and been going to watch the Georgia Bulldogs ever since I can remember. We've got a great team this year. We know we can win this thing and take it all the way, and that's exactly what
Congressman,
we're
were you surprised to see Alabama win last night?
You know, I didn't get to see but like the last 2 minutes of it, but Alabama's got a fairly decent team. We'll see how far they can go.
Wreck 'em. Texas Tech going all the way. Sleeper Cody Campbell dumping that money in that program. I think we'll see you in the finals.
We'll be there.
All right. Are we going to Ben or are we going to break?
I think we're going to break.
We're going to break. Hey, we've got more from Americafest 2025 coming up after the break. Stick around.
Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest.
I've been seeing rings and halos at night. I have a family history of eye issues. I don't want to see my vision go, I don't want to lose it like my grandmother did. And I ran across this Vision MD.
I'm proud to introduce Vision MD. Not only can Vision MD protect your vision like it does for me, it may also improve it.
Vision MD features advanced retinal stem cell support technology designed to work with your body's natural renewal processes. This goes beyond basic eye vitamins.
In all my years as an ophthalmologist, I haven't seen a vision formulation better than Vision MD.
Vision MD is doctor recommended with thousands of 5-star reviews and millions of happy customers. It's time to see the world through healthier eyes with Vision MD.
This wonderful supplement that supports your vision. I've noticed that my night driving's become easier. I don't get near as anxious. I'm not having my little stress panic attacks. I'm able to go out and see my friends. So if you're over 45 and you're starting to notice some changes, take control of your vision. Vision MD helped me take control of my health. and I know it can help you too.
Vision MD contains some of the highest quality ingredients available. What truly sets Vision MD apart is not just the science, but the real-world results. An impressive 82% of Vision MD users stated it was better than other eye health products they had previously tried.
Vision MD is a revolutionary product that supports your eye's ability to regenerate cells. In clinical ingredient trials, patients showed significant visual improvement. With Vision MD, you don't have to let age get in the way of better eye health.
Don't let it get as far as I did. You can do this.
Order now. Buy 2 and get the 3rd free. We are so confident in Vision MD, you get this offer for the life of your subscription. Vision MD comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee, so you'll see results or you can get your money back. Expedited shipping options available. Call 800-707-1255. That's 800-707-1255.
Welcome back, everybody. Amfest 2025. I'm losing my voice, man. That's one of the things that you get here at Amfest. You have a great time. I don't party. I left those days a long time ago, but I yell a lot. I have a good time. And we also throw out hats. Who wants a hat out here? We're throwing hats out here. Everybody gets a wrap. Look at these amazing new wrap hats. We're going, ladies over there. Ladies, I'm getting everybody. Okay, if I don't get you right now, there you go. All right. If we don't get you right now, we're going to get you. All right, talking to the ladies. Promise we'll get. Come on up. Oh, what's going on, girl? Tell me the slogan. It's MAGA, Black Lives MAGA.
Black Lives MAGA.
I love that. Okay. All right. Oh, ice. We got ice. Ice in the house. I got my ice hat down here as well. Ladies, I want to come up here. Hang on real quick. Stay right there. Ladies, come up here. So tell me your names first and where you're from.
I'm the vice president of a Turning Point chapter at our local high school in North Florida.
High school?
Yes, and I'm the president of the chapter.
And high school in Florida. And you said this is your first Amfest?
Yes, first Amfest.
Tell me about Charlie, what Charlie meant to you, what Turning Point has meant to you, and why you're young. You know, in high school I wasn't even thinking about politics. How your generation, this matters so much to you.
Yeah, honestly, for myself, I'm thinking about becoming a lawyer. So I used to watch like Charlie's debate reels and all of his social media things all the time. And I was just a big fan of his, so I followed him for a while. And so when the incident happened in September, I believe, like we were all really like concerned. And that's actually what got us to start up our club, because we were really inspired by him and we wanted to continue the movement and keep pushing it forward.
So you actually launched it after?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we started up like 2 months ago.
Yes. It's only been up for a couple months, but we've been pushing as many events as possible.
How has it been received in your high school? You know, you look at the reaction, the good versus evil, light versus darkness, some people coming together, other people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, just that evil. How has it been received?
Yes, so there's been a lot of people that have been like very happy about it, but then there's a lot of people that honestly seem embarrassed that we've started it. They act like it's not a big deal, like it's not needed in high school. I have so many people saying you shouldn't be expressing your political opinions in high school. I'm like, that's complete bullcrap. Like, you need to form your opinions young, and we've been trying to get the word out as much as possible. But we have a decent amount of people that are in our club, but there's still a decent amount that are not happy about it at all.
Yeah. Well, you're right. Look, the indoctrination of kids, we realized this over the last few years, starts in elementary school. I mean, they're doing drag queen story hour. They're teaching boys to be girls in all of these liberal schools. I grew up in California. What has happened? The indoctrination is just out of control. So the more young patriots we can get out there, the better. How do people join your club? What would you recommend if people, other young people across America wanted to start a club? How do you guys go about doing it?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so for us, we launched a club GroupMe and a club Instagram, and we've been really vocal about getting people to join that to get more involved. And we have about 25 people coming regularly to our club, but we put posters up around our school. What you have to do is you really have to go out into the people, because they're not going to come to you. You have to go to them, and you have to advertise yourself to them. So you have to be really vocal about your beliefs, and then they'll eventually come to you because you'll be drawn in.
I love it. God bless you both. Keep fighting. All right, Black Lives. I want my young lady over here. Come here. Come over here. Stay around. I'm going to get you hats. Okay. All right. Everyone, you're not Black Lives MAGA. What's your real name?
AJ.
KJ Yvette, but I'm Real Auntie Tom on Instagram.
Real Auntie Tom. Ooh, that's spicy. I love it. Okay, and your name?
Alina.
Alina. So I'm going to start with you, Alina. Same thing. This event, Charlie Kirk, is this your first AmFest? Have you?
No, it's actually my second. I was here last year.
So talk to me about that. Last year, inspiration from last year, and then the tragedy where we're at today. Walk me through, like, just the mental side of it.
So actually, yes, last year we were going to come, just me and my sister, and then my entire family was like, hey, can we come? So my whole family came. It was way smaller than it is this year. And it was really cool because we got to see Charlie Kirk. My sister actually met Erica Kirk last year at her booth. And so it was just so inspirational to be just a young patriot, because my siblings and I are all in college. And so us coming here, it was very inspirational in just a dark time last year of a lot of people didn't know where they stood, and COVID was still affecting us, even though it's been 5 years now. Is crazy.
And we still didn't know Trump was going to win.
Yeah.
I mean, we were still, actually, wait, at this point we did. He had just won. That's right. That was the first time he had won.
Yeah, so he had just won last.
Celebration.
Yeah, it was a really celebration, and it was crazy because everybody was happy. We're all just here for each other, and it was a party. I remember last year we got in line to see Donald Trump. He was here on Sunday we got in line at 3 and we were still 2 blocks away. And the party that just happened out on those streets that night was crazy. And I was actually at work when the assassination happened. I was on my lunch break when I saw it because my sister had texted me, hey, Charlie's been shot. And so what do? I go to X because you go there to get your information, and you go to the social medias because it's the fastest place it comes out. And I saw the video of the up-close shot, and I worked at a daycare at the time, so, I was, crying, and I was like, I have to go back, put a smile on my face, and be happy for these kids, knowing that evil just happened. And my heart broke because Charlie has children. Charlie has a wife. What is their life going to look like now? Because this is going to be a historical moment for them as well. And that video will never be able to be taken out of the internet. No matter how much we try, at some point his kids will see how he died. And that is so tragic for me because I want to work with kids after school. And so, knowing that is just such a traumatic experience for them, and them not to be raised with their father because he chose to speak out for the Americans for us Americans, and he was killed for that. He was a politician. It wasn't that he was this big, yes, he was a big person, but he was just a civilian who used his voice, and to be murdered for that is so un-American that it was so heart-wrecking, because it's if I speak out now, will I be killed? And so that fear was something that I've had to fight, because I live in Chicago, Illinois, so it's a very blue state. It is very rough out there. So having to speak out was something that I was like, Charlie did it, so can I. And so that's something that I've been really going for this year since he died.
God bless you. What's your prayer for America?
I just pray that we all find Christ, because if we don't, we will fall apart. Christ needs to be the center. And for just my Christians out there, I go to a Bible college, and it's actually, we are all conservative, but nobody speaks about politics because they don't believe that we should be in politics. But that is so wrong, because if we aren't in politics, we will lose the right to be able to stand up for our faith. And so we need to be in the politics. We need to be in the fight, but we need to have Christ on our side.
Amen, 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 amen. God bless you. All right, Black Lives Matter, the real Auntie Tom. Tell me, before we go back to stage, what is this? We see at all the events, all the rallies, Trump rallies. Now Charlie's gone here. What has this event been for you, and what's your message to the American people?
Well, it's been very bittersweet for me. I got to run into Charlie last year at this event at the hotel at the Hyatt Regency, and and I got to take a picture with him, which I actually am going to wear it tomorrow. I had it printed out, and so, you know, it's just very surreal. I feel so sad for America that we can't even really have a voice. I mean, free speech is definitely declining in this country. And I came to this event really to recharge, to fill up, because, you know, back in Dallas County, I work with Alan West with the Dallas County Republican Party. We've been recruiting Republicans to run for local office. I'm in Jasmine Crockett's district, and she's got her pastor is actually going to be running in her place, and he makes her look like a Republican. He's got a Black Lives Matter banner on his church, and he speaks nothing but hatred and racism towards Trump and even Charlie in the pulpit. So that's what's coming down the pipes. But I'm working with the Republican candidate that's going to be running against him, Everett Jackson. But you know, again, just to just to see you, to run into you at every event, it's just encouraging for me because, you know, back home in Dallas, there's so much that, you know, I give out, and it's just great to be here to recharge and to be around like-minded people and to just, you know, be amongst family. And so I pray for Erica, and I pray for the children. I had this outfit made and designed just for them, just to offer support and just my love for them.
Amen. Well, God bless you. You are a bundle of light every time I see you. And this is what it's all about. Americans coming together. These are events you do recharge. It's about recharging and then going out and shining that light. So God bless you. We're going to have more from here, from the crowd. We're going to have more on stage. We're going to be going to the main stage very soon. Much more to come here. AmFest 2025. Do not go anywhere. God bless you guys. We'll be right back.
Grandma, do you remember the day I was born?
Mike, it was yesterday. Here's your first visit to Shriners Children's. Remember when you were fitted with your new chair? Ready to take on the world.
Yes!
And look here, you're learning to take your first steps.
Nice job, big guy.
When you call or go online to loveshriners.org, you are supporting the care that kids like me need to do the things that we didn't think were possible.
Your monthly gift helps provide the most amazing care anywhere, regardless of a family's ability to pay. And thanks to a generous donor, your gift will have 3 times the impact for kids like George.
But Grandma, why are these pages blank?
These might be my favorite pages of all. This is where your future memories will go. Thanks to the generosity of people who give to Shriners Children's, kids just as wonderful as my grandson can grow up with the confidence that they can do anything.
Because of your support, our doctors, nurses, and therapists can help kids like me make our dreams come true. When you give $19 a month or more, you will receive your very own Love to the Rescue blanket. It's a cozy reminder all the kids are helping every day.
When you give $19 a month or more, your first donation will have 3 times the impact.
This holiday season, your gift helps kids at Shriners Children's truly celebrate. Your support can transform lives forever. You're paving the way for a bright future full of brand new possibilities for my grandson and kids just like him. From our family to yours.
Thank you! Please call or go online right now to loveshriners.org. Your gift is supporting families like mine and changing the lives of kids like me.
Your donation will have 3 times the impact to help kids at Shriners Children's.
Thank you for giving.
Welcome back to AmFest 2025, live from Phoenix, Arizona. We are Turning Point USA's AmFest 2025 live coverage from Real America's Voice. We got the dream team here with Ben Bergquam, Bo Davidson, Benny Harmony, and Brian Glenn, the Killer Bees as we call them. And Brian, I want you to tell it, we've got a special guest that's joining us here, and I want you to lead this conversation since you spent so much time in Texas, and I want you to interview Brett and give him some questions.
Absolutely. Our next guest is a Texan, as I am myself, registered to vote in Texas. I'm not in your district, but he is running for the vacant seat that Morgan Luttrell is leaving. That's District 8 there. Brett Jensen joining us now to talk about your primary coming up. Now, that is a very R-plus district, so whoever wins the primary would assume you're going to win the general.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Thank you, everybody. It's so exciting to be down here at Amfest. Yeah, we are the reddest part of Texas in Montgomery and a little bit of Harris County. We're like R plus 38, I think, or something.
Okay, if you're a Republican and you don't win an R plus 38 district, go ahead and drop out and go register as a Democrat, because I don't see how that's impossible. But so let's talk about some of the messaging, some of the issues that you're hearing. Not only the stuff that Morgan might have obviously campaigned on, but what is some of your platform as well?
Well, one of the things that motivated me to run is first and foremost supporting the president. There are too many people that go to D.C., everybody's a Trumper, everybody's MAGA right now, and then it comes time to make a hard vote, and they don't vote. They vote against us.
How many times have we talked about that today?
Lots.
Go Google Liberty Scorecard. Google it. Go to the website.
That will tell you everything you need to know about your representatives right there.
Yeah.
Brett, I want to ask you quickly about, I'm sorry, did you finish your thought on that?
Yeah, no, definitely. The other message that we've got is capitalism. It's under attack. We have a communist as mayor of New York City. I'm a private sector guy. I'm funding my own campaign, not taking any PAC money. And I'm here to defend capitalism.
So, Brett, I was reading, you went to the University of Chicago. Right?
Yeah.
So I went to Northwestern on the North Shore.
Okay.
So, but what I think is interesting, as I read about, you said that University of Chicago was known to be a defender of capitalism. Is that still the case at University of Chicago? And what has happened in terms of the socialist infection of our colleges across America?
It's so sad. The University of Chicago, Milton Friedman, the Hayek School of Economics, it defended free market capitalism for the 20th century. And unfortunately, even at the University of Chicago, it's under attack. Obviously that was hometown for Barack Obama, and it's kind of gone downhill from there. But there are a group of people, alumni like me, who are, going to defend, this great bastion of freedom.
And Brett, we just have to ask, okay, since you're running in Texas, Jasmine Crockett, okay, she's running for Senate. You actually said your slogan is Jensen for Texas and hers is Jasmine for Texas. What do we think about this?
Well, that was the part that was most frustrating for me, because if you say it too fast, I don't know how anybody could get me and Jasmine confused. But, I think everybody, welcomes her and her craziness to the race.
Mike Johnson said the other day, he said, I hope she has the loudest and biggest microphone, and I wish her all the best.
I completely agree. I would like nothing more than for Texas, far and wide, to hear her message clearly. Let her message be the message for all Democrats running in the state of Texas.
Brett, I know that you were involved in the transportation and energy sector for a large part of the private sector life. Talk about energy and what Donald Trump is doing right now and what you want to see as you enter this race, especially the primary, and what we can do energy-wise to increase American exceptionalism, American independence, American dominance in energy. What can we do?
Well, people need to realize that affordable energy is the foundation for economic progress, for economic greatness. Part of what made America great is we have plentiful, affordable energy here in our country. And we just need the government to step out of the way so that we can extract it and put it to use, making everybody's lives better. And that's what Trump is doing. It's fantastic. We need more of it.
Okay, we got a few more minutes with you. I want people having the opportunity to go to your website, get all the information, because a lot of people may not know that this is your district. Believe it or not, a lot of people don't know who the representative is, and I think people are starting to wake up to that. Best website someone can go to, and how can they, more importantly, if they want to support you, donate to your campaign?
Well, thank you, Brian. Jensen for Texas, not Jasmine for Texas. Jensen for Texas. That's our website, our socials for the campaign. True Social, Instagram, Facebook, all that stuff. Personally, I'm Real Brett Jensen. That's my personal account, X and True Social.
And Brett, tell us about these hats that you have on. That you're passing out.
Capitalism is our message. I've spent my life as a capitalist creating jobs. And we have the capitalist store at Jensen for Texas. So anybody that wants capitalist
You want to throw some out? Is that okay?
Let's throw them out. We're all
right, you ready?
Here at Amfest.
Here we go. Capitalism.
Capitalism is what made America great.
And will continue to make America
All right. Well, thank you so much. What makes America great is our own Ben Berquam. Take it away, Ben.
The people make America great. All right, coming over here. Sir, you've been waiting a long time. Come right over here.
Okay.
Tell me your name and what's your message.
My name is Randy Barber, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the truth. The truth is something that we've been trying to expose for a long time in the election validity business. I work with Kim, who spoke earlier. We both work with Unite for Freedom. And we've uncovered a lot of truth when we looked into these elections and the voter rolls and whatever. And there's been a big effort to suppress the truth. And it's not going to work. I have a belief that the truth has a very consistent habit of finding its way to the top. And the lies also have a consistent habit of collapsing. And I believe that if we keep working the way we're working, that that's going to happen. And when they try to suppress the truth, which is exactly why they killed Charlie Kirk, they were trying to silence him. How'd that work out? I see Turning Point growing. It's amazing to me what has happened with the growth of Turning Point. In our group, we started out with a handful of people in New York State, and we're now in 35 states. We have over 3,000 people in our group, and we're telling the truth. So what I would like to ask is we're now in the process of meeting with our state legislators, federal legislators as well. We've worked at the town level, the county level, the state levels, and a lot of what we've done is fallen on deaf ears, and they like to turn a blind eye. Nobody wants to address it. Nobody wants to take the courage to stand up and face the truth. Well, we have found a few people. I have a legislator, and I have a lot of admiration for him at home. Assemblyman Dave DiPietro signed on with us, and we're asking other legislators to sign on with us. We need people to stand up. And we need people to stand up for the truth because they're trying to cover it, and you're not going to cover it up. If you don't get on board with the truth, you're going to find yourself on the wrong side of history.
Yeah, and you look at what the mainstream media has done, trying to say that the elections are perfect, that there was never a problem until Hillary lost, and then there was obviously a problem. It's such a lie, but your organization, I want to see that too. I'm waiting for the perp walks. I'm waiting for the mass incarcerations, mass illegal deportations and mass incarcerations of the traitors that stole the 2020, everything that was done by Fauci and COVID, and everything that's being done against ICE and Border Patrol right now. But your organization particularly, how do people follow you, get involved?
Well, you can find us at uniteforfreedom.com. There's a lot of things that we can do. I mean, not only have we found the truth, we've gone out, we've canvassed, we've verified the truth, but we have answers.
Yeah.
We're trying to get legislation introduced, and Kimberly here has worked hard along with some of our other people in New York to write some legislation, and we're asking legislators to get on board with us. We're asking people to come and join our organization. We have a digital army where we're trying to spread the word and get the word out to people. Look us up. There's a lot of stuff you can do. Volunteer.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. That's it. All right, ma'am. Now you've got, speaking of ICE and Border Patrol, wearing my capitalist hat. I just took my ICE hat off, but you're a legal immigrant. Tell me your story.
I'm a legal immigrant that came to the United States when I was 8 years old. I learned how to love America, and after I finished high school, I went straight to the military and spent 29 years in the Army National Guard and served my country doing enduring freedom, going to Afghanistan. And I believe that if you want to come to this country, you need to serve this country. So why don't you come the legal way, go and just raise your right hand and volunteer to become an army so that you don't burn the flag of our soldiers that die while I was deployed, and the family that are not going to have husbands, wives, children, are not going to have their mother or their father. So do some sacrifice before you burn our flag. Don't come to this country and just take all the benefit that this country has to offer. Do something with what the American people are giving you, because everything that you receive, like New York City, $10,000 in a credit card to spend whenever you want to, and I have to be able to survive on my own and fight for my benefits and prove that I was disabled while I was deployed. So I believe there should be a change in rules. If you want to come to the United States, raise your right hand and immediately, don't go to the street, go to a military institute so that you know how to serve this country. And I find myself, now that I'm 29 years of service, I have to guard what I have to say, because somebody else is going to tell me I don't have the right to speak. And that is not America. That's not America. So if you're going to burn our flag, then you need to go home, and I agree with ICE. Get them out of here, whether you like me or not. Some people say, well, what about your people? What about my people? If they come across the border, and a terrorist could come across the border, it's only a matter of time. Listen to me, people. I'm telling you right now. It's only a matter of time when they're going to pick up the gun that they're trying to take away from us, okay? Our citizen, and then the bad people are shooting like they did in, what country was it that they just did a shooting?
Australia.
So that's the example that we need to go ahead.
Well, we just had it in the National Guard in Washington, D.C.
Exactly.
That was an Afghan illegal that was brought over, that wasn't vetted. Joe Biden invited him in, sent him to Washington State. That guy went across our country to murder an American, our National Guard.
That exactly could have been me. I just retired. So that could have been me, and my children will not have a mother, and I don't agree with it. So I agree with Donald Trump. He might not say everything the way you want to hear it. However, the truth is the truth. And always remember, if you are here illegal, then, hey, you want our benefit? Go and sign up right now, and then become a United States citizen. That's my message. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless you and the people that do it legally. Legal immigrants, not illegal aliens. CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, there's a difference. Legal, illegal. Illegals got to go. Deport. I 100% support DEI. Deport every illegal. We're going to break. We'll be right back. I got these lovely young guy over here, young lady over here. We're going to be talking to the crowd. Don't go anywhere.
Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Hey, freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. But
it's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed 401ks forever by initiating the process that will allow gold into 401ks. But here's even better news. You don't need to wait for your 401k provider. You can use this strategy today. With a self-directed gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, you can convert your IRA or 401k into an account with all the same tax benefits, but you own something that will be there when you need it. To find out more, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Inside, they will show you exactly how to diversify your IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Do it now before the rest of America jumps in. Click below for your free info kit.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprab.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
from Phoenix, Arizona, this is Americafest. Turning Point USA brings you the voices shaping the future of this nation as we honor the legacy of Charlie Kirk and ignite the next generation of American leadership. Featuring Vice President J.D. Vance, Erica Kirk, and RAB's very own Steve Bannon and Jack Posobiec. This is where faith, freedom, and the America First movement collide. Americafest starts now.
Welcome back to AmFest 2025 live from Phoenix, Arizona. How is everybody feeling out there today on day 3?
Looking good.
Well, we're very privileged and blessed to be with you today. I'm Bo Davidson alongside Benny Ray Harmony and Brian Glenn, the great Brian Glenn. We're joined here by Tpusa'S Evans, who has a show on Real America's Voice at 4 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays called The Case for America. Tpusa'S, before we get into some of the nuts and bolts of our conversation, let's talk a little bit about J6. We've got a big documentary that's coming out called The Sleeping Giant. We've got a song that went to number 1 called Anthem of the Free. Why don't you talk a little bit about that before we get into some of the other elements of your show?
Like, I think, the song being number 1, the documentary is still continuing. The efforts that are going on with the Justice Department and so many others are evident that the American people are not ready to let this issue go. The American people want to see justice. They want to see the truth, and they want to see the facts of this matter really flushed out, and we deserve that truth.
And let's talk about the Justice Department, because your show and what you do, you focus a lot on the Justice Department. Brian, you and I had a conversation the other day about how we look for immediate, instant gratification from the Justice Department, and it doesn't always happen. Why is that, and is the Justice Department doing enough?
Look, I'm not going to run cover for what many people call inaction. I will say that I have faith that this administration is going to get to the right thing. It may not be in our time, but I think we have to put that in perspective, that it's not always in our time as it's not in God's time. So these are realistic perspectives. I'm willing to wait and give people a chance. I will say we're 25% of the way into this administration nearly. Are we going to get that justice, and how soon it's coming? Many people want to know that answer, and we're looking forward to seeing those actions.
I think one of the reasons why people get so frustrated right now at the Department of Justice is they see the problems like the border and how quickly he solved it. And they go, why can't we solve all the other problems just as quick? And the expectations from elected leaders, they throw out these, I call them red meat to people, expectations that aren't realistic. So when people get let down, they give up. When they give up, they don't vote. That's what I don't want to happen in the midterm. So maybe walk me through that.
Look, so energizing the base, right? That's got to stay there. We've got to stay energized as we know this election is very important. They nearly stole this entire country and our way of life, conservatism, and all of those things out from under us. Now, where we head right now in the interest of the justice that's coming, I've been in D.C., I've sat in the Department of Justice meetings, Peter Tickton's been there. We've been pushing these issues. We're dragging these into the limelight. But think about that. All he had to do is tell Tom Holman, roll it out, go do this, right? With the Justice Department, it's a much bigger machine. There was entrenched people. There was things going on there that fought back. Now, those realities are real, and we have to deal with it. But I think that we have the type of administration that has the courage to lead us out of this mess and get the justice that the American people deserve on not only January 6th, but so many other issues.
And Tpusa'S, what do you say to those Americans who maybe are just fed up? They're done, and they're tired of waiting. We're told to be patient so much. Be patient, just wait. What do you say to those?
I mean, some of the Epstein files came out yesterday.
Yes.
Supposedly by law, they're all supposed to come out. Don't think that happened. But people are very critical of that right now.
Look, there's always going to be criticism. I remind people of this. I've been married to the same woman 20 years, 26 years together. If I got a divorce from that person every time I found a disagreement in our relationship, where would we be? So you're going to disagree with action. You're going to disagree with the pace of things. It's part of the reality that goes on in life. I'm not trying to be patient. Be loud. Demand the action. That's okay. But stay engaged. That's what our children and future generations demand.
Hey, could I just get a show of hands for those who are following the Epstein case? Who is interested in seeing the Epstein documents? Who wants that?
All of them.
Who's demanding that? Is everyone wanting that?
I agree.
And then, and Ben, could you please, if you would, Ben, talk to someone who raised their hand about who wants these Epstein files and why that's so important? Because there is this, I hate to use the word lust, but there's a bloodthirst for it.
I could raise my own hand. Look. The worst thing as a dad, especially a dad of young girls, the worst thing you can do is hurt a child. And so when we're talking about these monsters, I mean, the work I do on the border too, the cartels recycling children, using them And you know, when you harm a child, it's not that instance that's harming that child. It's for the rest of their life. So these monsters that were able to get away with this because of Epstein, every single one of them, I absolutely believe in the death penalty for child molesters, child predators. And I think it should be the parents that get to execute those scumbags. So every single person on that list needs to be exposed. They need to be called out. They need to be prosecuted. And I think honestly, I think Bondi screwed up on that. You know, you couldn't have come out and said, hey, we're going to release it all, and then you give empty binders. I think that was just a screw up on their part. They got to fix it. They got to fix it. And the American people that are demanding that they fix it, you got to come out and say, this is the reality. Now, maybe Biden burned it because it was all the Clintons and all these people. Just tell us the truth. And who's on it? But the problem is, I guarantee you the problem is, it's on both sides. You got Republicans and Democrats that are in that list. And so there's a lot of influence and a lot of pressure saying this is why we shouldn't release it. I don't care. Release it all. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone disagree with that? Or do you guys want to see it? Should everybody on that list be prosecuted if they mistreated a child?
Lorena Bobbitt them. Lorena Bobbitt.
There you go. That works too.
Trennis, do you agree with this?
Their heads.
Do you agree with this sentiment? Because you can see there's a palpable energy where people are demanding justice. Have we been led astray? And is there going to be any sort of actual justice?
I don't know that we're led astray, but look, I'd just be interested in what the audience thinks. I want to know, show of hands, would you think that the parents should be the ones to be able to pull the trigger? Yeah. There you go. There we go. So you got a mixed review there.
All right, real quickly, we got to throw it back to the stage. How can people watch the show here on Real America's Voice?
So, Case for America, 4 o'clock Eastern. We want to see you there. Please, we represent Tina Peters and many other cases. This isn't just about what we do. It's everything we do. We actually run these cases and we're sharing.
All right, let's go to the stage here at AmFest.
Beyond just the material that we are seeing. This country was founded by courageous, Bible-believing Christians. Jeremiah 29:7, seek the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. What makes this movement different is that you are here as a grassroots response to the top-down revolution happening in this country. Disobedience to tyrants is obedience to God, because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea. Will the people who are the sovereign in this country do everything they possibly can with this incredible blessing given to us by God to fight back and win?
Where then is the road to peace? You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance.
When Turning Point USA was started, I could not have imagined what God had in store for this organization.
My political journey was in the midst of the Obama craze in Chicago. As someone who is generally conservative, I realized this generation, millennials, is going to be the most progressive generation in history if we don't do something about this.
We're active in about 15 campuses, and we're growing very, very quickly. And keep in mind, this is not just a flash in the pan movement. We're going to become an institution to give them the power and the confidence to stand up and let their voice be heard.
I was 18, no idea what I was doing, no connections, no money. We didn't have an office, we didn't have a staff. It was just me just traveling the country doing this, pure grit, pure energy. We are an organization committed to ideas and to principles, not the political parties or politicians. We are in a generational battle right now that the stakes could not be higher. And the experiment and the gift that our founding fathers gave to us could be easily lost if we don't make the proper choices or the right course corrections.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed. We saw revival.
You're going to hear of what Charlie did, but I'm here today to tell you the why in what he did. The why brought him the courage. The why brought him the wisdom and the strength. The why is the one that Charlie wanted to welcome as the guest of honor. The guest of honor, his resume is long. He's the King of glory. He's the Prince of Peace. He's the Savior of the world. He's the living God. He's the God of all mercy and grace. The total embodiment of love. The total embodiment of truth. And he's here today to call his children back to him.
I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk.
We speak with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever. The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun.
We should be thankful, not angry, to live in this country. Would you agree? We should be thankful. We should be kissing the ground and say we are the luckiest human beings ever to exist, that we are able to live in this country at this time. And yet I see that half our country seems upset. They seem angry that they're born in this country. America is the greatest country ever to exist, period, bar none. Is the greatest country ever to exist, right?
250 years of brave Americans have proven those words true. Ordinary people choosing sacrifice over comfort, duty over self.
I want to honor God in all that I do. I want to be a great husband, a great father. I want to serve this country. I want to try to continue to lead this movement and to speak truth and to never lie. To stop thinking about yourself all the time and instead think about what you should do to help other people and to defend this country above yourself. You still live in the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. There is still so much to be hopeful and to be thankful for. And we have agency.
When truth is under attack, America has always answered with voices that refuse to be silenced. Charlie was one of those voices, and now it's our turn to pick up the mic.
We have only begun to fight.
Good morning, Americafest. Good morning. My name is Pierre Wilson, and I have the honor of leading a brand new department in Turning Point USA called TPUSA Rise. But before I tell you what Rise is, you deserve to know who I am and where I come from. You see, I didn't always consider myself a conservative. I used to be a crazy lefty. I even marched with BLM. I hear some boos. You can boo that. It's okay. We can boo that. That's fine. The truth is, I believed the lies at one point. I bought into the victimhood mentality. I was taught that America was stacked against me, that success was suspicious because I was black, and that white people were automatically racist. And the truth is that mindset did not liberate me. It kept me angry, dependent, and stuck. I used to think that it was just politics and political figures who ultimately changed my life. But after years of doing this and reflecting on those moments, I realized that it was nothing short of Christ that changed my life. God himself. Through faith, through truth tellers who refused to lie to me, I began to see clearly for the first time. I realized I wasn't oppressed. I was actually being manipulated. And once the lies broke, everything for me changed. You see, God used trailblazers, men and women who were willing to take the heat so others could hear the truth. One of those men is someone you're going to hear from next, Brandon Tatum. Love Brandon. You see, Brandon Tatum didn't just speak the truth when it was popular. He spoke it even when it cost him. And I've been riding with him for years, not just on stages, but in real life behind the scenes. You see, years ago, I launched the very first chapter in a movement called Blexit that Brandon co-founded. and it was focused on reaching Black Americans with truth, responsibility, and faith. Since then, I've spent years building leaders, organizing communities, doing the unglamorous but important work behind the scenes across this country, and all that laid the groundwork for what we're launching now. But you see, as I traveled the country and I talked to people, particularly in the Black community, I learned really quickly that one of the biggest issues facing these communities was the attack and the breakdown of the family unit. For me, family means everything. My wife, Lachelle, she is the love of my life and my college sweetheart. I love that woman to death. Cannot tell you guys how much I love that woman. My kids are my greatest responsibility. And if a movement can't strengthen families, I want no part of it. If an ideology attacks fathers, confuses kids, mocks faith, I'll fight against it every single time. With that in mind, that is what makes TPUSA Rise so special. TPUSA Rise exists to strengthen families and reclaim cultures within minority America. Black, Hispanic, Asian, Caribbean, African, you name it, communities that were promised everything by the left but handed excuses instead. Rise is rooted in faith, family, truth, and that ever-important personal responsibility. No grievance politics, no victim worship, and we don't do apology tours. And also, listen, don't worry. This isn't one of those woke minority groups like the BLMs on the left where no one knows what a woman is. Nobody values marriage, and the mission statement changes every election cycle as long as they can buy a new mansion. At Rise, we like families. We know women are women. Kids deserve the right to be kids. It's a wild concept in 2025, I know. Isn't that crazy? And here's something else that matters. You don't have to just be a minority to help reach minority communities. If you believe in faith, freedom, family, truth, and that these communities are worth fighting for, you belong here. This fight is about values, not skin color. So as I close, you should know this. Where the left built dependency, Rise will build leaders. Where the left profits from division, Rise will build unity without compromising our values. While they chase power, Rise will spread the gospel. TPUSA Rise is here, and I want to say this really quickly before I exit the stage. Charlie Kirk believed in me. He believed in me so much. He believed in my team, and he believed that there could be an awakening in minority America. And in honor of Charlie, I want everyone in this room to hear me loud and clear. We are going to go into every minority community across the country that the left has dominated for decades, and we are going to take that ground back. We're going to take it back. Join us today by visiting tpusarise.com. The time to rise is now. God bless Turning Point USA, and God bless the United States of America.
Always be a person that can think for your doggone self. There's nothing wrong with being conservative. There's nothing wrong with putting God first in everything you do. Follow your purpose. Get your education. Build your business. Get your dream job. Get yourself to a position where you can be a quality man for somebody else. Conservative values are values that make America great. And if we continue to espouse those values, continue to believe in God, we'll continue to make this country the best that we can possibly make it.
What's going on, Elfest? What's going on?
I want everybody to take this moment to give another round of applause to the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Give him a round of applause. I came out here so hype, I almost blew my voice out. So I'm gonna try to be as excitable, but maintain my voice today. But I am so excited to be here. I'm excited that all of you guys have made it. And I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that we did it. We held strong, we showed up, and we showed out for our good friend, Charlie Kirk. This has been probably the most excited AmFest that I've ever been to. You guys are more enthusiastic, more exciting, more driven than I've ever seen before. And that's what we should do. This is what we're called to do, ladies and gentlemen. And I wanted to come here and use a little bit of voice that I have left to just destroy everybody that have made me upset over the years, people that have talked trash to me online, people that have bashed Turning Point USA, people that have talked down against Erica Kirk. But you know what? God told me very clearly through my wife. He said, I do listen to my wife, by the way. He's told me this is not the arena to do that. What would Charlie Kirk do? You guys wouldn't see Charlie Kirk get on this stage and bash other people, call them out by their name. Charlie Kirk focused on the mission that we all share together as Americans and as patriots who love this country. So I'm going to take my time here and I'm going to lift up what Charlie stood for and what we all stand for. And that is the freedoms of America. That is free speech. That is going out and getting it. One thing that you guys may not know, some of you guys are new to this game. Charlie Kirk worked his butt off every day. He didn't just show up because he was just so brilliant. He worked. He believed. He fought for something. And I want everybody in this room to have that same spirit, that same identity that Charlie had carried in your life. To save this country, you gotta fight. To save this country, you have to have integrity. To save this country, you have to be loyal. And we don't do this just to get a pat on the back. We do it because we came here to win. We came to AmFest to win. And before I get too deep in my speech, I got a special gift that I wanted to give Erica and the Charlie Kirk family. And the reason I want to present this, because I want everybody in the crowd to understand that when I say I love Charlie and I believed in him, this is what it means. So we got a special gift. Erica knows about it. She couldn't be here this morning because she has a few things. But my wife is here. My head of security, Carl, is here. And we're going to present a special check that Officer Tatum, my followers, some of y'all in here helped in this, that we want to give to Erica Kirk and the Kirk family. All right, Carl. Thank you, Carl. I'll have it. Just hang out right here. And my wife played a tremendous role in everything that we've done to support Erica Kirk and the Kirk family. Before I let my wife get off the stage, I'm going to tell y'all, because she's shy, I don't want to make her, I do this for a living. I want to say to all the young men out here, the best advice I can give you, the best advice that you can retain is that will lead to your success is who you marry. All right, thank you. Now, I know she's shy, so I'm gonna brag a little bit when she get off stage, but I wanted to say that, address that. Thank you guys for all your support, people who supported to make that check happen. But also, I want to speak to the young men. Now, the young women can glean from this as well. So it's not just for the men. Young women, listen to me as well. And you're going to have Allie Beth Stuckey and some of the great women that are going to come and address things for the women specifically. But young men, I want to make this very clear. God is calling us to lead. The success and failure of America is on our backs. It's our responsibility. Let me tell you why. It's not just Brandon up here talking. Read your Bible. God made Adam first. And when the violation happened in the Garden of Eden, who did God address first? He did not go to Eve. He went to Adam first. Adam, what did you do? I gave you the responsibility. I told you what to do. I created Eve to help in the mission that I told you to accomplish. And young men, I want you to understand this very clearly. God is dependent on you to step up and be the men that this country needs. And I wasn't playing. I wasn't trying to get brownie points with my wife when I said that one of the greatest decisions that a young man will make in his life, I'm not talking about in your young life, when you're in your 20s and you're building and you're finding out where God is calling you to. I'm not talking about at that point. But when you want to get to the maximum of where God is going to take you, the greatest decision is who you marry. If you marry a bad woman, you're going to have a bad life. I'm just telling you right now. Some of y'all will thank me later. You marry a wife like I got, a wife like Charlie Kirk has. When you marry a woman that believes in God, that believes in you, that allows you to lead according to the way God has established it, you will be the greatest man that you could ever imagine. You will lead properly, you will have vision from God, and you will change the world. And young women, don't think this is an indictment on you somehow. It's not. Because when you follow your husband, you're really not following him, you're following God's mission in him. Some people, they get it confused. They think that somehow it's the man that has the vision. It's really not. It's God's vision that the man is exercising. And you have a valuable role in making that mission happen. There is no mission that a man will accomplish without a good wife. The married people in here, they know what I'm talking about. And I want to add this as well for the married folks. Y'all might hear somebody say this. I mean, it's not for the married folks, it's for the people that want to get married. Y'all may hear some different stuff from different people. God bless them. Take it in, digest it. I hear people say a lot, get married young, have as many kids more than you can afford. Don't do that, please. Your mom and them know what I'm talking about. Hear me right here in my chest. Make sure that you are going in a direction to lead so you can actually give something or have something to offer a young woman that you propose to. Don't get out here and try to marry somebody and your mama still paying your phone bill. All the ladies clapping. Don't get out here and try to marry somebody and you don't know who's gonna pay for the bill at the dinner. You ain't ready yet. God is not giving you your vision yet. Build something. Become a good man. Build your faith. So you have something to offer a young lady when you get on your knee and propose. Don't rush. You don't need to rush. Young women, you don't need to rush. Don't let nobody tell you washed up because you don't have 15 kids by the age of 20. God has a plan for you. While you're waiting, don't rush and get in a relationship with a dirtbag. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all didn't experience it. Y'all coming out of breakup right now. Don't waste your time doing that foolishness. Spend your time with the Lord.
Spend your time building virtue and character. Spend your time learning how to be submissive. Submissive doesn't mean you lay down and just let anybody talk crazy to you. Submissive means that you know how to submit to the will of God through your husband. Build your time wisely. Don't look at Instagram. They show you that when their kids happy, after they cleaned up poopy diapers and they've been up all night and they put their makeup on, they hold their kids, they make it look sweet. Kids crazy. I got a few of them, they crazy. We couldn't bring one of them today because he crazy. No, I love him though. But it's all worth it, but do it with wisdom. Some of y'all may get married early. I'm not telling you not to. If God has called you to do it, he's prepared you to do it, then do what you got to do. But some of y'all, you need to build. You need to grow. You need to get your Bible right. You can't lead a family if you don't know how to pray, young men. You can't lead a family and you broke. I'm just telling you, you broke, how you gonna do something? The biggest flex in America for a man is for your wife not to have to work. All right. All right. I did not say that your wife don't work. If that's what your family decide to do, that's good. But your wife should not have to work. Your wife should be able to stay home with the kids if that's what she wants to do. Making your wife go be submissive to another man at a job that don't care about her, that's not a flex. My wife don't have to listen to nobody but the Lord and me. And she don't listen to me sometimes, but I have to. That's why I got the Lord on my side. But I got a short time. I wish I could talk forever to y'all. I got a couple more seconds. But I just want everybody in the room to know this. I say this every speech I do, that every single person under the sound of my voice have a purpose and a calling by God. Just the same as you have an identifying DNA strand that's only for you. Fingerprints, that's only yours. Why did God do that? That's because he wanted you to know that he sees you as an individual and he know you by name. And that the calling that he put in your heart is just for you. Don't let nobody lie to you or trick you out of what God has called you to do. Some of y'all here are afraid because friends and others don't believe in your vision that God has showed you. You gotta put that noise aside. You gotta go for it. Take chances in life, young people. Don't be afraid. Have that childlike faith. Believe in everything that God has shown you. Believe in it. Do it. Go for it. You're gonna fail sometimes, but you can get back up and know that the Lord got you. I got hated on online all year, especially after Charlie passed. But you know, I don't give a flying flip about what people say about me if you don't pay my bills. You're not feeding my children. You don't put a roof over my head. You're not the Lord Jesus. Therefore, whatever you say don't mean a hill of beans to me. You can talk about me. You can say I got paid $7,000. And if y'all find the plug or connect for that $7,000, holler at me. I'll take that money and put it in the bank. Don't listen to them. Continue to fight for what's right. Continue to believe in truth. And I want all of us together to continue to fight for Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA, for Charlie Kirk and his legacy. They may be able to kill the body, but they cannot kill the legacy. They tried to kill Jesus. They beat him. They hung him on the cross. They said if we can just kill him, we'll end the message. Well, the devil is a lie. Now Christ reigns strong. The most sold book in world history is the Bible. We still 2,000 years, the biggest religion, billions of people worshiping Jesus after they killed him. They thought it ended on Calvary's cross, but it only made the movement stronger. Just like Charlie Kirk, they thought that if they killed him, that this would end, that there would be no Tpusa'S, there would be no Americafest. But I came here to tell you that the devil is a doggone lie. We're gonna keep fighting, we're gonna keep pressing, we're gonna keep putting God first, and Charlie Kirk's legacy will live forever. Thank you, guys.
Something I believe with all of my heart. Every life has value. That's why I proudly stand with Save the Storks. They don't just talk about being pro-life. They live it out by meeting women where they are, showing them compassion, truth, and hope before it's too late. Right now, there's 108 mobile medical units or stork buses across the country reaching women before.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-6802 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
And welcome back to AmFest 2025. We are here in Phoenix, Arizona at AmFest 2025. We're going to take you back to the stage right now where we have speaking Representative Tom Tiffany. Let's take a look in.
The agenda is back. Jobs are going to American workers. The border is secured, and criminals get 2 choices: jail or deportation. This movement does not apologize for putting America first, and neither do I. In Congress, I voted against the billions more that went to the forever war in Ukraine. I introduced legislation to reform H-1B so American graduates aren't replaced by cheap foreign labor. And I put forth the first bill to completely eliminate unfair racial preferences. Unfair racial preferences in the federal government as well as colleges and universities, they need to go. America is built on merit, it's built on hard work, and by the hands of the American people. Teddy Roosevelt said it best. There can be no divided allegiance here. We have room for one flag, the American flag. And now, as I run for governor in the great state of Wisconsin, we will carry the America First vision to Wisconsin first again. Before I ever stepped in the Washington swamp, I was just a farm kid in western Wisconsin. And I'll be honest with you, politics smells a lot like the farm sometimes. We got a whole lot of shoveling we need to do, don't we? But the farm taught me what the American dream truly is. You work hard, you take responsibility, you earn your future. You don't wait for someone to hand it to you. We do not believe in a rigged system, do we? That keeps people dependent on government. We believe in a civilization where opportunity belongs to the people. We do not believe in the nanny state controlling our lives. We believe in a government that gets out of the way so we can build our own future. America became the greatest nation in the history of the earth by limited government, competition, strong families, and young Americans like you who rolled up their sleeves, took risks, and earned their success. And now the left wants to rip that foundation away, piece by piece, value by value, state by state. They want to pick winners and losers based on skin color. They want to take more of your paycheck and more of your freedom. They want to silence anyone who disagrees with them. They want government to replace the family. And now they want to bring those failed ideas to Wisconsin. Take a look at Minnesota. Millions, billions of Somalian-led welfare fraud that Tim Walz ignored. Yes, boo. Look at Illinois, billions in free benefits for illegal aliens while American families struggle to pay their bills. Look at New York, where felons walk free and they'll try to lock you up for defending yourself. Those are the real consequences of Democrat rule, and they want Wisconsin to be the next victim. Let me ask you, do you want Wisconsin to look like those failed states? No, we don't. Repeat after me, only louder. No, we don't. And the socialists who will likely run against me in this governor's race said America's founding was awful. Let that sink in. I am sick and tired of politicians who enjoy America's freedom and opportunity, yet spend every day trying to tear it down. We deserve leaders who thank God for America. And we need leaders that will not apologize for it. Some say we should build a wall around Minnesota and Illinois to keep their policies out. You know, and honestly, that might not be the worst idea. You know, there might be a president that could help us with this wall. And make Minnesota and Illinois pay for it, is right. You are the generation that will defend freedom. You are the generation that stops the decline. You are the generation that keeps socialism out of Wisconsin and out of America. Wisconsin is a special place because of its incredible people That's why I get out of the swamp every week and come home. Because back home, we hold the door open at the local Quick Trip. We help our neighbors shovel snow. We work hard. We love our families. We are driven by common sense and love of our country and devotion to faith in our God. Charlie Kirk represented the Wisconsin spirit. Hardworking, family man, Christian, unapologetically American. My last conversation with Charlie was back in Wisconsin a year and a half ago on election integrity. He looked me in the eye and he said, "You guys got to do more to protect Wisconsin." And he's right. Our elections are the most sacred part of our republic. If we do not protect them, we will just become communist China. As we speak, Democrats are pushing for illegal aliens to vote. We demand proof of citizenship, don't we? We demand secure elections. Democrats push young people towards dependency. We empower young people to control their own fate, to achieve the American dream. Democrats keep taking more of your paycheck. We believe you should keep what you earn. Democrats want to ship our jobs overseas. We are bringing manufacturing back to the Midwest. As the next governor, the future will be in your hands. I will make sure Wisconsin jobs go to Wisconsin workers. I will stand up for graduates and end foreign labor schemes that push you aside. I will protect the right to speak your mind, practice your faith, and be free. I will cut red tape to make homeownership more affordable. I will lower taxes so you can start a business and raise a family. And I will put Wisconsin first. You know, having kids was one of the greatest blessings of our life. And I will provide you the chance to do that without having to have 3 salaries and roommates in order to be able to afford a home. The next generation of Americans, the people in this room right now, deserve their own shot at the American dream. And that's what President Trump and I are fighting for. When I look at this room, I do not see youth. I see the future. I see victory. And I see a generation that's going to fight like hell for America. You elected Donald J. Trump last election, and you will help us take Wisconsin back in 2026. We all know how critical Wisconsin is, not just in the governor's race, not just to keep control of the House, but for the future to keep the White House. But if Wisconsin fails, the left will run wild with DEI, open borders, censorship, crime, higher taxes, drag shows in classrooms, and the end of the American dream. We are one election away from losing Wisconsin and the home we know. And I refuse to allow Minnesota's madness and Illinois' insanity to take root in Wisconsin. We need a Wisconsin that thrives like Florida, Texas, and Ohio. A state where freedom grows, jobs are strong, and young people are proud to call it home. Wisconsin dairy fed America. Our foundries armed America. Our timber built America. Our workers powered America through recessions and wars and every challenge that was thrown at us. Wisconsin is not flyover country. It is the backbone of the United States of America. And now we need to protect it. We already tailgate in 10 degrees like we're in downtown Phoenix. If we can survive that, we can knock doors. We can make calls. We can fight, and we can win. But you got to fight like your future depends on it, because our very way of life is at stake. Wisconsin's comeback starts now, and Wisconsin's comeback starts with you, with all of you. We're going red in 2026. We are going red again in 2028, and we will make Wisconsin great again. So thank you, Americafest. God bless Wisconsin. God bless the United States of America. And I hope you all have a Merry Christmas. And I hope you will check out our movement in Wisconsin as we take the governorship in our great state at TomTiffany.com. On Wisconsin.
The world tells girls to bend and blend. But we call them to be bold. American Heritage girls are firm in faith, strong in character, and confident in who God made them to be. Because America needs more women of integrity. We are American Heritage girls.
We are waging this battle in the domain of politics, not because we want to, but because we have to.
What we're seeing now is the emergence of this conservative, counter-elite, or counter-cultural force simply emerging in place of where the progressives have vacated. It is now up to us to determine the moral landscape, to determine what those terms of debate are going to be.
Real potentials need to be discovered, not imagined.
Hello, everybody. I am absolutely honored to be here to speak with you all today. The invitation to speak at Amfest was the last communication I ever received from Charlie. And I never had the opportunity to tell him how grateful and flattered I was to be invited to this event and speak on the main stage, no less. I was working up the right way to tell him how much this meant to me, and then in an instant, that opportunity was gone. So I'm going to express to you all now some of the ideas I wanted to tell Charlie then. First, I recognize that many of you may not know who I am. My name is Jonathan Keeperman. For 10 years, I was a lecturer in the English department at the University of California at Irvine. And truthfully, I love my job. I got to spend my working hours talking to smart and motivated young people about books and big ideas. But early in my career, I started to see things moving in a very bad direction. I started to see the university's mission change from encouraging the acquisition of knowledge for its own sake to enforcing an ever narrower set of political and moral ideas on its students and even its faculty. This became worse and worse over time, and it eventually became intolerable. The environment was particularly bad for men. It was even worse for white men, and even worse still for straight white men. But aside from all of that, if you were a conservative, if you had conservative values, and God forbid if you voted for Donald Trump, just forget about it. You did not belong there. Your beliefs had no place on campus. So I left my career, and I started a publishing company called Passage Press. Thank you.
All of these smart young people who were cut out from publishing needed somewhere to go. I wanted to build something, however modest, where the talents of young writers could be cultivated and recognized. I had a young family to support at the time, and I had no idea what I was doing. But I had a mission. I had something I knew needed to be done, and I was going to do it. This is how Charlie found me. Charlie loved books. He knew that true understanding came from deep engagement with ideas, that you had to be constantly testing your assumptions against arguments from all sides. You had to know history, and not the Wikipedia version of history, or the version of history you might get secondhand through YouTube videos. You had to go to the source material. You had to take the time to set aside all of the distractions of the screen and crack open an actual book. But I had far more to learn from Charlie than he ever had to learn from me. He was 10 years my junior, but had wisdom and know-how well beyond anything I could understand. It wasn't just that he knew how to organize and how to build something from nothing. It wasn't just that he was a great communicator. He was all those things, of course. But he understood that to solve problems, even the biggest and most intractable problems, meant that you had to set aside your ego. You had to stow away your complaints and your disagreements with allies, however real they might be, in service of that larger project. Charlie did not take himself seriously, but he did take his responsibilities very, very seriously. Too often, I see the opposite of that in myself and in others. And I would encourage us all to take that lesson to heart. Your ego is not important, but your obligations to yourself and to your countrymen are incredibly important. Because Charlie knew this, he didn't throw tantrums. He didn't lash out. He didn't stomp his feet. He focused his efforts on building a winning machine. He brought good people together and allowed them to make the most of their strengths. Charlie cared deeply about the success of his allies and his friends because he knew that their success was his success. Charlie also knew something that I didn't know when I reluctantly became involved in politics. I had this idea that somewhere out there were the adults in the room, these smart, competent people who knew the score and knew how to do things, who at some point would come and wave their magic wand and fix our problems. But those people are not there. They don't exist. No one is coming to save us. We're going to have to do this ourselves. Charlie knew this. Charlie knew it was up to us. It was up to you, the people in this room. Lately, I've been finding myself reading these survival stories. I have a 10-year-old son, and he loves Gary Paulson's Hatchet books. These books are about a teenage boy who finds himself lost in the wilderness, and he has to survive. These are wonderful stories that demonstrate the virtues of perseverance and resourcefulness, but they've also led me to reading stories about real survival situations. A family of sailors who get shipwrecked in the middle of the Pacific. A team of researchers marooned in the Arctic at the onset of winter. A lone hunter deep in the Canadian Rockies mauled nearly to death by a grizzly bear. A crew of fishermen capsized in an October squall in the sub-freezing waters of the Bering Sea. These stories, truthfully, are incredibly bleak. On their face, they suggest an unfair and hostile world. Perhaps worse than hostile, they suggest a world that is indifferent to our suffering.
But I find great comfort in these stories. I find tremendous wisdom in them. How did these people endure these hardships? How did they defy all of the odds and come to tell the story of their own survival? The lessons from these stories, the through lines, and all of these harrowing episodes are in fact remarkably similar. They are simple lessons, and when you hear them, they may sound obvious. But they are not always so obvious to us in our moments of duress. They are not always so easy to come by when we find ourselves face to face with the overwhelming difficulties that life presents to us. And they are not reducible merely to moments of life and death struggle. These lessons are available to us every day in every fight we must undertake, be it in our personal lives or on the national political stage. In every case, success begins with the simple assertion, I am alive. And by virtue of being alive, I have agency. I have the power to make a choice to do something. Doing nothing is always easy. Doing nothing is always the path of least resistance. Instead of doing nothing, I am going to work up the strength to do one small thing that is going to improve my situation. I am going to reach my broken arm to a rock in front of me and drag myself another foot down the mountain. I'm going to cast this net into the ocean one more time, despite days of failed efforts, so that I might catch a fish and feed my family. Sometimes the small thing is simply choosing to not give up, choosing to stay in the game. Of the fishermen I read about who were capsized in the Bering Sea, several did not make it. The life raft they were in could not contend with these 40-foot waves that were thrown up by the storm. Again and again and again, the waves would flip the raft and toss these men into the icy water. Of the ones who did survive, it was because every time this happened, hundreds of times over their 3-day ordeal, they found the strength to swim back to the raft. That's what it means to stay in the fight. It means swimming back to the boat over and over and over again. It means simply declaring, I will not give up, and then acting in accordance with that declaration. What is universal in all of these stories is a conscious decision to not be overwhelmed by the big picture of your circumstances, to not indulge in the despair of the existential crisis before you. The ocean is simply too big to consider what it might take to row across it in a dinghy. The Arctic is too cold and empty to imagine crossing 100 miles of it on foot. The survival situation taken from that perspective seems impossible. The plan becomes fuzzy, hard to see, and harder still to act on. And when we think about our own...
And welcome back to Amfest Coverage 2025 live in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Bo along with Benny and Brian. Guys, we've got a full slate of speakers here today. We're already kind of in the thick of it. But I know that we want to go right now to our very own Ben Berquam and Javier Negre, who are actually outside of the Phoenix Convention Center. And guys, what are you encountering out there, Ben? Are you seeing anyone that is antithetical to what's going on inside? Are you seeing mostly people in support of this? What are you seeing so far, Ben?
Yeah, well, we're going to do, thank you guys. We're out here, Turning Point, Amfest. We're outside. Beautiful day. By the way, there's a reason why people move to Florida in the winters, because it's nice out here. But there are a few protesters. It's a little bit of that low T, that little they-them energy right now. I'm actually kind of surprised it wasn't, it's not more. So we're going to go around, find out what they need prayer for, and and just see what we can run into. I also am going to be doing a little what do we call that? A poll. I'm going to see which hat they like better: Real America's Voice, Capitalism, or ICE. We'll try each one of those. And I've got Javier here. We're going to be, if we need any Spanish lingo, we're going to be doing the RAV Espanol and see what...
Yeah, rap in Espanol is very important because the Hispanic media outlets controlled by the Democrats, they are telling lies people about the ICE operation. And Hispanic, I defend the law and order of the Trump administration. I want to go with you to see what's going on with Antifa here, because I think they're going to be the silly people that we have in every country that I go, like in Spain, in Bolivia, in Ecuador. You have like silly people that are wasting time here on Saturday, sunny day, and it's not with the family, because these kind of people, they are being paid by globalists like Soros, Foundation, like Open Society. So we have to fight against, and we have to put the microphone, and we have to make them question like, hey, what do you think about the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Because these kind of people, they try to justify, the death of Charlie Kirk.
Well, let's go talk to them. Let's go see if there's any reasonable people. By the way, there's some great people out here, too. God bless these guys. Thank you for being out here. We still got people with masks over here, so we're going around. He said Trump lost in 2020, but he won in 2024. How great do you feel about that?
I'm not happy about it.
You're not? Why not? What is the worst policy of President Trump to you?
Trump seeks to overturn the American project. America
based on
250 years of greater and greater inclusion.
Okay.
We've included people that were excluded from the American project again and again and again. And Trump is seeking to undo that.
Should everyone be included, or should we be able to exclude anyone?
From what?
From this great American project. You're saying, this
every American should be able to vote without restriction.
Every American citizen, okay, without restriction. So felons too, you think?
I think that felons who have served their criminal sentence should have their rights restored and be allowed to vote.
Okay, that's a reasonable thing. What about illegals?
They're not citizens of the United States.
They should not be able to vote.
The Constitution is unclear about that. Some local jurisdictions allow people who are here undocumented to vote in local elections.
You think that's crazy?
I don't think that's crazy.
Somebody who's not sworn an allegiance to this nation voting in elections that affect the citizens.
I said local elections.
Those affect citizens, yeah.
Yeah, I think
you're okay with
I think those people participate in the civic life of the city.
But they shouldn't be here legally. Legally, they shouldn't be here, but we're going to give them the right to vote.
And it's not unreasonable to expect that participating in the civic life of the city, that a city may decide that they deserve the right to have a vote. But I believe it's up to each local jurisdiction to decide that for themselves.
And what about the terrorists that Biden brought to the United States, like as refugees?
Could you say that again?
The terrorists that Biden brought to the United States from Afghanistan, refugees.
America
have to vote or not?
America has an asylum and a refugee policy. We're signatories to international treaties. Those international treaties should be upheld. We have a system of asylum and refugee.
What about when those asylees? What about when those? Hang on. What about when those asylees come here and come with the intention to commit terrorism, gaming the system because they've been taught by Catholic Charities, the United Nations. These are the words you say when you come here. This is how you get into our country, and they have bad intentions for our country. What should happen to them? And what should happen to the people that invited them in?
Tell me, how smart are you? You seem like a pretty smart guy.
I'm reasonably intelligent.
I would say
got a couple degrees.
I would say probably about.
I'm not Einstein, but I'm reasonable.
Okay. When was the last time you were able to look into somebody's heart and into somebody's mind and tell exactly what was in there?
That's an interesting question, because I believe God gives us foresight, gives us wisdom into seeing spiritual dimensions. And so I think you can tell somebody's intention sometimes just by the energy that they put out. There's some good energy, there's some bad energy, there's light and there's darkness. So sometimes you can read that. But I agree. I believe that's why we have a system. We should have a system, a very strict system of who comes in, not based on what I perceive you to be based, on some interaction, but based on background information, a thorough background check, knowing that you're actually somebody worth bringing into our country. I think we should have a very strict policy of figuring out what those intentions are, not based on how I feel about it.
So let's go back to your friend's question here. The question was, should terrorists be allowed into the United States? You talk about a very regularized process of vetting those people. Am I correct? Do I have?
We should have it. Okay. We didn't have it for 4 years under Biden. We let in millions of people that were unvetted. That then ended up, we just saw that they just committed, a terrorist from Afghanistan was brought into Washington State, drove across to Washington D.C. and murdered American National Guards.
But of all the people that were let in, how could you tell? Could you tell by looking at them?
No, that's the thing. We need to vet them. Yeah, we shouldn't let them. That's my point. We shouldn't let you in until we vetted you enough to know.
So what we're saying is that in any system that has asylum and refugee provisions, there's always a risk that somebody is going to come in who's going to.
We should limit that risk.
We
should limit that risk.
We look at the risks that we take.
We don't want to increase the risk.
We don't want to increase the risk. Do you know why those people from Afghanistan were allowed in?
Yeah, because we abandoned them. And then Joe Biden decided to try to save face to bring some of the people that were going to be slaughtered by the Taliban that we abandoned them to after 20 years.
Let me ask you. Who was it who signed the deal with the Taliban?
President Trump. And I believe if President Trump were in office, that would not have happened. We wouldn't have abandoned them. We wouldn't have abandoned $80 billion worth of equipment. Joe Biden did not follow through on the deal.
Now wait. What you're saying is he made the deal. Trump made the deal. Biden followed through on the deal.
No, he did not. He went through with his own version of it, but it was not Trump's deal. He basically abandoned our troops, our equipment.
What part? You're kind of young. I can see you don't have any gray there. So you may find this hard to believe, but in every single war that America has fought, we've left vast amounts of equipment and weaponry.
It's a cost-benefit analysis. You have to decide. No, Trump would have left some of that equipment. Right. I'm not saying he wouldn't have left all $80 billion. But what I do know Trump would have done is not the way that. But hang on one second. Well, let me ask you this.
I like you because whenever you throw out a blanket statement, and I kind of push back on that, you acknowledge. You acknowledge that there's subtlety in these things.
There is absolutely. There's nuance in it. But so the one question before I go back to Javier, and then we got to jump to, we got a few other people we want to talk to out here, and I appreciate you having the reasonable dialogue. President Trump, would you call him the peace president?
No.
Based on the peace treaties that he's already come up with in this first term. You look at Joe Biden. For his first, President Trump's first term, no new wars. Joe Biden came in, we got Ukraine, the disaster in Afghanistan. Now we have President Trump coming in, has more peace treaties signed in less than a year than Joe Biden or Barack Obama had in their entire 8 years. You wouldn't call that, you don't think he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize?
Again, there you are with your blanket statements.
That's specific. That's specific.
Let's unpack the wars. Well, we can't. But basically, what Trump has done is Trump has taken some minor skirmishes that have happened around the world and claimed peace. Just yesterday, 2 days ago, he claimed that for the first time in 3,000 years, he brought peace to the Middle East, and 2 days later, dropped bombs on 70 different locations in the Middle East.
Yeah, sometimes it's peace through strength, right?
So I think what we see here is you can't take Trump at his word. Most of what he says is propaganda, and he hopes that people, as he said, he loves the uneducated. He loves the stupid people. He throws things out there, and he expects that people who aren't willing to be up on their current events are simply going to accept it.
But during the Obama administration, we had more wars than Trump administration. What do you think about that? Because Democrats are always using the word and telling the people that they are peace people, and that's not true.
Yeah. You know, you can throw out a soundbite like that, but I could also say, hell, under FDR, more Americans died than had ever died before FDR. Sometimes you have to respond to the events that are taking place in the world.
Do you know what's going on in Europe with the illegal immigration, with the refugees, with the leader that follows the Biden administration policies, like taking refugees into the country? Have you seen how many terrorist attacks we have because of the refugees? Do you want USA the same as Europe?
I think that what you try to do is you try to equate refugees.
I'm from Europe, so I know what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We had the Paris attack. Was it last year we had the Paris attack? Hundreds of people killed in those Paris attack. That was a terrible thing, wasn't it? The Christmas market attacks. I've got family members right now. They just went this week to the Christmas markets. Nobody's in favor of terrorism.
Well, jihadists are. The left appears to be. I mean, based on their policies.
Why would you say?
Because they invite in people.
You're doing a false equivalent. You're trying to say that
based on I look at the fruit. When you invite in people that say they hate us, and then they act on that hate, then I would say you're promoting that.
Why didn't we round up all young white men after Timothy McVeigh bombed Oklahoma?
Because we don't have, obviously, Timothy McVeigh was an anomaly. You don't have a lot of white men going and blowing things up. Now, there is if you look at the proportion of Islamist jihadists, it's a problem.
So what you're saying is that we should look upon everybody who is Middle Eastern as a potential terrorist.
No, you just put words in my mouth. No, I would say anybody who says death to America, yes. Anyone who says death to America, yes, we should look at them as a potential terrorist. We should not invite them into our country. And if they're saying that here, I appreciate you. I'm going to keep going. I can't spend all day on you, but I appreciate time. What's your name?
William.
William. God bless you, William. Anything we can pray for you on today?
What's that?
Anything I can pray for you about today?
No,
you're good. God bless you, William. All right, guys, AmFest 2025, we're out here. Nice conversation with William. We're going to have a conversation with some more. We've got something going on over here if you're just watching. Well, I hope we have the bleep button ready because this is about the best and the brightest. William, I would say, was much more reasonable than most of what we see from the left. This is what the left typically looks like.
Here in my cult, I can hate all the brown, I can hate blacks, we can call them DEI and cults. You gotta shine your shoes, dude.
Deport every illegal, DEI, baby.
Deport Melania and Elon.
They're legal. Should we deport? Which illegals should we deport?
It's away their health care.
Illegals, we should deport all of these people here.
Hang on, wait, say that again. We shouldn't deport. Wait. No. Okay, well, should we deport illegals and these people, or should we? Would you trade these liberals for some of the illegals and deport the liberals?
Yes, 100%.
Are you here for this event?
Yes, of course. It's my first time and I love it.
Okay, where are you from, and why does this matter so much to you?
Unfortunately, California.
And you're here, a beautiful Latino woman out here in support. Your husband, God bless you, sir. In support of ICE.
We got to roll.
You got to roll? Okay.
Yes.
If you could say one thing to President Trump, one thing to ICE and Border Patrol, what would it be?
Love him.
Yeah?
Freaking A. Love Trump. Love everything that's going on. Got tired of all this bullshit with Biden having this invasion on in our country, you know? It's all BS. You know, so I love what they're doing. We wouldn't be having this ICE issue if it wasn't for, you know, the liberals allowing all these illegals to come in. It's very simple. We wouldn't have this chaos. It'd be quiet. But no, what happened? Liberals love it. They want the votes. It's very simple. If you really think about it.
Well, we support Trump 100%. Mexicans, Latinos, Trump.
Big time.
You know that we have Rap en Español, Real America's Voice. You have to follow us.
We're just launching Real America's Voice News, Rap Español. So we have Real America's Voice News and then Rap Español to reach the Hispanic community and make sure that it's not just CNN, Telemundo.
Oh, they screw everything up, CNN. Oh, man, those are jokes. I sold advertising. It was people believe anything, that's on TV.
Do you think more people are waking up, in particular? I mean, you got these lunatics over here, but they're loud, obnoxious. But do you think more people, the silent majority, is waking up?
They don't have God in their life. Majority of these people that are just sad to say knuckleheads, they have this emptiness. It's like they have, it's like without God, it's like the truth. You pull God away from schools and everything, you're gonna have this.
My whole family voted for Trump. We were Democrats before, and we became all Republicans and voted for Trump.
Worked up over here. I gotta go.
I know you had to go. You came back. I love this.
Sure. What's up?
Black Guns Matter, baby. I love it. And I support DEI. Deport every illegal. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, of course. Javier.
Yeah. So we are happy to see Hispanic people supporting Rap en Español. It's very important to tell the people the truth about ICE operation and tell the people that Trump is supporting criminals and people without documents. We need law and order. I'm from Europe, and we don't want the immigration policies of the European leaders that they bring like a lot of terrorists, using the immigration policies. We need borders secure. So we're very happy with Hispanic people supporting Rap en Español.
I love it.
I would love to ask these guys what they think about the murder of Charlie Kirk, because I think that this guy is a silly guy. It's a mental disease, and they justify the death.
Can I ask you a question?
Sir, how are you, my friend? What do you think about the murder of Charlie Kirk? Why? You justify his murder?
I've said no to you 3 times. I want you to leave me alone. Back off right now.
You have better plans on Saturday? Okay.
Well, this is the tolerant left and the thinking for themselves left. You saw that the beautiful couple we just talked to, but as soon as you start talking, this guy came up and tried to tell them not to talk to us, and then as soon as we tried to talk to him, they don't want to say anything. Clearly,
he felt bad.
Yeah, maybe he's rethinking his decisions. All right, let's go over here. Anyone want to say anything about the death of Charlie Kirk? How you felt about it? No? Anybody? The murder? The assassination? Anyone else want to address the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
I don't have anything to say.
What's that?
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. Why are you wearing a mask?
Because I chose to.
Because you what?
Because I chose to.
Are you afraid of COVID, or is it just like you're afraid of being
I just
seen?
chose to.
Is it cool that ICE wears masks?
No.
Why?
Because they're hiding their face while they're taking people off the streets.
Illegals. Which illegals should we be able to deport? Criminals, rapists, murderers, terrorists?
I want to do an interview.
Okay. Okay.
Because I choose not to.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Anyone here? Which illegals should we deport? Rapists, murderers, terrorists, Canadians. Only Canadians.
Overstairs the visas, Canadians.
All right, I'm with you.
But it'll never happen.
What about rapists and murderers?
In a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Murderers should be chopped into pieces, like what John Wayne Gacy and Jeffrey Dahmer did. Chop them into pieces.
What do you think about these guys out here?
I don't know, expressing their opinion.
Yeah. But what do you think about ICE? Do you feel ICE is good out there deporting illegals?
Yeah, they did it to Canadians. They're number one overstairs of visas.
Absolutely.
But it'll never happen. You know why?
We should.
This is why. This is why. That's why.
I ride with them all the time. Color doesn't matter.
Why are they targeting only people of color?
It's not true.
That's not true.
You could say now the proportion of people of color that are here illegally is higher. When I was with them, we were arresting Moldovians, we were arresting Russians, every color.
So why did they jump on?
We should deport every illegal. That's what I believe, and that's what ICE is doing.
What if they're here legally?
Yeah, no, illegals are not illegal. If you're here,
if they're here illegally, should ICE be jumping on them?
They're not.
Okay.
Unless they're obstructing ICE.
What if you're on break walking down the street in East LA and they grab you and they grab you and throw up against the fence and say, I'm born here. And then he shows them the fake, thank God it was recorded, and he shows them his ID card and they get off him. Are you okay with that, them doing that to him?
No. Oh, did they arrest him?
No,
I don't know any of the. I don't know any of the other details of
Ryan
it.
Gavita was all over the news.
Yeah, I don't know any of the other, like the
And it
beginning
happened to a black
details.
guy in New York, the same thing. He said, I was born in King's Hospital, and the punk ass ICE got off him. Now,
So they didn't arrest him. Hugo, what's up, brother?
Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, we got Liberty Hangout in the house. So we're gonna do a little joint venture
hi everybody.
here.
I hope you're having fun inside.
What do you? So is it just me, or is this a little they them energy?
Yeah,
little low T energy. out here?
I offered everybody here $50 if they could prove their point with facts and logic. They said, no, I don't want your money. I said, oh, well, it's just really easy work. Like, here, $50, you just prove yourself to be right. I'm wrong. They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So I'm out here. If there's any liberals out here watching, maybe you're inside, you want to come out. $50 free. Prove me wrong. $50. I'll give it to you.
Who can't use $50? I'll double that. We'll make it 100. Any liberal that can come out here and prove their point.
Yes.
Absolutely. We're here. We're waiting for you.
Ben, it's so nice to see you.
You go all over the country doing this. The work you've done to expose the left, the tolerant left, the so-called feminist left. The way you're treated, you always have a smile on your face. You always keep going. You've been assaulted so many times. What inspires you to do what you do?
I love the Andrew Breitbart quote that I live by. I love standing up. I love standing up for what I believe in. I love having fun while doing it. I am having so much fun. I love what I believe in. I want to shout it out to all the ends of the earth, and I have so much fun. Who doesn't have fun with this? This is entertainment, and it's free. They come out here. Well, we're not paying them. Someone else is paying them. But it's just so fun, and I love standing up for what I believe in.
God bless you. Where can people find you and follow you?
Liberty Hangout on YouTube and Rumble.
Love you. God bless you.
Man, it's so nice to see you.
See you too. I'd always at the good things. All right, so if you don't want to be a miserable liberal like these guys, think for yourself. I don't know what this guy's deal is. I don't know if he's got mental illness or what. But if you don't want to be like this guy, think for yourself. Be a conservative. But look, they do it. This is it right here. This is mainstream liberalism in action right here. Mainstream liberalism right here. Unbelievable. Anybody else? Deport Melania. We got deport Melania. Besides Melania, who else should we be able to deport? Rapists, murderers, terrorists.
Oh, are we deporting Trump now because he's a rapist?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking you. Well, Trump's not illegal, so we're talking about illegal.
He is a rapist.
He's not. He's not.
He is. He's a rapist. You know, civilly liable for rape is too rapey for me. If we're talking about rapists, boy, have I got one for you. Have I got one for you?
Who's that?
Donald
Bill
Trump's
Clinton?
rapist. Oh, I don't like Bill Clinton either. I'm not in a cult. Thanks for asking.
Cool.
I would
So,
never,
but let's go back. Let's go back. But you said
deport.
But you said deport Melania.
Yeah, exactly.
So who else? But illegal aliens. Which ones can we deport?
I actually, first off, let's not use the term illegal to refer to human beings because we will not.
We're here illegally. That's the actual.
Not be using language to dehumanize human beings.
No,
it's
that's
really
the actual official term.
It's really important that we talk about people like they're humans because otherwise we're going to end up like Nazis.
Human
you don't want to
illegals.
be a Nazi,
Right.
do
They're
you?
human illegals.
You don't want to use Nazi language, do you?
Terrorists are human beings or not?
Sorry, what?
Terrorists are human beings. Rapists are human beings.
Terrorists?
Yeah.
Well, I would think that calling immigrants terrorists is like a huge misnomer. You're trying to get me to use some sort of comparison between
Terrorists, refugees that shot the National Guard. Yeah. No. The terrorists that shot the National Guard. You don't want to deport these guys?
You're using
No.
kind of icky words when talking about human beings. They're immigrants, not
What do you
terrorists.
think about the murder of Charlie Kirk?
What do I think? Oh, I'm anti-gun violence. Absolutely. Period. I've always been anti-gun violence. I don't care if it's kids in a classroom or if it's Charlie Kirk on a college campus. I'm aware of the fact that the United States has a gun violence problem.
What about just an good versus evil problem?
Well, that's not.
It's the guns problem, or you think it's the person that pulls the trigger?
Well, I know that they don't have these issues in countries with gun legislation. It doesn't happen in Ireland.
Mass stabbings. They have mass stabbings in Ireland, mass stabbings in the UK.
Okay, I'm sorry, I will not be justifying 500 plus mass shootings in the United States every year and pretending that our hands are tied and that we have absolutely nothing to do about it.
But you think taking the guns away?
You guys will put laws on abortion, but you won't put laws on guns. If thoughts and prayers are good enough for kids in the classroom, then surely they're good enough for kids in the womb. But you don't not do laws on abortion.
But you think it's the gun. But no, you think it's the guns that are the problem. So I would argue that the reason we see mass shootings in America is because evil we've allowed in. We took prayer out of schools. We took God out of schools. And now we've raised a generation of moral relativism activists that think it's okay to go and murder people.
But there's a lot of terrorists who believe in God, so I'm not sure what your point is. Timothy McVeigh was a Christian. Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber, was an avid Christian. So, I mean, what conversation are we having here? That you think that you can control good and evil? We need to have a real conversation based in real world solutions. And if you think that abortion can be controlled with laws, then I think that probably mass shooting.
Is abortion murder? Should we allow killing of innocent babies in the womb?
I don't consider abortion murder. I think it's a medical procedure, and it's none of my business. That's the actual truth.
Up until what age?
It's just none of my business, any of it. I think that women are capable of making decisions for themselves.
What about the woman in the womb, the baby?
Huh?
What about the woman in the womb, the baby?
I don't consider it a baby. I don't consider that a person. Well, probably when it can maintain homeostasis. That's the definition of life.
So like 2? I mean, by itself? You're talking by itself?
That's how you know these men are dumber than you think they are. They don't even know the definition of homeostasis.
What do you do for a living?
Comedian.
Okay, cool. I like it. Okay.
Do you believe in freedom, though?
I do, yeah. I don't, but I also do. I believe in the rule of law. So not murdering babies.
Homeostasis is the ability of an organism to maintain its body systems on its own.
Right.
So that's
2. So you can't do that as a 2.
A newborn maintains homeostasis.
Yeah, but they can't do that without input from. But they can't do that.
That's not what homeostasis means. Homeostasis doesn't mean that your mom is feeding you. That's not what homeostasis means. Homeostasis means the ability
in the womb, then
of
you
your
would say,
body to maintain.
So a baby that would come out at 4 months old.
That's the reality I want to have a conversation about. And this is really important because I am on the side of women, always on the side of women. I don't like men talking about women's health care.
How do you know I'm a man?
Well, I assume you are, so I'm going. You didn't get me. You didn't get me.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Assuming.
You're trying to make an argument when there isn't an argument here, and everyone can see it. They can see that it's some stupid political ploy. The reality is that women are.
No, I don't want to murder babies.
Women are capable of making the right healthcare decisions for themselves, and women dying in Texas.
I don't think murder is ever the right healthcare decision.
I'm not going to continue this conversation if you're not going to allow me to talk. Like I get it. You want to feel.
It's a conversation.
I mean, is it?
Yeah,
is it?
Kinda.
I mean, kinda is the right answer.
Kinda
is the right answer.
Okay.
But the reality is that I trust women to make the decisions for themselves. I also trust doctors to make the decisions.
Women murdering.
Well, just let God deal with it, right? If it's good enough for kids in the classroom, that's probably good enough for children in the womb. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers for abortion only.
Anything you want to pray for?
Anything I want to pray for?
You need prayer for?
Anything I need prayer for?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't need these Satan followers to be praying for me.
666.
No. I'm all Jesus. I'm all Jesus.
Are you Jesus?
All
What's the 666 for?
Because if a $7 necklace makes you uncomfortable, that's hilarious.
Okay.
Didn't Jesus
criticize
wealth?
Light, darkness coming as light.
Didn't Jesus? So you believe in Jesus, right?
I do.
And you believe in freedom.
I do.
Correct. So I'm going to ask you a few things because I'm very curious because I think we get really divided.
Yeah.
Social media.
By the way, thank you for joining us. AmFest 2025, Real America's Voice News. We got Rav Español out here and Rav out here talking to the folks on the ground.
Yo nací en España. Mis padres son cubanos. I was born in Spain.
What do you think about what's going on in Spain with a socialist government, floods of corruption, a lot of terrorists, a lot of illegal immigration? You want the same for the United States?
I'll happily answer this.
Who are you with, by the way?
So I'm with myself. I'm a content creator also with Disrupt. We're a new political movement seeking to take back the American dream for our generation, for young people, and countering Nick Fuentes and Turning Point's influence amongst young people. Because what I believe is that Turning Point is funneling the real anger that young people have into votes for the Republican establishment. And listen, I also believe that the Democratic Party establishment is not serving our generation. And I also think that Nick Fuentes is tapping into real anger that young people and young men specifically have, but he's diverting it against each other in our generation. It's a very lazy and old tried trope of blaming it on women, blaming it on Jews, blaming it on immigrants and black people, when the real power remains unchallenged in the society. And I think we can agree with this, that it is this elite, this wealthy, powerful elite that is able to buy elections by spending an unlimited amount of money through their corporate PACs. And at the same time, what they're doing is that once elected officials get in, they bribe them through corporate lobbyists. Armies of lobbyists are just killing good legislation that I think most of us can agree on. And
so far, common ground.
And I think that we need to find the common ground now for freedom, right? I believe in freedom of speech. I think freedom of speech is what makes this country so different. And that's why my parents fled Cuba and they came to this country. And I believe...
You don't support communism.
So I don't support communism because I think communism ultimately is an authoritarian system. Yeah. I also don't believe fascism, and I don't believe in any authoritarian system. I am very
anti-capitalism.
I believe that right now our generation and young people, there's polls that have been come out, and Steve Bannon spoke about this. why are so many young people opposed to capitalism? Well, the reality is that we don't partake in capital. We don't have capital. We have a system right now where all the wealth gets sucked up to the top. Do you think it's moral? Or even if you don't think it's immoral, but
I don't think we have free market capitalism. I mean, we're in a corporatist society.
Where you have just a few winners.
I support actual free market capitalism.
Okay, so you would support breaking up the monopolies.
Absolutely.
Okay, we break up the monopolies. They also have rigged the economic and government.
We already have rules against monopolies, technically.
But they're not enforced, really.
Sometimes they are, even oligarchies, sometimes they are.
But it's not being properly enforced. And then what you end up seeing is that our generation, young people, we can't afford homes. We can't, like generations before, we're the first generation that is going to be worse off than our parents. In modern American history.
What do you equate that to?
I equate that to a system that for decades and decades, these billionaires and corporate boardrooms have been able to influence our politics to rig the economic and political rules, pass laws, so that they can stay and be able to gain more and more wealth and power while stifling competition, while making it harder for an entrepreneur to actually be able to make it. And I believe that we should concentrate, instead of dividing each other, which there are some real divisions, and I am unapologetically support immigration.
Legal or illegal?
So that's a great question. I think my parents are Cuban, and I think
I unapologetically support legal immigration if it's done in the best interest of America. So everything in our society should be done. Every politician should look through the lens of what's best for American citizens. That's what they swore an oath to, is the citizenship and the Constitution of this nation.
I think we need to follow the Constitution, and I think when it comes to immigration, my parents, they left Cuba, and Cubans are an exception. They're an interesting exception. You know the wet foot, dry foot law?
Yeah.
Right? So it's an interesting exception, right? Like, there was given amnesty to Cubans because they were fleeing communism. Communism still exists and dictatorship exists. That has been eliminated, right? The immigration system for too long in this country has not been an actual comprehensive system. It has been at the whims of whatever administration has been, while the system has failed. Both parties have really failed to pass comprehensive immigration reform. Now, the question about my theory and my view is that the argument about illegal and legal is not actually a real good faith argument.
Why?
Because what I actually view with the real argument is a demographic argument, and that's the fact. And people like Nick Fuentes are being honest about it. And I think the entire can I finish, please?
Yeah.
I think the entire conservative movement needs to be more honest about it and not use the term illegal and legal. Can I finish? Because the reality is that it is about a demographic shift. We are seeing a push to stop all immigration, right? I believe that there's so many people, and I believe there's evidence that so many people have followed the laws, they followed the rules. And what is ICE doing? ICE is snatching people up in the courtroom. You believe in legal immigration. These people are following the rules. Do you believe people should follow rules? They are, right? They have a court date. They're going to the court date, but then before they can see the judge, ICE is snatching them away
so let me
without
clarify that.
allowing the process.
So they were allowed in falsely under Joe Biden.
But it's still legal, correct?
No, it's absolutely not. No, what Joe Biden did was not
law.
legal. So President Trump is undoing what Joe Biden allowed in millions. No, I'm just saying what the reality of the situation. Millions of illegals were allowed in. They were told to go see a judge. Now that should not have happened. Joe Biden justified it based on saying they didn't have space to hold them. But that was just a naive justification to allow millions of illegals in, knowing that we wouldn't have the systems in place to remove them. And in the case that President Trump were reelected, that they could weaponize that against us, which is exactly what we're seeing in every major city. Hang on.
We have in Rabo Español, like every Sunday at 8 p.m., a show, right new show, that we tell the people, like Trump is supporting like illegal immigrants, and most of them are criminals.
That's not true.
It's true. We are telling
every illegal is a criminal. They committed a crime coming in.
But some of them.
I'll have to disagree on you on that.
I'm from Europe. I am a legal immigrant in United States. I don't want like United States being compared like Europe with terrorists, that come like illegal immigrants. They take our health services. We pay a lot of taxes. You want that for United States? Illegal people taking all your illegal services.
So can I actually ask you
hang on, that question. How much should we pay as society to pay for people that come into our country? And
since I believe in the Constitution, I believe in due process, and I think everyone in the Constitution is very clear. We're good. I believe the Constitution is very clear, right? That whether you are a immigrant or a citizen, the laws apply to you, right? The due process laws apply to you. And what I am very frustrated about is that people who, whether or not you disagree with the Biden era policy, which is within your right, the fact is that someone had a parole or someone had a court date. That means that they are de facto here legally. Whether you disagree is okay, that's understandable, but we have to agree on what the letter of the law is, because if we can't agree on the letter of the law...
Let me clarify something. I ride with ICE and Border Patrol all the time. Everyone you're talking about that's going to these court dates that's getting picked up, they're not getting immediately deported. They're having a judge, they're being held until that they're getting that due process. It is. It's
in New York at
100%.
In New York on 26 Federal Plaza, there are people and their families who are going to their court date,
and then getting picked up and held until they get seen.
They were going to see the judge. They get put in expedited removal, and they're not actually able to.
That's due process.
It's not, because they're not able to actually make their case in front of the judge.
Every single one of those people get to see a judge.
I believe.
Hey, hang on a second. We got to run. I appreciate the time. Tell me your name again, and where can we find you?
Carlos Calzadilla Palacio. We Disrupt. It's a new movement. I think everyone should start paying attention to what we're building across this nation, because I really believe that attacks on freedom, the fact that young people cannot afford, and the fact that right now we have corporations and billionaires influence our elections is a big reason why they want to divide us.
Agree on that.
And
I think you're right. We need to come together and have.
But at the same time, dialogue is important. But I do believe that we shouldn't let them divide us amongst each other and attack people because they might have come to this country a bit sooner or earlier, because they're women, because they're Jewish, because they're black. I have a simple motto: DEI, deport every illegal. If you're here illegally, you need to be deported. I don't care the color of your skin, where you're from. And if you are following the rules and the laws, you should be allowed to the process play through, and then you should not have a masked agent that might not identify themselves be able to intrude on due process laws. And no one should be sent to El Salvador's prison when they haven't been.
Yeah, they should.
Well, Alberto Obregón Garcia, the Supreme Court, even disagreed.
He should be out.
He was here.
It's
nonsense.
Was here during the process. He got a judge. He got a liberal judge to support his. Yeah,
that cruelty is something.
I have no MS-13 members who dismember bodies of their enemies.
That wasn't proven in court, and if that is true, it should be proven in court. Correct? You believe in due process. I believe in due process, and that hasn't been.
Yeah, we disagree on that, but we did find common ground. We need to find common ground. God bless you. I appreciate you. Keep having the dialogue.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, we're out here. AmFest 2025. You got to go.
Yeah, we are going to interview Paulina Luna, the congressman from Florida, because we lost Miami because of the fake news Hispanic media. So you follow us, Rap on Español, every Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the Right News Show, to tell the people what's going on with Trump, the truth, not the CNN en Español, Univision, Telemundo, fake news Hispanic media outlets. We're going to fight against them. Thank you very much, my friend.
Let me take that. God bless you. So Ana Paulina Luna, guys, stay tuned for Rav Español for the interview of Ana Paulina Luna. Let me see those hats there, Mark, real quick. I'm just going to go around and see.
ICE or capitalist?
Are we still doing okay in there, guys? I got my audio's a little bit down. We still doing okay? God bless you. Audience in there, thank you for watching us. This is my buddy Mark from Chicago. God bless you, Mark.
Hello, I'm Mark from Chicago.
He told me to find one more crazy, but Mark's he's on the edge, but he's not quite there. Let's go find another one. All right. You know what I got to say? The one nice thing is there's so few people out here. I mean, I anticipated a lot of protests. They've really lost it. In the last several AmFest Turning Point events, you had hundreds of protesters at almost every one of them. I feel like the left is just losing that steam. The only place I see them now is attacking ICE and Border Patrol for doing their job. So this is good news. You know, you got a few loser, crazy people out here we got to keep praying for, but otherwise, it's looking pretty good.
Man, you're my hero. Keep it going,
hang
brother.
on. We didn't find a crazy person, but when you start with "You're my hero," we'll talk to you real quick too.
Okay, well, Tim Eshman from Sydney, Ohio, and thank you for all the work you do. You're just my hero, and I'm just happy to be here.
So your message to President Trump, to ICE, to Border Patrol, and in particular, this event after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, where do we go from here?
I'm just like Steve Bannon. You got to go to war to win this thing.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
So I want to see mass deportations and mass prosecutions. Are you disappointed that we haven't seen the level of prosecutions against some of these people that we know are traitors to our country?
I have not been keeping track of that, so I wouldn't be able to follow that for you.
But I'm talking like Comey and Brennan and some of these people that we know.
No, I can't believe those guys aren't going down. I mean, we got to make something happen in that regard. We need to see some of those guys go to jail or be prosecuted So that's my opinion.
Well, God bless you, sir. I appreciate you. This is what it's all about. You know, the nice thing is we always try to have dialogue. A lot of times you go out to these things, you can't have it because you get attacked by Antifa and the radical left. We actually had decent dialogue today, so shout out to the guys that we were able to talk to. Pray for that girl with the 666 necklace. Pray for the babies in the womb. Pray for ICE and Border Patrol for them to be able to do their job and get rid of the people that should not be in this country. Pray for President Trump. And stand up. It's this generation's job to fight, to stand up, to take this country back from the enemies that want to destroy it. But now I'm going to throw it back to you guys in the set. I'm going to be joining you back there in just a minute, and we're going to go back to the stage, main stage. We're going to be here all day long, AmFest 2025.
Great
Ben, that
job.
was great.
Ben, that was amazing.
That was just incredible.
The whole crowd in here is going crazy.
Yeah, if you could see, Ben, there are people who are actually, we formed a crowd out here that were watching you interview these protesters, the low T energy, the they them energy. But we do want to bring on Don and Donna from Cowboy Logic. Don and Donna, I don't know if you saw any of the protesters that Ben was talking to in the last 5 to 10 minutes, but it seemed like, as Ben noted, that there were not many people out there. This is a very low turnout for liberals for AmFest. What do you attribute that to?
They're not being paid to be out there.
Perhaps the fact that they're realizing that the Democrat Party is going full communist doesn't turn them on either. I mean, that one kid who kept saying, I can't get a house, or whatever. Well, maybe that's because 15 to 20 million illegals are getting subsidized with our tax dollars to the tune of $3,000 to $5,000 a month to kind of pay for very expensive housing, which pushes us with the actual people who need housing that are Americans out of the housing market. Housing has started. Housing has actually started to come down. You know, I was on with the morning show the other day, you guys, and we looked up some stats. From 1900 to 1950, only 12 million immigrants came in. That's 50 years. And Joe Biden brings in more than that in 4 years. How do you can't come back from that without making everybody go back home and come back and do it all again. We need a pause on immigration to write all this stuff. It's really the bottom line.
Yeah, and Donna, I thought it was interesting, if you saw this, that the lady, that she did not want to classify any illegal alien as that. She wanted to represent, or at least classify them with some sort of human dignity, but was not willing to apply that same classification to a child in the womb. Did you notice that complete dichotomy from that woman?
Well, yeah, and let's take that and hit a little closer to home as well. What about the J6ers?
Yeah.
What about their legal rights? By the way, we have definitely discussed this, and we give the victory there to Ben Bergquam.
Yes.
Yeah, undisputed champion of being out on the street. No doubt about it. Hey, Merry Christmas to you guys.
Yeah, the 3 Bs, Benny, Brian, and Bo. Merry Christmas.
The 3 Bs.
That's right. I do want to ask you about your role in the Justice for All song that just came out, that, of course, we saw it climb yesterday. It hit #1. We're very, very proud of that. That's an incredible feat for the song, and as well as the documentary as well. So talk a little bit about your role in the documentary and the piece of music that just came out yesterday.
Well, first of all, we were flattered to be asked to be a part of all that. It gave us the opportunity to meet many of the faces that we had only heard voices for 4 years. That weekend, or those 3 days, or whatever it was, back in September down in Miami, were unforgettable. It gave these J6ers an opportunity to be able to go into a historic recording studio. People like Michael Jackson, James Brown recorded records there, and go into the main room and actually be able to sing not only the national anthem again, some of which they were doing for the first time together, because they weren't part of that OG group that we worked with to get the first national anthem out with President Trump. It gave them the opportunity to do this, having now experienced freedom. And that was huge. With regard to the documentary, You know, the role that Donna and I played in that documentary was actually quite rewarding as well, because we know the questions and the directions to move these individuals that are going to be featured in this documentary. You know, one of the things that we notice when we see other media sources covering J6 is, quite honestly, they don't know all the right questions to ask. And it's simply because they haven't been asking them for going on 5 years.
They've been indoctrinated not to know what really happened.
And we gave these guys and gals a voice countless times. We try to do it on a weekly basis to be able to tell their story. And as a result, if you listen, then you know which kind of questions to ask. And so I think that added something to this documentary. Every one of them have different stories to talk about. Every one of them have different types of total destruction that happened to their lives, but they're all common thread.
Yeah, and that total destruction is still happening. Remember, the J6 Prison Choir and probably Rav and I'm sure Cowboy Logic are on the Arctic Frost list. And, you know, all these conservative Republican Congress people and senators. And this is so evil how deep this went and how illegal it is. And we're just hoping that that can be stopped as well. But we should put in a plug also, you guys. For just $1.29, the J6 Prison Choir can be downloaded. It's the anthem of the free and help us stay at #1 in the hip-hop genre. But in the top 10 in all the genres. How cool is that?
I heard we actually, we bumped, or they, I should say, they bumped Mariah Carey out. If I'm not mistaken, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong on that.
How great is that?
But yeah, listen, the opportunity that was given to these folks down in Miami, and we thank Rav for this. You know, Sarah Maccabee,
Shane
Jenkins was standing the gap, helped a lot, and thank you for having them on. I know we've been watching them for the past day or so out there at the event. Mm-hmm. But Rav and Rob Sigg created the magic that we were able to be a part of, and we're just grateful.
And LJ Fino, RAM, again, it's called RAM, Real America's Music. And it's just so cool to be a part of this. Don's going to start hopefully contributing some more of his music as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. You know, a lot of people probably don't know that we've got a lot of exciting projects coming up in 2026. Obviously, Rav en Español has already kicked off, but Real America's Music is going to be coming up as well. There is a QR code that is on your screen. I want to make sure that you see that, because that's where you can go to download Anthem of the Free. We'll also have some more information coming to you about the documentary as well. Donna, before we let you go, what's coming up on Cowboy Logic in the next episode?
Well, we've got looking at the Georgia election. Got that. We've got a Jan Sixer, of course. And actually, who else do we have?
We got Drew Allen. We got Holly Kessler. Mm-hmm. And we brought in Sarah Maccabee so that the three of us, Sarah, Donna, and I, could rant and vent at epic levels toward the end of the show. So that's what's happening this weekend. Yep. Next weekend, we just finished recording our J6 Christmas special. And we've got 8 J6ers that are coming on to talk about their first Christmas at home since December of 2020. So that's huge.
I should also add the author that we do have on, Drew Allen, on this weekend show. We're talking about a book he wrote about Charlie Kirk. So it's very, very relevant for AmFest and what's going on. And it's a wonderful book. And he works, he works tirelessly to try to bring great conservative books into the public eye. And he wrote his own book on Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Don and Don. We'll make sure to tune in to Cowboy Logic. We'll also make sure to bring that QR code up to download Anthem of the Free. Yeah. Right now, we want to return you to the live stage here at Turning Point USA AmFest, because we've got an Israel debate with Steve Deese and Pastor Doug Wilson. Let's tune into that now.
It's countless. It was so long ago. It was cassette tapes, Doug. All right. So it is my honor to be here on this stage to get my brain beat in by Doug today. I can't wait to do that. I don't disagree really with anything. I wanted to make sure the ecclesiastical authority here, Doug, defined the terms. So let me define, since he's the pastor, I'm the pugilist, maybe I can help define the terms of the debate itself now that the actual terms are defined. There are great minds throughout the history of the church that have had great differing views on what Romans 9 through 11 actually means. And it's so funny, terms like dispensationalist are a buzzword today. I'm not even a dispensationalist. And replacement theology, I would also say on the other side, is a buzzword as well. And a lot of times these are terms that are thrown around so I can instantly determine whether you're on my team or not. Right? But that's not the seeking of truth. That's really the installing of tribe. All right? So there's parts of Romans 9 through 11, and what does it mean? Does it mean there'll be a future congregation of Israelites in a place called Israel? You know, it's funny, Jonathan Edwards, maybe the greatest preacher in American history. We may not be here today without Jonathan Edwards. He entertained a lot of what, out of the Reformation, that era, we would probably consider today, at least impolite comments on Jews and Judaism, maybe even to the point of anti-Semitism. And yet, Jonathan Edwards also believed there would be a future country at the end, and Romans 9 through 11 would be fulfilled by a future recongregation of Israel that may be the place where the timeline of prophecy and history is ultimately fulfilled. And so you see the nuance there, right? And what you see a lot in my industry right now is people that are not studied, that are loud and uninformed, that do not understand these nuances, that frankly were not discipled by pastors like Doug, do not seek out the discipleship and the accountability that Charlie did. As his friend, I can tell you, I saw it personally. I saw how Charlie interacted with his own home church personally. I saw Charlie go out to pastors like Rob McCoy to get added extra accountability personally. I saw how Charlie had his own traveling theologian in Frank Turek in order to check his work and be held accountable personally. He took the position that God put him in very seriously. He took accountability and wisdom very seriously. And I think that there may be some good-meaning people. You absolutely can applaud for that, you bet. And I think there might be some well-meaning people in my business who are new Christians and are asking a lot of these questions, and I think that is fine. But I think they also are doing so without maybe connection to a local church and real biblical discipleship and teaching, and we want to fill in some of those gaps here today. And then I think there are, frankly, some bad faith agents that are maybe bringing up some of these things in order to cover for what their real agenda is. So let's just set one term of the debate. Regardless of what we prophetically think Romans 9 through 11 happens to mean, and there have been great minds all throughout the history of the church who do not agree on this, the one thing Romans 9 through 11 makes very clear, the one thing St. Paul himself, the Hebrew of Hebrews, makes very clear, and my final position is this: you are not allowed, Jesus does not allow you to be an anti-Semitic jerk face. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much indeed. I just want to give you, Pastor Doug, an opportunity to respond to Steve's words, and then in turn I'll ask Steve to...
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. Basically, personal animus, personal hatred, personal venom directed at anybody is simply out. Right? You can't magnify the ways of Jesus by defying the ways of Jesus. Jesus required us to not be like that. And, of course, if someone asked me, are Jews trying to take over the world? I'd say, well, a Jew already did.
The fact that... Doug, it would certainly be news to the Chinese that the Jews own all the banks, because the Chinese think that they do.
Look, I know this is an issue on which there'll be a lot of questions and a lot of feeling, a lot of strong feeling. But we want to open things up now to the floor, and I think there are some. I can see some people queuing up there in a line. Yes, sir. Would you like to go first?
I'm Corwin. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, and my question is: how can people even consider that Israel is our greatest ally when the Talmud says blasphemous things about Jesus Christ and claims that non-Jews are subhuman?
I was very quickly, whether or not Israel is our greatest ally is a political question, and as I said in my comments, totally in bounds. We can talk about foreign policy and whether or not Israel is our greatest ally. That's one thing. The second thing is you have to realize that the Talmud was a collection of writings over the course of 800 years, and it's as though you have someone gathered up all the issues of Cosmopolitan magazine over 800 years, and then you said the Talmud said, Cosmopolitan says, well, which rabbi, which time, which century? There are some, if you get my book, American Milk and Honey, there are some horrific things in the Talmud. There are also things in the Talmud that are pure exegetical gold. Right, so you're talking about centuries, and you can't just say one thing, the Talmud. It's too simplistic. I don't mind condemning the things in the Talmud that attack Jesus Christ or attack Christians. I'm a Christian, so I reject that. And whoever did that shouldn't have done that. But there are also things that I have personally learned from the Talmud that are just wonderful insights into Scripture.
Let me add to that, if you don't mind. A lot of people think England is our greatest ally. You can get arrested for preaching the gospel on the streets of England right now, not in a Talmud written 800 years ago, but in the next 8 minutes you can. There's a lot of people that want the Chinese to be our greatest ally because it'll make them a lot of money. They make sure that they forcibly abort children, particularly their girls, and they buy up American intellectual property and pirate our commerce and economy. There's a lot of people right now in our movement that want Qatar to be our greatest ally, and all they're doing is taking Al Jazeera TV and beaming hate into all the Muslim immigrant homes that we brought into this country since 9/11. So they're now more radicalized on the streets of the United States than they are over in the schools of Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia. So when we can play this game of darts and throw jello at the wall, like greatest ally and things of that nature, you can pick and choose whatever you want to do in someone's agenda because man is totally depraved and we're all sinful. Here's what I can tell you. If you're ever beginning from the premise that somehow an alliance with Israel is inciting Islam, with all due respect, you are ignorant of 1,300 years of world history. For 1,300 years, there was no nation on the earth called Israel, and we had Islam. And Islam just left us alone. They were great with, is that what they did, Doug? They were great with the West. They loved us. We were just peaceful. They all wrote with the curved sword, right on their curved swords, right on the curved swords of Islam, they had the coexist bumper sticker right on those. You could read it, in fact. Right before it smited your neck, you could read that. All right? That's just simply not the truth of history. And you know, we have a president right now who is a deal maker. Ask yourself, look at the historic deals that Trump has cut in the Middle East. Ask yourself, if there were no Jewish state whatsoever in the middle of that region, who would he deflect to for leverage in a negotiation? How would he get the Saudis and the Egyptians and the Jordanians to the table if he didn't say, listen, if you guys don't want to negotiate, I'll just go ahead and give Israel all the weapon systems we haven't given them yet to make it even. You need leverage points in negotiations. And you know, earlier this year, who was it that launched the drones that shot down the Iranian missiles aimed at the Iron Dome? Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt. So I kind of think I don't have to make a theological case for Israel whatsoever. I don't have to look at any of their previous theological statements. Every knee and every tongue, every knee must bow and every tongue must confess that Jesus is Lord. And everybody that doesn't recognize Jesus is Lord, Jew and Gentile alike, will spend hell suffering for all of eternity apart from the grace of God. Amen? But as a foreign policy deflector shield, you want as much cartilage in the knee, my friend, between you and Islam. And all the people in this audience, let me tell you this. You want as much cartilage in the knee between you and Islam as you can possibly get, I can promise you. And the guy whose stage we're all inhabiting here today, he knew it best when he said, Islam is not compatible with Western civilization.
Thank you. Thank you both. Question over there, gentleman over there.
What is the greatest issue that Israel is doing to America? Like, is it AIPAC? Is it collateral damage? Is it Jewish billionaires? Like, what's the greatest issue that they have on America?
Take this one first?
Yeah.
The premise of your question essentially says President Trump is a schmuck. to use a Yiddish term. I mean, you're essentially saying that Trump is a schmuck and the tail is wagging the dog, that somehow he's not in charge and some secret cabal of people are yanking his chain, and then he doesn't know what he's doing. The people leading our government don't know what they're doing, that people are not critical thinking. And so I would ask you, what is the premise of your own question? I mean, are the Jews with you today? Are they there in the room with you? I mean, what's the premise of your own question?
I think there are some issues with Israel. I think AIPAC should register with FARA. I don't know how much collateral damage should be having in Gaza, but there's a certain limit of how many innocent children and women that should not be dying. I agree, war, bad things happen, but there is a limit to collateral damage.
How many limits were there on October the 7th, and when did you post about those limits and your concerns?
You're comparing 2,000 people to 60 to 70,000 people.
What's your evidence of 60 to 70,000 people? Where'd you get that?
Ask any artificial intelligence where you would get unbiased information, and you would find a consensus of that data. And I would also like to hear,
I think that's what you kids today call a cell phone. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Did you want to comment on that?
Yeah. The thing that needs to be asserted here is that there's a long-standing statement that the first casualty in any war is the truth. There's the fog of war. Propaganda, atrocity stories are as old as dirt. That doesn't mean that they can't be true, but it does mean that you shouldn't go on Instagram and establish the truth that way. So basically, atrocity stories, if it really happened, that's an atrocity. But I want to reserve judgment because lies pour out of wars just the way bloodshed does.
Can I just redirect really quick? I want to make sure that you guys understand. I push back because I want to see the premise of his question. Being concerned about the loss of innocent life and unnecessary escalating collateral damages, there's nothing wrong and immoral about that whatsoever. The question becomes, what's the premise of what you're asking, which is why I pushed back on, well, where was the anger about what happened on October the 7th? Did you see what he did there? All right? He just started counting bodies as if somehow the Israelis were just sitting there begging for this to happen to them, and they weren't. What provoked this? What provoked this operation? Since 2006, it's funny, those of you that want so-called Palestinian autonomy, in many respects, you sound very much like the neocons you claim to hate, because that's exactly what they believed in, was Palestinian autonomy and Palestinian agency, and the Israelis gave it to them, and they gave them essentially their own state right there on their border, and what they did is turn right around and vote for Hamas, and led to exactly the events that we just saw on October the 7th and the events that we have seen since. So if we want to have a moral conversation, then I think you have to start from the right moral premise. If anything, the Israelis have been wrong in giving away too much land, giving too much infiltration to their own enemies, and listening to the neocons too much.
One sentence. Just very quickly, when October 7th happened, one of my grandsons was at Columbia University. So this horrendous thing happened in Israel. And the next day, there was an Insta protest at Columbia University, pop-up protest, pro-Palestinian protest, right after October 7th. The thing was a coordinated op.
Thank you. Yes, the lady at the front over there.
Hi, my name's Mason. I'm a chapter leader at The Ohio State University.
Go Blue.
Conservatives that question foreign aid to Israel get called anti-Semitic by some other conservatives. So am I anti-Semitic for questioning $38 billion sent in the last year while we have homeless American veterans on the streets in need of aid?
100% you're not. I don't think anybody should get a cotton picking thing. That would be my position. All right? But did you know how much we gave to Ukraine this year? Interesting. We gave 115% more aid to Ukraine this year than we did Israel. And I find it fascinating to me that there's a lot of blue checkmarked influencers in my industry that just don't seem to care about that. They don't seem to mind that we are literally just flushing the money down the toilet in Ukraine for a fake war between the World Economic Forum and Vladimir Putin, and over 100% more money as opposed to the money we've given to Israel.
Right.
And you can boo me all you want, but those are the numbers. And so do we care about that we give money to Israel, or do we care that we shouldn't give money to anybody? If it's the latter, I'm all in for that. All right? I completely agree.
So I'm with Steve. Of course, opposing that kind of foreign aid to Israel is not anti-Semitic. That's one of the things I referenced in my talk. And I'm with Steve. I'd like our foreign aid to go to zero for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. We've got time for one or two more. Yes, gentleman over there.
Yes. My name is Vash. I'm from Georgia. And I have a question for Pastor Wilson. So, do you believe that modern Jews, the Ashkenazi, the Sephardic, etc., do you believe they are the same as the Jews of the Bible, the 12 tribes of Israel, and the Jews in Jesus' day? And if you do not, I would ask you why you believe in soft supersessionism and that there is a necessity for a new state of Israel for those people.
That's a great question. First, the theory is that some promote is the Ashkenazi Jews were Eastern Europeans, basically, that converted to Judaism sometime in the late Middle Ages. I believe that the Ashkenazi Jews are genuinely Jews, but I think it's a reasonable question to raise whether or not they are. If someone says Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jews, then I would say, okay, so they had nothing to do with the crucifixion of Jesus, right? Right?
Thank you.
They had nothing to do with it. Secondly, I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because throughout the Old Testament, it's always covenantal. It's not DNA imprints or bloodlines. It's the covenant. If these people covenanted with the God of Abraham in the Middle Ages, and they've been living that way for centuries, then they're in covenant. They're in that covenant. So most of Abraham's household was not related to Abraham by blood, but they were all circumcised, first generation Hebrews, but they didn't have any blood connection to Abraham. So the issue is not bloodlines. The issue is always covenant.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for your questions. We're drawing to the end of our session now, and I want to give each of our debaters the opportunity to just close with some concluding thoughts. Steve, over to you.
So I think the great heresy that's been in the church in the last generation is that we have taken what Jesus said were the two commandments and we've inverted them. And what the seeker-sensitive movement did, which one of Charlie's legacies is convicting the scam that was the seeker-sensitive movement. All those seeker-sensitive pastors who said they were too good for Charlie and to help out Turning Point USA, well, he was the one actually going to where the seekers were. And a lot of you are in this room because he reached people like you, right? And what we did in this last generation in the church is we said, love your neighbor as you love yourself was the most important thing. And therefore we could offend God, we could alienate God, and God would just get over it, basically. And so we need to make...
Hello to everyone. We are back. Estamos de vuelta en The Right News Show, aquí en The Turning Point en Americafest. Y tengo el honor de presentarlo. I'm proud to be presented by Ana Paulina Luna. She's a congresswoman for Florida. And we are very worried about the Hispanic voters. What's going on in Florida, in Miami? We lost the election in a city where Trump, 1 year ago, he got a really good result. He won.
I think that... Is my mic on?
I don't know.
Yes. We're good. Yeah. All right. Sorry.
Okay.
I think one of the issues is candidate quality, right? And so when you have candidate turnout, when you're trying to get voters excited, especially in Miami, you have to have a good candidate, like me. But I'm not in Miami. I'm actually on the other side.
It's about the candidate.
It's about the candidate quality. Look, the woman that won, she's like as cool as a bag of potato chips. She's not exciting, but she did something. She did the voter engagement. She went out. She was accessible. And I think that makes a big difference. But specifically to the Hispanic American community, overwhelmingly voted in favor of President Trump's policy, specifically on immigration. But you're seeing this attack from the left, and we can get to that in a second. So when I first started getting involved in politics, the issue was, well, you can't be Hispanic enough because you're not dark enough. And they actually came out with this scale, and it was literally like the brown paper bag test that they would use against half white and half black Americans during racial segregation, literally during the civil rights era. And they're doing it to Hispanic Americans now. And then it became, once they realized that that's literally a racist argument, and any Hispanic American will tell you if you travel outside of the United States, there's not just one shade of what it means to be Hispanic, right? Like, you're lighter skin, there's darker skin, depending on where you're at regionally. I mean, it's all different. You put on a Mexican telenovela and you'll see blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Spanish-speaking people, and they're not based on the stereotype of what Speedy Gonzalez is or what they expect Hispanic Americans to be, right?
I asked the President Trump if the problem was like the Hispanic media outlets like Telemundo, Univision.
It's some of them, yeah.
They are telling lies to the Hispanic community. What do you think about this media?
I think it's true. They're actually, I think up until what you're doing, there's really not been a network that's been able to target that, specifically because after the last election, they saw how much Hispanic Americans were showing up to support President Trump. I remember seeing an interview. It was done on CNN, I think, where they interviewed an illegal immigrant. They actually said, "Would you vote for President Trump?" And the guy literally said yes. And then they didn't know what to do with that, right? They kind of shut it off. But I think also one of the issues is that you had George Soros purchasing all these Spanish-speaking news outlets after the election because they want to consolidate that information and ensure that Hispanic Americans are not getting the factual information. And so I think it's multifaceted, right? But then you also see that the largest voting minority in the country right now are Hispanic Americans, specifically of Mexican descent. You're seeing that outperforming any other demographic. And so you saw these massive ICE riots. They were trying to target the ICE raids. Well, guess what? People coming here illegally, especially under the Biden administration, you had people coming from Africa, people coming from the Middle East. How many known terrorists were actually released within our United States borders by the Biden administration? You had people coming from China, all military-age males. And yet they try to say that it was literally Hispanic women and children, which is far from the truth, right? And then in addition to that, you saw that these, I call them Timu riots, because all those famous photos of the cars burning and the Mexican flags, perfectly passed out Mexican flags, those were funded by a guy named Neville Singham, who's literally a propaganda arm from the Chinese Communist Party. So they're using Hispanic Americans the way that they used black Americans during the George Floyd riots. It's like BLM 2.0, but for Hispanic Americans.
Communists like George Soros are buying a lot of mass media in the Hispanic side. Are you worried about that? Do we have to invest in more media in the Hispanic side?
1,000%. We have to invest more, but also we need candidates that can be able to wake, I think, up our own base and say, hey, look, these are issues. They're lying to you. They're manipulating you. And you have to be willing to bring forward the evidence for that. We've put out the funding trails. And actually, after we did, notice how the riot stopped.
Yeah. I have been working around in this marvelous festival, Americafest, Turning Point. I have just seen like 10 people from the Hispanic world. What's going on? The MAGA movement is not reaching the Hispanic community. Do we have to create influencers like you did in the American side with Charlie Kirk, with Benny Johnson, with all the guys?
I think that it reaches. I just think that we're, a couple days before Christmas. And I can tell you that at least with my family, it's like a very hard time to travel. But I'm here because this was one of the last events that Charlie had planned prior to his assassination. So I wanted to be here to help continue his legacy. And also, we had told them that we were coming. And so,
how much does cost the illegal immigration to the public funds, to the government, the American government?
A ton. They found so much fraud, waste, and abuse coming from either illegals getting medical benefits, Social Security, fraudulent payments, all of that. If we don't get it under control, people that paid into the system, it's going to go insolvent. That's a fact. I'm not trying to scare people. That's literally a fact. But more importantly, a lot of these illegals, you had I think it's 18,000 were, potentially tied to known terrorist networks, etc., released into the United States of America. And then, by the way, this whole argument of, we should let illegals stay. Why? So they can get paid under the table and be taken advantage of. You want kids working at Foster's Chicken Farm because that's what happened. I'm not that's not a humane argument to make. That's actually quite insulting. Then you have people that are saying, well, if we don't have Hispanics, who's going to pick the crops? I'm sorry, excuse me, are you a crop picker? No, you're not. You're a host. Most Hispanic Americans are business owners, doctors, lawyers, politicians. We're not crop pickers. That's grossly inappropriate.
You are from Mexico, or your family?
My family has Mexican heritage.
What do you think about the narco president Claudia Sheinbaum and the narco dealers, the narco government? Stephen Miller said that the drug dealers are controlling states, are controlling politicians. What do you think about that? What should Trump do in Mexico?
Well, I think Trump is doing exactly what he needs to be doing in Mexico and South America, but it's no question that Mexico just had the bloodiest election this past election cycle. You just had a mayor who was running on fighting the drug dealers, and he was assassinated in public. That's not access to a stabilized country. That is third world BS. It's right in our backyard. Mexico did not used to be like that. And it's because of the failures of their own government. Meanwhile, you see women pulling hair on television in their own parliament. That's embarrassing. Get it together.
The president of Mexico is attacking me all the time in a country that journalists are being shot.
They're being shot. If you report on what's happening, your family might get killed, your cars might get blown up. I won't go to Mexico because of that.
I'm from Argentina also. I'm from Spain, and we have a right-wing wave in South America.
Oh, there's a big right-wing
We won
wave.
Argentina with Milei. We won with Kass in Chile, Bolivia, Rodrigo Paz.
And don't forget El Salvador.
Honduras, El Salvador, Bukele. What do you think about this right-wing wave? It's Trump. It's been like influence for these countries.
And it's going to happen in Europe too. I think that Trump has set the standard and that we are no longer going along with his globalist perspective. But also too, President Trump has shown that socialism doesn't work, that we want leaders that will stand up and fight. And by the way, we could take about the Bukele, for example. Bukele is wildly popular in South America. One of the most dangerous countries in the world being run by gangs. Within days of him taking over, cleaned it up, got that off the street. Now people have access to what it should be a peaceful, prosperous country.
And what do you think about the president of Argentina, Javier Milei?
I think he's very based, and I'm actually going to Argentina soon to meet with him.
You are
Base Milei.
you are exposing the corruption in the Trump in the administration of Biden. What kind of corruption are you exposing?
Say again?
You are exposing the corruption of the Biden administration. Explain the audience. How much money?
I mean, we can talk about Ukraine, for example. Ukraine received millions and millions and millions. I mean, the fact that Hunter Biden was tied to all of these dealings that then turned around and went right back in to the president's pot, like literally his family network of funds and finances through their bank transactions and reports. But it's not just that. You're seeing that literally they were going after the Trump administration. I found destruction of evidence pertaining to the Jeffrey Epstein files and Russiagate, and I gave it to the FBI, and it happened under the former deputy director of the FBI, and not one media outlet in the country, except for Fox News, reported it back in February of this year. And they still won't talk about it because Jeffrey Epstein has been used to smear the president. Meanwhile, we have a release of documents. Has it been done perfectly? No. However, why is no one talking about the destruction of evidence?
Do you think
it's a big problem?
Yes, it's a big problem. Hispanic community are afraid right now with the ICE operation. We try to explain in the right news show like Trump is not evil for them. What you should tell to the Hispanic community right now directly, like how is Trump with the Hispanic community?
I think President Trump is doing what he promised to do, but also, too, just know I took a case recently with the State Department because you can call your congressional office if you're going through the process of becoming a legal U.S. citizen, which we are fine with. That's what congressional offices help out with. And President Trump has encouraged legal immigration. But when you have too many illegals, it's not fair to people that are spending thousands upon thousands of dollars going through all the health tests to become American citizens and assimilating in this country, which is incredibly important. When you come here, you own and you represent our country and you embrace our values. You don't bring over a lot of what you came with, but you understand that you're American first and foremost. And I think that that's a common sentiment from people that are doing it the right way. But what we're finding is when President Trump took over, we actually had bureaucrats within the State Department saying that President Trump was going to, that he had automatically shut off all green card status appointments, and that wasn't true. And we actually got proof of it out of the State Department, so people were making decisions trying to impact the administration's handling of it, and it wasn't even a decision coming from Secretary Rubio or the administration. It was low-level people that were trying to screw people over saying, President Trump doesn't want you here because of X, Y, and Z reasons, and that wasn't the case. And so what I'll tell people is they're showing you a lot of propaganda. We know for a fact military-age males coming from Africa, coming from radical terrorist countries, coming from China are not people that we want here illegally. Frankly, we don't want anyone here illegally because it's not fair to the people that are trying to do it the right way. But the fact is that they're not showing you that. They're showing you Hispanic women and children getting rolled up by ICE. Now, do we want the optics of, children right now being put in positions where they try to film it saying like ICE is pulling them out of the cars, but they're doing that on purpose. They're filming that on purpose to try to set a narrative. We don't know anything that's happening behind the scenes. And so what I will tell you is, based on the cases that we've taken, if we hear something happening, we're looking into it. But I can tell you that a lot of the ICE officers, a lot of our Border Patrol officers, over 50% of Border Patrol is Hispanic. Yeah. And yet they try to say that that's not true. So we are literally worried about our own communities. Our people are representing and helping to actually get bad people out, keep the good people, and yet they're trying to make it about Hispanic versus white, and that's simply not the case.
Let's talk about Venezuela. What Trump should do against Maduro?
Look, if you're sending narco, pirate, traffickers to the United States with fentanyl that's killing our citizens, we have the right to blow you out of the water, period. I don't care where it's coming from. Right? Like, we support the president on that. And so I think the president's doing exactly what he needs to do. Anyone saying that he doesn't have the authorities to do that is wrong. Barack Obama did it. In fact, Barack Obama during his strikes, he was known for his strikes, was actually bordering law of armed conflicts violations. And yet it didn't happen. There are people that put together those joint strike packages with JAG officers that have intelligence. And so this is just a dangling fish. Notice how they moved on from it. They don't care about it anymore.
How could we fight against the agenda woke? I'm watching a guy with a flyer, no child's transgender. What do you think about the agenda woke over there?
Well, people need to tune into your show. Keep talking about the truth. By the way, it was a militant, transgendered, radical terrorist that murdered Charlie Kirk. It's important to call it out. And by the way, it is wrong to transition children. We just voted on a bill to protect children. If you want to do whatever you want to do as an adult, that's your purview and authority. But don't touch kids. Don't mess with kids. And definitely don't try to silence people because you don't agree that we are standing up for what our right is to free speech. There's two genders. It's male and woman. That's it.
We were outside asking the people, and we found people like justifying the assassination of Charlie Kirk. What do you think about these kind of people?
I think those people just want attention because they're here, they have no platform, and they're looking for that engagement. So I would ignore those people. I think that if someone wants to bring in a clinical therapist to talk to them about whatever issues they have with their mom or dad, that would probably be a good thing to do.
What do you think about one sentence that Charlie Kirk said about the Islam? The Islam is not compatible with the Western civilization?
I think that he was saying radical Islam, and I think that you're finding that that's true. Look at what just happened in Australia. It's interesting to note, though, that it was a fruit owner, a fruit market owner that actually had to intervene. You're seeing in countries that actually do have, or predominantly Muslim countries, that want to join the Abraham Accords, that it's radical terrorist Islam that's still responsible for a lot of the division and a lot of the violence in that country. And you're seeing that happen in Australia, you're seeing that happen in the UK, you're seeing that happen in Europe, you're seeing it happen in all over Germany. I mean, it's a massive problem. So here what I would say is assimilation's a big one. But obviously when you have multiple terrorists that were allowed into this country under the Biden administration, known Islamic terrorists, that's a problem.
You used to live in California. What's the difference between Florida with the Republicans and California with the woke people?
Well, there's a reason why I never came back to California after 19. But I actually just found out recently that a member that is running from the California state legislature, his last name's Wiener. So that should probably give you an idea of this type of guy we're dealing with. But he's running for office, and he actually wants to rename pedophiles as minor attracted persons. Really? He's a freak show and shouldn't be allowed in Congress, and I think that he should probably also not be allowed around children.
What's going on in the Florida next year? Are you going to support Biden Donald?
I already endorsed Governor Byron Donalds.
Why do you endorse him?
Well, I've known Byron for a while. I've seen him operate behind the scenes in Congress. But more importantly, he was the only Republican in when I endorsed it. Also, the president fully supports him. I think that he'll do great. He wants to Fed-proof Florida. I know his wife. She has a great plan, especially for education in Florida. And I like to be one team, one fight, especially with the president.
What do you think about the mayor of New York, Mandani?
You know, it's very interesting. He went to the White House to meet with the president. And then I also saw him go to a location in New York City because, you know, he went so far left. But I always said this from the beginning. I thought he was going to win, but I also thought that he was a shill for his donors. So I never actually believed his, like, pro-DSA stance. I thought that he was just using it to get elected, and you're seeing that now. So, you know, used car salesman.
And what do you think about journalists like Jorge Ramos, that he's always attacking Donald Trump?
You know, Jorge and I have an interesting dynamic and relationship because I actually interviewed with him and his daughter, and he actually gave me a fair shake at it when I was talking about immigration early on. So I think, you know, Jorge Ramos is kind of like Anderson Cooper, right? So I like to debate with Jorge. But, you know, he has his opinions on the president. I think everyone's entitled to those. I don't agree with him. But, you know, I'm happy to have the discussion.
What we should do with Cuba? Do you think that the Cubans needs a quick response? Because a lot of Cubans are all over the world. We have communism there, but we don't have a plan for Cuba.
Look, I think right now we need to focus on issues at home. And so we have a lot of Cuban Americans, specifically in South Florida. We have a lot of Cuban Americans in Congress, also too, that represent those areas. But I want to focus on issues at home. And then obviously if we find that Cuba's, you know, doing some not so good things in our country, then that's a different discussion. But as of right now, issues at home first and foremost.
And what do you think about the fight inside the MAGA movement between Israel, Qatar, Ben Shapiro, different YouTubers.
Look at Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson. You might not like them, but there are guys. They're here on stage. They both back Charlie. They both are backing Erica Kirk in this movement. That's part of the discourse and dialogue. But look, if we let these leftists take back over, we all go to the gulags together. So Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, at the end of the day, they're still on the right side of history, and I hope to continue to see those two go back and forth because I think it's a good debate.
Do you think that the Democrats can use that divisions to get votes?
No, the Democrats are right now currently having their own issues, specifically with the fact that, we have some people that can't even identify women, then they want to talk about women's rights, and then you have other people that, from within their own party are having some ethical issues, stealing millions of dollars from FEMA money. So I think that they don't have a message, and so that's why I've seen them basically lie on many issues, and it actually can be quite frustrating because I feel like my talent and resources are used better elsewhere instead of having to argue with village idiots, but here I am in Congress, and so we'll see what they come up with in 2028. But I don't think that there's going to be any competition for the White House.
What do you know about my country, about Spain? Have you ever been there?
I have not. I've been actually invited by the government of Spain to attend, mainly because I sit on foreign affairs. But I think it's a beautiful country. I also know, though, that, right now with what we're seeing with a lot of the legislators, that there can be a lot of left-wing politics, specifically out of countries in the EU. And so I hope that some of our conservative parliament members from Spain come to a big conference that we're hosting in March that will be counteracting Davos.
We have socialism there, and we have to finish with that.
Socialism doesn't work.
Yeah, thank you very much, Congressman Ana Paulina.
Javier, thank you.
People love you, so we are going to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Y muchas gracias. Seguimos aquí en The Right News Show. Nos vamos brevemente a la pausa y a la vuelta con más contenidos en el programa que más odian los comunistas, que más odia Univisión, que más odia Telemundo contra la agenda woke. Necesitamos los votos hispanos. Aquí súmate y vamos a apoyar a candidatas como Ana Paulina. Muchísimas gracias.
Israel, the birthplace of our faiths for Christians and Jews. That Christmas morning, wise men brought gifts from outside the Holy Land.
But in this year of war, this Holy Land and her people are living in fear, and many of the elderly are alone and suffering.
Like the wise men or wise women, would you open your heart and give a special holiday food box to someone here in Israel this Christmas, Hanukkah season?
Right now, the hardships in Israel are felt by everyone. People like Hannah, who can't buy food. That is where the fellowship comes in. That's where the fellowship is called. Baruch Hashem. To feed the hungry.
Happy Hanukkah.
Through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, your special holiday gift of just $25 can answer their prayers this Hanukkah and Christmas season.
It's people like Chaya that you can touch.
Please call, scan, or go online now to help rush emergency food and healing to elderly Jews and their Christian neighbors struggling to rebuild their lives from the war.
You are a Christian. Those words of Isaiah, that the Spirit of the Lord is upon you. There we go. You're bringing hope. You're bringing tomorrow on the table to her and to so many others. What will happen, amen, when tens of millions of Christians and millions of Jews together, we make this holy day season holy indeed?
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men.
The anthem of the free. Hey.
Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice. We are here at Americafest 2025, and Greg Gutfeld and Benny Johnson are taking the main stage now, so we're going to head in there and take a look.
Thanks for coming out. Gotta go.
Let me do this properly, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Benny Johnson.
Yeah, Benny.
And this is the undisputed king of comedy of the world, Greg Gutfeld, the #1 comedy show on earth, the great Greg Gutfeld.
Thank you. Gotta say, you're the first adult male I've ever met named Benny. It's very strange.
So this happens constantly. There's a guy named Benny Thompson.
Right.
He's a Democrat.
Yeah.
He ran like the January 6th committee.
That's right.
And Donald Trump's like, F that Benny Johnson. Like every once in a while he mixes up my name.
You know, I think I accidentally sent you a pipe bomb. Don't you hate that?
It's not a cake, Kate. It's a bomb. It's from Greg Gutfeld. I'll explain later.
It's a cake that looks like a pipe bomb. It's a little prank.
Okay, you know Brett Baer. He's like the best.
Who?
And Brett Baer is like straight up and down news. And he's like delivering this news about January 6th and the pipe bomb. And he did the same thing. He goes, and that's a problem for Benny Johnson, lying about destroying America. I'm like, no, please. How do I get my reparations?
Yeah. Well, you know, who would have thought that Brett Baer's real talent is rapping? It's just, have you seen him rap? Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Donald Trump was the #1 most name-dropped American in all rap songs. According to the Huffington Post, they did a full analysis, and they found that President Trump's name was used something like 5,000 times in rap songs.
Well,
because Trump was culture.
Yeah.
And Trump was fun. Trump is funny. And that's what made him so viable in these elections. That's what makes him such a powerful force. And since he's been on your show, and since that was a massive show, I want to sort of like, maybe why don't we start there?
Well, here's an unspeakable truth. If you were to ask a hip-hop artist, who would you rather be? Donald Trump, arrogant, obnoxious, driven, whatever, or Barack Obama? All of them would say Donald Trump. It's because wherever he goes, there he is. Life follows you, and you're having fun. I always talk about how we're living in the era of the flip. When I was your age, we didn't have Turning Point. I'm so old. When I was your age, the bad guys in every movie were the old crotchety white Republican, and the cool kids were like the hippies. I always use Animal House as kind of the analogy. The Animal House were the young fun lovers, and the dean was the evil conservative. It's flipped. It's now the teachers and the administrators who are the liberals, the woke and the left wing, because they got high on their own farts. They had no opposition to their ideas, and now they became the man. And then what happens is you have somebody like Donald Trump, who's a billionaire, real estate contractor, who is now the rebel. He literally is the head of the Hells Angels. I often borrow this analogy from Scott Adams, but the reason why the Trump administration is so interesting is that it's a pirate ship. It's like, they don't have to get along. There could be a few rough edges in there. Maybe a few of them did time. There might be a body or two buried under a floorboard here and there, but they're all rowing in the same direction. If you have a sordid past, if you're a bit quirky, eccentric, dangerous, but you believe in what they believe, you can get on that pirate ship. So you have all these interesting people going in one direction, and the key is they're interesting. They're not technocrats, they're not bureaucrats, they're not rent-seeking politicians. They're just kind of like, they remind me, I'm old, they remind me of the Oakland Raiders from the 1970s. Just dangerous.
President Trump has dirty communist Zorhan Mandami in the White House. And a reporter goes, hey, Mandami, like, is he still a fascist? And Trump's like, you can call me a fascist. Just call me a fascist. It's funny, right? Trump's hilarious. Well, and he's been on your show, and he used to go on late night shows all the time. You remember Jimmy Fallon? He like tussled his hair. You guys remember that? Jimmy Fallon like messed up Trump's hair, and he was beloved on late night.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, like, what the hell happened? These guys' balls fall off. Like they can't like do an interview with Donald Trump anymore.
I would say the balls fell off, except for The View. Too easy. That's too easy, people. Don't indulge me. It'll just get worse. You know what I think it is if you look at why people resent Donald Trump, and I've been thinking about this for a long time, because I had the same issues in 2016, 2015, and I knew Trump. Why do people resent anything? It's because they play a role somehow in the resentment, and they have yet to confront themselves over it. So you know when you're really mad at somebody and you don't know why? A lot of times it has to do with it's exposing something about you. And I think when Donald Trump came up and you had all these people that were friends with him, he exposed something about them that they didn't want to know. That they like, and I'm going to use, let's say, I'm going to use the Never Trumper conservatives. Why were they the most extreme in their dislike for Trump? Because he exposed to them that they actually weren't the voice of conservatism, and that upset them. It's like, wait a minute. Sitting in my leather armchair, smoking a cigar, quoting William F. Buckley, I'm in charge. And yet it's this guy? If they had actually said, okay, why is this? Because I had to do this with myself. Why is his success bothering me? Because honestly, you can do this with every person in your life on a personal level. What kind of resentment do you hold, and what's your role in it? And I'm going like, I know I'm pissed off at Trump because for years I was going after the politically correct, and I was saying all these things, and he came in and just blew it up, and that should have been me. I'm telling you, that is behind all of the resentment about Trump in the entertainment industry, in the world of politics. I won't say who this was, and his name does not rhyme with Schmill O'Reilly, but I was on this show, and afterward, they had done a segment on Trump. This is probably 2016, 2015, maybe earlier. And the host said, why did I run for president? And I think in a lot of people's minds, they were resentful that he did it and they didn't. And why wasn't it them? And then you go to the late night talk shows. So here's the way I look at late night talk shows. Imagine this amazing high school with tens of thousands of people, and there's one cool table off on the side, and there's 4 or 5 people holding court there, and they're the coolest people on the planet. You come in, and they invite you to that table, and you go, I'm good. I'm going out with these people. that created a crisis in confidence in those people when they suddenly realized that their views are not held by everybody else. They realized that sitting in that table, they were just talking to themselves, and nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I checked the ratings before coming out here. Greg Gutfeld has triple the ratings of Stephen Colbert. Greg Gutfeld has quadruple the ratings of Jimmy Kimmel. Even when he's crying, that son of a bitch.
You know,
he lied. That bastard lied. That bastard lied. He was ripped off air. He threw a temper tantrum. He was put in timeout because he lied about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, two things about that. Please. Remind me about the Kimmel thing because it's important. The first thing about competition. So when we were entering the late night sphere, I really didn't want to do it, but I did it. I didn't look at myself as competing against them. I thought to myself, no, I'm going for bigger fish. Like, I bet I could get the same number of all of them combined. So I didn't even think about them. What I was thinking about was like Monday Night Football, like actual things that people watch. And there are nights when I'm number one in all of cable beating professional football games, sometimes every week. So it was all about like, this is not even in my universe. Because I think if I had focused on them, it would have been at the detriment of a wider audience. So now you look at like something like Kimmel and you go back to what I was talking about, that when somebody is upset about something, it's more about themselves. What is it about Kimmel that makes him so upset about Charlie Kirk's death? It was clearly lack of impact. He saw somebody have an impact that he kind of thought he wanted. And I feel like a lot of people feel that way.
And we are back live at AmFest 2025. Guys, how are we feeling today? Woo! We are live in Phoenix, Arizona with live coverage of Turning Point USA's AmFest 2025. We're going to have a brand new show in RAV coming in 2026. It's going to be called After Hours with Alex Stein to my right. Before we talk to him, let's watch a promotional video right now.
When the lights go down, the truth comes out.
This is built like a chicken McNugget, but...
This is After Hours with Alex Stein. No filter.
You're a globalist. You don't care about America.
No apologies.
You're a pro-abortion when you should have been aborted.
The undisputed king of trolling.
I was recently sexually assaulted within the metaverse.
I want to vaccinate your mom.
They tried to cancel us.
Deplatforming works.
She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
Politics, culture, hypocrisy.
They want them to have their penises cut off.
Uncensored and uncontrolled.
Cut your penis off,
That's what I'm saying. They admit they want to cut people's penises off.
Late night just got dangerous. After Hours with Alex Stein. Coming soon to Real America's Voice.
Let's go! Alex Stein, for those of you that don't know, he's my fellow pimp on a blimp, an amazing guy. I am shocked though, Alex. How did this happen?
I have blackmail on Robert Sigg, so I have him on Epstein Island, and we're not releasing those.
We are bringing the culture up, but I got to tell you, you are crazy. You run out there, you do some crazy things, but you are incredibly good at exposing things through comedy.
I appreciate that.
What is is that your intention from the beginning? What's your ultimate goal in the trolling that you do?
Well, Ben, it's like any humor, it comes out of pain. And during the pandemic, they killed my mom. I'm not even kidding that. I don't want any sympathy from you, but they said, my mom had COVID, which she did. She got vaccinated because she didn't want to lose her doctor. Her doctor said you have to be vaccinated. Got COVID about 3 weeks later, and they gave my mom remdesivir, and they literally murdered her in my arms. So after that, I realized that nothing's very funny anymore. So if I'm just kind of brutally honest and exposing the, ludicrous things that we all see on TV and in the media, that I can expose hypocrisy that way. So I'm just trying to use humor to really fight against what I think is a death cult that is running the world today.
And let me tell you how I first came across Alex Stein, Primetime 99. COVID. There's a judge in Dallas County,
Clay Jenkins,
that absolutely shut every business down in Dallas and shut Shelly, the hairdresser,
shut her down. Shelley Luther shut her down.
But you were hunting him down in the streets to hold him accountable for locking down our society, locking down our businesses.
Well, you know, I actually sued him, and I ended up losing. And this is one thing, and I didn't lose because I didn't have a good case. I had 7 jurors in a federal court case that didn't know what the Constitution was. They didn't understand the First Amendment. But why it's important that we bring up Clay Jenkins is that a lot of people think it matters that we vote for Trump, and that does help. But we learned during the pandemic that your local officials are the most important people that affect your daily lives.
It is true.
And you can make an effect. You can actually affect who your local politicians are. You have the power. A guy like Charlie, they said, oh, you got no power. And he ended up becoming one of the most powerful guys in America. So we can call out politicians like I did with Clay Jenkins. I really encourage you guys to.
And you showed up at city council meetings, school board meetings, all of the meetings.
I was at a lot of meetings.
But hang on, while Republicans did absolutely nothing, you showed up and you called them out in front of everyone.
Well, to be fair though, Brian, after I created this, and listen, I'm the pimp on a blimp. I love when people are like, oh, you're...
Hang on a second. How did you get the pimp on the blimp?
Well, I've always been that, but real quick.
Okay.
You were born that way?
This one humble thing is that
it's a little suggestive, and I want to make sure that you play that up.
Pimp. You know that people want to say conservatives don't have sex. Conservatives can have sex, okay? I know this is a Christian organization, but hey, a little sex is not a crime as long as everybody's legal. No Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
And you're married.
No, and you're I mean, I'm not married. I've had sex.
All
but
right.
I'll
We got
just
kids
say,
out here.
Listen, we have kids here. This is what I'm saying. Dump that, but. When people come up to me, the biggest thing that I like to hear is not, you're funny, Alex. I love when they come up to me and say, Alex, I went and I spoke at a city council meeting because of you.
Yes.
I went and I got
yes.
involved. Because that's how we actually affect things. We can be like a little army of ourselves just calling out hypocrisy. So that's really, when people tell me that, I actually feel like I'm doing something that benefits society.
I noticed it, so thank you.
When you look at, and I don't want to monopolize. You guys jump on in.
Sorry,
No, Ben, you go for it. Ben, go for
It
it.
is a new show. It is the Primetime Alex Stein show now. You guys one of your coworkers, and I just want to say I only have a couple warrants, so you guys don't mind that.
It's fine. I don't
for
have a
drug
driver's
trafficking
license.
and
I got it taken away, revoked.
Okay, well,
Done.
I have accidentally murdered people, but other than that, Rav said they will not fire me as long as I don't get any new felony arrests.
Any new convictions.
That's reasonable.
Well, let's try not to do that,
Who is
okay?
excited to see Primetime 99 After Hours on Real America's Voice?
Let me hear you make some noise!
Alex,
seriously,
give us a preview since it's coming in 2026. Give us a preview of what's going to be on After Hours. What have you got in store?
Well, I'm so thankful for the SIG family that they have a similar vision that I have. And they're going to encourage me to go to more protests, similar to what Ben does. But Ben is more of a journalist. He doesn't antagonize them.
Yeah.
I go there and I wear the tuck-friendly bathing suit. I go out there and I play their game. You know what I mean? I'm using the rules for radicals. So I'm just a little more antagonizing than Ben. So imagine his content, but with a tuck-friendly bathing suit. That's a good way to describe it.
How did you become this brand?
Well, it's funny you say that because I have a long history in TV. Like Brian has a long history in TV. I worked for the show Cheaters. You ever seen that show Cheaters? We used to catch people cheating on their husbands and wives. It's a legendary reality show. It ran for over 17 seasons. So I worked in TV for a long time, and listen to my story. The host of the show was a guy by the name of Clark Gable. His grandfather was the Clark Gable from Gone with the Wind. Yeah. Clark Gable's a legendary Hollywood A-list actor, but he was an alcoholic, had just kind of a famous love affair with alcohol, died at a young age. Well, his son had a kid, so this is his grandson, grew up in L.A., was a party animal, and the reason why I say all this is he had a huge drug tolerance. He was the host of the show. We finished and wrapped the 17th season, had a prescription for pain pills, ran out because he was based in California, bought what he thought were pain pills, had fentanyl in it, and died.
Wow.
A guy by the name of Clark Gable, my good friend. Wow. They said, Alex, you're going to be the next host of the show. I'd been working there 8 years. I said, this is a great opportunity. I'm so excited for it. Then right before we're about to start, right in about 2019, when the pandemic was about to pop off, they said, Alex, we want to go with an African-American host. And I said, okay. I get it. I lost my job to DEI. I wasn't totally mad. They said, you can stay on as a producer. Our first meeting with Viacom, that's who owns MTV, VH1, CMT, they said the host, it was an African-American guy by the name of Peter Guns, and the first meeting, this is where I quit, they said, hey, we want to change his name to Peter Pankey. And I said, why do you want to change the host's name to Peter Pankey? They said, we don't want to glamorize gun violence on our network, so we don't want even a host with a name. And I said, are we retarded? How does this even do this? And I walked out of that meeting, and that's when I started creating my own content, and that's when I became the pimp on a blimp. So I got fired from reality TV, and now I'm the king of real reality TV. So
I've always said if you're not pushing the edge and not almost getting fired, you're not really doing your job.
Well,
and I think you and I come.
Yeah, I'm already almost fired today. So,
but let me ask you real quick.
Yeah, please.
Let me ask you a question. One of the topics you really address, and you do it in such a great way, is the trans movement. And just how evil it is against the trans movement on our kids. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, Brian, it's funny you bring that up because I was thinking, I go to all these colleges. I'm so lucky to represent Turning Point. I get to go do a lot of public debates. And the sexuality and gender is probably the biggest issue that's facing young kids. But other than that, it's also an affordability crisis. So and I think they're working kind of hand in hand. Like, kids are poor, kids are desperate. So that's why they're leaning into identifying as their sexual gender as a furry or this, because it's almost a tactic to get attention from your peers, from your teachers, or from your parents that are probably broke and struggling and aren't, latchkey kids. Now they say they're trans. So I think it's like, if we kind of fix the affordability crisis, I think a lot of this weird gay ideology would actually, a lot of it would go away.
So, Alex, I watched, by the way, real quick, Anthem of the Free, we just got word, is #1 in all genres. So keep downloading Anthem of the Free. Anthem of the Free. The January 6th choir.
Isn't it on the Billboard charts right now?
It's #1. Apparently it's #1. I just got the word. But Alex, the first one I saw, as Brian was saying, was you mocking the city council meetings and wanting the shot in your cooster. And so I don't remember all the lyrics, but I remember
Dr. Fauci, give me that ouchie.
Yes, Dr. Fauci, give me that ouchie. And I remember watching that, and at that point, the whole world was in despair. And I remember watching that thinking, man, this guy's kind of nuts, but it's awesome. Like, this is what we need in the world. A little insanity to expose the insanity.
Weren't we all a little nuts then? So it's like people kind of, they felt like I was kind of speaking for them by acting crazy, because we're all crazy at that time.
I love that. It's what people love about you. But I got to say, when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, your reaction to that and this first turning point, we're here, this event, you're not always wild and crazy.
No, not always.
Charlie had a big impact on your life.
Well, Charlie especially, because, if you don't know my story, there's been multiple times that one really, now we can kind of laugh about it, but I was at a Nikki Haley campaign event, and I was walking out. They asked me to leave, and I was walking out with one of her staffers, and I was on a live stream, and I made a stupid joke. I apologize for the joke. But I said, when her campaign is over in 2 weeks, what are you going to do for work? OnlyFans? And everybody tried to cancel me. I know, everybody tried to cancel me. Not Charlie. Charlie had my back. The Blaze had my back at the time. But I'm saying there's been multiple instances like that. I don't want to go into all of them where Charlie had my back. So he was a true free speech absolutist. He loved America more than probably 99% of our population, and we lost a future president. So I do have trouble rectifying it in my mind what the world would be like without him. But, what he created can never be destroyed, in my opinion, and his legacy will never be forgotten. So in that sense,
Amen.
I think Charlie achieved what he really, truly wanted.
Amen.
Out of all the things you've done some kind of crazy stuff. You go protesters. Yeah. Have you ever actually really feared for your safety? And you thought, like this is getting out of control.
The pro-Palestine ones they're a little sketchy, but the transgender ones, they're violent because they're on so many hormones. Yeah, they are really out of touch with reality.
The trans Tifa is what.
The trans Tifa, literally. And it's like, well, I go to a lot of these protests, and I know Ben can say there's kind of like an ecosystem of, it's a social scene, but there's a few people. So most of the majority of people at the protests are probably okay. But when I go to these trans protests, there's always a few that are just, their screws are so loose that they want violence. And we live in a violent country, and I'm sad to say that I think there's only going to be more political violence. I hate to say it, but I think it's only going to become more.
The trans movement is the most violent movement in America. One of them, behind the Muslim jihad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, the pro-Palestine protests are scary, but I would argue that the trans ones are even more violent. And you're like, it's kind of hard to comprehend because you think, Allah Akbar, but no, it's like that they are doing some trans Akbar stuff that's just as bad, in my opinion.
Well, it all comes down to good versus evil. This entire battle that we're in is good versus evil. You do it through comedy. We love it. And I got to say, as a guy who's followed you and loved you for years, I'm excited to see this show. I'm excited to watch the show. We got a lot of great content. The beauty of Real America's Voice News is no matter what you like, you can find it. If you start at 6 a.m. or go till midnight, 24 hours a day, we've got some content that you will love. And we just brought some more on that. I can't wait to see.
And I know the Rav's going to get mad at me about this, but there's some other potential huge names signing with Rav I talked to last night. So Rav is on the upswing. And one of the best booths here, if not the best booth. I mean, I'm just telling you guys, Rav is the future of the conservative media movement. I'm telling you. All of these, Fox News, all this stuff, come on, that's diet news. We want the real truth. We want Steve Bannon. We don't want all that fake mainstream media garbage, and Rav is the opposite of that. So I'm so thankful to have this opportunity.
Got Monday through Friday from 11 p.m. to
11 to midnight, so anything goes. And it is pre-taped, so they can edit out all my bad stuff. But what I'm saying is the show's going to be very mobile. Like, we're going to be doing it out of my studio in Dallas, but we're going to be in D.C. a lot. We're going to be in West Palm a lot. So AOC, we want amnesty for all big booty Latinas. I'm going to be seeing you very shortly, AOC.
All right.
I'm going to be seeing you very shortly.
My motto is deport every illegal, but you've got a caveat.
If you're a 9, you're fine. Even Trump said it. If you work at a hotel, you work at that La Quinta Inn, you deserve to stay. If you're a cartel member, you got to go. You know what I mean? Brigo Garcia, I don't give a damn if you got to go. But if you're a 9, you're fine. You're an 8. We don't need to debate. 7 maybe, but yes, big booty Latinas deserve amnesty.
Well, Alex,
big booty Latinas.
We are very excited to have you here at RAB, but we are going to head to break, so stay right here. We'll be right back.
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down, and the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country, not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, a movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
The voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
And we're back at AmFest 2025 live in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to take you right now back to the stage where Ken Paxton is speaking. Let's take a look.
And then, of course, Charlie and his life. I knew Charlie. I met him when he was 20. Thought he was a pretty normal guy. I met him at the Trump hotel, and we just kind of hung out. And then over the years, people were telling me how special he was and he was going to do great things. And I was like, yeah, he just seems like a normal guy to me. Obviously dealt with adversity every day as he challenged people to be different. He challenged them in their faith. And he dealt with adversity. And I want to come back to Charlie, but obviously his life ended in adversity. Charlie died he was almost 32, I think that's correct. There was somebody else that was on earth that accomplished a lot in a short time, just like Charlie. His name was Jesus. He died at 33. And obviously he did a lot of amazing things. He healed people. He proclaimed the gospel of life. He changed people's lives while he was here. But obviously, lots of adversity. And he died in a pretty tragic way. And yet, in that short period of life, that most people live more than those years, 33 years or 31 years. And yet, he accomplished something that changed the world forever. Adversity is not defeat. How about Donald Trump? You guys know him? He runs for president. To be honest with you, he wasn't my first choice at first. 17, if you'll remember, there were 17 Republicans. And this guy found a way to distinguish himself. And despite his background of no politics, ended up being our Republican nominee. And of course, they told him he wasn't going to win, that Hillary was going to win. And even on election day, I think most people thought that Donald Trump was not going to win. And yet, despite the adversity, he ended up becoming the President of the United States. And of course, you saw what they tried to do to him. They impeached him twice. And yet, during that period of turmoil, I can tell you this, I've watched a lot of presidents in my lifetime, and no president accomplished more with that type of adversity than any other president in my lifetime. And I think you agree with that. And I want to tell you a little bit about my story. I had served in the Texas House and the Texas Senate for 12 years. Never been in trouble in my life. I hadn't even gotten a speeding ticket. And I became Texas Attorney General in 2015, and within 6 months, I'd been indicted on 3 felonies. And by the way, I should tell you one quick story about Donald Trump. Are you guys okay with the Donald Trump story? So, you of course know he was indicted also in 4 different places, 2 on state, 2 on federal, so they could divide it up. And even if he somehow got pardoned in the federal, he'd still have the state charges. And I think I added it up one time, and it would have been like 786 years in jail, something like that. That's a lot of time for one guy to serve in jail for being president. Well, so I asked him one time, I said, I was in the limo by myself with him, which rarely ever occurred. And I can't tell you exactly how he answered me because it's not appropriate for right now. But I did ask him, I said, Mr. President, I don't understand how you deal with all of this stuff. How is it that you're able to just continue on like nothing happened? And in my own words, because he did say it a little differently, he said, I just don't care. I just want to do the right thing. And I think that says everything about Donald Trump. So as I said, I got into office. I'd never been in trouble in my life. No speeding tickets, never been kicked out of school, never did drugs, never really had any problems. Within 6 months of being in office, I was indicted. I didn't have as many years on my charges as Trump, but it could have been up to 204 years, which would have been a long time for me. I went through the state bar trying to take my license for suing the 4 states over the election. I went through the Obama administration trying to put me in prison, having the FBI investigate me for 2 years because I sued them 27 times in 2 years. I had the Biden administration, yes, the Biden administration also investigated me for 4 years because I sued them 107 times over 4 years, and they didn't like it. And so I went through all of these different things, special prosecutors, 15 different legal issues, and the final finale was the Republicans in the Texas House, under the leadership of a very liberal Republican who was more tied into the Democrats because he was elected by the Democrats. Under the guise of Republicans, they impeached me, and I had to go to trial in the state of Texas in the Texas Senate. And when they did that, I had no money because I just finished a campaign where they ran a bunch of people against me. It cost me $16.5 million. I had no money, and the House knew I had no money, and I had to hire attorneys with no money. Have you ever tried to hire attorneys with no money? It's not easy. They put a gag order on me, so I couldn't respond to anything being said over a 3.5-month period. I had no way to respond. And I remember sitting down with my attorneys because they kept saying I was going to quit, that I was going to resign. And I sat down with my attorneys, who thankfully agreed to work for free at first. Of course, I paid them later. I said, look, I want you to know this. I am not quitting. The people of Texas just elected me 4 months ago. I'm going to make these senators vote. And so I went through that whole summer, and we went to trial. And I went through that whole crazy trial, which was like a soap opera, with 20 different counts. And I remember sitting on my back porch as the Senate came in to make their determination, and they went count by count. It was count 1, acquitted. Count 2, acquitted. All the way through 20 counts, acquitted on all 20 charges. And guess who was my first call after the acquittal? Within 5 minutes, my phone rings. Donald Trump. And he was genuinely happy for me and was so excited that I had been acquitted. And then a few hours later, I was at dinner celebrating. I get another call from Donald Trump. And of course, I always take those calls. And he was at dinner with a bunch of people that I didn't even know. And he goes, these people are so excited for you. Would you mind talking to them? So he passes me around the table. Adversity is not defeat. And I came out of that, and we were able to, within a couple of weeks of getting back into office, I was able to sue Joe Biden sue him for cutting down our fence in Texas that we had on the border. I was able to sue Pfizer for lying to us about the vaccine. I was able to settle lawsuits with Google and Facebook for almost $1.4 billion apiece. And I was able to continue suing Joe Biden until his very last day in office, the day that he transferred power. I sued him one more time, 107 times on the last day. As he walked out of office, I got to sue Joe Biden one more time. And my friend Aaron Rice can verify that because he's running for Attorney General in Texas, and he was part of that deal. So my time is almost up, but there's plenty of stories of diversity in the Bible. One is about Joseph, probably not the nicest brother to his brothers, and they plotted to get rid of him. They were going to kill him, but then they decided, let's make some money off him. He'll probably die anyway. They sold him into slavery. His life looked pretty bleak. He was in slavery, then he ended up in Egypt. He ended up in prison, not really looking like the best life. And yet, you all know the story. He ends up becoming prime minister, and his brothers have to come to him during the famine in Canaan and ask for help, and they don't recognize him. And when they finally recognize, when he finally discloses who he is, they're terrified because they're thinking he's going to be just with them, and that they're going to get punished and maybe end up dying. And yet, he has complete grace for them. And he says, I'm going to help you because what you meant for evil, God meant for good. And I think that's the story of Turning Point. What this assassin meant for evil, God is going to use for good. Absolutely. And today we have, I was told last year it was like 18,000 here, now there's 30,000. I'm watching Turning Point chapters start all over my state. I've been to many of them speaking, And I watch these kids, I call them kids, they're young adults who are starting Turning Point chapters and making a difference and taking the message of what Charlie cared about, which was his faith in God and his faith in Jesus Christ. And he's taking these values that our founders cared so much about, and he was instilling them in high school students and college students. And I wonder, as I finish, if you look at the name Turning Point, he had a purpose for naming this organization Turning Point. Obviously, he was turning our country in the right direction with the elections, with education, with college campuses. But I wonder, and I doubt he would have really thought this, but the real turning point may have been when that assassin took him out of life, because look what's happened since. And what I want to encourage you as I close is I hope that we will take his death and we will use that as a personal turning point, not just for ourselves, but also as an action item for moving forward with the mission that he cared so much about, which was, he'd always say, we have a country to save. And courage is not a talent, it's a decision. Those are his words. So I want to encourage everyone here, including myself, as I'm moving on to hopefully another post very soon. I want to encourage you to have courage, because remember, it's not a talent, it's a decision, it's a choice. And I want you to use what happened on September, I think it was 10th, as a turning point for you and for this entire country, because his message is critical and crucial to the survival of our country. And I want to thank you all for being here and being a part of that. God bless. Thank you very much.
You've been called. Weak men built weak times. We enable.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch Season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Jacob, and I'm with Frontline 21. Thank you all for bringing me to this amazing event. I'm sure you all saw there was a shift in our culture after September 10th. Many of us were left with questions. Questions about God, questions about culture, and questions about who can step up and tell us what to do now. There was a lack of men willing to answer that question. I know we're all here to remember and honor the legacy of a great Christian martyr, Charlie Kirk. To remember how he inspired all of us to consider how we're using our time, talents, and influence to bring about the kingdom of heaven. It was Charlie that inspired Frontline 21 movement by the people at Covenant Eyes. The world needs men now more than ever. Men with courage, men with strength, men with integrity, and most importantly, men with faith. History doesn't remember the guys who played it safe, the wishy-washy bench warmers, or the timid. It remembers David, who stood in faith with God and brought down Goliath. It remembers the apostles, who took the word of God into the world and they died for it. And it remembers Charlie. They weren't superheroes. They were men who took up the Great Commission and led their people through the wicked and fallen world they lived in. C.S. Lewis puts it like this: we're not just imperfect creatures who need improvement. We're rebels that need to lay down our arms. But then he hits us harder. Once the rebellion is over, God doesn't turn us into nice, tame house pets. He turns us into sons who lead. That's the call on your life. Frontline 21 is about more than reminding us not to look at porn. It's more than just telling us to vote conservative. It's more than just going to church. It's a call to form a relationship with God. God has a plan for each and every one of us young men. And Frontline 21 is leading us. If I may read from 1 Corinthians, be watchful, stand firm in the faith, and act like men. Let all you do be done in love. God is calling men like us to return to his design, to no longer accept the confusion of culture, that masculinity is toxic, that blue-collar, dirt-in-the-fingernails men are somehow lesser, that college degrees are the only way, and that providing and protecting a family is the responsibility of the state. All of those are honorable callings for men. John Eldridge says every man carries two big questions in life. Do I have what it takes? And who will fight for me? Well, the Bible answers both of those. It says, my God will supply all your needs according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus. Yeah, you can clap for that. So here's the deal right now. There's a movement called Frontline 21. It's not another podcast. It's not an Instagram page. It's not a bunch of Bible verses. It's a coordination of young men living their lives with biblical principles. It's about becoming the kind of man a woman can follow and children will respect. It's about mastering your money, your mission, your muscle, not for the sake of your own ego, but because the kingdom needs dangerous men who can provide and protect. It's about locking shields with your brothers next to you and taking the fight to the culture. We are the knights of a modern world, fighting dragons that take the form of algorithmic addiction, fatherlessness, and spiritual stupidity. I ask you now to go to frontline21.com to join that fight. Check out our booth, scan the QR code, and I need each and every one of you, especially you guys up here in the front, you young men, to join the fight against the culture we live in. Thank you so much, everybody.
What's happening? Woo! Look at this! They flipped the system on its head, and that attracts young people. This country is for my American children. Their birthright is a strong, safe country with safe border, with a booming economy. This is the movement of populism. Populism is popular. There is no white or black America, red or blue America. There's just the United States of America. And ladies and gentlemen, if you believe Christ is king, you're in the right house tonight. What's up? Turning Point USA! Americafest! a spiritual energy. It's a good energy. Positive energy. Good aura. Positive energy. Greg Gutfeld, that guy's awesome. Ooh, what a warm-up act. And we get to do 2 of those walkouts there. It's amazing. Oh, thank goodness I took my fentanyl this morning. Okay. So it's been an interesting Americafest. Erica Kirk last night, it's like a Thanksgiving dinner where you have some family members who disagree a little bit. And we certainly have that. If my family's like your family, it's like our wine aunts, right? Our childless wine aunts who hit the box of wine a little too hard. And now they're screaming and yelling at each other over the Gilmore Girls. And so we've had a little bit of the Real Housewives of the GOP here at Americafest. All right? Yeah. And I think that's fine, right? I think it's good. Charlie wanted good, strong debate. The best ideas win, right? Charlie was always in favor of people debating in good faith. And I think that's a real big positive, but I think we missed a moment here. And it's not for me to stand on the stage and criticize Turning Point at all, but I'd just like to give a little bit of advice and potentially a suggestion for the next Americafest. And I wonder if you would maybe join me with a round of applause if you agree with this. The next time that you have Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro speaking within a couple minutes of each other on stage, what you got to do here is you just got to you just lie to one of them and tell them the wrong time. And then welcome them out on stage, and you can get the Ben Shapiro Tucker debate we've all been wanting. It's so easy. Wouldn't that have been better, actually? Who's in favor of that? Who would want that, right? Oh, man. Tucker'd be throwing Alps. Ben Shapiro would throw Yarmulke. It'd be crazy. But it'd be good, I think. I think it'd be in favor of that, actually. Right? And that's the difference between us and the left. The left just wants to cancel, and we're not that. The left just wants to silence your speech. And that's what's so critical about this moment, and that's, quite frankly, part of the purpose of Charlie's life, was that Charlie proved that good faith debate is so positive for this nation. It's okay to disagree with people. 90% of the people on Charlie's TikToks were disagreeing with him, right? The girl with the septum piercing and the pink hair, right? That pees in the kitty litter box. She disagrees with Charlie, and Charlie sat there and was so kind to her. And that was part of Charlie's legacy. We're going to talk about what Charlie's legacy actually is tonight, because I think there's a lot of people that are trying to usurp it or tear at it from the inside. And I say, damn it, no, you are not allowed to do that. Charlie is one of the greatest Americans who ever lived. And unfortunately, the reason that we have to use the past tense there is because the left has decided to no longer debate. The real enemy is not somebody on your side who disagrees with you. The real enemy is the left, who stopped debating and started killing. And those sons of bitches need to be called out. I'm sick of seeing my president get shot in the head. I'm sick of seeing my friends get shot on a live stream. I'm sick of seeing stories like Brown University this week with that wonderful, beautiful girl in the College Republicans who was targeted for assassination as well. So it's time to call evil out. And let's do that tonight, huh? Let's do that. I think that this trick, just some free advice for Turning Point, I think that this trick could totally be used for different people. I think you could get Candace and Tim, They've had you might have to get a bouncer. I think that you could also use this trick potentially for what's going to be one of the greatest debates of our lives. This is happening, baby. Who's ready for that? Oh, I got my JD boys over here. Anyone from Ohio in the house? And is Appalachia in the house?
Ladies and gentlemen, why is J.D. Vance vice president? I think this is so critical. I worked with Charlie for 10 years. This is so critical understanding who Charlie was and why he was so powerful. Charlie Kirk was somebody who united. I am sick of the division. I am calling it out. I call it out to its face. I disavow it. I'm sick of it. They're out killing us, and we're in here squabbling and bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough. I've had enough. You know who also said naughty words, about Donald Trump? J.D. Vance. There was a time J.D. Vance has answered for this a million times. J.D. Vance didn't start off as a big-time Trump supporter. Because of Charlie Kirk uniting our movement, we got this ticket. This was Charlie's legacy. And because of Charlie's legacy, we got the greatest meme in history. J.D. Vance. Going as J.D. Vance. Guess who else Charlie united? Charlie created the Maha movement. We need to say that. Charlie united. This was a turning point event. Charlie made this happen. And because of Charlie creating the Maha movement, we got this photo. Which is like an ISIS hostage photo. Have you ever seen RFK's face? It's like, I'm about to be beheaded by the seed oils. Charlie Kirk united two of the most powerful men in the world, Elon Musk and Donald Trump. This was Charlie's movement. A lot of these guys didn't like each other, but Charlie put them together for a united cause because we have a united enemy. And it was at Charlie Kirk's memorial here in Arizona where these two men reconciled. That's the Spirit of God in action. So as I watch some of the people trying to destroy this movement from the inside, as I watch some of what's been happening here on stage, maybe we could lower that a little bit, but it's beautiful worship music. Who was there at Charlie Kirk's memorial? Who watched it online? Who watched the memorial? Look at this. What happened here was so beautiful. This was the #1 apostolic event in human history. Hundreds of a revival, a true Christian revival. Charlie Kirk, he said, I want to be remembered for advancing the kingdom of Christ. And this was it, ladies and gentlemen. If you were there or if you watched online, billions of people around the world saw the president witness about his faith in Jesus Christ, saw all of us talk about our faith in Jesus Christ, and most importantly, we were all united against evil in this moment. Don't let them steal this from us. We have to recapture this. This is the energy that wins because it is the Christian energy that is foundational to this nation, this movement. This is how we take our country back. Let's get back here. Don't ever forget. Who wants to be back here? And a show of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants one of these memorials for Charlie Kirk on this date every single year that we can go to? And we can bring our elected officials and have them on stage and have a spiritual event together as a nation. Yes? Because we've been through spiritual times. Look at how close we were. You get desensitized to it. This is the hand of God saving President. Look at how close we were. Saving President Trump. The first person to text me that Trump's been shot was Charlie. And we got on the phone and we said a prayer. And that's how much Charlie cared. Charlie went 50 times harder after this because he saw the hand of God on President Trump. God saved President Trump. God put President Trump in office for this time, and this time specifically. In Peter, it says that you don't get to choose the time of your birth or the breath of air that you take, that God designed all of it. God created you for a purpose, and this was a purpose. God saving President Trump for this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the actual legacy of Charlie Kirk. And I'm sick of pretending that it's not. This is the legacy of Charlie Kirk right here. Part of the lore. Part of the lore. Melania Trump called Charlie, should I wear this hat? And Charlie said, yes, you gotta wear it. I don't actually know if that's true. I don't know. Check with Erica. Here's what I do know is true. This is a map of the 2024 election versus the 2020 election. Every single county in America voted more for Republicans, more for Donald Trump than last election. Every county. This is the country you live in. This is the Red Kingdom. This is our nation. This is the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Let me tell you what this is. Let me tell you. This is Donald Trump winning the popular vote. This is Donald Trump winning all 7 swing states and Donald Trump winning 90% of the counties in America. A red kingdom. You're the majority in this country. Don't ever stop acting like it. What else did Charlie do? Critical here. Why did he unite so much? Because Charlie understood who our enemy was. There's our enemy. Okay? The guy who can't get his damn mask on right. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, it's great. At least with the mask that way, he can't bite any children. This is like, you know, he doesn't look that scary, but he is actually like the worst president of my lifetime. That's just a matter of fact. He can't move a beach chair to, oh no. Live shot from Epstein Island. And his guy, he doesn't know where the hell to go into the White House. This video, I just still can't believe it's real and not a Saturday Night Live sketch. The Secret Service guy's like, go here, sir. And he just starts wandering into the bushes. I don't know, where am I going? He has the nuclear football. I'll just go into the bushes. Time. Go read Ashley Biden's diary. I mean, he did bite children, right? Like, some of these kids are really smart. Look at this kid. This kid actually punches him in the face. Watch this. Well, look at this. This is child abuse. The kid's like, get the hell away from me. Get away. The kids always know, dude. The kids always know. What else did Charlie save us from? Well, talk about having no kids. Charlie saved us from having to listen to this all night. Charlie saved us from having to listen to Kamala Harris, drunk off her ass, crying about her feelings. And the last time you or I ever had to see Kamala Harris was when she certified Donald Trump's election on January 6th.
Has received 312 votes. Kamala V. Harris.
They'll say it's AI. So instead of having that woman in the White House today on Christmas, we have this woman in the White House on Christmas. Melania Trump saved Christmas. Look at the difference in these Christmas videos. Melania Trump is the Christmas queen. Look at what she did. She brought restoration, Christmas time, and the nativity, most importantly, back to the White House. So instead of this freak show, Melania Trump is restoring Christ back in Christmas. Thank you to our First Lady, and I don't give a damn about your stupid fashion magazines. She's the most beautiful First Lady we've ever had. Melania Trump deserves every cover. And I know this because I was just at the White House with my family. These are my kids. This is my family. And I want to just get just some sound from everyone. I want to hear from the young men, the young people, the old people, everyone. Because I got a story about Charlie. Charlie Kirk found me when I was a degenerate alcoholic and I was no good. And I had like nothing really going for me. Charlie Kirk personally witnessed to my life. And it's not just me. Of course, he witnessed to all of you if you followed him on social media, which everybody did. He witnessed to millions and millions and millions. And he changed my life forever. And so, can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? If Charlie Kirk helped Christ center your life. Can I get an amen? If Charlie Kirk made you, young man or young woman, want to fall in love, get married, and have children. And can I get an amen? If Charlie Kirk made you reconnect with the great founding and the Christian morals of this nation and be proud of America again. That's church, baby. And that's what Charlie did for me in my life. And after Charlie witnessing to me, I mean, he would, after I got married, Charlie would text me almost every morning. You have kids yet? You have kids yet? You have kids? You have kids? You have kids yet? You have kids? You have kids? I'm like, Charlie, that's really creepy. Get out of my bedroom. You know, like, come on. But he's right. He is right. And since Charlie witnessing in my life, I have had 4 children in 4 years. Thank you very much. With my wife. And I say with my wife because backstage at Charlie's memorial, Elon Musk's holding my youngest son, and Elon Musk's holding him, and he's like, have many babies, have millions of babies. And I was like, Elon, some of us have kids the normal way, not like you. You know, you do it very differently. Some of us can't afford to do that, but you go repopulate America and Earth and Mars. Ladies and gentlemen, we're the ones having kids. We're the people who are repopulating the nation, and this is our destiny. We are going to save Western civilization. And I want to just speak very quickly, and I want to say it as clearly as possible. Why was Charlie Kirk taken from us? Well, God is the author of life and death, obviously. It was God's will. There's nothing outside of God's will. God didn't make a mistake. Charlie is now a martyr. But who pulled the trigger? Well, let me tell you, as somebody who knows a lot of people who've been briefed on all of this, who've seen all of the evidence, and all the available evidence is empirical and demonstrable. The person who pulled the trigger is part of the demonic transgender ideology that warps the minds of our young children, that poisons them, that is antithetical to creation itself. God called on us, I maketh you man and woman. God doesn't make mistakes. Transgenderism is a lie from the pit of hell. And I'm sick of seeing transgender violence and murderers in my country. And what has made me so angry about this moment is that it should have been a unifying moment for us to all say, what a horrid and wretched ideology. Now it's time to kick in doors, right? Come on, FBI, do some door kicking. Round them up. The violent Antifa members, the Trantifa members, it's time, okay? Use this as a moment. That should have been the moment, but we didn't have that moment, sadly, because there was too much tearing at the seams. It's time to focus, ladies and gentlemen, on what's truly ripping the true evils, demonic evils that are ripping this country apart. Yes, this is the ideology that took Charlie from us. And what was the last words that Charlie said on earth? He was actually answering a question about transgender violence. God was sending us a message. Let us heed that message. And I have good news for you today in closing. Ladies and gentlemen, the House of Representatives has passed a bill to ban child mutilation in America. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to hear this. I need you to hear this. Health, laser focus on this gentleman. Health and Human Services, your federal government's health agency. This man stood up less than 24 hours ago, and with the full weight of the American federal government behind him in our entire healthcare establishment, said this. Please, quiet as a pin, listen to this.
Men are men. Men can never become women. Women are women. Women can never become men. Children are innocent, and they need our protection.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a Charlie Kirk legacy right there. We would never have heard that without Charlie Kirk. So if you want to carry on Charlie's legacy, unite, stand against evil, make positive change in your country. And I'll close with this. It's happening. You want Charlie Kirk's legacy? I banish you, Satan. I banish the demons that are trying to rip at and destroy Charlie Kirk's legacy. Let me present it to you clearly based on data right here. Young adults are leading a resurgence in church attendance. That's Charlie Kirk's legacy. Gen Z leads all church attendance. That's Charlie Kirk's legacy. Charlie Kirk swung young voters, and particularly young men, voted in an absolute majority for Donald Trump. First time in our lifetime. That's a Charlie Kirk legacy. And when Gallup polled the priorities of young people in our country, young, based, male Trump voters said the number one priority of my life is going to be getting married and having kids. That's the number one thing they want to do. That's Charlie Kirk living today. And that's why red states have a child population that is skyrocketing and blue states are collapsing. Because have you ever seen a lib? They're so hideous, no one wants to have sex with them. I mean, they're literally cutting their dicks off. There was a vasectomy bus at the DNC. I'm not lying about that. They had a vasectomy bus at the DNC. Kamala male voters were signing up for vasectomies. And what do you call Kamala male voters? A female. Guy goes, cucks. You're right. Ladies and gentlemen, the final point of today is this. Demographics are destiny. God speaketh to us in the first verse of the Bible, the first book of the Bible in Genesis. God says, go out, procreate, be fruitful, he tells Adam. He tells you the same thing. God's first command was not the 10 Commandments, not the Beatitudes. It was go, be fruitful, and multiply. That's what God said. God's command on your life. Have children. Have babies. Fall in love. Have millions of kids. We can actually literally outbreed the left. And we can save this country. That's how we do it. Finally, if you want to see Charlie's aura personified, look at this beautiful woman at Target. Who's seen this video? Wearing her Charlie Kirk shirt, facing absolute and total villainous and violent and sick harassment. This beautiful woman, Jeannie, watch the way she responds.
They let you wear that shirt, sir?
Yes. Why? Why are you taking my picture?
Why are you wearing that shirt? You're working. It's not
a red shirt. I can wear any red shirt.
It's not a plain shirt.
It doesn't have to be.
It's a Charlie Kirk shirt.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Are you stupid?
No.
Why the would you wear that? You're at work at Target. That's not a Target shirt. It's not a plain red shirt. You support a racist.
It's not racist.
You support a racist.
He's not a racist.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit here and argue with you.
You're not. You should go get your manager. You should not be allowed to wear that at work. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
That's your opinion.
No, the opinion is he's a racist and you support him.
That's your opinion, ma'am.
And you should not be allowed to wear that. This is going to be taken above your head. That's insane. Insane.
Have a nice day. Ladies and gentlemen, what is that music?
It's the most wonderful time.
It's
with the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the happiest season of all. happy meetings when friends come to call. It's the happiest season of all. There'll be parties for hosting, marshmallows for toasting, and caroling out in the snow. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of
Benny, I hope you don't mind, but I brought a special guest to come celebrate Amfest with us.
Oh, you mean America's target grandmother?
Grandma Jeannie is in the house.
And wearing the famous Charlie Kirk red Target shirt.
Jeannie, how did it feel to be in that moment, to have someone shove a camera in your face, to use horrific language, and film you simply for wearing a shirt of a man you support?
Well, first of all, I thought she was just taking a picture. I didn't know till the next day that it was videoed. But I don't know. I just was watching her, looking at her, and I was kind of thinking, oh my. But what you saw, it's me. It's me. So I want to thank you all for your applause, for your donations, and I want to thank them for bringing me here.
I'll just say this, that when your Give Send Go went up and all of this happened, I reached out to Erica Kirk. I let her know about this, and Erica said, Jack, I want her at Amfest.
Could I ask a question? Really quickly. Could I have the mic? Jeannie, what did Charlie Kirk's life mean to you?
It meant that I can stand for freedom. I did in a way. I stand for my rights, and that's why I watched him and everything, because I love the way he stood up and stood for God, and I love the way he talked to the students, and you know you can think for yourself. But God's the one that has to go with you, you know. So I just, like everybody else, she just loved him.
And what message do you have for everybody who donated across America? I think you're well over $250,000 were donated. What message do you have for your supporters?
Thank you. I don't have the words except for thank you. You know, I love you guys all, and I hope you're... And another one, I hope that I come across that we be nice to each other. You know, and I think Charlie wanted that too. He didn't want the anger. He wouldn't have responded any different than what I did either. And I hope a lot of you would respond the way I did, because otherwise we're going to get worse. But he's the motivator.
What's that?
What she did in that moment was respond to the worst of them with the best of us.
Yes. Yes. And that is the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Merry Christmas. God bless all of you. God bless Jeannie. Thank you.
All right, we're back out here live at AmFest 2025 on the desk here. Good stuff there. That is a very memorable moment. I think we all remember where we were when we were scrolling through social media and saw that go down.
And we were just talking about the one thing about our movement that is so great is we bring people up while the left tears them down.
Yeah.
I had talked to Jacob Wells, the founder of Give Sin Go, yesterday in the afternoon. He said they're going to be bringing her out. And I thought, I can't wait to see that. And to see Jeannie out there on that stage, especially after Jack told Eric about it. It's pretty amazing.
The Democrats celebrate Maryland man.
Right.
Criminal.
Yep.
We celebrate great people like that. Basically
hardworking Americans.
Hardworking Americans.
And guys, we're joined now by Ocean Rosso, who I think is one of the coolest names I've ever heard. Ocean Rosso. How cool of a name is that? Okay, I guess we have to hold here for a second. Ocean, we're going to get to you in a minute, but I believe Jack Posobiec is coming on stage right now, so we're going to take you to the stage of Turning Point USA's AmFest right now.
How did everybody like Grandma Jeannie? Look, there's been this narrative that, AmFest has been divisive, and AmFest has been about infighting and bickering and division and all of this. And when Benny and I heard about Grandma Jeannie, I brought it to Erica, and I said, you know something? This is an opportunity for us to take a year that started off on such a high note. When I was here last year, we were on the top of the highest mountain. We'd won the election. We'd won the swing states, the popular vote. You all saw how happy Charlie was that night. I was sitting right there. Held his face in his hands, teared up a little bit. Charlie didn't like to show that kind of emotion on air. None of us do. But he was so happy because God had given our country a chance. Because God had given our country a chance to succeed. And yet, we didn't realize that God had different plans for all of us. And look, I'd be lying to you if I tell you that I had it all figured out or understand what all of this means. I don't. But I have faith in God's plan, I have faith in God's will, and I have faith that God's sovereignty is paramount because Jesus Christ is the King of the entire universe and He is the author of all creation. Christ is King. And so we came from the top of that highest mountain to the pit of the deepest valley, the valley of the shadow of death itself, as the Bible tells us. And when you're faced with something like that, you don't know how you're going to react. You don't know what the rules are. There's no playbook. There's no manual. There's no one coming to tell you, hey, this is what you do. But if you have God at the center of your heart, if you rely on the principles and teachings of the Holy Bible, and you listen to God's voice in those low hours in the middle of the night when you can't sleep and you're saying, why, God, why? He'll give you the answer. He will give you the answer. I promise you that. And it is only through the firm reliance of God that any of us have been able to get through this, have been able to get through the murder of our friend. And it is only through, and we can see God's grace imbued deeply in Erica Kirk and her strength as the cornerstone of Turning Point USA. Can we give a round for Erica, please? Because, you talk about the division, you talk about the infighting, so whose side are you on? Are you on Ben's side? Are you on Tucker's side? And Candace and Megan and all the rest of it. And it's like, guys, I'm on Charlie's side, okay? I'm on Turning Point's side. I'm on America's side. I'm on Christ's side. That's the side. And behind the scenes, these are real people. These are real people with real lives, and at the center of that is a real family who lost their dad, 2 little kids who lost their father, a wife who lost her husband. And in the midst of all these comments and confusions and divisions, and I'm not saying you can't ask questions. I'm not like that. I ain't about that. I'm about freedom of speech. I've always been about freedom of speech. And you know who else was about freedom of speech? Charlie Kirk was about freedom of speech. So we don't do the canceling and the deplatforming and you can't talk to that person and this person disagrees so I can't. No, we're not about that. Amfest wasn't about that. Charlie wasn't about that. And I know that Erica's not about that. If Turning Point USA is going to succeed, it will do so, and it will do so by resting on those same principles and values upon which Charlie created it. Yes. And don't come into the Turning Point USA Amfest house and try to tell us to change. We're not doing it. So all of that is to say that when I told Erica about Grandma Jeannie, she said, Jack, I want her at Amfest. And I said, Erica, I'm going to make it happen. And I will not let down Erica Kirk. And I will not let down Charlie Kirk. And I will not let down the legacy of Turning Point, because this mission will continue. The worst thing we could do for Charlie's legacy, the worst thing we could do at all, is to quit, is to surrender, is to let the left win, the violent left that took Charlie away from us. I'm not going to let them win. Are you going to let them win? Are you going to let the violence and the anger and the division win? Or are you going to stand together and be that coalition that Donald J. Trump and Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk joined together in 2024? Are you going to form the coalition? And are you going to continue the mission of Turning Point USA? And are you going to stand firm on business to understand that we only have a little bit of time left to save this country? Folks, it's really simple. It's really simple. They want to destroy us, and we want to save us. We believe that the only way to save this country, and I said it a year ago today, the only way the West will be saved is if we return our civilization back to Almighty God. It's the only way. It's the only way. And I'll tell a story about me and Charlie that when I first came on board, officially with Turning Point, and I'd been to events for a couple of years and I'd spoken at a few things, but I wasn't officially on board yet. And nobody knows this, but Charlie and I, we took a drive right here in Phoenix out to a church, and they had this display. It was Catholic church, and they had a display of one of the relics of Padre Pio. And the Catholics around know Padre Pio. He was afflicted with the stigmata, and the glove of Padre Pio was there. And we went before that, we received it. And then Charlie and I sat down just in one pew. The whole church was empty. It was just me and Charlie. And we knelt. And we just spent an hour sitting there, the two of us, kneeling there, the two of us, in silent prayer before Almighty God, and before the cross, before the throne. That was how Charlie Kirk brought me into Turning Point. Through prayer, through worship, and through praise of Christ Jesus. And we didn't speak about it. We never, talked about it. And believe me, we talked a lot. We talked a lot behind the scenes. And I'll tell you something. I'm not going to be revealing any of my text messages with Charlie Kirk. I'm not playing that game. No. Because those conversations were confidential, and I'm going to keep my friend's confidence. I will. I'm going to do that. I will. But so, in that spirit, especially in this Christmas time, I was thinking, what could we do to possibly uphold that legacy? And so, in the way that Charlie and I started this, I thought that that's what we should do today as well, in prayer. And I'm hoping that backstage, there's some people who might be able to join me and help me say a little prayer. What do you say, guys? Jack, we've got Tanya Tay and little AJ. Give it up for the Tpusa'S. Come on up here, guys. Come on up here. Jack?
What?
How do we start?
Hail Mary.
In nomine Padre et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Santa Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus,
nunc et in mortis noster.
Amen. Pater noster, quies in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum. Advenia regnum, fiat voluntas, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum, quotidianum de nobis, et dimitte nobis debita nostra. Sicut et nos dimitibus debitoribus
nostris,
et ne nos inducas in, sed libera nos a.
Amen.
One more. Saint Michael the
Archangel,
defend us in battle, be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly
pray.
And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly
host,
through the power
of God,
cast into
hell
Satan
and
all the evil spirits who wander throughout the world, seeking the ruin of souls.
Amen.
Nomine Patris, Filii, Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Merry Christmas, everyone. God bless you. Keep God at the center of everything you do.
Well, Jack Posobiec, that's what it's all about. Check. Jack Posobiec, that's what it's all about. It's all about family. Got my family over here. And I consider this guy to my left family as well. Ben Burkwam out here. Turning Point USA, Americafest. We got Brian Glenn. We got Benny. We got the three Bs, and then now it's the 4 Bs, what were we calling ourselves? The Killer Bees.
We're the Killer Bees.
Not the B Squad.
Sorry to break it up.
Yeah, and then we got
Lamb.
the one and only
Sheriff
Sheriff Lamb, now running for Congress in the 5th Congressional District. Tell us about what you're doing, the race. By the way, those that don't know, I gotta get rid of that. Those that don't know, we started my show, Law and Border, with your department, the Pinell County, riding with you guys because we couldn't ride with Border Patrol and ICE because we were blacked out from them under Biden. You're being able to ride with you and expose that, as well as the La Jolla, Texas PD, was really what opened so many people's eyes to just how bad it was.
Oh, and look, what I hope is that Americans don't forget how bad it was. Ben, you did such an amazing job. You came out not a lot of journalists wanted to come out and actually see what was really happening. And certainly not a lot of politicians either, but you did that. And not only did you do that, you dove in head first. You went all the way down to Panama, to the Darien Gap, and you really showcased through Real America's Voice what was happening on the front lines and the border. And I think it made a big impact in the election. Ultimately, President Trump was able to win, and I think it was large in part because folks like you and Real America's Voice were really showcasing the truth of what was happening on the border.
And Mark, you are running for Congress to fill Andy Biggs' seat.
Those are big shoes to fill.
Very big
way.
shoes to fill, but we have faith in you. But talk to us what skills and expertise that you have from being a sheriff. How are you going to bring those over to properly serve the people of Arizona?
Look, even above and beyond the skills, I think what Americans are hungry for are authentic Americans, people who are unapologetic about God, family, freedom, and the Constitution. I think that's my strongest suit, but not to, above and beyond that, I don't think there'll be a congressman in Congress who has more experience, real hands-on experience with what immigration and border security really is. And I think what it's going to take to help President Trump fix that long term. He's been fixing it on a local, with the executive orders, but we really got to codify in the law these changes. And so I look to hopefully be a major part of that. Not only I've got as a sheriff, I had 600 employees, had a budget of $70 million. And you know what? We stayed in budget. We balanced our budget, stayed under budget. And I think we need people that understand just how important the American tax dollar is. We don't need to be sending it all over the world. We got to focus on Americans here.
Because I'm going to give you 3 questions. I'm going to presume that you're in Congress, and Sheriff Mark Lamb, a bill comes on your desk and says, do you protect children from transgender surgeries?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, you passed.
Yeah.
Sheriff Lamb, do you want to secure our border and keep our law enforcement, our ICE agents safe?
100%. I don't think there'll be somebody more, a congressman stronger on that than me.
Question number 3, do you want to send another dime to Ukraine or any other foreign country to keep us in war?
No, we're $37 trillion in debt. We should
win.
keep that money here. We got to take care of the American people.
Welcome to Congress, my friend.
Thank you. That was easy.
And he's already.
I say that jokingly. I say that jokingly, but you know what? You have to ask those questions.
Yeah.
Or do you support foreign wars? Do you support our border? Do you support law? These are questions we need to ask, because you can come out and throw red meat all day. And I know your character. I've known you for a number of years.
That's right.
But we see a lot of people, especially at CPAC.
That's right.
Let me tell you something about CPAC.
The glad handers.
You got to really do the smell check at CPAC. But you're the real deal. And I know you stand for this country.
And to your point, I've been doing this as a sheriff for a long time. I've proven myself in the field of political. During COVID, I was one of the only sheriffs in this country who was vocal about saying we're not doing the lockdowns, we're not doing the mask mandates.
Hang on a second.
Not doing the vaccines.
Are you going to force a mask mandate on your people of Arizona?
No, come on.
Non-essential businesses.
Yeah. And I think that's what people really want. I go back to what I first said. People want real Americans serving them in Washington, D.C., and I hope to bring that authentic, unapologetic love for this country and the people of this country.
You were just in Washington. We were just at a press conference together. It was the American Border Story. What was it? The Act, the Memorial Act, where the Angel families came, and you were there. What do those issues mean to you when it comes to the border, the illegal immigration, and cracking down? Arizona is one of the top states in that.
Look, I want to give all the credit to Congressman Abe Hamadeh. He ran that bill, and what it is to put a memorial up for all of those people who have been killed either by people in this country illegally or people killed by drugs brought into this country illegally. I know President Trump has been a champion for those angel moms and families, and so is Abe Hamadeh, and I hope to be a champion for them in D.C. as well. It was an honor to come and support. I think every American family has been affected now by fentanyl or by some type of drug, and a lot of families have been affected by people in this country here illegally who commit crimes and affect Americans, and I think we need people that are going to stand up for the American people, and I was honored to be there, but that was Congressman Abe Hamadeh's work, and there was a lot of other congressmen, including Andy Biggs, to support that.
I want him to wear his cowboy hat every day.
Please, Mark, will you?
Look, if Federica Wilson can wear it, I can wear this one too, and look, Fetterman always wears the hoodie. I won't do that.
It was funny.
And
Fetterman will wear shorts and a hoodie. For Inauguration Day, if you guys remember, I was there for President Trump. I was in front of the the Capitol Grill, that whole area, and he ran by me and just live on the air, and I tried to get a few words with him. If he can wear that, you can wear that.
You can wear a cowboy hat. But I just want to say this. I haven't actually said this officially yet. Before I say it, but you've already dealt with criminals for a long time, so you're going to fit right in Congress. I look forward to that.
Exactly.
And we need to see the prosecutions there. But I haven't said this officially. Not related to the network at all, but me personally, you have my 100% endorsement, and I will do whatever I can to help get you in there. It's an absolute honor to have ridden with you for so long and standing with you.
Which means a lot, because I know the work that you've put in on the border, and it's an honor to have that endorsement. We've been blessed to have President Trump's endorsement, House Freedom Fund. We've had a lot of great endorsements, but in the end, you know, it's really, I want the endorsement of the people, especially the people of our congressional district.
Come on,
who wants Mark Lamb in Congress?
Who wants Mark Lamb in Congress?
I love it. And I look forward to serving there. If you want to come and support me, you can do it at marklamb.us.
Yeah, website. I was going to say
marklamb.us. Please come support.
American Sheriff on all social media.
Let's take Washington back. Look, President Trump's doing a great job. We've got to get some help, some support in there. We've got to continue the work. And we really need real Americans to do it.
Just get in Congress and promise me that you will fight, and you will fight, and you will fight against the... I almost cussed there. Fight. I think you'll do it.
Just don't.
I've been doing it. I haven't changed ever since. And I told my wife when this was not an easy decision. We really struggled to make this decision. We weren't leaning this way, but in the end, we just felt that pull, God pulling us back into the arena. And I told my wife, bite down on your mouthpiece, because this is not going to be easy, because standing up for what is right and the American people has never been harder, but it is also easy to do when your principles are in God, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
You let your principles lead you, not the worldly, earthly.
That's right.
All right. Well, we got more from Amfest when we come back from the break. Stick around.
Thank you, everybody.
Partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAV Angel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAV Angel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men.
The anthem of the free.
Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
Welcome back to Americafest 20. Hello, check. Welcome back to Americafest 2025. We're here with America's Voice and Dana Kirkpatrick, the one and only. She's about to take the stage right now in the main room, so we're going to throw it over there. Let's check it out.
To speak at all. So I want to share a story with you, and it's a little bit of a unique story. I did a past life regression. I don't know if anyone knows what that is, but it occurred to me that maybe somebody wouldn't. So I thought, how do I describe this? So a past life regression is when you meet with a past life regression therapist, you get into a very meditative state, very relaxed, and they guide you through being able to access memories to your past lives. So before we get too messed up with the messenger and the message, I want the message to land. So I hope you'll stay tuned in, because I feel like such a theme about Amfest has been being able to hear people speak and having different ideas and making that okay. So I know that that's kind of it's a spiritual direction, but the vision that I had was so incredible. So they guide you through, and they do it really like very objectively, like, what are you wearing? Where are you? What do you see? So this guided me into the vision. And I was somewhere in like Nevada or Utah, and I was a Native American. And I had a stick, and I left my tribe. And I journeyed south, and I was on my way to what would have been like original LA when it was first sort of civilized. And so I made my way down there, and once I got there and I got to the beach, I saw that it was like a big farmer's market set up. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. And so I looked down, and I had a medicine pouch. And I was like, I'm going to set up a table and tent, and I'm going to sell my medicine. Well, nobody was all that interested in my medicine, but I thought, that's fine. And I sort of like started creating this community where we would have like these gatherings in the evening. And it wasn't a male-female thing, but it turned out that it was really mostly women that showed up. And so in this vision, like 10 years had gone by, and I was doing this regularly. And I was told that I would have to stop doing what I'm doing, or I would be killed, or I could leave. And so in this vision, I stopped doing what I was doing. And then the vision went sort of empty for like 30 or 40 years. And so this sort of landed me maybe in my 70s or something, which probably for back then is pretty old. But nothing was in my memory from that time period, and the message was that I could be killed for doing what I loved and what was meant for me and my passion, or I could die inside anyway. And that the mission is to stand true to what it is that you want to do and the mission at hand, and let it play out. And I think you guys have probably all heard what Charlie Kirk wanted to be remembered for. He wanted to be remembered for having courage in his faith, which is brave. Because baked into courage is fear. Somebody recently told me that, and I was like, that makes a lot of sense. Because if you didn't have fear, why in the world would you have to be courageous? Why would you have to be brave? You're just doing things. So I thought, wow, that's so true. To be courageous, there has to be fear in there. And I'm not talking about the kind of fear that is pointless or silly. I'm talking about the kind of fear that's calling you in to something bigger, something that takes you to the next level, something that takes you further than where you're at. But the unknown is usually what we're scared of, right? We're just scared of what we don't know. And so you can't let fear win in that moment. And the thing is that right at that intersection point between fear and excitement, because essentially that's the fear I'm talking about, the kind that's calling you in. You're excited to do it, you want to do it, but you're not sure. It's that right at that intersection that you feel alive. And that was something that I did not know about myself. People used to say I was so brave for driving race cars, and I guess it was. I drive on the regular road, and it seems like nothing, so... and I drive crazy. Cops are around, I'm sure. And so right at that fear of intersection and excitement, you feel alive. And I realized that was what I did my whole career. I had no idea until I was done. I was like, wow, what's the point? I need to do something. So I started doing silly things like jumping out of airplanes and doing massive public speaking and going speaking at Trump rallies, all of that stuff. Like, I realized that's when I feel alive. And so I was scared every time I got in a race car. Like, I mean, every time, whether I was testing or whether I was racing, there was pressure on the line. And mind you, I was going 200. So that is scary, I guess. But I didn't realize that, man, that was what I did it for. And so, I mean, standing on stage today is frightening. I get nervous all the time to do stuff like this, but I just don't want to let fear win. I'm gonna feel really good when I step off stage, just so you know. I'll be like really relaxed and really excited. Before I came out here, I was like, guys, this is where I focus. I'm gonna be really quiet for right now. The Bible says over and over and over again, fear not. And in fact, I thought I had heard it said it 365 times, and maybe other people have heard that. But given the fact that I was going to stand on stage, I had to fact check. And I'm not sure that's entirely true. I do like the sentiment of it, so let's go with it. But it says over and over again, fear not. It says fear not because fear exists. This is a human experience. We're going to have fear. It wouldn't say it unless it needed to be known. Fear not. But it's not that you're not supposed to have fear. What the Bible's trying to tell you is that give your fear to me. God says, give me your fear. Pray for the confidence, the strength to go through life and get through whatever you need to get through, and let me carry that fear for you. You don't have to do this alone. So the question is, the next time you're faced with a situation that, man, is scary, like you don't know how it's going to go, you don't know where it's going to lead to. It might be a job, it might be a relationship, it might be moving, it might be speaking out, saying something in front of people for the first time that you've never said, sharing something about yourself that you've never shared. Are you going to let fear win and say no? Are you going to put it off for another day? Right? No big deal. Another month, another year, we've all done it, or another lifetime. Or are you going to pray for the strength to get through whatever comes at you and say yes right now? Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. God bless. Merry Christmas.
You've heard Christians should stay in their lane, and politics doesn't have any place in church. But Christians, if we simply stay out of it, we will leave behind a vacuum that will be filled by people who hold to anti-God, anti-freedom ideologies. Like the Christians who founded our nation, we must be involved in the self-government of our nation. Join us in standing for faith, for life, and for liberty at danburyinstitute.org.
Understand, our entire society falls apart if we do not know the difference between men and women and sanction the permanent and irreversible harm and sterilization of children. What they're selling is not compassion, it's fear. We are in a battle for reality itself, and we must fight like it because this war on woke, it has not yet been won. And the good news is that we are winning. What a blessing it is to be here, man, to see this, to see you guys standing. Do you realize who you're giving a standing ovation to and for what. You're giving a standing ovation to a girl for merely saying that there are two sexes? That you can't change your sex? That each sex is deserving of equal opportunity, of privacy, and of safety? What an insane world we live in where that is considered brave or courageous. I look out and I see a lot of people who probably share the same sentiments that I do. I mean, just about 3 months ago, when we watched as our friend, a mentor of mine, technically my boss at Turning Point USA, was shot, murdered, assassinated in cold blood. Right? It's one of those moments where you'll never forget where you were, the disbelief that you feel initially, the total shock, and then you learn that he had passed away. Right? Those feelings of shock and disbelief turn into grief and tearfulness. I'm not proud to say it, but then they turn into anger and rage. How could this happen? How do we live in a world where we're seeing healthcare workers, government employees, school teachers, people in our generation, maybe some of your peers in your classroom who are celebrating the assassination of a father, of two, of a husband? Maybe some of you were at the memorial service, which I will say that was one of the most beautiful displays that I have ever seen. To see so many people, publicly elected officials, proclaim the name of Christ, where thousands in the stadium were watching and millions online. But Erica Kirk, it is hard to describe the impact that her speech had on everyone in the room, including myself. When I heard it, something awakened in me. It was a call to be to do better, to be better, a better wife, a better friend, a better daughter, a better mother, a better follower of Christ. In the hardest moment of her life, Erica chose forgiveness. She forgave her husband's assassin only 11 days after he was murdered in cold blood in front of thousands in person, and where it will live on the internet forever. Only through God can a grieving widow have the heart, the serenity, and the strength to do something so extraordinary. So seeing that, seeing you all, those feelings of anger that I once had, of course, there's still grief there, but I feel hopeful, and I feel optimistic, and I feel inspired. This morning, which this is like true Riley fashion, I had not planned at all what I was going to say when I got on this stage. There's a unique opportunity, of course, I recognize that when you're standing on a stage like this, an opportunity for clarity, for courage, and if we choose it, for real impact. I thought about some of the things that I could mention, some of the wins that we've seen surrounding gender ideology and parental rights and the safeguarding of children under the 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. I thought about talking about some of the work that we still have left to do, because believe me, there is still a lot of that. But after talking with so many of you and hearing some of the other speakers on this stage, I felt compelled to talk about something that I believe is more foundational, something deeper, because there's a demographic of people right now who are desperate, not for slogans, but for the truth. That demographic is young people. I think more specifically, young women, future families. They're being shaped by a culture that has no idea where it's going and no interest in telling them the truth about what actually leads to joy. And so to just share a few things that I've learned over the past few years that feel especially relevant to young people in this cultural moment. First and foremost, most obviously, Benny Johnson said it. It's that gender ideology is an evil lie from the pit of hell. It is a lie that is built on deception. It is built on discouragement. It is built on destruction. And who does that sound a lot like, by the way? It tells people, it's a lie that tells people that they're correct to feel as if they're born wrong, that our Creator made a mistake in creating them. What a horrible message. I say this with a saddened heart. It is tragic that the suicide rate amongst this community is so high, but it's no surprise. when we're telling people they're correct to feel as if they're born wrong. That's a horrible message. We should be telling people, children or adults for that matter, that they're born intentionally and uniquely in God's perfect image, and how amazing is it that we have a creator who doesn't make mistakes. It is a lie that leads to children and adults to castrating and sterilizing themselves by cutting off healthy body parts or injecting themselves with some sort of synthetic or unnatural substance, chasing satisfaction that will never last. And I know as a Christian that the only place we will ever find real satisfaction is when we place our identity in Christ. And it won't be long, by the way, before we look back and call this weird blip of time that we're living in, especially the medicalization side of things, we call that accurately what it is, which is the biggest medical scandal this world has ever seen, and a very profitable one at that. The only thing that I believe to be more sinister than cutting off healthy body parts is prematurely ending a life before those body parts ever even get a chance to develop. If you didn't know, my husband and I, we welcomed a beautiful baby girl into this world just a few weeks ago. Her name is Margot. She is the light of my life and the best thing that I have ever done, bar none. I'll tell you, before becoming a mom, I thought I understood what it meant to be pro-life. I've always had conservative values. More importantly, I always understood that, again, we have a creator who breathes life and value and purpose into every child in the womb and beyond it. I understood the arguments that pro-lifers made, of course, intellectually. I believed it morally. I could argue it politically. But becoming a mother, which it's still surreal to be able to call myself that, it changed everything. Hearing her heartbeat at that first appointment that you go to, the 8-week appointment, then going to the 20-week anatomy scan and hearing the words, "It's a girl," going through the magical transformative labor and delivery process. Of course, her being here, it proved to me that life, it's no longer theoretical. It was no longer a debate. It wasn't about policy or politics anymore. She's a human being. Small, yes. Dependent, yes. Fragile, yes. But infinitely valuable, placed directly in my care. Motherhood has made me radically pro-life. It has made the thought, the idea, the practice of abortion hurt, like deeply and viscerally. And I think it's because when you experience that kind of love, I know the parents in the room know this. When you experience that kind of love, you understand something that our culture works really, really hard to deny. Life is not disposable. Dependence is not a flaw, and vulnerability is not something to be eliminated. It is something to be protected. Which, by the way, women, you have been lied to for decades through propaganda. To be very, very clear, transgenderism, sexual liberation, and abortion have nothing to do with women's rights. Calling these movements feminism is not only inaccurate, but it's dangerous, it's destructive. Feminism promised empowerment, but you know what it delivered? It delivered emptiness. It sold women the lie that children are burdens, that family is a limitation, and that fulfillment comes from self-centered autonomy rather than self-giving love. Charlie's message, one that he said often on campuses, on his show, right? Get married, have babies, have as many as you can, and as early in your married life as you can. It was so powerful, and it's something that resonated deeply and personally with me, but beyond that, not just because it was what some people would call provocative or outdated or offensive. I believe it was effective because he lived it. It was clear to him that family was the happiest and most meaningful part of his life. And so for clarity, am I saying that every single woman should have children? No, I'm not. I believe it's the most rewarding thing, the most fulfilling thing that we can do as women, so long as you're able, but no one is forcing you into it. Although I will say President Trump is making it easier for families to thrive. He is the most pro-life president in history. Under President Trump, we have seen the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which is an organization that for far too long, you and I, taxpayers, funded, an organization that receives $792 million annually. And what they did with that money, of course, they performed nearly 400,000 abortions annually. They promoted gender ideology. They administered hormones to minors. They supported the Democratic Party politically. So we thank President Trump through this and the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill. We've seen President Trump work to implement economic and tax policies that benefits parents. We've seen the new Trump savings accounts for children. But he recognized that being pro-life, it means more than protecting life inside the womb. It means building a culture that supports women before, during, and after motherhood. Again, President Trump is doing that, and Charlie Kirk did that. He knew that. After Charlie's death, even before Charlie's death, we've seen online voices who would go on to call him everything under the sun, one of those things being a misogynist. That accusation, of course, it's false. Honestly, it's lazy. If you could get yourself to watch past the out-of-context 5-second clip or the out-of-context headline, you'd know that. But I want to tell you that Turning Point USA offers 6 months of paid maternity leave for moms because they recognize that families matter. You would be really hard-pressed to find that anywhere else. So I'm here to say that Charlie Kirk was the worst misogynist ever. These are the same lies, again, that are told about President Trump, right? They call him a misogynist, yet he has done more to protect women's safety, first and foremost by shutting the border, by the way, to protect women's privacy, to protect our rights to equal opportunity. Again, he's done more on that regard than any president, certainly in modern history. And he's appointed more women to his cabinet positions than any Republican president in both his first and second terms. So if their goal was to erase women's rights, as the left claims, then they've done a pretty horrible job. And so to the young people here, I really want to send you a message directly. I recognize that you are growing up in a culture that is really loud, that is confusing, that is deeply contradictory. You're told to chase independence, but you're punished for vulnerability. You're encouraged to reject limits, but given no guidance. You're told that you can be anything, women especially, except for faithful, for feminine, or family-oriented without apology. So my message to you is that you can do those things. You matter, young people in this room. They can't do this. This mission that we're attempting to carry out at Turning Point USA for the conservative movement, for the kingdom of Christ, it cannot be done without you all. If we're going to change the culture, if we're going to win the culture, we need you. Actually, we're relying on you. So I'm here to tell you to be bold, to say the controversial thing, to be courageous. And by the way, courage doesn't always look like this, like applause, standing on a stage with the microphone in your hand behind a camera. That's not always what courage looks like. Sometimes it looks like standing alone. Sometimes it looks like telling the truth when it would be far easier to stay silent. I also want to tell you guys to challenge authority. Do it respectfully, of course, but don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something, so long as it's legal, because you're too young. Reject that. Look at what Charlie Kirk did at such a young age, what he was able to build over many years, and now we're seeing and living and feeling the impact of it. I want to tell you guys to foster unity, focus on defeating the enemy. And when I say defeating the enemy, I'm not talking about the left. Indirectly, maybe I am, but I'm talking about Satan and the power that he has, the real and living power that he has on this earth. And I want to encourage you guys to live a life like Charlie did. He was very clear about the things that mattered in life, right? Get married, have children, build a legacy, pass down your values, pursue the eternal, and to seek true joy. That was his mission. And that mission has now become his legacy, and it's our responsibility to carry it forward. And so when I look out and I see this, again, so many young faces. When I hold our daughter, I see a future worth protecting, a world worth fighting for, a reason to stand firm when it's easier to fold. One day, our little baby, Margot, she will grow up. She will learn who her mom is. And if there's one thing that I hope she learns from watching me, the fight that I've been fighting, we've collectively been fighting, I hope she learns this. First and foremost, that being a woman is not a weakness. It doesn't make you inferior. Really, it's a beautiful thing. I hope she learns that the truth, both in an objective sense, of course, in a biblical sense, is worth defending. I hope she learns that family is worth building and that faith in our Creator calls us, everyday Americans, common sense Americans. Our faith is what calls us to rise. I appreciate you guys. I hope you are enjoying AmFest. It's hard to see some of the different mementos of Charlie sprinkled throughout the speakers on this stage, some of the things that we're seeing in the exhibitor halls. But just know what he built, it will live on so long as we do our parts. I appreciate you guys. God bless you. God bless Turning Point USA.
Do this job because it was convenient. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's incredibly hard. It's a big sacrifice for the family, but I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. Because right now we need young leaders who will speak the truth, sometimes calling out our own party. If we don't have your voice, we will lose this country. And you're seeing that with some of the elections taking place around this country. When you see them electing open communists, when you see money coming in from the Communist Chinese Party, when you see systemic government corruption, I'm telling you right now, we need your voice to fight it.
Can you guys hear me, Arizona? I actually did not expect to get as emotional as I did hitting this stage. So it is so heartfelt and heartwarming to see so many young people on the stage. As Michael Knowles had pointed out, this was Charlie's last event that he had planned prior to the assassination. And as some of you might know, I am one of the few members of Congress that had the privilege of serving alongside Charlie Kirk on those famous college campus tours. Some of you might have seen the photo. It was me, Charlie Kirk, a fold-out table, 4 GoPros. He was wearing a hat that said ICE, and we had a sign that said there are only 2 genders. Which still holds true today. But, I want to point out and just start out with this. Every single person that's walked across this stage was invited here by Charlie Kirk. Yeah, a round of applause for that, because there's a lot of people, and there's been a lot of discussion about that. We'll get to that in a second. But his legacy, even though he's no longer with us, and I would argue that he's in a way better place, but his legacy continuing to shape the future of discourse, dialogue, and policy. You are seeing it play out in real time on stage. We have leading voices in conservative politics, pundits, journalists, personalities, and the ideas being debated are incredibly important. They're important because they impact our everyday lives, whether it be foreign policy, whether it be war, tariffs, free markets, Trump, the future of MAGA. And you don't have to agree with everyone on stage. I might not. But next year, if I could suggest prior maybe a celebrity conservative boxing match, we can bring in maybe people like Dana White and Joe Rogan. We can get Polymarket to moderate. But in all seriousness, in the UK, we currently have them pushing digital ID. In China, there's a social credit system. In Germany and England, journalists are jailed. If you post a meme, you might have literally the police at your door arresting you. And while their women are being raped because military-age males fled their failed states and countries only to come to countries in the UK to bring their nonsense with them, here in the United States, we serve because of the very people on this stage as a beacon of hope and freedom in Western civilization, and we plan to keep it that way. And if I could just warn you that currently in the Senate, we have Elizabeth Warren, who's been pushing to allow digital ID in the United States of America. We know the dangers of digital ID and what it could mean. It doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right. If they don't like what you're saying, they can silence you. And yet we just had Speaker Johnson, of which I'm very proud to say that he has committed to going to literal war with the Senate if they do not codify in the appropriations process a permanent ban in digital ID. And that is exactly what we need to maintain freedom in this country. So, going back to what I was saying earlier, minus the joke about the celebrity boxing, which I'm happy to host, by the way, if they really want to do it. You may not like Tucker Carlson or Ben Shapiro or Steve Bannon or me. But guess what? If the radical left wins, you, us, and them, we all hang together. We can duke it out on stage, but remember the fight ahead. Because we are all in this fight together. And we have crossed this Rubicon, and it's important to remember who the real enemy is, and that is the radical left that killed my friend Charlie Kirk. But it doesn't mean in Congress that we can't address the very issues being debated on stage. And I've thought long and hard about this. See, in my first term in office when I was elected, they tell you a few things. They say never vote against a rule, which is a procedural piece of legislation that allows the big bills to come to the floor. And if you don't like what's in the bill, let's say they put a poison pill in there. For example, in the National Defense Authorization Act, putting in FISA that allowed the unconstitutional surveillance of the American people. If you vote that down, they say don't do that. You won't be added onto your committees. That's actually what happened to me. They kept me on off of House Armed Services because of that. And they also tell you never vote against your own party. Well, within the first year of being elected to Congress, I'm proud to report that I did both. You're welcome. But the very issues being debated on the stage, again, foreign policy, tariffs, whether we're going to be codifying President Trump's executive orders, foreign aid, all of it. It is all tied to one core issue, and I want to be very specific about this issue because I've, again, thought about this. I see how it works in Washington. My first term in office, they tell you those two rules, and then you see that people are getting the special interest money from big pharmaceutical companies or the military-industrial complexes only to vote and sell at the American people, and I promise you, the odds are stacked against us up there, only to turn around to see that they are individually stock trading and engage in insider trading, which is illegal for a majority of Americans, and benefiting at the expense of the American people, and it has to stop. Not yesterday, not tomorrow. It has to stop right now. And I want to explain to you some of these stats because I think it's important for the American people to know exactly what's happening. Nancy Pelosi. Do you guys like her? It's funny, my husband says the same thing. Nancy Pelosi, by the time that she announced that she was no longer seeking office, had outperformed Warren Buffett. We've nicknamed her the real Wolf of Wall Street. And she's currently outperformed the S&P and made over 17,000% returns on her stock investment. That statistically does not happen unless you are engaged in insider trading. Both Democrat and Republican members of Congress that have promised to protect the American people and our country are making on average 600% on their returns. They sit on committees of jurisdiction that oversee the policy that impacts this country. Do you think they're ever going, like, first of all, let's just talk about foreign policy, right? We see this debate. Are you pro-Russia? Are you pro-Ukraine? How about you be pro-America and maybe not advocate for foreign wars? How about that? But do you ever expect a sitting member in the House or the Senate to vote for peace when they are personally invested and backed and owned by the military-industrial complex? Do you ever think that's going to happen? The answer is no. And it doesn't happen, and I see it happen every single day. In fact, President Trump's peace plan that he just put forward, he's been trying so hard to index the war in Ukraine, where thousands upon thousands of young men have died on both sides because of what happened with Biden's failed foreign policy, of which, to be clear, they could have stopped the war. We've sent millions and millions of tax dollars over there, and you know what they're doing? They're laundering the money. That's exactly what happened. I'm proud to report I never voted for a single dollar to go to Ukraine, okay? And I still won't vote for that. But you have members of the House and the Senate that are vocally against what President Trump is doing, against what Steve Witkoff is doing, against what Jared Kushner is doing, because they are personally invested and benefiting from a continued conflict in Ukraine, of which we have no business being involved with, of which a peace deal with Russia could mean $2 trillion trade deal for the American people. And that is exactly what we need to be backing. But because they are corrupt and because we haven't fixed it from within our own institution, this war continues and it has to end. What about codifying President Trump's executive orders to cap prescription pricing? People are talking about affordability. President Trump's doing all the heavy tackling and blocking, and yet Congress is so slow to follow through. Why is that? Well, maybe it's because a majority of members of Congress have over $100 million personally invested in their individual stock portfolios within the pharmaceutical companies. Do you ever think they would vote to cap the prescription pricing that would benefit the American people? And the answer is no. And so that is why, after seeing all of this nonsense play out for years, I finally saw, I think it was on that website, Unusual Whales, and I saw my own colleague, a Republican colleague, making a multi-trillion-dollar trade. It was in violation, insider trading, to be exact. And I looked at Tim Burchett, who's a representative from Tennessee. He's actually a really good guy. Yeah, we love Tim Burchett. And I'm literally sitting on the steps of the Capitol. I said, we have to stop this. This cannot continue. And so we did a discharge petition, and I have reached across the aisle, and I have gotten people that you wouldn't believe to sign on to this discharge petition because they understand the problems of this. Well, I'm proud to report that I met with Speaker Johnson at 1 o'clock on Thursday. And the Speaker of the House understands and agrees that this is a problem. And we discussed the piece of legislation that we'll be bringing to the floor in the first quarter of this next year. And after it came out, because Democrats reported that Hakeem Jeffrey, the leader of the Democrat Party, is actively working to block the ban on insider trading, that we will be securing the deal in the House Republican majority to ban insider trading for members of Congress from ever happening again in the United States of America. Thank you. And yes, that will impact the future of this nation for the better, because everything that I laid out earlier, everything being debated on stage, it's all correlated. And we hope to leave the institution in a better place than when we got it. And I promise you, I've told you guys this before, I definitely don't want to do this. You know, I'm a little bit vain. I'm getting white hair because of the stress. You guys are supposed to back me up on that one. I guess not. I'll have to talk to my stylist. But in addition to that, more importantly, we are doing this on behalf of the American people. Over 86% of Americans support this. Shoot, President Donald Trump supports this. In fact, when he tweeted about it, some of my Republican colleagues got a little bit nervous about it. So thank you, Mr. President. We love Donald Trump. Never forget, Charlie's with Donald Trump since day one. We're going to be with him till the very end. That's right. A round of applause for that. And since I brought up the speaker real quick, and I know that you guys are all huge fans of Turning Point, but more importantly, I want to record this and send it to him, so I need you guys to get a little vocal. Do you think the Speaker of the House should put a statue of Charlie Kirk in the U.S. Capitol? Because we've been having issues getting it done. I want you to know I'm sending him that, but when he speaks tomorrow, you need to do the exact same thing. I swear you better do it. Mike, you know I'm playing with you, but we're really serious about that. But there is a fight ahead. That fight is reforming the Congress in itself. So it represents, and it's represented by people like you and me, not people from Wall Street, and definitely not people from K Street. It means the candidates in the midterms matter. I've actually, I typically, politics especially because it's so nasty, but you have to get involved in these Republican primaries, especially when there's open seats. And so I know Turning Point Action has made endorsements in some of these races. I personally endorsed Joe Mitchell in Iowa, Jesse Elbin in Wisconsin. I'm looking at a Texas 19th seat with Tom Sells about endorsing there. But I want to be very specific about what we need candidates to understand. Because look, there's also these cases of we have candidates, the far left that's running. I was actually talking to a moderate Democrat. And the moderate Democrats, the ones that still believe in this country, and yes, there's very few of them left in the House of Representatives. One of them said, Anna, if you think some of the people in office are bad now, wait till you see who they're recruiting for the midterm elections. Charlie had this unique gift of foresight. And I remember debating, being on college campuses and being at debates with him, and then hearing him also tell his supporters and donors, he would say, socialism's real, and these kids are embracing it, and you'll see it in Congress one day. And he's right, and we're seeing it every single day. And I'm living through what he had predicted to be the future of this country. We're going to get into what he predicted also the fight ahead would be, because we're going to be recruiting you guys to help directly with that. But we need candidates that we're recruiting and endorsing and that will win these elections. Because look, if these guys win again, we're going to revert right back to whatever Biden was, plus Obama, plus Soros, plus everything in between. And it's going to be bad news for all of us. But I need candidates that we're endorsing and candidates that are winning to understand a few things. First one, trans terrorism is real. It murdered Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson is a trans terrorist that murdered Charlie Kirk because he was speaking the truth. And it needs to be called out and condemned for exactly what it is. Thank you. Trans terrorism murdered those innocent Christian children because they were targeted and easy targets. And we need to condemn it and ensure that it never happens again. And by the way, if you think giving a child hormones and cutting off their genitals is humane or loving, you are a sick and twisted person, and you do not deserve to be a parent. We need candidates who will understand, and Charlie called this out for exactly what this is. But that jihad and radical terrorist ideology is a threat to this country and a threat to the West and will not work in a divine and civilized Western civilization. You cannot allow in literal terrorists on the watch list and release them into the United States just like the Biden administration did and not expect bad things to happen. Look no further at what just happened in Australia. Look no further at what just happened with our amazing National Guards members. Rest in peace to the beautiful soul that was murdered as a result of failed policy and allowing these awful people into this country. Terrorists are not our friends, to include narco-terrorists. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . We need people that understand, and candidate elected to office that understand peace through strength means pursuing peace first at all costs. I work with way too many neocons, and I refuse to accept that neocons is the face of this party. I think Nikki Haley found that out the hard way. And don't worry, Lindsey Graham, we know you got the endorsement, but you're fair game next time. I think that was a pretty fair joke. I heard some of you laugh at it. I also want candidates that will vote down legislation that doesn't contain a permanent ban on central bank digital currencies, because again, in places like the EU, the UK, and China, that is where they are all going. Their citizens are oppressed, and candidates that will take a stand and understand that freedom is not a government-given right. It is a God-given right. That is a big difference. We want candidates to understand that strong immigration is important to a nation and that borders matter. If you come here, you embrace our culture and you assimilate and you become an American citizen and you put that first and foremost. But that also means that if you are here as a citizen, that you contribute to society and you do not become a permanent member of the welfare state. And if you're a young man especially, it might work in the United Kingdom where you can go in and rape women and get away with it, but it does not work here in the United States. You do not bring your failed state policies to the United States of America and expect to stay here. And lastly, I want candidates that will embrace fellow politicians from around the world who believe in the sovereignty of their nations and the inalienable rights of their citizens, their people, and understand that technocracy and globalism is not the way. Which is why in March, I'm happy to announce, after meeting with some members of the AfD, and don't listen to the media, the AfD are not Nazis, they are not alt-right, they are simply people that believe in saving Germany. But not just them, members from around the world, whether it's South America, the European Union, Australia, and even South Africa, that we will have an alliance conference of sovereign nations in Washington, D.C., where we will be bringing in hopefully hundreds of members from these countries, because Davos think tanks and the World Economic Forum think the Great Reset is a good idea, and it's not. It's creepy, and they can keep their bug-eating dystopian freak show politics to themselves. We don't want it. So that's it. That's the plan, and that's the fight ahead. So yeah, duke it out on stage. We'll watch the clips, but pad up, because right now we're jumping right back into the fight. And President Trump, we are blessed to have him to lead this nation, but he's not going to be here forever, which means you are all responsible for carrying the torch. That is what Charlie always said. It's your fight too. That's why he set up these conferences. And just so you know, every single person on the stage has prayed for Erica Kirk. We love Erica Kirk. She's doing amazing for this organization, and Turning Point will not fail because of her leadership. So, God bless you all. Don't let this opportunity or experience go to waste. God bless the great United States of America, and also JD Vance 2028.
All right, and we're back at Amfest 2025, continuing our great live coverage here. Bo Davidson alongside Benny Ray Harmony and Brian Glenn. You just saw the great Representative Anna Paulina Luna, and guys, I got to tell you,
She's fantastic.
she's so great for so many reasons. But I had the opportunity to interview her for my Mother's Day special because I knew she was a mother of a young child that brought him into Congress, and I thought how difficult it's got to be doing the work in Congress, but also it's simultaneously be a mom. And I think that that's a remarkable thing that she's been able to do in such a public way, but also, raising her kid in the way that she wants to, Brian. And I think that that's a remarkable thing for a mother to do.
It is, and I've seen her on the Hill with her kid, with the baby, which was incredible.
On the House floor, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Well, the good thing about where she's located is it's not that long of a flight to go from D.C. to her district there in Florida. Now, if you're a mom and you're in Arizona, it's a much different story. That is the untold story of people who serve in Congress or in the Senate, because if you have days off and you want to fly back to your district and be a mom, be a wife, a husband, a father, whatever, it's really difficult to do if you live anywhere west of Dallas, Texas. It's a haul to get home on the weekends.
Actually, I'm going to put Benny on the spot because I'm just now remembering when I met Benny at Turning Point USA's AmFest. I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago.
The first
and
one.
I said, what would you like to do in the future? And I think you told me do you remember this? Run for Congress, I think you said, become a representative. And remember you said that. And I'm just curious if that is all, potentially, such a young woman, potentially in your future, would you ever consider it? Because the life of a congresswoman or man is difficult, especially balancing personal life. Brian knows that. It's difficult to do this, to be on the Hill and also maintain a family. Is that something you would even potentially consider down the road?
It is, and I'm from Illinois. I'm from Springfield area, and our congresswoman is Mary Miller. She is absolutely phenomenal. But I have such a love for my home and for my community, and so Brian's over here. He's like, probably do not run for Congress,
What's your advice, Brian?
Everything Brian has said today, I feel the same way. I report on Congress every single day. There's not work being done, but there's still people in these communities that need represented. And whether that's state representation or Congress, I do potentially see something like that in the future. And I want to be a mom. I want to be a wife. And I think you can do it all.
I think a lot of people can make major impact running for school board, city council, city commissioner, things like that. You can have a direct impact in your community. You don't necessarily have to run for, Congress or a Senate position. I think there's a little localized level that you can make a big difference. I personally think the Senate is where good things go to die.
Absolutely.
I am all about getting rid of the filibuster. I can't stand it. I think Republicans need to be on the offense, not the defense. Don't play that card that, what if the Democrats get in control? I tell you what, if you get rid of the filibuster and you pass all these agendas and all these legislation, get them into law, the American people see the benefits, and they'll never vote for a Democrat again. That's how you do it on the offense.
My thing is I think there's too many people in Congress and Senate. There's so many voices. There's so many things. And they're all taking money, just like Anna Paulina Luna, she just said. It's all taking money from the lobbyists, benefiting off of these stock trading.
Yeah.
How do we find, is there a way to end that, Brian? Is there a way to, besides for, I don't even have any.
Is there a way to end PAC?
Is there a way to end the just corruption and take it back?
I'm sorry.
It makes me so mad.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting so mad.
The political industrial complex.
It's a joke.
This is something for a much longer discussion, but people need to understand that it is almost, you almost cannot break it.
No.
You can try and make it better.
The roots go so deep.
But the political industrial complex is so deep and so corrupt, I don't care how much you think you can change the system. You can't. You can't.
It's out of our...
And I'm telling you right now, you can't. You can make it better, but you cannot root out the corruption that's in our government. Ask President Trump. Yeah. Ask him. Yeah. You know what he's doing? He's doing executive orders. That's called a temporary... That's only temporary, because that will get resolved.
He does that because Congress cannot get anything done, so he has to do these EOs just to make any movements whatsoever.
All right, we got to go to break.
Yeah,
I'd love to have this discussion a little bit more.
We'll see you guys here in a few minutes.
Who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. voices ring, the anthem of the free. Hey.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
Charlie may be gone, but his legacy lives on. In you, in me, in the groundswell of patriotism he ignited nationwide. Now it's up to us to continue the fight for the heart and soul of America in his stead. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code to fund Turning Point PAC's grassroots operation. At Turning Point PAC, we're 100% committed to Charlie's big picture vision to build the Red Wall. Starting in Arizona, New Hampshire, and Nevada, the 3 battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. Go to tprav.com or scan the QR code and donate to support Charlie's vision. We can build an impenetrable red wall that will destroy the Democrats' plans and pave the way to victory for America First candidates in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Your gift helps us deploy door knockers, chase ballots, and ramp up our grassroots efforts for the fight ahead. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Get the complete InstaSeal system. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-6802. That's 1-800-308-6802 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Donna, we're going to take you now to the stage.
Charlie loved the students more than anything. That's what Turning Point USA is all about. It's what it's always been about. And so he's so proud of you guys and all of you that are starting chapters. And I want to start off with the first Charlie Kirk Courage Award to Caleb Chilcutt from Utah Valley University. Caleb Chilcutt, a rising senior and chapter president at Utah Valley University, has been involved with Turning Point USA since 2023. Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day. Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good. The same grit, the same focus and sense of mission that Charlie instilled in him. Since September 10th, Caleb has coordinated countless efforts to memorialize Charlie on campus and across the state of Utah. He is currently working to establish an official memorial on UVU's campus to commemorate Charlie. And celebrate his life in the very place he was murdered. Caleb stands as a testament to resilience, continuing to table, debate, and dream big, guided by the mission Charlie Kirk ignited in him. God bless you. Take a picture. Our next award goes to Paxton Holder. Paxton Holder is a student leader who refuses to accept no when it stands in the way of principle. As president of Club America at Rockvale High School, he has faced constant pushback from administrators and students, yet built one of the strongest chapters in the region. When his school repeatedly denied speaker requests, Paxton persisted. After September 10th, he helped organize a vigil in Charlie's honor that drew over 2,000 people, where Paxton addressed the crowd with poise and resolve. That same determination later secured approval for his chapter to host Riley Gaines after being denied several times. Beyond his campus, Paxton recruits for and promotes Club America in his community and mentors other chapter leaders. Paxton exemplifies courageous, persistent, and selfless student leadership. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay. You want to take one, all of us together? Okay. Oh, I'm so proud of you guys.
Thank you, guys.
It's been a long day.
Welcome back to our continued coverage of AmFest 2025 live in Phoenix. Bo and Benny here, the Bo and Benny Show.
We're trying to get the SIGs to give us that show, Bo.
Benny, we were just commenting as we were watching Erica Kirk there, you know, just how poised and lovely she looks. And I know that this whole weekend has to be bittersweet in so many ways. What do you think? You've been around Turning Point for a long time. What do you think's going through her mind in terms of what she has to endure this particular weekend as the first AmFest without Charlie?
Well, right before we went on, I was just telling you she has to be exhausted. She has to, her heart has to hurt, but this also has to feel it so much. And seeing those students that just received those awards and knowing that her Charlie lives through them, her Charlie is inside of them, I'm sure that just gives her so much hope and so much just pride. You know?
There was a Moms for Liberty event that you guys might have seen me cover a couple months ago in Orlando, and one of the guests we had on was a middle schooler who had started a pilot program for Turning Point USA. And Steve Bannon was on at the time, and we were interviewing him back and forth, and it was like, this is really inspirational because you think about generation and the generation below that. I think Generation Alpha there is, and there, you know, you have to think about the hierarchy and how the movement is now not passing to just people who are a little bit younger than you and I, but even below that. And I think it's inspiring to know that, and that's like a pilot program, I think in Land O'Lakes, Florida. I was knocked out by that. I thought it was incredible that this movement is going that young.
Well, we spoke today to a 15-year-old who, we just got word of Grant Cardone is taking the stage right now, so we're going to head into that main area and see all the good things he has to say.
Come on, how's everybody doing? All right. Okay, I have a few notes for you. First of all, Charlie Kirk was a personal friend of mine, and I can count all my friends on one hand. Highly recommend that, by the way. Don't get two hands of friends. It's too many. If you get a few in your lifetime, you'll be lucky. Charlie was a guy that I met, I don't know, a couple years ago, and he interviewed me, and we were talking about finance and money and family and faith. And Charlie absolutely believed that those three things were vital for you and your family to put together. So I'm not going to be talking any politics here for the next 14 minutes or so. I'm going to talk to you about money. Money. That's right, that nasty, nasty word. Because then you have to confront why you don't have it. Or that you do have it and you're not doing the right things with it. Or something in between. First, I want to say about Charlie. Charlie was one of the most, I've met millions of people in my lifetime, in my short period of time on this planet. And Charlie Kirk was one of the most impressive people I've ever met in my life. And it took like 10 seconds to know that. And he was also one of the most intelligent, genuine people and most compassionate people that I've ever met. When we met, Charlie and I were talking about, he asked me how I made it. I was raised by a single mom. When I see Erica and knowing their kids have lost their dad, I know what it was like when I lost my dad at 10 years old. The entire family unit completely changed. When we should have been feeling grief, my mom was feeling fear. The family was scrambling. 5 kids knew something had changed drastically. No one could explain it. And a week later, my mother had to confront finances. Charlie put his family in a place where they didn't have to figure that out the next week. Certainly, Turning Point will have to. Your local community will have to. If you guys want this conservative movement to continue to grow and expand, you will have to figure out your finances. Because the other side has. They just print money when they want it. So I want to talk to you about wealth, okay? And again, when Charlie and I talked about this, Charlie was fascinated. He was so curious. He was constantly curious. And the one thing that I've done in my life that have been beneficial to me is I find people that are successful and I try to study the superpowers that they have and see if I can emulate or bring some of those in. Charlie's curiosity about money was fantastic. It was phenomenal. Also, his understanding of things like real estate investing, passive income, earned income, depreciation, tax write-offs. He actually knew, he knew the difference, and he knew what position as the leader of his family that he had to put his family into in order for him and them and Turning Point USA and all the things he was involved in to continue to grow. And one thing that we agreed on was that wealth was not about getting rich. It was not about material things. It wasn't about stuff, cars or planes. It was about, if you look it up in the dictionary, it was about being well. In fact, if you go back, I don't know, 700 years ago, you looked up the word wealth, it said W-E-A-L, well. You were well, you were healthy. Today, if you talk about wealth, people are like, oh, you're bragging. It's wrong. Okay, they're trying to talk you out of what should be yours, just like they try to talk you out of your property. Yeah, true story. My home in Malibu was one of the homes that was damaged. 18 homes in a row were burnt to the ground. The fires get to my house. The firemen were my friends because they read my book or books. And I called them up. I'm like, bro, if you guys can give me a hand, I mean, I appreciate just, stretching that thing over one more time. And they fought all night. 18 homes were lost. My home was saved. And the state of California today will not allow me to repair my own property. Okay? Sent me a letter saying, if you spend more than $1 over half of what the house was assessed at, you will have to tear the house to the ground, take the pilings out that are in perfect shape. You'll have to reduce the entire structure to raise it 6 inches. I would have to go from spending a couple $1 million to $50 million. That's property seizure. Wealth is about having choices. Wealth is about funding options. It's not about buying shoes and belts and cars. Wealth is not about being rich, it's about choices. My family and I, we homeschool. Probably the best thing I've ever done with my kids was take them out of a school system. By the way, it's cheaper to homeschool than it is to send them to a place that'll turn them into drug addicts. Money allows us to live by our moral code and not be stuck in California. I lived there 25 years. I loved the state of California for 25 years. And then one day something happened and we sold our home there. We got rid of our businesses. We left our customers and our investors and moved across the country. Wealth gives you choices. I'll tell you the most beautiful thing about wealth, having enough money for your family to actually move, is to say no to customers and investors. To return money. You're a roofer, you're HVAC, you're a masseuse, you got a customer that is never happy. Here's your money back. Please take me off your phone. I don't want to do business with you again. That's freedom, folks. When I supported Donald Trump for 3 years, the last 3 years, and before that, when I went to a MAGA event and spoke there, I lost tens of millions of dollars in customers. I lost millions of dollars of investors. I happily returned the money. Said, thank you, please. Identify yourself as an idiot. So a couple things I want to leave you with about this thing. Anyone in this room can create as much wealth as you want to, okay? I grew up in a single family. My dad passed when I was 10. I had a drug problem for 10 years. I was broke at 25. I owed the government $40,000. My reputation and name had completely been destroyed in the marketplace I was in. And at 25 years old, for all the young people in the room, okay, you're not priced out. You have so many opportunities today. No matter what you have done or how many mistakes you have made, put your head down and focus. Anyone, and I hear this today, I hear this a lot. I've heard it here already. I did some interviews on the media road, and I've heard people say, the kids have gotten priced out. You guys have not gotten priced out. You have more opportunities today than ever in the history of the world. Okay, I would rather have more opportunities today. Look, Jake Paul made $90 million last night, and his IQ's not 91. Okay? Okay, I know that's going to hit the internet, and Jake's going to call me, but you got people creating tremendous amounts of wealth today. Tremendous amounts for their families. Financial freedom. That's what it's going to take to keep this movement along, too. To get your local politician, to get the right mayor, the city councilman, to get the politician, the good guys to run. It takes money to run these programs. You'll have to know the difference between earned income and passive income. Charlie and I had this conversation all the time. I said, Charlie, why do people spend their earned income? I never spend it. If you pay me to do a job, I don't spend that money. I invest all of it. Anything I earn off my investments, I can spend. Anything I earn because I trade time, I keep. You've been programmed, by the way. You're not financially illiterate. I hear this all the time. People are financially illiterate. You're not. You have been indoctrinated. You have been indoctrinated to go to college. You've been indoctrinated to save your money. Saving money makes money for the banks. It doesn't make you money. If you study the wealthiest people that walk this planet, they take money and they use it and convert it to real assets. And they hold those assets. So many people in America are suffering today. It's crazy. Here we are, 355 million people in the wealthiest country on the planet. And people don't have enough money. Why? We printed more money in the last 20 years than in the history of the world. There's more money. There's more available for everyone to get. But also, on the top of that, you have a TV and the internet that is telling you constantly that you can't have it, that you're priced out, that the opportunities are gone, that AI is going to replace you. Ladies and gentlemen, no AI will ever replace a person like Charlie Kirk. I refuse to consider the concept that AI could replace me. I am the father of 2 children. I spend time with them. AI cannot do that. Okay? I have one beautiful wife. By the way, wives are like investments. You only need one of them. One good life. One good life. You got to have one good wife. Okay? You get one good wife. You don't need 100 investments. We've been indoctrinated by the Vanguards and the State Streets and the Blackstones that you need hundreds of investments, when in truth, if you study the wealthy, the people that are free to move, the people that actually make a difference, because they have money, because they have choices, they have 1 or 2 investments. Steve Jobs had 2 when he died. You don't need 100. The house that you live in is a place to live. It's not an investment. So I challenge all of you in 2026 to relook at what your parents and great-grandparents and the TV and the media and Instagram is telling you what wealth is and what it isn't. Money is not bad. You need money. Money will not buy happiness. Everybody agree? But it buys everything else. When it buys groceries, it bought a ticket into this place. It's going to buy a Coke or something to drink. It's going to fund your elderly when your parents need help and they need to go to an assisted living. That's what's going to pay for that. No, money doesn't buy happiness. Charlie knew that. Money buys choices. It buys options. It buys freedom. It allows you to change your community. It would allow you to fund the next presidential election. Okay, they outspent us by 4x, and they will next time. In fact, they might outspend us by 10x next time. Yeah. I encourage you to go out there and get this right for your family. The trifecta is faith, family, and finance. Thank you so much.
To stand here before you today. We're not going anywhere. We're here to fight for you and to fight for the red, white, and blue that's behind you. We can't do this alone. It will take all of us who love our country and who deeply cherish our freedoms to stand united in this fight. Every single day that we wake up with breath in our bodies, we are blessed with the opportunity to take advantage and make the very most of that day. Today is the day for us to stand up for all that we believe in, stand up for each other, stand up for our country, stand up for our freedom and a future that truly realizes the vision that our founders had for this great country.
Please welcome Director Tulsi Gabbard.
Merry Christmas. I couldn't hear you in the back. Merry Christmas. You know, I'm a little bit emotional walking out here because this is the first time we are gathered here for Amfest without Charlie Kirk. But I feel in all of your voices and your presence here his love. And that's a beautiful thing.
At all the different TPUSA events that I have been through and to over the years, Charlie was often the one who would, greet me at the door. We would go and kind of huddle in a corner backstage and start talking about, oh, hey, what's going on? What are you working on? What are you working on? And how do we tackle the biggest challenges that we face in this country, with Charlie always incredibly focused and full of energy, and not just looking around, okay, what's the next thing, but here's the 5, 10, 15, and 20-year plan that we really have to keep at the forefront of all that we're doing. And so, I didn't get to have that conversation with Charlie here. I had a conversation with Erica backstage, and I got to tell you, I continue to be in awe of this woman. I cannot imagine what she's been through, what she is going through. I'm in awe of and grateful for her kindness and her strength, and how she has opened up her heart during the toughest of times to the world, and how she continues to exhibit the kind of courage and strength that you and I know can only come from God. We hear a lot of talk about unity. It's a word that is frequently used. We must stand united. We must come together and unify. But too often, we don't actually think about what that means. To say we have to unite just for the sake of unity, what does it mean? We can unite around the wrong things. We can unite around a negative cause that results in a negative impact. And so when we talk about standing united as Americans, we have to understand what that really means. What is it that binds us together? What are the fundamental principles that we must stand together on, whether we are Democrats or Republicans or people of different religions, people of different backgrounds or different views on certain policies? Fundamentally, the thing that we must unite on is our God-given freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution, and that every one of us as Americans must remain committed and dedicated to defending. That is our foundation. When we talk about America, we can look at borders, we can look at land, we can look at territories, but when we truly look at what does it mean to be an American, and the responsibility that every single one of us as Americans carries with us, it is centered on our foundational principles, on that vision that our founders had for us, knowing way back then how challenging it would be and how there would be frequent and consistent attacks on our freedom, and it would be up to us to defend them. And that's exactly where we are today. Charlie understood these threats. He saw them and focused completely on this defense of freedom, not just in words, but in action. He lived that truth that so many of us who either have worn the uniform or wear the uniform have lived by. I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend it to the death your right to say it. That's real. And Charlie lived and died by that principle, that no matter how offensive or horrible or disgusting someone's speech is, no matter how much we disagree with it, it's up to us to stand up and protect and defend their right to say it. And to stand as Charlie did and defeat that weak or dark speech, that ideology, with a superior ideology that's focused on freedom. You know, thinking about the threats to our freedom, in these gatherings across the country that TPUSA hosts, we often talk about the attacks on freedom that came from the Biden administration, how they sought to censor us in different ways, how they sought to spread disinformation to try to limit or control or curate what we saw and what we heard, how they lifted up certain voices and hushed others, reaching into their propaganda arms and compelling social media companies to do their dirty work for them. But there is a threat to our freedom that is not often talked about enough. And it is the greatest near and long-term threat to both our freedom and our security, and that is the threat of Islamist ideology. It is propagated by people who not only do not believe in freedom, their fundamental ideology is antithetical to the foundation that we find in our Constitution and Bill of Rights, which is that our Creator endowed upon us inalienable rights, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, Charlie focused on this quite a bit. He talked about it in ways that very few others did because he understood this direct threat to freedom. When we look back to the attack on 9/11 that happened 24 years ago now, it changed so many of our lives, where thousands of Americans were killed by Islamist jihadis who attacked us on that day. And we were confronted with the reality of the lengths that they will go to try to attack the foundations of who we are as a country. It was a day that changed my life, probably like some of you in the room. It's what motivated me to enlist in the Army, to go out and to fight and to defend and to defend our freedom and defeat those who are attacking us. But when we talk about this Islamist ideology, yes, it is the ideology that fuels terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and Al-Shabaab and Hamas and Boko Haram and others. And they must be defeated militarily. As they continue to actively plot and try to attack us. They are a threat to our security and our safety. But this Islamist ideology is a direct threat to our freedom because at its core, it is a political ideology that seeks to create a global caliphate that governs us here in America, threatening Western civilization, governance by Sharia law, governance by what they are calling their Islamic principles. And if you fail to comply, if you fail to adhere to this ideology, if you dare to exercise your God-given right to free speech, censorship is not what we face. They will use violence or any means they deem as necessary to silence us. If we don't take action to identify this threat, to define it, to call it out for what it is, and take action to defeat it, then we will find ourselves in a place where many European countries and countries like Australia have found themselves. Countries where you can get arrested for praying silently on the street corner, as has happened in the UK. Countries where you can be arrested for putting up a social media post that someone finds offensive somewhere. The threats from this Islamist ideology come in many forms. As we approach Christmas right now in Germany, they are canceling Christmas markets because of this threat. In places like Dearborn, Michigan, and Minneapolis, Minnesota, Islamist clerics are openly pushing this Islamist ideology, trying to recruit and radicalize young people. Earlier this year, there was a conference that was held representing organizations like the Council on American Islamic Relations, also known as CARE, which issued a call to action to use American legal and political systems to implement Sharia law. This is already underway in places. This is already underway in places like Houston. This is not something that may possibly happen. It is already happening here within our borders. Paterson, New Jersey is proud to call themselves the first Muslim city. They are working to implement in their own governments these Islamic principles that are forced on people through the use of laws or violence. The bottom line is this: when we talk about the threat of Islamism, this political ideology, there is no such thing as individual freedom or liberty. As Charlie said over and over again, it is fundamentally incompatible with our nation's foundation of freedom. And at its core, when we understand that our freedom comes from God and no one else, we understand the seriousness of this Islamist ideology threat, because it means they deny that God is the one who has bestowed this right to freedom in every one of us. So what do? We as Americans have to stand proudly for freedom and understand that a free society cannot survive if it refuses to defend itself. You don't preserve freedom of speech by canceling it. We preserve free speech by exercising it, by using more of it, encouraging more speech. We protect our Constitution by ensuring loyalty to the Constitution. We protect our democratic republic by ensuring that we, the people, elect leaders who not only believe in American values, but actually live them. Leaders who are committed to ensuring that we have a government of, by, and for the people, and leaders who most importantly put freedom and the interests and well-being of the American people first in every single decision that they make. You know, one of the things that Charlie and I talked most often about was peace. And this was the topic of the last in-person conversation that I had with Charlie. It's the topic of peace. He was a consistent and powerful advocate for peace because he understood that in order for us to be truly free and prosperous, we must be at peace. He understood the importance of President Eisenhower's farewell address when he warned that, quote, in the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or our democratic process. That warning rings as true today as it did back then when he said it, as a retired general who led during wartime and as a president and commander-in-chief of the United States. He understood then, as we do now, that too often we, the American people, are told we must choose between liberty or security. And which side often wins out in that proposition? Liberty loses. And the warmongers claim that they are doing what they are doing for the sake of our security. It's a lie. Eisenhower issued this warning because he understood the power of the influence of the military-industrial complex and how those who seek to keep us in a persistent state of war deny the heavy cost that it takes in human lives, in taxpayer dollars, and in the erosion of our liberties, wars that have nothing to do with ensuring our security or our liberty. Now, this is something that we're dealing with right now in real time. As you know, President Trump has been persistently and relentlessly pursuing a peace deal to finally end the war between Russia and Ukraine. He talks frequently about the need to end the killing and the bloodshed, and his teams are negotiating now as we gather here. But what I've seen over these months is that every time they make progress and they move closer and closer to that hope for peace, the warmongers in the deep state step up and try to do everything they can to stop them. Predictably, they use the same old tactics that they've always used. The deep state within the intelligence community weaponizes intelligence to try to undermine progress. They leak it to their friends in the mainstream propaganda media to try to spread this and push a false narrative. They foment fear and hysteria as a way to justify the continuing of the war and their efforts to undermine President Trump's efforts towards peace. And do so specifically in this case in order to try to pull the U.S. military into a direct conflict with Russia, which is ultimately what the EU and NATO want. We cannot allow this to happen. We have to see clearly what's happening before our very eyes and stand united in this cause of peace. I've served in the Army now for almost 22 years. I'm grateful to serve. Thank you. I've deployed twice to the Middle East and once to East Africa as part of a joint special operations task force to go after Al-Qaeda in Somalia. But during my first deployment to Iraq in 2005, I served in a medical unit in a base about 40 miles north of Baghdad. And shortly after arriving there, I was walking around our camp, trying to familiarize myself with the place, when I was stopped in my tracks by a sign that someone had put up at the gate where most of our security patrols went in and out of every single day. And this is inside the camp. Just before they left every day, they saw in big block letters the words, "Is today the day? Is today the day?" This ever-present reminder that any day could be our last. This was true. In the height of the war in Iraq, in the middle of a war zone, for some of my friends, for too many of my friends, their time came. They made that ultimate sacrifice. And it was hard. Hard to lose those who were a part of our military family, those who I knew were willing to lay their lives down. One of my friends was named Staff Sergeant Tia'i. He was just a few days away from being able to go home to American Samoa and to see his wife and his kids. They were making plans for what they would do during his 2 weeks of R&R. And he was killed when a roadside bomb exploded underneath his vehicle as they were approaching their return to base. I really struggled with his death. We weren't very close, but he was part of our family. And I prayed a lot. I asked God for clarity and for strength and for understanding and peace, and taking shelter in God's love and having faith in Him was where I found that peace. Is today the day? Is today the day is a reminder that every one of us has the opportunity to reflect on as we pray and think about how we can make the most of every single day that we are blessed with life and breath in these bodies. We know Charlie did that. I remember being at a rally with him towards the end of President Trump's campaign. He was running the whole event, and as the speakers were going through, he was sitting there just backstage with his laptop working on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing, working tirelessly. The reality of this reflection is today the day is just as important for us here as we gather and as we leave here and go about our daily lives as it was for those of us serving in a war zone. None of us knows how much time we have. But the thing that we can choose to do is to dedicate our every day to love and serve God with all that we have and in all that we do. This is the secret to living a truly successful life and being truly happy in that life. So as we approach Christmas now, we have the opportunity to celebrate Jesus Christ and what he told all of us to do. And he said it best in response to the question, what is your greatest commandment? Love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, your entire being. And the second is like unto it. Love your neighbor as yourself. If we follow these commandments and keep them at the forefront of the choices that we make every day, how we treat each other, how we speak to others, whether they are friends or those who are coming at us and hurling insults at us, doesn't mean we roll over or we allow them to go unanswered. We understand the responsibility and the opportunity that we have is to respond with love, which is the most powerful force that exists. And that love is inspired by God's unconditional love for every single one of us. Is today the day? Yes, today is the day when we choose to stand together, united, with hope in our hearts that comes from the light of God's love shining through our lives and in our work. I have hope today, inspired by God's love, that we will share that love with others, that we will treat each other with respect, with aloha, and that we will stand strong and unshakable in our resolve to defend our God-given rights and freedoms. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. May God bless America. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Welcome back. Turning Point USA AmFest continues, and we've got some more big news out here. We're celebrating Anthem of the Free. We just launched it 2 days ago, and we are #1 on iTunes. Yes. Thanks to you guys. Everybody out there in the audience, everyone out here has downloaded it. Thank you guys for doing that. We're #1, but we're not there yet.
That's right.
Shane Jenkins, Sarah Maccabee, tell us what the goal is and how we get there.
The goal is to go #1 on the Billboard. You all already had a Billboard plaque, and now that this is a song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans. And we needed to go platinum for these guys to give them recognition for what they have gone through.
Well, yeah, like you said, this is our first solo endeavor. We went platinum with President Trump with Justice for All, an awesome track. You got to look at that one too. But now we've got this endeavor, Anthem of the Free, and we're looking forward to Americans hearing it, purchasing it. Buy it if you can, stream it, go to iTunes. We have reached the milestone of #1 on iTunes, but we're trying to hit the Billboard, and we're trying to go platinum again. So, and the only way we can do this is with the help of the American people. So
that's right. And sorry, guys, getting distracted. Art Del Cueto, my buddy over here, former Vice President, U.S. Border Patrol, planning some big things I can't talk about yet. He's trying to, these things are live. They're live shows. He's like dancing around, taking his shirt off, doing all kinds of crazy things. Wait there, Art. I'm going to come down there in just a second. But Art, have you downloaded Anthem of the Free yet on iTunes? Because if you haven't, we've got some big news for you guys. So right now, if you haven't downloaded it yet, there's a QR code on the screen. Should be on the screen. It's not on the screen right now, but as soon as they put it on the screen, download that, click that link. It'll walk you through the process, or you can text J6PC to 75802. Again, J6PC to 75802. And if you do, walk through the process. On January 6th of 2026, one of our lucky RAV viewers who downloaded this, again, you got to go through the steps, download it, send the email showing the proof of purchase. But one lucky winner will get this signed, autographed copy of Rebels, Outlaws, and Rogues, signed by our very own Steve Bannon. And again, we're going to be announcing that, giving that away on January 6th of 2026. So again, if you haven't downloaded it yet, click that QR code, download the song on iTunes, and then walk through the steps. If you have any questions, text J6PC to 75802, J6PC to 75802. And you got a chance to win this. Again, one more time, Sarah, on your organization, and Shane, and your story on how you guys were treated. I could not believe, I'll start with you, Shane. I could not believe that you didn't get nail clippers for how long?
For a year.
A year.
Right.
I mean, that's just...
What they did was the DC jail used COVID protocols. They said that we were a risk to other inmates, and that's why they kept us from getting visits for 2 years. They're saying that, somebody might get the vid if we wouldn't get vaccinated. They convinced a couple of guys out of the 50 to get vaccinated. They did. They still denied them visits, still denied them haircuts. So it was really just a tactic, a ploy to keep us just crushed under their boot heel. And so they will use tyranny in whatever form they can, and it was really just a roadmap for them to oppress the American people. That's what they were doing. So.
And Sarah, the organization, tell me about that. And again, people that want to get involved, how they can do that. And the proceeds of this, again, everyone who's downloading that, if you text J6PC to 75802, download the song. The proceeds go to your organization, correct?
Yes, the net proceeds go to Stand in the Gap, and that's a nonprofit foundation dedicated to assisting January 6 defendants and their families as they try to rebuild their lives. Because as Shane has mentioned, there's emotional and mental turmoil that they are working through now because they literally lived in a box. They lived in a box, and then the night that President Trump was inaugurated, many of them were let out immediately and just thrown back and thrust back into this life where their life had fallen apart. They lost their home. They lost their cars. They didn't go back to the same job. And now it's hard to believe, but we're almost a year out, and we are still dealing with this. So my personal belief is that these defendants, former defendants, need help now more than they did when they were in there, because the American people, they very much prayed for them, sent them books, put money on their commissary. But now that they are out, it's almost like 95% of America has forgotten about them, and like, oh, President Trump did what he said he was going to do, but we can't take the spotlight off of these guys. And that's a whole nother reason that we did the song. It was very therapeutic for them to come back together, but it was really to let American people know that they are still there.
If I can elaborate a little bit, I had a guy tell me a story. He said, Shane, I came home, I've been gone 3.5 years. I came home, he said, I knocked on my door, and he said, my wife answered the door, and it was like her and my children had already buried me. And he said it was like the ghost of me coming home and knocking on my door. And he said they ended up getting a divorce. He separated from his family.
Wow.
And it's just, there's been probably 10 divorces of the guys that I know from the Gulag. This has been a traumatic experience on people. Imagine being gone for 4 years, and then your wife and children have to carry on without you. I understand the separation, but it doesn't make it any easier for these men who gave a lot for this country and sacrificed emotionally, mentally, and then to lose their families, lose their livelihood, lose their businesses, homes, and all that. And so we are fighting for those men, for their hearts and for their minds. Please pray for them. But this song is a charitable thing for the men and women of January 6th to help to get them back on their feet. So
and that doesn't include the ones that committed suicide too.
Absolutely.
Many of them. And then there's still some that were only commuted. Stuart Rhodes, Joe Biggs. Some of these guys have still lost their VA benefits.
No VA benefits or their
crazy.
medical licenses to be able to practice their career. And so
they still
the fight goes on. Absolutely.
They still need full pardons, every one of them.
Absolutely.
Full pardons.
Fighting for the 12, guys.
One last time, and we're going to actually go out. Let me show you this picture. If you want a chance to win this beautiful piece of artwork from Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws, signed by Steve Bannon, our very own Steve Bannon, text J6PC to 75802. You got to download the song on iTunes, the Anthem of the Free. And if you have not heard the song, we're going to go to the song now before we go back to the stage with Jesse Waters. This is Anthem of the Free.
Who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight.
freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive. Hey, rest in peace, Corey, all the fires that you fight. To the cops and military that been fighting day and night, so we could have liberty and our God-given rights. To all the mothers and fathers that's just trying to protect their child. Hey, freedom worth dying for, dreams worth fighting for. God got us, I promise, that's the reason I smile. Protesting with our voice and our presence and our words. We ain't killing people for disagreeing, man, that's absurd. We ain't burning down cities cause we pray to the Lord.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Hey, stop killing people that just want to debate. When we protesting, you ain't see no guns and no flames. We don't have to agree, we ain't gotta think the same. Country built on conservative values, let's reclaim.
Little Marco, Lion Ted. Or my favorite, he said about Mitt Romney, he said, Mitt Romney is poor and he walks like a penguin. And we're watching this at Fox, and we were like, we had no idea. We had never seen anything like this before. Just like middle school ridicule. And it was working. But he was connecting. And he wins the nomination and goes through the summer. And I think there's like this event right around 9/11, and Hillary's walking to her car, and all of a sudden she's walking, and then she faints. You'd faint too if you were married to Bill. So we're all tied up going into the first debate. Remember that debate? Trump's like, well, if I were president, you'd be in jail. Drops the mic. Now, Hillary didn't go to jail, but Bill might. Have you guys seen the Epstein files? Woo! No bueno. And so Trump cruises, and on election day, Hillary thinks she has it in the bag and falls asleep to get rest for her victory speech that night. She wakes up, and it's a nightmare. Trump has won Florida, North Carolina, and the next thing you know, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, he's president. So obviously, what do? I say, I got to get an interview with the president. So we call Hope. She sets it up. It's like somewhere in Tennessee. And he puts me there. There's like this big rally beforehand. O'Reilly made me work the rally beforehand, before a presidential interview. Can you believe it? And so I sit there in this holding area where we're going to do the interview, and all of a sudden the president walks in the room. Jesse, my man, how you doing? Grabs my hand, like pulls my arm off. He goes right to the mirror, takes a whole thing of hairspray and just goes, shh. He sits down, I sit down, he said, Jesse, you see how many people are outside? 45,000, 85,000, 125,000? There's a lot of people out there, Mr. President. So we sit down, we wrap the interview, and it's over, and he says, well, we're headed back to D.C. Do you want to ride on Air Force One? And I said, yeah. So next thing you know, I'm like walking up the steps of Air Force One. He puts us in like the business class section. All the fake news is in the back. And so, you know, I'm trying not to steal everything. I have sticky fingers, so like There's like Air Force One, like M&Ms with the logo emblazoned on it, and I'm just stuffing everything in my pockets. And so all of a sudden Hope says, all right, he's ready for you. And we bring the cameras, we bring it back into like his executive boardroom area of the jet. And I said, Mr. President, now that you're president, they're going to have to rename this Hair Force One. Yeah. He didn't think it was funny either. So we wrap the interview and we go back. He tells me to put the camera away. So we're just talking. I said, Mr. President, why were you playing NSYNC at your rally? That's kind of a strange choice. He goes, what do you mean? NSYNC's amazing. I said, really? He goes, yeah, Lance Bass is the man. Lance Bass? He said, yeah, Jesse, I was just at this cocktail party the other day in Manhattan, and there was this model, perfect 10, stunning, and she's next to this, like, New York Giants linebacker, okay? They're together. And all of a sudden, Lance Bass walks by, and the model leaves the linebacker and chases after Lance Bass. Lance Bass gets tail. I said, Mr. President, Lance Bass is gay. He said, he is? He said, all right, Jesse, I'm going to go talk to the failing New York Times. I'll see you later. So, you know, Fox changes the lineup. They move me from the weekends to the 5 at that point. And and so the best part about the 5 is the commercial break, because Greg is like crazy. I mean, these are things Greg's actually said. He said, Jesse, you want to know the best way to kill your wife? No, but tell me. Take her hiking. He goes, Jesse, you want to know the best way and the cheapest way to have phone sex? No, tell me. Call Victoria's Secret and ask them to go through the catalog with you. Yeah. I asked Greg if he wanted to play golf a little while back. He said, no, last time I golfed, I got injured. I said, well, what happened? Someone like shank a drive, hit you in the noggin? He said, no, I was bending over to pick up my ball, and I jabbed my golf club into my neck and ruptured my trachea. Not the manliest guy, but we love him. Jeanine Pirro, we miss Jeanine Pirro. I don't think Jessica and Harold miss her so much. Both Jessica and Harold went deaf in their right ears. Doesn't matter, they don't listen anyway. Pirro actually got her phone hacked last month. But the good news is now China's deaf. So I'm on the 5 now, and all of a sudden the phone rings. Jesse, it's your favorite president. How you doing? Just got back from 5 days in Asia. It was meeting after meeting after meeting. If Jeb were president, he would have had to have taken a nap. I said, that's crazy. He said, why don't you bring everybody from the 5 and come have dinner at the White House? And I said, even Juan? And he paused and he said, what the hell, bring Juan anyway. And so a little while later, you know, we didn't all go. It was me, it was Sebastian Gorka, and Stuart Varney. So we go up and we get to like the second level of the residence, and the president says, you want to go see the Lincoln bedroom? I'm like, sure, I didn't even have to donate anything. And so we go up there, and there's the Gettysburg Address, and like it's encased in glass. And he's standing next to it, and he says, you know, Jesse, Some people say my Twitter account is the modern day equivalent of the Gettysburg Address. I said, some people meaning you? And then we go downstairs and he shows me this other room. It's very private. And he goes, see that on the wall, Jesse? That painting's a Monet. Jackie O brought it. I'm thinking about taking it with me when I leave. I said, I don't think that's a very good idea, Mr. President. He said, why not? Crooked took the silverware. It's true. So we go sit down and like Miller's there and Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and we're having dinner. And all of a sudden, the First Lady walks into the room. And she's statuesque, she's very tall and graceful and elegant. And I had not been briefed on the protocol on how to introduce myself to the First Lady. Do I bow? Do I curtsy? I don't know. So I go in for the kiss. So I go, one cheek, and then I got greedy. Other cheek, denied. So I kind of scurry back down a little embarrassed, and I sit back down, and I just change the subject and ask about the Russia hoax, and he forgets about the whole thing. And so the first term was very tumultuous. There was a lot of conflict, but like right in that late winter, early spring, Trump was just riding so high. He beat impeachment. I think Gallup had him about a 50% approval rating, and things were going well until the China virus hit and shuts down everything. Stock markets crashing, Black Lives Matter's tearing the place apart. And I'm quarantining with my wife in Manhattan, and all of a sudden the phone rings. Hello? Hey, it's Hannity. How you doing? So what's up, Sean? He goes, the president's not in a great mood. He wants some of his friends to come cheer him up at Camp David. I said, sweet. How are we getting there? He goes, we're going to take my jet. I said, nice, because I don't have a jet. Yet. So the next thing you know, it's like me, Hegseth, our wives, Hannity, Kilmeade, we're all going down there to Maryland to the woods to go see the president at Camp David. So we get there and they have a whole perimeter set up with the Navy. Remember, this is like right at the beginning of COVID. Like no vaccines, like no one knows what it does to you, nothing. So we all have to get tested before we go in there. And the test at the time was the Abbott test. Do you guys know what that was? You guys know what a Q-tip is? Okay, there's a Q-tip about that long. And they take this Q-tip and they shove it up your nostril and then swirl it around so it like tickles your brain, makes you cry. And so you have to wait 15 minutes to get the results. It's like no news is good news. So we're all just kind of knocking back drinks on the perimeter of Camp David in the woods, waiting for our test to come back good and go on in. So all of a sudden, this naval officer says, Mr. Waters, I'd like to see you over here, please. I said, what's up? Walk over. He said, Mr. Waters, sorry to inform you, but you've tested positive. I said, positive for what? He said, you've tested positive for COVID-19, sir. And at the time, we didn't know what it did. Like, was I going to lose my hair? Was I going to grow a third nipple? I was a little scared, but I was most worried about how I was getting home. I can't take the jet back because I have COVID, and there's no Hertz rental cars in the woods in Maryland. So I start sweating. I don't know what to do. All of a sudden, the naval officer says, I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, but Mr. Hegseth put me up to this. look over, Pete's laughing at me. He smoked me like a Coke boat. I'll get him back. And so we all hop in the golf cart and we go into the woods, and we meet the chaplain. The chaplain puts us on a golf cart and takes us on a little tour, and he's showing us all the scenes. This is where Bush put in the horseshoe pit. Over here is where Eisenhower installed the par 3 chipping green. And see up on that little deck out there on that, there's a hot tub. Guess which president installed the hot tub? Bill Clinton. If hot tubs could talk. And so, then we freshen up, we put jackets and ties on, and, we go have dinner, and Robert Kraft was there, the owner of the Patriots, and he starts giving a toast. Boo! Go Eagles. Hey, we won last year. Let us have something. So Kraft starts speaking, he's got the mic, and all of a sudden, achoo, and he sneezes near Trump. And Trump, he jumps up and stiff arms Kraft like Gronkowski and runs out of the room. I've never seen a man move like that his age. And everyone's laughing, and Kraft's a little humiliated. But Trump comes back and he grabs the mic and just takes over the speech, and he's like, I tried to set Ivanka up with Tom Brady, and Ivanka's right there with Jared. And Jared's beat red. And Trump's like, Jared can't throw a spiral to save his life, but boy, can he get us those ventilators. So we finish up dinner, and Trump wants to watch a movie. And if the president wants to watch a movie, that's what you do. So remember, he doesn't drink. Thank God. And so we go into the movie theater area of Camp David, and there's this popcorn machine. Trump just goes right for the popcorn, fills it all up, goes and sits down. And those commercial grade salt canisters? They're blue with the white top, the aluminum little thing you kind of hurt your fingernail when you peel it back, the lip. He sits down, he's got the popcorn like this, and he's got the salt like this. And he is pouring a steady stream of salt forever onto the popcorn. And I'm like, this must be the diet of a very stable genius. So then the lights dim. My wife sits next to him. He's on the corner. I sit next to my wife. And as the lights dim, he leans over to my wife, Emma, and says, "Do you sleep naked?" So I don't know what to do. I got to defend my honor here, but there's Secret Service everywhere. And so I said to I said, "Emma, what did he just say to you?" And she says, he said, "Is Sleepy Joe going to make it?" Do you sleep naked? Is Sleepy Joe going to make it? It's thank God. You gotta listen. And so the funny thing is, Sleepy Joe did make it. The only guy to sleep his way to the top. So Biden gets in, and Fox kind of rejiggers the lineup again, and they put me at 7 o'clock. So I start calling people for advice. I'm like, thank you. I'm like, I call O'Reilly. He's like, "Jesse, just don't be boring." Okay. I call Bob Costas. Costas says, just stay relaxed. I call Tucker. Tucker just says, don't lose your sense of humor. I call Scaramucci. He says, buy Bitcoin. And then I call Britt Hume, and Britt Hume says, Jesse, don't sleep with your assistant. I said, don't worry, my assistant's a guy. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And so, I'm really hustling. It's 7 o'clock show. I'm off the weekends. I got a show at 5. I got a show at 7. I'm trying my hardest. I'm like waking up at 5 a.m. I'm like grinding, working out, in office early, sitting, reading, writing. All of a sudden, I'm shaving one day in the bathroom, and my back goes out. And I'm in agony. I'm like crawling and hoist myself on the bed. And we have to call 911. It's that bad. So the emergency services team comes up, puts me on like a stretcher, get down to the elevator. I'm in the Upper East Side at the time, and they wheel me out of my apartment. I gave them like the thumbs up, like I was an injured quarterback coming off the field. It's like, I'll be back. They put me into the ambulance, and I'm in serious agony. And, I'm just trying to make small talk with the EMT, and I'm like, wow, you must see some crazy stuff for your job. And he goes, yeah, I was just in the Epstein cell. I said, what? He said, yeah, we were the first EMT team on the scene when Epstein killed himself. And it was really weird. I said, well, what do you mean it was really weird? What was weird? And he says, well, when we got to the jail cell, there was like 10 people in the cell. And they were like touching things, like touching the body and moving the body all around. And I'm like trying to get up. I'm like, I'm going into the office. We're going live. This is like the biggest scoop of my career. And the next thing you know, I'm like wheeled into the emergency room. I don't even get this guy's number. I know. And so, they put me in there, they give me an MRI, and then I see this surgeon like a couple days later, and he said, what happened to your back? And I said, well, I've been carrying the 5 for years. Not true. And so he said, no, seriously, like, what's your routine? Like, let me see a picture of your office chair. And then I text my assistant, Johnny, I'm like, send me a picture of the chair. I show him the picture, and he's like, look at this chair, Jesse. This chair is crooked. This chair has destroyed your back. You know who put my chair together? My assistant, Johnny. Now I'm definitely not sleeping with him. And so he's like, Jesse, sitting is the new smoking. The human body was not designed to sit all day. Bad for you. And I'm looking at your images, and you're like this close to like permanent nerve damage. So we do the surgery, and all of a sudden I'm back. I'm like walking, I'm stretching, I'm Maha, baby. And then Fox changes the lineup a little bit again, and Tucker leaves, and they bump me up to 8 o'clock. And so I call Tucker for advice, and he hangs up. I'm just kidding. He said, Jesse, every day you want to take a sauna to relax. And then he said, also, don't read what the media writes about you, which in Tucker's case is very good advice. And so, right around this time, lawfare kicks in, right? Like they raid Mar-a-Lago and rifle through Melania's underwear drawer like a bunch of pervs. And, they indict him in Washington, they indict him in New York. Fannie gets him. And so I saw the president on the golf course right after that, and I said, Mr. President, my wife saw your mugshot. She says you look fierce. And he goes, Jesse, let me tell you what happened. I get in there. Guy goes, click. I go, can I see it? He says, no. I go, can we do another? He says, no. I go, uh-oh. So I'm riding back on the jet, and my lawyer shows me a picture of what I look like. First thing I do, I call Melania. And I said, baby, I know who's going to do our Christmas card. It's the Fulton County Jail photographer. And he's like, did you see me on Tucker? 100 million people watched. It was bigger than when Oprah interviewed Michael Jackson and he was saying, I did not touch those little boys. There's a lot of people watching. But at this time, when he was assaulted by all these lawyers, his numbers were going up. And in that spring, his lead on Biden was bigger than it ever was. So the Biden team had to do something dramatically different. So what they decided to do is challenge him to an early debate in June. They had to change the trajectory of the race, or some people think his team purposely blew Joe up so they had enough time to swap in another nominee. So Biden, he goes to study at Camp David, and later we found out he just slept the whole week. And then you saw when he walked out onto the debate stage, he was white as a ghost. And what does he say in the first 20 minutes? We finally beat Medicare. Johnny and I were watching at Fox, our heads hit the ceiling. It's over. White men can jump. And so the coup starts closing in, and he has to pass this big test. They had this big thing on a Friday with NATO. He just had to pass that without screwing up, and he could survive. And he comes to the podium and he said, I'd now like to introduce Vladimir Putin. I mean, Vladimir Zelensky. That's like confusing Maxine Waters with Jesse Waters. No relation. So all of a sudden, the coup is like right around his neck. George Clooney comes in, Barack sent him in, and Nancy and Schumer twist the knife. But Joe got the last laugh. Joe, right after he dropped out, endorsed Kamala an hour later and just stuck the party with her. And so what does she do? Kamala doesn't pick Mayor Pete for VP because he's too gay. So instead, she picks Tampon. Not sure that makes a lot of sense. And so, also, it was all happened in the same week. Butler, Trump almost dies. And remember, they asked for a drone, denied. They asked for more manpower, denied. This guy's running around with a rangefinder, and they're playing cat and mouse with him, and they let Trump go on stage, which is absolutely crazy. And so the only reason he survived was God. So Trump now has God on his side, and he has J.D. Vance, which is good. So that's the ticket. And so Trump rolls into that debate with Kamala, and, it's actually kind of like they were hitting each other pretty good. Kamala was holding her own. Trump was winning on points, and all of a sudden he said, these Haitians, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. And I'm watching at Fox with Brett Baer and the Hard News team, and they're like, what just happened? Oh my God. And people didn't get it at the time, but the next day, all everybody was talking about was illegal aliens, Haitians, and they made it a meme. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the dogs, eat the cats. I thought it was catchy. My mom hates it when I sing that. I'm sorry, Mom. And so, you know how when punt returners are taking it to the house and no one's near them and they start celebrating before they get across the goal line? That's what Trump starts doing. He's feeling himself. He puts on the McDonald's apron. He puts on the garbage man vest. He's having fun. And then he smokes her in every swing state. And now Donald Trump has been a part of the biggest upset victory of all time, the most controversial election of all time, and the greatest comeback of all time. And so the first thing he does is Doge. And I'm like, I got to get an interview with the Doge boys. So we go into the Eisenhower building, and like Elon Musk is there with like 40 dudes eating pizza, listening to classic rock. I'm like, whoa. And I introduced myself to Elon and Big Balls. And so Elon, he grabs this like humongous box of Swiss chocolate. And he starts like offering it to me in this very mysterious way. Like he's enticing me with the chocolates. And he's like showing it to me like, do you want some chocolates, Jesse? Just lost my mic. And he's like seducing me with the chocolates. And I'm thinking like, now I know why this guy's got so many baby mamas. So we get in there, and Big Balls and Musk are telling me, like, we're spending $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala, $20 million on Iraqi Sesame Street, and like $100,000 on a DEI opera in Ireland. What American is watching that opera? Only Rosie O'Donnell. So Musk has a little bit of a tiff with the president, but they patch things up where? At the Arizona Memorial for Charlie Kirk. That's God again. And so, you know, the president invited us again, my wife and I, on Air Force One, very grateful. And he said, you know, Jesse, the guy that shot me had a perfect SAT score. The guy that shot Charlie had straight A's. Smart people hate me. And I'm like, I must be an idiot. Because I love you. And so we're on Air Force One, and Oz is there, the doctor, and he's telling me the history. We modeled Air Force One after the Saudi royal jet, so they had an operating room on there in case anyone needed surgery. And Dr. Oz says, Jesse, from Arizona to D.C., I could perform 16 vasectomies. I said, only on Elon? And then Trump's so excited, he loves to show stuff off, so he's like bringing us back to like the private quarters of the jet. And he's like, see, Jesse, that's the bedroom area, there's the bathroom. I said, Mr. President, did you ever sleep in the bed? He goes, Jesse, I've slept in thousands of beds in my life, but never that one. I said, do you mind if my wife and I sleep with it? And he looks at me and he goes, do it passionately. Oh my God. And so he brings us over to like the executive room, and he sits down, we're having like Mexican food. And he goes, Jesse, you want to see the rendition of the big beautiful ballroom? I said, sure, let me see it. So he rolls the whole thing out. And guys, I don't know if you know this, the ballroom is huge. Like, I said, Mr. President, the ballroom is 4 times the size of the White House. He said, Jesse, it's a monument. I'm building a monument to myself because no one else will. So a couple weeks after, we were at the White House for the Medal of Freedom ceremony for Charlie, where Erica received it so gracefully. And I walk in, I see O'Reilly. And then I see Tucker on the other side. And I'm like, wait a second. These are the 3 guys at 8 o'clock. I got to get a picture. So I go over to Tucker. I said, Bill's over there. We got to get a picture. He said, okay. So I bring Tucker over to kind of like the middle. And then I go over to Bill. I said, Bill, Tucker's over there. Like, we got to get this picture. And he goes, you bring Tucker to me. He bigfooted him. So I go tell Tucker to come over, and Tucker's laughing. And we go over, we take a picture with Bill. And then Beck comes in. So it's like me, Beck, Tucker, O'Reilly, the legends. And then a legend in his own mind. And then I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. All these guys have been fired from Fox except me, and all these guys don't drink except me. The secret to my success is drinking. Greg doesn't drink, so he'll probably be gone next. So I only told Erica Kirk this. Greg, me, and Harold Ford Jr. have formed a Bible study group. What is going on? Harold's like a black Democrat Baptist. I'm a C&E Christian. I only go to church on Christmas and Easter. Gutfeld's either Jewish or an atheist or Catholic. I don't know what the heck he is. But Charlie's death just it made me want to reconnect with God. So Harold Ford has given us this book of Bible passages, and there's a Bible passage each day. So every morning we all read this Bible passage, and then we text each other about what we think of it. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. And the lawyers at Fox love it that we're texting about Jesus instead of, the other stuff. And I'm learning more about Jesus, and just from these short passages. And if you guys could tell me, what is the main message of Jesus in one word? Love. It's love. And I'm realizing that the government will not protect what you love. You have to do it. You cannot rely on the government to protect what you love. And so, let's have everybody stand up right now for what they love. Now, if you love your spouse, you love your country, you love your heritage, your people, your faith, your God, your land, your ideas, your beliefs, your history, and you stand up for that, and you have the courage, like Charlie Kirk, to stand up and protect what you love. Turning Point, I love you. Thank you so much. And always remember, I'm Waters, and this is my world.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending today.
Welcome back to Phoenix, Arizona for Turning Point's AmFest 2025. You just saw almost the end of day 3 coverage, but there's actually more to come. There's going to be a Faith Night programming that'll be coming up just shortly. But we want to just take some time now to kind of recap day 3. Ben, what I loved about today's coverage, to be honest with you, was you out in the crowd. It was great television, but you got to talk to some of those people out there, people who are antithetical to the cause. Some of them gave you some decent arguments. Yeah. You didn't hear any expletives, which is a rarity, correct? What did you take away from talking to some of those folks? Because that was tremendous television.
Well, look, you had some of the crazies, the same crazies. There was one girl, actually the one with the Satanist necklace, who called me a Satanist. Obviously a little bit of hypocrisy going on there. But she was singing some really awful, despicable songs. And so you get some of that and the guy dancing around in the giraffe outfit. you get some of that where you're like, okay, guys, perfect example of this is how miserable the left is. This is what lunatics the left are. Is that what you want to be? And so I love to kind of go out there and show that so people watching can say, hey, this is who these people really are. We're the rational, reasonable, actually kind of calm people who want to have dialogue. But what was cool was even in that, we did have some good dialogue.
That first guy, Ben.
First guy, back and forth, good conversation. He had some good points. We had some good points. And that's what it's all about. And, you know, the big takeaway I had was when I first went out there, you had some people chanting on their megaphones, and they were screaming at each other, and they were wanting to attack me. One of the guys was out there, had a table set up. He said, I hate you. And by the end of it, it was actually after I'd thrown back to you guys, we had this dialogue. At the end of it, we found common ground. And I did this video at the end, and there were all these people, there were all these different groups, all debating. And I was like, this is exactly what Charlie would want. So they came out to protest, and what they ended up becoming was a perfect example of what Charlie fought so hard for.
That's beautiful.
And one thing I noticed too, Ben, and I hope there was something better that came with this, but every time you said, can I pray for you about anything, most of them said no, they didn't want it. And that told me that there is a void, the God-shaped hole.
Yeah,
is that what you would describe it as?
Yeah, no doubt. And that's the battle we're in. It's good versus evil. And you can always see the heart of darkness. You know, the first guy who said, he actually asked me that question, can you read somebody? How do you know somebody has? Well, because God gives us those eyes to see. And you can see the darkness, you can see the light. And clearly they're living in darkness. And that's really what they need. They need Jesus. They're miserable. They need Jesus. But that's what they turn their back on. Say, I don't want that. And that's really, to me, that's hell. I mean, when you choose to live in misery, you're choosing hell. And every one of those people just need that hope. They need that light. So I try to plant seeds where I can. And I pray that someday through God watering it, that, you know, they grow up and they turn around. And I find that. I'll find people that I talked to 5 years ago that will come back and say, I turned my life around. And you hear these stories all the time. I mean, that lady we talked to, what a great 40 years a Democrat, thought we were nuts. And then finally in 2020 realized how bad it was, turned her life around.
But that's why we can't stop, Ben. That's
right.
why we have to continue preaching the gospel. That's why we have to continue speaking Jesus' name. Even if they don't listen,
that's right.
They will. They hear us. They just don't want to admit it.
Brian, there were some great speeches today. One of them was from Anna Paulina Luna. She was talking about the dangers of transitioning and gender-affirming care. But one thing I really enjoyed doing with you was talking to Chloe today. A detransitioner, for those of you that watched earlier, someone who's actually reversed that process, but admitted there is irreparable damage that she's done to herself. What is your takeaway? Because we know Marjorie had that incredible bill that barely passed in the House, but there's still a lot of work to do. So speak to that issue, if you would, please, and just where we need to go from there.
Well, that bill only passed because we had 3 Democrats join Republicans to pass that bill, that it would codify President Trump's executive order on performing transgender surgeries on minors. If you're 21 years old and you want to have a sex change, that's on you, but we got to protect our kids. Now it's off to the Senate. You would think that any, God-fearing, normal American would want to vote to protect kids, but unfortunately our pharmaceutical industries are in the pockets of a lot of our elected officials, Republican and Democrats. So I don't know if it's going to pass in the Senate. I would hope it would. But if we got rid of the filibuster, it would. That's another topic. But good stuff there. You know what? Also, I like the financial advice that Grant Cardone gave. Yeah. It really stood off from the rest of the speeches today. No one else talked about the economic future of our youth and how to invest and how to, he says it's kind of not a waste to save your money, don't give it to the banks, but to invest your money somewhere. And I think this is smart. We got to make money so these people can run for political offices. So there's a lot of knowledge that I think our kids today can take away from financial experts like Grant Cardone.
On that, I was up in Seattle last week, and I ran into one of these Starbucks protests that want to unionize, and they want all their rights and all these benefits. They want more money and all this. And I was talking to them. Several of them were college graduates that had their 4-year degrees, and they told me, they said, I can't find a job. And I thought, there are truths to, even on the left, where they're upset about things. And even one of the young guy I was talking to out there with Distort or something, some other media.
The last one.
Yeah, the last guy. And there's a lot of truth to that. This generation there's a lot of despair. There's a lot of hopelessness. There's a lot of sense that life is not going to be better for me than it was for my parents. And we're the first generation in a long time that you can say that. And so from our side, you can't write that off. You know, that's why Mandami, other than the fact that they lied about everything and they misrepresent things, but there's reality and the truth that that's what you tapped into. That's what socialism taps into. And we've got to be aware of that and have conservative solutions. Say, well, the reason we're in that position is because of these socialized Democrat policies that took away energy independence, that increased taxes on all these people. You look at California versus the red states, where it's a lot easier to live. Be able to talk through these issues and educate the kids on these solutions will help you to be able to buy a house, to be able to live the life you want to live. We have to talk about those issues.
I agree.
Benny, I want to ask you, because I mentioned Anna Paulina Luna spoke today, but also we had Danica Patrick, we had Riley Gaines, and of course director Tulsi Gabbard. Talk to us a little bit as a female about the female leadership that you see at Turning Point USA and what you've seen over the years in terms of the strong females who come here and speak directly to the next generation of females, and even some of the young women's leadership summits that Turning Point has. Talk about the female component and what you think that they've done in galvanizing a new generation of women.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Riley Gaines, because I think she might have been my favorite one today, because my story is kind of similar in the courageous aspect of things. She got up on stage and she said, "Do you realize you're giving a standing ovation to me just because I just said there's two sexes? It's man and woman." It's as simple as that, but having the courage. And as women, I think it's even more important for us to have that courage, because, I'm not a feminist, but I will say, there are times where women do get pushed aside when it comes to certain things. And so just to see these powerful women on stage, but women that are mothers, women that are wives, not just women that are girl bosses, but that actually have a life and are following God's plan for that life. And from, Tulsi Gabbard, who holds an office, a very high office, to someone like Riley Gaines, who's an advocate, I think it's amazing.
Can you talk to that a little more in depth too? We're seeing this shift from feminism that was all about killing babies and saying they were standing up for women, and then they ended up cannibalizing themselves. It was Title IX, where we want equal sports for girls and boys. And all of a sudden we're putting boys and girls sports, and then you're looking at it, it's like this mass awakening in issues like this, where it's like, wait a second, they're not for women.
No, wait a second, maybe we are the feminists. Maybe we want women to be women. Maybe we do want women to have kids. That's a really good point, Ben. And I just think that it's funny. It shows how politics and how our society flip-flops on things, and how the liberals and how the left will continuously, they go in this circle, right? So I like to think, I think Republicans are feminists.
We're the real feminists.
We want women. We want real women.
We actually love women.
Right? Come on, guys. Women. You want women, real women.
Brian,
I'm not going to chant right now that I want a real woman.
You have one.
That might get me in a little bit of trouble.
You might get in trouble.
Brian, the past...
I want Marjorie after me.
And I have a great real woman. She's around here somewhere, Billy.
The past two nights, we kind of saw some of what you could say was epitomized by some of the infighting that's been going on. But today, I felt like there was a different tenor. There was a moving forward, maybe a little bit more spirit of unity, what we're bringing to the table. Steve Bannon said, next man up. I don't think you can replace Charlie Kirk, because there will never be another individual Charlie Kirk, but there can be a generation of Charlie Kirks. So what would you say in terms of the tone of today, as opposed to the past 2 days where we kind of saw some barbs being traded?
I think definitely yesterday's motto of next man up. We've had the gentleman that was on, 15 years old. This kid is homeschooled, writing a book. Chapter of a Turning Point USA for homeschools. I mean, there's a generation of kids. There's someone in there right now that watched today, and maybe watches at home, that is being inspired to get involved. Maybe go to church. Maybe you've got a college student that says, look, I want to be a little bit more active in my community. I want to serve for city council. I want to run for school board. That's the inspiration that I think it takes to really make clear change. And I've always said this. Why don't you start at the school board, city council, manager, do that, mayor for your city. Start there, then build out. I think you can have more of a direct impact in your city. By the way, I know you were talking about that picture. Let's go ahead and
let's
get
do
into
it.
that.
So you guys did something that is amazing. You sent Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir to #1 on Apple iTunes, which is unbelievable. That's a feat in and of itself. Give yourselves a hand. That's incredible that we did it. And to thank you for doing that, we actually have an amazing giveaway. And Ben, would you lift it up here and I'll just talk a little bit about it? We're going to have a contest. So one lucky person is going to get a signed poster of Rogues, Rebels, and Outlaws by the great Steve Bannon. And here's how you can actually win this poster. So after you've downloaded the song, for those that you have, you'll see a QR code on the screen that's coming up right now, or you can text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. So you'll need to download Anthem of the Free, and then also go and text that number 75802 with J6PC, or the download QR code on the screen right now. So one lucky person will be receiving this signed poster by the great Steve Bannon on January 5th of 2026.
I'm going to go ahead and scan it right now. I want to see if I can win this thing. It doesn't apply to employees, right? We can't win this thing.
We can't win it, no.
Right,
we can't win it. Otherwise, we would try.
Yeah, no rigged systems over here. These aren't Democrats running the election.
We're honest,
pulling the number, huh?
Make it like the 2020 election here. I'm going to steal it. Good stuff there. All right, so make sure you register for that. And also, I tell you what, we'll take a commercial timeout, come back. I think we're kicking off some faith stuff as well starting here soon.
We sure are. We'll be right back.
Made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Hey, freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive. Hey, rest in
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America. But every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
The people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive. Hey, rest in peace, Corey. All the fires that you fight, to the cops and military that been fighting day and night, so we could have liberty and our God-given rights. To all the mothers and fathers that's just trying to protect their child. Hey, freedom worth dying for, dreams worth fighting for. God got us, I promise that's the reason I smile. Protesting with our voice and our presence and our words. We ain't killing people for disagreeing, man, that's absurd. We ain't burning down cities cause we pray to the Lord.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Hey, stop killing people that just want to debate. When we protesting, you ain't see no guns and no flames. We don't have to agree, we ain't gotta think the same. Country built on conservative values, let's reclaim it. It's not about hate, we just wanna feel heard. We standing for the truth, not just following the herd. You can love your country and still call out its flaws. You can back the Constitution and still question the laws. We don't wanna be killed just for speaking our voice. God coming soon, man, so it's time to rejoice. Let the ballots be counted, let the questions be asked. Let the people decide, don't just bury the past. And don't let evil get you down, cause God wins at last.
For all the people who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Another person that I have to thank is Donald J. Trump. Our brotherhood that we built and the country we believed in, and especially our president, we never would have made it out.
Blessed by God, pardoned by Trump.
Thank you, Donald Trump, for pardoning us and giving us a second chance on life.
President Trump for pardoning me.
For saving my soul, and Donald Trump for giving me the pardon.
I want to thank Donald Trump for pardoning us, and it's the only reason that we're here today, all together, free, with smiles on our faces.
Our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men.
The anthem of the free.
Hey.
Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
Cawthorn, ladies and gentlemen, looking very handsome this evening, as always.
Welcome back to Phoenix, Arizona. Live coverage of Amfest 2025. We are in Phoenix, Arizona, providing you continued coverage. The general session has ended, but the night is not over. There's an entire faith night of programming coming up, so don't turn that dial. We want you to stay tuned because we will give you wall-to-wall coverage of the continued Amfest 2025. Right now, we are joined on stage by Huey Vuitton Johnson, who is a former national boxing champ, and he's a Turning Point USA ambassador. That's right, a lot of fans of Huey out there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, folks.
And we also have Joe Mitchell, who is running in the 2nd District of Iowa. Huey, let's start out with you. Tell me about your boxing career and how you got involved with Turning Point USA and finding candidates like Joe.
You know, Bo, I'll tell you what, fighting is one thing, and fighting for self-gratification is great and everything, but when you find a fight that's really worth having and you see candidates, guys like this, I see a champion, not a contender. I don't say if Joe wins, I say when he wins, because we've known, Madison knows, everybody, even Ben will tell you too, this guy's been destined for greatness. I'm taking what I've learned from the ring, and especially the political side of boxing. It's a crooked game, right? They almost always have a stacked deck against us, but I like to think that we have the best people in the world rooting for us, like all these people right here. Can I get a round of applause? Thank you very much. Yeah, so national boxing champion, we've done that, and that was that part of my life. But now I think God's put me in a position to do things that are more for His purpose, and I'm very blessed to now bring candidates to the forefront that are here to push forth new policy, things that are going to help make things affordable, make young people successful, entrepreneurial people. Joe's going to talk a little bit about his work under President Trump's admin at Housing and Urban Development, about the affordability crisis that we're facing. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for having me, brother.
Absolutely, and thanks so much. Joe, tell us the why. Why are you running? What inspired you? Obviously, Charlie Kirk had something to do with that, but tell us your trajectory and what you want to do in Iowa.
Well, Bo, it's great to be here at AmFest with all these wonderful patriots. I'm 28 years old. We're running for United States Congress, and we're going to win, and we're going to keep the seat red. But we're going to keep the seat red because people like Charlie fought before me. People like
Amen.
Charlie inspired me to run for office. So when I was 21 years old, I met Charlie. And I met Charlie September 10th, 2019. And Charlie helped me start a group called Run Gen Z to help young conservatives run for state and local office. And Charlie's the one that encouraged me to run for office for this congressional seat. And we're going to win. We're going to win by a lot. We're going to go up and be an ally for President Donald J. Trump, November 2026, everybody.
Woo! When, you know, I look at what's going on, I ride with Border Patrol and ICE all the time, and you look at the attacks that are coming from the left, and I see 2026 as a pivotal. You know, we say this all the time. It's become cliche. This next election is the most important election of our lifetime. But really, it feels like every next election is the most important election of our lifetime. Tell us about the work you guys are doing to make sure that we're electing not just Republicans, but fighters for America to hold the ground and to make President Trump's executive orders actually law.
Yeah, so I know you and I have a mutual friend through Alto Suedo. You know what he was able to do at the southern border for the Department of Homeland Security for several years in the southern part of our state. Many people here in the Valley take for granted we really do have a serious issue, folks, going on at the southern border. I'm so thankful to God. We have to commend and give a huge round of applause for President Trump designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. Thank you, President Trump. I cannot commend you enough for that. Now, hopefully this will make things easier for local law enforcement. We need to crack down on this stuff because, folks, this isn't just something that, you know, doesn't affect you. You say, oh, well, my kids are too smart to ever get involved in doing any stuff like that. We raised them in church. We raised them right. What if I was to tell you that it could take this a decimal point amount of fentanyl to be laced into a substance? Your kids are at parties. They might even be drinking. Did you ever stop to think that they ain't putting these date rape drugs in kids' drinks? They're trying, folks. The devil is coming not with a pitchfork and red horns and a little costume on. He's coming in the form of things that kids think are to fit in and to have friends and to be a part of the show. So we got to stop this stuff. We need practical leadership and policies in place. And thank God for guys like Joe Mitchell, who's dedicated his whole campaign to his life and legacy of Charlie Kirk.
Joe, how did you get started in politics? Tell us a little bit about your trajectory, because I know you have a history in working in the administration. What fired you up? What got you passionate about it and wanted to create change?
I ran for office when I was 20 years old. I was still in college at the time. I ran for an open house seat for the state legislature. And I ran, and I wasn't supposed to win. I was an underdog. And I won by 100 votes in that primary in June of 2018. And so we beat the establishment. We're going to beat the establishment now. And Charlie called me in January of this year. And he said, Joe, come down to Palm Beach and help with the transition team. A lot of people don't know that Charlie was the senior advisor to Sergio Gore, Donald Trump, on the transition team. He was the one vetting cabinet members. He was the one vetting senior level staff in this administration. He asked me to come down and help with that. And then I got picked as the chief of staff of the Federal Housing Finance Agency to help make home ownership more affordable again for people in my generation. And that's what Donald Trump's doing right now in the White House.
Y'all give it up for Joe Mitchell and Huey Vuitton Johnson, making a difference following Charlie's legacy. And now I'm going to toss it over to Brian Glenn, who's down there, and he's got a special guest down there. Brian, take it away.
I do. I have someone joining me now that you probably have seen in Congress before. Now he's making his comeback, and he's running in the vacant seat now that Byron Donalds, which is moving on to run for governor there in Florida. Madison Cawthorn joining me here.
Brian,
good to see you. You've been such a warrior over the years, such a MAGA warrior. You're very popular with the people. They seem to love you. But let's talk about this new seat in Florida that you're going after.
Absolutely. So it's basically from Marco Island, which is around Naples, Florida, all the way up to North Fort Myers and Cape Coral area. It's a phenomenal district. I moved there because, the reason I got involved in politics is really the essence of either be involved in politics or be destined to be ruled by lesser men. And that just sits so deeply inside of me. And, when my district got rearranged after the establishment came after me in North Carolina, I got a very moderate district. I could have changed my views and easily won, but everyone would have known I was a sellout. Obviously, I would never do that to the American people. And so after that happened, I moved down to Florida, got hit by a hurricane right after I was there. And seeing the way everybody came together, getting to go out and help my neighbors find, whether it's gas for their generators, water for their families, I realized that is my home. Those are my people. So it's an amazing district, amazing people.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about some of the issues. We were talking offline about affordability. It seems like that was a word that you could never use, but we live in the real world and that not all things are affordable. But let's talk about what you're hearing from the people down in Florida and the things that they want to improve on their everyday lives.
Absolutely. Now, Florida, I think, is a model for red states all around the world. But we have a lot of issues that we also have to tackle, whether that's the affordability of being able to buy a home. And this really speaks to the younger generation, the people that are kind of coming in to take over the economy now, mid-30s down to early 20s. These people are facing an issue, a country where the economy does not work for us. And people need to realize that we are not some multicultural economic zone where we're designed completely just to increase shareholder value. I have a lot of stocks. I like having increased shareholder value. That's all great. But if the economy does not work for the American people, it's not an economy we should have. So my answer to this goes against some policies, and people are going to say it's not politically correct. But, I looked at Theodore Roosevelt. We are the preeminent superpower of the planet. We should have complete control of all the Americas, the entire Western Hemisphere, complete hegemony. You should all be vassal states to us. We control the waterways. We control the airways. If you want the economy to work with the Suez Canal, it's because of our nuclear subs that keep it safe. And so my idea is that Americans should no longer be worried about how other countries feel about us, but we should go out and lead the world. You want to have rare earth minerals? You want to have oil? No, that's Americans. We have the global reserve currency. We keep the peace all around the world. And so Americans should be the country that's paying 25 cents a gallon for gas rather than Qatar, the UAE, which are places that, they're good people. They're watching out for their people. I can't be mad at them. But it's time that Americans start watching out for ourselves. So I say go out. If people don't want to like us, they already don't like us. The rest of the world should be on their knees thanking us that when we were the only country with nuclear weapons and industrial capacity and a functioning military, we did not conquer the world. It's time for you to pay the debt that you owe to us. We have kept the peace around the planet for you, and now it's time for us to take over all the rare earth minerals and oil and gas around the world. And that way we can bring affordability here to the American people rather than trying to take care of borders in some other country.
Yeah. Thoughts on the last couple of days here at Turning Point?
Well, you know what? It's been great. I think Erica Kirk's done a great job as she stepped into this role. I'm so proud of the organization Charlie built. He was like a dear friend, a great mentor to me. It's an extreme loss, but seeing these 30,000 people here. But I'll tell you what I don't like is having people come onto the stage and act like they're the gatekeeper of who conservatives are allowed to speak to. Our entire movement is based on the idea that we have free and open debate. It's what makes us different from the left. And so I don't like seeing all the infighting going on. It really shows how crucial Charlie was to this coalition. It's time for us to get a message that we can all get behind, that we can say, hey, we are going to make the country affordable and work for the American people. And this problem does not lie at the feet of Donald Trump. He's doing an amazing job. His cabinet's doing an amazing job. But we have so many cowards who people vote for because they have an R next to their name. But just because they have an R next to their name does not mean that they believe like the American people do. They are just simply trying to hold on to power.
I say this all the time. Google Liberty Scorecard. The website will come up. Go to it. Check out your favorite representative and see just how MAGA and conservative they vote. Before we toss it back to the stage, best website, social media platform for people to go to get more information and to donate.
Absolutely. Right at MadisonCawthorne.com. We're going to come. We're going to save our country. And my friends, we're going to give it back to the great Ben. Brother, thank you for hosting this. We love this radio station and Real America's Voice. Thank you all.
We love it. Ben, back to you.
This is the beauty of Turning Point Amfest. You see the people that you see out in the streets all in one place. We each do our own thing. We have our own vein. We have our own calling, but we're all part of the same body. And it's events like this, what Charlie's put together in Amfest, what Turning Point's doing, where we all come together. And when I see you guys, Nick Sorter, James Klug, and Bricksuit, we're just calling him Bricksuit today.
Let's go. Let's go, Bricksuit.
At an event like this, you know, it's amazing because you look at, we are the counterculture. The left used to own that word or that term. We are that now. And it's this combination of freedom-loving, sometimes like-minded, sometimes not, but personally driven people that are set on a mission for a cause, each one of us slightly different. I want to go down the line, a little bit of a panel. I want to go down the line and introduce you for those that don't know, and just talk to us about your background a little bit and what drives you, what got you into this. I'm going to start here, Nick, with you, Nick Sorter. Talk to us about what you do and why you do it.
Well, I wanted to become Ben Bergquam when I grew up, so that was part of it. But in reality, like the role that independent media and stuff like Real America's Voice and what you do, I was watching you down at the border for years. You are one of the reasons that Donald Trump is the president of the United States now, because there were not people that were willing to go into this dangerous situation and expose it to the world. And you look out in Portland, right, where the legacy media outside of that ICE facility would not go out there when it was dangerous and hostile. And so it would always look like this, just this little like street festival, right, until the sun went down. And that's why when we went out there, we insisted on going out and being there while it was after dark, and showing what was actually going on, showing that it is actually a war zone out there. The legacy media won't do it. That is our role. That's why that's why it's, honestly, I respect someone like James. James does the same thing. You do the same thing. And we have to do that. That is how we get the message to the American people. And now you're seeing the legacy media networks, they're following what we're talking about and basing their broadcasts on that. And that's a great thing to see.
Yeah, I had somebody ask me, I was on another platform last week, and they said, is legacy media dead? And I said, well, yes, that media is dead, but we are the new legacy media. We are the new real media, and it's people like you. Again, Nick, James, you're out there, and you're very unique, style. It's very in your lane. You're out there, and it's very simple. You just go have conversations, and they do it to themselves. The left always says, when I go out to events, they'll say, don't talk to him. He's going to make you look stupid. And I'm like, I don't have to do anything. Talk to us about the work you do and your platform.
Well, I have conversations with people all over the country when it comes to just whatever's going on politically. And to your point right there, people will think that, he's just going to find the worst person in the room. No, trust me. They are going to do a fantastic job making themselves look like the biggest freaks ever. And I don't know, maybe a part of that is just because they're so used to getting their little talking points from the media, and that is their world, and it does not go beyond that. Here we're having this conversation, this long-form discussion, actually discussing ideas and sharing ideas. They're simply allergic to that. That's why so many of these podcasters, long-form people, they tend to, maybe they're not the most conservative individual, but they lean right just because that's what open discussion really allows for, that nuance really allows for. And look no further than the protesters outside of this event. There are tens of thousands of people here, maybe a couple hundred protesters outside, I guess celebrating their victory this year,
When we were walking in earlier, they had a meltdown on us. So like, who are you? Why are you yelling at me?
They're forced to create some form of caricature of who you are because they're not used to it in their own lives. They don't have these conversations. They don't have any friends that are conservatives, and so in their head they paint you as this Nazi, racist, whatever it may be. And so when you just say hi to them outside, they have an absolute meltdown. To your point, you don't need to make them look silly. They're going to do it themselves.
I love it. Yep. Amazing work. All right, Bricksuit, you've been on the road. You've done the media side. You're with Right Side. You've been with us. You're out there at every Trump rally. And look, you did this. You talk about dedication. You did this on your own dime because you loved America. You were in a job. I mean, when I heard your story, when we started talking about it, holy crap, I thought I was dedicated. You dedicated your life to this. Talk to us about that, and then the next chapter, where you're heading now.
Well, the way I got started was very simple. I had a trip planned back east where I was going to have some time in Washington, D.C., and I wanted to trigger the leftists. So I bought this suit in addition to a hat, and the very first rally I wore this suit at, President Trump called me up on stage. So when the president calls you up on stage and you're wearing a brick suit, you just become brick suit. So I embraced it from that.
Mr. Wall, I think that's what he called you at the time.
It's like a superhero, like a Marvel.
Yeah, it's like Spider-Man
like a comic
got bit by
superhero.
a radioactive spider. I got called up on stage. So, I started going to the rallies, and from the very beginning, I always had my social media as brick suit, because it's not about me. It's about President Trump's relationship with his supporters. And I know that when I'm up there and when he calls me out at a rally, I'm just a proxy for his supporters. So I know that, and he knows that, and that's the way I look at it. And so going to all those rallies that I went to, I couldn't get to them all, but I got to as many as I could. And when I was doing that, I was employed full time, but now I am retired. So I'm going to be on the road a little bit more. There won't be enough rallies for me to go to. I'm open to do some things like you do, like Nick does, and like James does, and I'm going to kind of branch out a little bit and do a little bit more of that kind of things, and I want to go where Turning Point goes, where they put their efforts. I want to be in Indiana when they start the recalls, not the recalls, but when it's the primary, all those state senators in Indiana who didn't vote for redistricting. I'm going to support that as much as I can, and I am looking forward to a great 2026.
But I want to say one thing, if you don't mind, about Brick Suit. Like, people don't know. He's not going to tell you this, but I'm going to. This guy, like, he had President Trump loves him, right? Sees him every time, gets excited.
True.
But this guy would do. He wouldn't ask for like VIP access or stuff. This guy was getting there at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Unbelievable.
Camping out outside.
Days before sometimes. I mean, the dedication, you, the Front Row Joes, all these guys.
The dedication is the focus here, though, because when it comes down to it, the left has enjoyed, over the last decade, right? They get mainstream sponsors. Academia agrees with them. Hollywood agrees with them. Media agrees with them.
Right.
And so there's no risk when it comes to this. This is love of country that is driving this man and people that get involved in this industry, because believe me, and we know, this year has taught us, if it's taught us one thing, there's a lot at stake when it comes to putting yourself out there and going against the grain, the mainstream legacy media grain. There's a lot at risk, and so the people that are doing it love the country. That is what's driving them.
I would love to continue this. Worship has begun, but before we go in there, I just want everybody to give where people can follow you. They need to support you. Your last video, especially in Huntington Beach, where you're getting attacked by these crazy guys. You're just an unassuming guy. You're not out there fighting, but people have to watch your content. And by the way, guys, people always ask me, where do I go? How do I start? What do I do? First off, for me, my answer is always the same. Pray, ask the Lord, say, Lord, give me direction in my life. I want to have purpose. I want to live a life of meaning. Show me where to go. And he won't show you the whole picture. He didn't show Nick all of the painting that he was going to paint to get to this point. He didn't show James that. He didn't show Brick Suit that. But he says go, and he'll open a door, and you walk through, and you take that first step, and then you take the second step and the third step, and eventually you'll be walking down the path, or running, or fighting down the path, whatever that is that he's called you to. And it may not be what we're doing, it may be what we're doing, but it always starts the same. But check these guys out. Watch their work. Get inspired. That's part of what I feel like we're disciples for the next generation of this counterculture that are coming. So,
but I will say, just real quick, like everybody asks me, what's the secret? If the government tells you you're not allowed to go somewhere, that's where you know the story is. It's very simple.
There you go. Yeah. And the most important things in your life are probably the scariest things in your life. Sure. You have to step into that fear. My book I'm writing right now is called Step Into Fear. Yep. And it's all about that. The scary things are the things you're probably supposed to be doing.
Don't be afraid to get uncomfortable.
Don't be afraid to get it. I tell my daughters, it's discomfort training.
That's right.
It's always that. So, all right, go down the line. How can people follow you and support you?
Pretty much on X, because I get banned on every other platform. We're going to try YouTube, though, so look me up on YouTube. We're going to start that out. James.
You guys can find my work, youtube.com/James Klug, or @James Klug on Instagram, KLUG.
I should probably tell them my name. I'm Nick Sortor, Sortor. Somebody took my name on YouTube, so it's at real Nick Sortor. But anyway,
and I'm at Brick Suit, and there's an underscore there, so it's Brick_Suit on X. That's the best place to follow me. But I would really like you to go to Turning Point, go to their website, and find a place where you can volunteer and help Turning Point out. That's much more important than following me. I want you to do that.
Well, that's a great point. There's a lot of places you can go get information. That's a great place to start as well. When we get back, we're going to worship. To me, this is the most important part of the night tonight, and then tomorrow morning we're going to start with worship. Get right with the Lord. I can't wait to see this. And on the back end, I'll be back up here with Benny, with Brian, and with Bo. The Killer Bees will be back after worship.
Based alternative to health insurance at half the cost. Plus, you can enroll at any time. Stand up to insurance and join CHM today.
I was pregnant again. My first thought was not with him, and they didn't put you under at this location. It was really hard because the vacuum signs, I could feel the pull, and I saw what I was doing.
Across our country, Americans are feeling the weight of national turmoil. Political tension is growing, cultural values are being challenged, and many sense that the Christian foundations of our nation are slipping away. In a moment when people are searching for clarity, we have the opportunity to carry a message that can restore direction and point our nation back to Christ. Saturate USA is uniting churches and believers to pray for and reach every zip code, every neighborhood, and every home with the gospel. Any church can join by adopting a zip code and receiving strategic neighborhood maps, along with free outreach materials and online streaming resources valued at tens of thousands of dollars for each adopted area. America is in crisis, and people are looking for direction. Let's come together, perfected in unity, so that the world will know the love of the Savior. Join the movement at saturateusa.org.
I believe in God the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth. If you just stop there, you could defeat almost every single aspect of wokeism.
And we're starting to see the left now really champion the name of Jesus. They're using Jesus as propaganda, really to defend and justify their various positions, whether that be open borders or socialism.
I want to see the American pulpit free from false ideologies that exist outside of Scripture that are creeping their way into the Christian church.
Wow. Wow. You guys enjoy that worship band? I heard the chanting for one more song, but you don't want me to sing it. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I want to do something before we start tonight. And I just want to take a moment here. And I want everybody just to take a breath. We might need one more. Let's pray. Jesus, you're the King, and we're not. We seek to submit ourselves to your word and your word alone. May you tear down every vain imagination and refocus our attention on you. And may your word and your kingdom and your light and your glory bring unity, first in your church, and then in this movement, and ultimately in this world. We love you. Amen. So I'm just going to tell you that I completely reworked my message. And I want to slow things down a little bit, because I think it's going to be helpful for us. I'm normally a guy who kind of paces around the stage a little bit, but tonight I felt that there's something good about us sitting. I've been reading through Charlie's new book, Stop in the Name of God. If you haven't gotten it, I really highly encourage you to pick up a copy. And I've been a pastor I started preaching at 17. I'm 46. I just turned 46. Thank you. I'm like a grandfather at Turning Point. I oversee the faith department here, and approved. I'm 46. I'm going to bring out my reading glasses that I might need in a minute. But I've been reading through this book, and it's been challenging to me, and it's been reminding me of the importance of just sitting before the Lord. I want to help reframe the night and move us into a biblical way of thinking. Erica's brought up a couple times this idea of family business. Well, I don't know a greater family than the family of God, and it looks like we might have a few people out here that are part of the family of God. Is that true? It's good for us to wrestle and work through things together. But I think we have to do that with the Word of God in sight. You know, we've seen what happens on the left. We've seen what happens with progressives. We see what happens when a young woman says there's only two genders. And Riley Gaines breaks the sound barrier with those words, and everybody falls apart. No, that's not true. There's 137. And what do? We say, no, let me show you in the Bible where it says that. And we ask the world to conform their way of thinking to come back to the Word of God. Well, I would posit that wisdom is not just for those that we see on the opposite side of the aisle from us. I would posit that wisdom is also for every single one of us, that we all must submit our hearts and submit our thoughts and submit our ways to the Word of God. Do you agree with me? Sounds like this side of the room's a little bit more convinced than this side of the room. I'm just going to say it. Okay, there we go. I want to start in the book of Job. It's actually one of my favorite books. My very first book I ever wrote was a commentary on the book of Job quite a few years ago called Good God. And in the book of Job, it's interesting. We basically, if you're not familiar with the story, I'll give it to you in 30 seconds here, is that there's this man named Job. He's like the most righteous man in all of the East. He goes through a series of trials and testing. And he loses his children, he loses his livelihood, he loses his livestock, and eventually disease actually comes over his body. He gets sores all over himself, and he's just sitting there. He's still alive, but he's just sitting there miserable by a fire. And the majority of the book, in fact, about 30-some chapters of the book, is just him sitting by the fire with 3 of his friends and a couple other people around them, just hypothesizing on why they are in the state that they are in. Oh, I think it's this reason. No, I think it's this reason. I think it's your sin. No, I think it's your arrogance. I think it's your wife. I think it's your kids. I think it's God. It's his fault. And they all go back and forth, and they all have all these different ideas. And finally, in chapter 32, there's a young man who kind of clears his throat and, excuse me, his name's Elihu. And he says, I've been listening to you guys talk for a while, but I can't take it. And here's what I want to say. It's 100 days today since my friend Charlie Kirk was martyred. 100 days today. And for the last 100 days, we've been hearing all sorts of voices. And it doesn't just start there. We've been hearing voices for years. There's so much noise out there. And if we don't take it back to this, then it's no different than all those friends sitting around the fire trying to figure out what's going on with the world, why is bad things happening, whose fault is it, who are we to blame? And whether we're talking about Charlie's assassination, the economy, world events, geopolitical powers, I don't know about you, but my Bible says that all things must come and bow their knee before the Lord. Chapter 32, Elihu speaks up and he says, so these three men, it says, stopped answering Job because he was righteous in his own eyes. But Elihu of the family of Ram became very angry with Job for justifying himself rather than God. People will always try to justify themselves instead of submitting to God. He was also angry with the three friends because they had found no way to refute Job and yet had condemned him. Now Elihu had waited before speaking to Job because they were older than he. But when he saw that the three men had nothing more to say, his anger was aroused. And Elihu speaks to Job. And Elihu, what he does for a couple chapters is he begins asking questions. He begins bringing truth. He begins pointing them back to the truth of who God is. And Elihu, although he had a small voice, although he wasn't the oldest, although he wasn't the most prominent, he spoke a word that cut through the noise. And it actually opens up an opportunity in chapter 38 for the Lord to speak. And one of the first things the Lord says is, who is this that darkens my counsel with their words without knowledge? Brace yourself like a man, and I will question you, and you shall answer me. One translation says, gird up your loins like a man. In the Hebrew, that means hold on to your underwear. It's about to get real. My hope tonight is that my team and I, the speakers that we're going to have, the worship, all of this, that this acts as an Elihu, not just for Amfest, not just for the conservative movement, but I hope that it's a voice that rings out into the atmosphere and the DNA of this nation and brings this nation back to the Lord. Charlie and I talked a lot about the idea that the church should be the conscience of the state. The church, we don't want the church running the state as in some sort of dictatorial position. We actually fled from a nation for that reason. But we want there to be this groundswell of revival where the people are able to remind those in positions of power of what a righteous standard looks like, and that our laws begin to reflect the righteousness of God, which will shape a nation. I'm delighted to see social media, influencers, podcasters, people of all kinds. I've been watching them for years, making videos, talking about faith, talking about things of God. Some have probably a more mature relationship in Christ. Some are more studied in the Word of God. But I'm just glad to see people talking about God. That's awesome. But I believe it's important to not just talk about God, but I believe we have to conform our thoughts to God. Because any of us can bring ideas and we can say Jesus, in Jesus' name, amen, at the end of them. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're biblical. And so we have to submit ourselves to come back to actually be people of the Word. You want to know what made Charlie Kirk great? He was a person of the Word. I saw him many a times reading his Bible, studying, and he sought out for himself mentors and people to guide him, and it helped shape him into the person that he was and is. I want to read another passage to you. 1 Timothy. Chapter 1, verse 3, it says, as I urged you, this is the Apostle Paul writing, when I went into Macedonia, stay there in Ephesus, so you may command certain men not to teach false doctrine any longer, nor to devote themselves to myths and endless genealogies. These promote controversies rather than God's work, which is by faith. The goal of this command is love, which comes from a pure heart and a good conscience and a sincere faith. Some have wandered away from these and turned to meaningless talk. They want to be teachers of the law, but they do not know what they are talking about or what they so confidently affirm. Paul actually tells Timothy to urge and to command, he actually says, certain men not to teach false doctrines any longer. There's a chance if Paul were alive today, he'd be accused of cancel culture. You just told those people not to teach false doctrines anymore. They have freedom of speech, Paul, don't you know? And I think the Apostle Paul, if he were here today, and if he were an American, which he's not either of those, so you're left with me today, I think that he might say something like this: freedom of speech doesn't mean that we are obligated to platform every single bad idea just for the sake of being polite so that everybody gets a turn. Bad ideas, evil ideas, personally, I don't want to hear them. Now, you can share them on your own social media. You could share them on this stage if you get invited here. But whoever has the platform gets to decide if they want to allow that conversation to happen. I think debate is good. I think it's good for us to work through doctrines and theologies, but we have to be attuned to them. I'm not going to solve the Israel issue for you today, especially in 5 minutes. But I will say this, that many of the people who speak about these things and who have been talking about these things for years, and they're trying to speak about them theologically, may or may not have a theological background. Did you know that as a pastor, as somebody who studies theology, I could tell you that dispensationalism and replacement theology are well within Christian orthodoxy? So guess what? We get to wrestle through that conversation. You know what isn't within Christian orthodoxy? Dual covenant theology that says that there's a separate way to be saved other than through Jesus Christ. You know what also isn't part of orthodoxy? Anti-Semitism and hate towards another person. See, we have a tool within Christianity that I believe is a resource that the conservative movement doesn't have as much experience with. And that is this idea of primary doctrine. At TPUSA Faith, we talk about it all the time, and you might even hear more about it tonight. Basically, this idea that there are certain things that unify us together. As a Christian, it's the lordship of Jesus. It's a Trinity. It's heaven and hell. It's the depravity of man. It's the fact that Christ is one day going to come back and rescue all of us and save us from ourselves. And if somebody violates those ideas, we have a right to be able to say, don't teach false doctrines in this church any longer, because that's against God. You don't know what you're talking about. Those are salvific issues. And it also allows us to say, you know what, although I might disagree with you on a whole lot of secondary issues, once saved, always saved versus losing your salvation, women in ministry versus not women in ministry, speaking in tongues versus not speaking in tongues, that we can still be unified because we agree on the primary even though we disagree on the secondary. See, there's a lot of people who are saying that the conservative movement is fractured. Here's my solution. Can the people of God stand up and rise up and show people how to walk in unity, because we have a lot of experience in doing it? And can we lead the way in the conservative movement to show them a better way? I've been married almost 25 years. This May. And what I can tell you, my wife's actually on an airplane right now flying home. What I can tell you is that unity is much more fun than division. It's a lot more fun than division. And in fact, if you want to have a winning marriage, you learn how to walk in unity with one another. And what I would say is that there are those who want to tear us apart. There are those that understand what TPUSA can do and what it has done and what it will do, and they're deeply afraid of that because they saw the revival that happened at Charlie's Memorial. They saw what happened in 2024, and they know what can happen again. And we have to decide if we're going to allow people to tear us apart or if we're going to find unity together and refuse to separate from one another. assuming that we stay within primary doctrine. What is the primary doctrine of the conservative movement? Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, freedom of speech. It's things like free market, limited government. These are things that we can agree upon. This is what makes Amfest the best stage in the entire world, is because it gives us a place to be able to wrestle through these things. But when we leave here tomorrow afternoon, you better leave here united. And the only way to do that, I believe, is to walk in Christ. Charlie's book is about the Sabbath. In Hebrews 4, it talks about Jesus is our Sabbath day rest. See, I believe that we have something that the world doesn't understand, and that is peace. And when you actually walk in peace and you realize that as much as I want this world around me to be beautiful, as much as I want a utopia, as much as I want to fix everything and just put it all together and have it just be perfect, what the Bible teaches us is that until Christ is involved in that process, that can never happen. And what I hope we can at least walk in, at least for this night, is that you would join with me in opening up your heart to the Word of God, opening up your spirit to the Word of God and the Spirit of God. And that as my friends come out here tonight, my team shows up here tonight, that it would be like the whispers of Elihu that would make way for God to change our hearts, to change Amfest, to change the conservative movement, and ultimately to touch and transform our nation. Will you join me? Thank you.
I'm going there to be their champion. And so we're fighting against critical race theory, gender theory, and queer theory. I've been able to amass over 300 million views doing this now for the glory of God and to make Christ famous.
We did the Pledge of the Allegiance, and it was a sham to listen to people get quiet when we said that we're a nation under God. If you pervert the hearts and the minds of kids in this district, you will reap it. Thinking that you own this state and that you're God. We've lost our way. I'm disgusted. What a shame you all are.
How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? Can I get somebody to help me lift up the name of Jesus in this place? Come on, you can do better than that. Help me lift up the name of Jesus in this place. It's an honor to be here at Amfest 2025. My friends, Jesus is on the throne. And we are victorious through him. And I want to share something with you tonight from 1 Timothy chapter 4, verses 1 through 3. I want to talk about seducing spirits. The world is noisy and loud, and there are many people speaking into our spirits. But we must understand the implications of seducing spirits. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1 says, "Now the Spirit speaketh expressly, that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies in hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, forbidding to marry." And I'll stop right there. You know, sin entered into the world through a question. And I want you to be mindful today of people who just love to ask questions. They oftentimes say, I'm just asking questions. I have a right to ask questions. I'm just asking questions. But sin came into the world because Satan, the original seducer, asked Adam and Eve a question. Genesis 3 verse 1 says, now the serpent was more crafty than any wild animals that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden? Here it is. Satan is deceiving Adam and Eve by asking this question. All questions aren't good questions. Some questions are intentionally used to deceive you and dupe you. And he questioned the validity of what God had said and whether or not God had got it right. The Bible warns that seducing spirits would rise, not to deceive the world, but to deceptively infiltrate the church, numbing hunger for biblical authority, keeping us from seeing the need to pray often, and convincing people that they are alive when they are actually asleep. These spirits don't come wearing darkness. They come wrapped in comfort, compromise, and counterfeit spirits. But tonight, the Holy Spirit is pulling back the veil. Only 62% of U.S. adults identify now as Christian, down sharply from 78% in 2007. And even among those who identify as Christian, fewer are actively engaged. Only about 44% of Christians pray daily, and 33% attend religious services at least monthly. Let me tell you something. If you are a Christian, let me see the hands of the believers. Put your hands down now. Make sure you get up out of the bed on Sunday morning and go to church. Go to church. Go to church. Let me say it again. Go to church. Why? Because there's a difference between your favorite podcaster and your pastor. Your favorite podcaster is trying to get clicks, views, follows, and subscriptions and become the #1 podcast in the world. But your pastor is leading you and guiding you from earth to glory, and their responsibility is to make sure that they teach the counsel of the Word of God from Genesis to Revelations. Your favorite podcaster is not going to christen your baby. Your favorite podcaster is not going to counsel you. Your favorite podcaster is not going to be there when death hits your family, but your pastor, the man of God that has been placed instead of God to lead you and to guide you and to teach you, that person is going to be responsible for making sure you understand the mysteries of God's word. Make sure you find a pastor and prioritize your pastor over your podcaster. One of the signs that a person is controlled by a seducing spirit is that they preach grace without transformation, love without the fear of the Lord, and worldly increase without submission to God. Oftentimes, our favorite podcasters use the cross as decoration and Bibles as props and Christian talking points as magnets to attract people. But if you are not submitted to God yourself, don't get online trying to tell me about Christianity if you have never submitted your soul and life to the God of the Bible. And we know that little by little, These seducing spirits will try to replace the prayer closet with busyness, the voice of Scripture with human reasoning, and repentance with tolerance. I believe it was Oprah Winfrey that told us that we should tell our own truth. Let me tell you something. Oprah Winfrey is a liar. We don't have truth. Truth does not come from man. Truth comes from God. And the Bible says, let God be true and every man a liar. Truth comes from the Lord. And so these seducing spirits are everywhere. And the question today that has many people on the right and in a tizzy is who and or what comes first? Should we be America first? Or should we be Israel first? And you know what? Just because so many people have failed to read their Bible and know how we should respond to that question, let me help you out on tonight. Matthew chapter 6 verse 33 says this. It says, but seek ye first the kingdom of God. You know what? Let me say it over here. But seek ye first the kingdom of God. I don't think y'all hear me over here. Let me go over on this side. But seek ye first the kingdom of God. Let me go over here. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you. When we put God first, that we will know how to properly apply our allegiance to America, our allegiance to the American flag and our nation, and then we will know how to biblically protect the covenant that God made with his chosen people. And so as I prepare for my close, there's something that I have to say as well. That as we contend with these seducing spirits, we need to be mindful of people who say slanderous things, people who are false accusers. You know, we have a lot of men today that like to talk about the patriarchy. They claim that they are the men leading in society. One of the things that seducing spirits would do, it would create a culture where men don't want to get married. The Bible says that they will be forbidding to marry. Let me tell you something tonight, in the same manner that Charlie Kirk would. You need to get an education, get a job, get married, and have more children than you can afford. But something is wrong when you are 30 years old and 40 years old and 50 years old and 60 years old and you've never been married. What's wrong with you? I don't know. Some of these men, just might, I don't know. They've lost their spine. They've lost their courage. But at the end of the day, we need to normalize shaming men who run from marriage solely because they want to be a part of the manosphere and call themselves patriarchs. You are not a patriarch unless you have a wife and a family. Go get a wife and go make some babies, because when we get to heaven, you can't have sex in heaven. So you might as well get it on down here while married. In addition, recently, I have to say this, someone went online and said some damaging things about Erica Kirk. They said that Erica Kirk did not need to be in the role of the CEO of Turning Point USA. And I took offense to that, simply because I know that if Charlie Kirk was still alive, he would address that. But since he's in the presence of God right now, I'm going to do what the Bible tells us to do. The Bible says in Isaiah 1:17, it says, learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, and plead the case of the widow. I think that Erica Kirk is doing a good job. How do y'all feel about that tonight? I can't hear nobody. How do y'all feel about that tonight? Listen, Jason Whitlock went on social media and said that we need to find a replacement for her. Well, first and foremost, you don't have the right to tell another man's wife what she should do. Charlie Kirk left in writing that Erica Kirk would be the person to lead Turning Point USA forward. And instead of Jason Whitlock trying to tell Erica what to do, he should, now that he's at the age of 58, go and get married yourself, have some kids of your own, and tell your own wife what to do. Instead of trying to demonize her, instead of trying to put false accusations upon her, instead of trying to shame her, how about doing what the Bible says? The Bible says, plead the case of the widow. Pray for her. Pray that God would use her. Pray for Turning Point USA. Pray for the staff. And never allow anyone who has failed to display the true essence of the patriarchy convince you that what's taking place within Turning Point